Chapter 261. The Taimu Disaster Relief Federation is a non-governmental organization with hundreds of years of history. Unlike those organizations that are just guileless, the Taimu Disaster Relief Federation has been doing disaster relief work seriously since its establishment. Their footprints are all over the Taimu civilization, and they are occasionally invited to help other surrounding civilizations. They have saved countless people, so they have a very good reputation in the Taimu civilization. This time, the glorious army suddenly took action and arrested all the senior officials of the Taimu Disaster Relief Federation, which aroused public anger. Many people stood up and expressed their willingness to donate money to hire more people to deal with the glorious forces, including some wealthy businessmen who had been rescued by the Taimu Disaster Relief Association. However, just as everyone was scolding the glorious forces, something even more shocking happened. The glorious forces suddenly issued a public announcement, claiming that the reason they arrested the top leaders of the Taimu Disaster Relief Association was to retaliate against Bai Fu, who had caused them heavy damage in the past few months. If Bai Fu doesn't come, then we will live broadcast the execution of these prisoners. The announcement of the glorious forces spread throughout the marginal world at a very fast speed, and even to the star fields ruled by the three major cosmic civilizations. This kind of thing is rare. In the Star Sea, it is very common for villains to capture good people's loved ones, and friends to threaten good people, but it is rare to see a scene like the glorious forces capturing people who have never met good people to threaten them, and making such a big fuss. If a natural disaster level superpower can be frightened by such means, can he still be promoted to natural disaster level? According to common sense, the glorious forces are doing useless work, but this time they are facing the opponent. By the Queen of the Dark Realm, the Saint of the Savior, the pure white hero Fu. Given all the choices Bai Fu has made along the way, can she really turn a blind eye to the threat of the glorious forces? Many people are speculating. This is much more interesting than a TV series. People in the marginal world are really good at making things happen. The civil war in the Taimu civilization is not as interesting as this. Live broadcast, live broadcast, live broadcast for me amid strong calls. The news media of the three major cosmic civilizations urgently sent reporters and recording teams to the Taimu civilization. For a time, Bai Fu's reputation soared. Everyone is looking forward to her decision. In the online forums and player communities in the game, discussions and arguments about this matter have never stopped. I bet she doesn't dare to go. It's obvious that the glorious core has already laid a net and is waiting for her to go. If she doesn't go, her reputation will be ruined. This is moral kidnapping. The glorious core has no humanity and is really nothing. Why be a bad person if you have humanity? People who support Bai Fu are anxious, those who watch the fun don't mind the big deal, and those who hate Bai Fu just hope that Bai Fu will go and get killed. Not good, not good, not good. The digger, who always liked live broadcasting, stopped this time. She realized that this was a bigger crisis than the one when she faced the insect swarm in the abandoned cooling plant. The difference was that last time, they could rush to the wilderness at dusk with Fu to fight for freedom and peace, but this time, the digger clenched her fists tightly. They were too weak and had no power. Even if they had power, they couldn't help in the current situation, because the attitude of the glorious army was clearly saying that if you, Bai Fu, dare to call for help, we dare to kill you. I'm going to have a fight with the planner. You are not allowed to let Fu die, or I will send you a razor blade. In the chaos, Cecilia found Bai Fu. At this time, Bai Fu was watching a program on Tame TV. The TV station invited many guests to analyze this incident, and the ratings of the program were very high. Based on my understanding of you, you will not go to the appointment obediently. Tell me, what are your plans? Sesha sat down directly on the table in front of Bai Fu, blocking Bai Fu's sight. Bai Fu spread her hands. What plan can I have? Just let Hei Fu go to the appointment on my behalf. Sesha was worried. If the outside world finds out that it was Hei Fu who went instead of you, your reputation. Bai Fu said, as long as we can destroy the glorious forces in this operation, no one will care about such a small matter. Sesha shook her head. That's true. Can you withstand the revenge of the head of state? Bai Fu shook her right index finger lightly. It's very simple. Can't I withstand it if I advance to the master? Promotion to overlord. Sesha's eyes widened. You are going to be promoted to overlord? Bai Fu nodded. In a few days. Don't talk nonsense. Sesha screamed, threw Bai Fu to the ground, and applied for Enjoy Fu without saying a word. What are you doing? What are you doing? Of course you are. Alas, it's too late. Let's do it here. Hurry up and try one last time before Bai Fu is promoted to overlord to see if you can make Bai Fu meow. Bai Fu? ? No, sister, Although you have grown a lot recently, my physical fitness has also been improving. Then, dong dong dong. Yulia's virtual image appeared in the room. The TV stations of Reborn Empire and Supernova Corps want to interview you. Do you want to ignore them and continue, or stop for a while and go out to meet them? Sesha froze in place. Oh no, she forgot that Yulia has the right to enter and exit this room freely. Sesha hid directly under the table, trembling. During this process, Yulia's eyes did not change at all. Look, with this kind of mentality, he still wants to compete with her for the position of the queen. That is impossible. If it were her, there would be no fluctuations in her heart. Bai Fu left the room and went to meet the reporters of the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Corps, accompanied by Yulia, the spokesperson of the Court of Silence. Everyone was very concerned about how she would deal with this incident, and the reporters of the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Corps also asked questions in this regard. To be honest, this is a situation I have never encountered before. When I first saw the news, I was completely stunned. I didn't sleep for several days and kept thinking about this problem. Bai Fu said so. The interviewing reporters and the audience looked at Bai Fu's slightly pale and weak face and weak demeanor and felt that she was not lying. So? Bai Fu walked in front of the camera, seemingly brewing emotions, without saying a word, and this silence lasted for dozens of seconds. In the dead silence, everyone's heart was hanging in the air. Go or not? This is indeed a very torturous question. But this question must have an answer after all, because the glorious army did not give Bai Fu too much time to think. Including the time for the journey, we only give you 10 days. Now, 3 days have passed in the 10 days, and Bai Fu does not have much time left. Finally, Bai Fu opened her mouth, and the audience's heart had already reached their throats, and it seemed that they would jump out of their nervousness in the next second. What will it be? I will go. Bai Fu said her decision in one breath. When she said this, she seemed to have suddenly unloaded a heavy burden on her body, and her whole body suddenly became much lighter. Her waist was no longer sore, her legs no longer hurt, her eyes were no longer dim, and a confident smile appeared on her face. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The news that Bai Fu said she was going to meet with the glorious troops appeared on the front page of major news platforms at the first time. She is simply the queen of popularity. As long as she is there, there is no worry that no one will watch the news program she makes, but what a pity. Many news media people were happy when they saw the skyrocketing ratings and special program subscriptions, but there was a bit of regret in their smiles. It's about to end. Almost no one was optimistic that Bai Fu could survive this confrontation with the glorious army, because there were too many unfavorable conditions. The glorious army also saw that the Taimu civilization was now in a mess, and no one would help Bai Fu, so they deliberately chose this time to start the fight. Don't wow, although this is in line with Fu Fu's personality, but the road ahead is the abyss that will swallow people. It's over. If Fu Fu dies, what will happen to the Silent Court? Fu Fu said that she would let Yulia inherit the position of the head of the Silent Court. Don't listen to the turtles chanting, the players wailed, and their hearts were half dead. Some players even went to beg the camp leader of their own camp to help Bai Fu, but it was useless. There were not many camps with the Lord and Challenge You in charge, and ordinary natural disaster level forces did not dare to intervene at this time. Some people wanted to find the Lord of the Oath, but the Lord of the Oath was not a homegirl recently. She was moving around, and no one knew where she went. The situation was extremely urgent. As a last resort, some players could only block Bai Fu's door, hoping that Bai Fu would not go. However, all these actions were in vain. Wait, it can't be said that it was useless. At least the appearance of the player made the matter more dramatic. If this is a documentary, the ratings will be. The reporters of the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Corps were very excited. The head of state who received the news was also very excited. Okay, Bai Fu finally took the bait. As long as Bai Fu died, the people were furious, and then it would be his stage. The day after the interview, Bai Fu started to act. The positioning card showed that the head of state had gone straight to the place where the main force of the glorious forces was located. Now was the best time for her to attack the base camp of the glorious forces. When setting off, she deliberately dragged her feet for a while, attracting countless players and NPCs to watch. Under the witness of everyone, Hei Fu drove the spaceship into the depths of the starry sky. Because she deliberately chose to take off at dusk, the scene of the spaceship entering the red sunset rendered the feeling of going to the fire alone directly into the depths of people's hearts. Too touching, woo woo woo. She is like a lonely knight. She is also a defender of justice, a lonely watcher. It's a pity that at this time, I can't do anything except say a few words of encouragement to her. Bai Fu thought that Digging G was already very boastful, but after seeing the program made by the local TV station of Taimu's civilization praising her on the spaceship to the base camp of the glorious army, she realized that there are people out there. Awesome. I want to take over this TV station. Hearing Bai Fu's words, Yulia couldn't help but roll her eyes. Are you sure you can really advance to the master? Bai Fu said, 99% probability. The awakening mission requires defeating the opponent, not killing the opponent, so the difficulty will be much lower. Yulia said, what if I fail to advance to the master? Bai Fu spread her hands and said, then move the whole family, and go directly to the Lord of the Oath to hug the thigh of the Lord of the Oath. No matter how arrogant the head of state is, he dare not come to me in front of the Lord of the Oath. Just hold on, and he will die sooner or later. Yulia nodded, just think it through. Anyway, I'm hanging on you. If you die, I die with you. Bai Fu snorted, things are different now. It's not that easy for me to die now. There are still 3 days to reach the headquarters of the glorious army. Don't be so tense. Relax. When the fight starts, you be nervous. Yulia sat down. The 2 people who had nothing to do called Ying Fu, who was standing stiffly beside them, and the 3 of them played cards together. Attack! Dodge! The fight lasted for nearly 3 days. During these 3 days, the outside world was in turmoil, and the noise was endless. Amidst all the speculation, Bai Fu's spaceship arrived near the glorious army's base camp first. She did not rush in. After confirming that this was indeed the glorious army's base camp, she continued to wait. A day later, under the tracking of countless nanorobots, Bai Fu's spaceship arrived at the agreed location of the glorious army. Like Bai Fu, she did not rush in, but directly shouted to the people of the glorious army on the general broadcast channel. I'm here now. Quickly release the people from the Disaster Relief Association. If you don't release them, I turn around and leave now. Don't think you can stop me. I have a special ability to quickly jump. The commander-in-chief of the glorious army laughed. Bai Fu, the hostages are in our hands. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with us? Come over here if you know what's good for you. We release them if you come over. The situation seemed to be a bit stalemate. Just when the audience thought Bai Fu was going to give in, Bai Fu at the scene was completely unmoved. Don't think I'm a fool. If I really go over now, without the bargaining chips, you can do whatever you want to those people you captured. Hurry up and release them. I only give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you don't release them, I leave immediately. The general radio channel fell into silence for a while. No one expected Bai Fu to suddenly become so tough. But this does seem to be the best way to deal with it. The people of the glorious forces may not keep their promises. If Bai Fu really goes over, they may kill all the hostages in front of Bai Fu. In desperation, the commander-in-chief of the glorious army could only contact the Führer to ask what to do. A few minutes later, he shouted on the radio, "We will release most of the hostages, leaving only the last one. This hostage will not be released until you arrive at the location we specify." As he spoke, he sent a new coordinate to Bai Fu. After confirming that the glorious army had indeed released some of the hostages, Bai Fu did not continue to argue with the people of the glorious army. Come on, what's the point of talking nonsense? Let's do something real. Bai Fu drove the spaceship towards the new coordinates. On the way, she passed through an asteroid belt and a small star gate. The nanorobots sent by the news media were blocked outside the star gate and could do nothing but worry. After nearly half an hour of wandering around, Bai Fu finally arrived at her destination. You hid really well. You made such a big fuss. I thought you were very brave. Okay, let the last person go. If you want to kill me, just come over. I'm standing here now. If you don't even have this courage, how can you have the face to shout those slogans you shouted? Who else can you expect to trust you and follow you? Or are you originally a terrorist organization, and those slogans are just shouted to fool people? The commander-in-chief of the glorious army smiled. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. He waved his hand. Brothers, let's go together. He would not let him go up to fight Bai Fu alone. Although his strength is also at the top of the natural disaster, what if he is accidentally beaten to death? He carefully studied every battle of Bai Fu, and found that Bai Fu had a particularly powerful explosive move, but that move seemed to be unable to be used multiple times. If more people were pulled together to fight together, it would be effective to avoid being seriously injured by Bai Fu's move. At the call of the glorious forces commander, more than a dozen natural disaster-level troops and a large number of mechanical armed forces surrounded Bai Fu. Bai Fu was extremely calm. She had already seen the attributes of the glorious forces commander, with a strength of 4,109 points, which fully met the requirements of her awakening mission. These are the only ones, nothing else? The Glorious Forces commander said calmly. These are enough to deal with you. Hey Fu, a group of people beat me alone, and you are still proud of it? Never mind, now that everyone is here and the leader has no intention of taking action himself, let's get started. At this moment, Hey Fu opened fire. The army is deployed, the fictitious life is activated, the blessing of the soul is activated, the dark desperate situation is activated, the few are against the many is activated, the attribute transfer of the apocalypse is activated. Almost instantly, Hey Fu's inspiration increased from 5009 to 7261 points. Because of the special props that hide the energy fluctuations obtained from Yin Zhu, the people of the Glorious Army did not find any abnormalities at the first time. They only vaguely found that there seemed to be a strange deep purple light fluctuating in Hey Fu's eyes, but they did not take it seriously. It was this little carelessness that made Hey Fu teach all of them a lesson. When they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Flash! When the commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army rushed to the prophet mark that he had secretly placed when he was shouting, Bai Fu flashed and appeared directly beside him. The right palm wrapped in deep purple psychic energy was raised high, making the already dark starry sky reveal the fierce breath of a beast. The reaction speed of the natural disaster level was extremely fast. The moment Bai Fu disappeared and reappeared, the commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army and the people who rushed over with him all reacted. A great crisis is coming, but it must be said that this crisis is also an opportunity. Let's attack together. The commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army shouted angrily. There were more than a dozen of them fighting Bai Fu, and Bai Fu fighting him. He had enough confidence to kill Bai Fu before Bai Fu killed him. Bang, boom, boom. When the 3 consecutive attacks of darkness and burning fell on the commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army, attacks from all directions simultaneously submerged Bai Fu. The attacks fell one after another, just like meteorites falling from the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, and the starry skies seemed to be distorted. Everything happened too fast and too chaotic. No one knew how many attacks Hey Fu had suffered at this moment. Everyone just thought that she should be dead this time. However, when the flash energy dissipated, they were surprised to find that Hey Fu's figure was still straight, and even her clothes were not blown. How is it possible? How could a mere psychic prayer master be so tough? Even those who specialize in physical training and are at the peak of the natural disaster can't be so durable. A bit of chill arose in the hearts of the natural disaster level people in the Glorious Army. The leader of the undead, with an immortal body, is this the real trump card that has allowed Bai Fu to dominate until now? Ridiculous. Do you think my psychic protection, void protection, Holy Spirit protection, dark force field, immunity to critical strikes, and flawless body are fake? Since you have finished one round, it is my turn to fight the second round. Bai Fu controlled Hey Fu, who had entered a fully explosive state, and continued to attack the commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army. Like a roaring torrent. It doesn't matter whether she lives or dies. It doesn't matter whether she loves or hates. She just wants to win. She just wants to win. The commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army, who had been rolling in the sea of blood for decades, was frightened by the beating. He kept dodging despite his serious injuries. Monster. He had never seen a completely monster-like existence like Bai Fu, from body to brain. He couldn't fight this one. He didn't want to fight Bai Fu one for one here. He still had a bright future. He couldn't die here. When such thoughts spread in his mind, the commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around and ran. At this time, he heard Bai Fu's voice in the communicator. I won. At the same time, the game prompt sounded in Bai Fu's ears. You have completed the second awakening mission at this moment. The door to the road to domination has opened in front of Bai Fu. At this moment, Bai Fu no longer needs to continue to act in front of the head of state. I will end your beautiful dream. Chapter 262. The moment the prompt of awakening mission completion appeared, Bai Fu opened her attribute panel. She couldn't wait any longer. Nothing to say, upgrade. Her mind lightly touched the plus behind the Apostle Walker profession, and 350 million experience points were added. A pleasant prompt sounded, giving Bai Fu a sense of comfort that seemed to grow from the depths of her soul. Awakening successfully. You have unlocked a new profession, Apostle of Truth, current level LV1, Strength plus 3, Agility plus 3, Constitution plus 5, Inspiration plus 10, Attribute points plus 10. You have completed the second awakening. You have broken a new bottleneck on the road of evolution, and have obtained the qualification for life sublimation. The natural disaster level rank bonus talent natural disaster crown removed. You have obtained the Master Level Rank Bonus Talent Domination Realm. Your talent Heterodimensional Erosion advanced to Heterodimensional Judgment. You have obtained a new talent All Spirit Supreme. You have realized a new skill Fusion God of Psychic Energy. You have realized a new skill Summon Supreme Divine Power. You have realized the exclusive skill White Nightmare. A series of prompts confused Bai Fu's vision. Bai Fu didn't rush to click on the life evolution, but first looked through the various new abilities obtained in this awakening. Just like the first awakening, she also gained a rank bonus this time, but the effect of Domination Realm is much stronger than Crown of Natural Disaster. 1. Inspiration plus 20%, attributes other than Inspiration plus 15%. 2. All resistance plus 20%. 3. Physical damage reduction rate plus 5%, mental toughness plus 50%. 4. All psychic skill consumption reduced by 20%, effect plus 100%. 5. Prayer card effect plus 120%. The bonus effect will continue to increase with the level increase. 6. Domain Domination. Domain Dominant. This is the domain that is unlocked after being promoted to Dominant. The domain is equivalent to a special aura that can be turned on and off freely, and can freely control whether it will take effect on a certain target. The functions of domains of different dominants are different. Bai Fu's domain mainly debuffs people. It reduces life, restores strength, reduces resistance, and reduces attributes. For targets with a huge difference in strength, it can even make the target produce a deterrent state and be unable to move. It's amazing. No wonder the outside world says that the dominant is a mobile war machine. The dominant doesn't need to fight people personally. Just stand there, and you can influence the direction of a war. Joy surged in Bai Fu's body. Suppose there were two Bai Fu in the world, and their attribute panels were exactly the same except that one had a domain, and the other did not. If they fought normally, the Bai Fu with the domain would definitely beat the one without the domain. The domain actually has a hidden effect, which is to resist the domain of others. In short, the domain is the core ability of the Overlord. Bai Fu continued to read on. After Xenocorrosion evolved into Xenojudgment, the effect did not change, but it changed from automatically exploding after 3 seconds after stacking 5 layers, to being able to manually control whether to explode, becoming more proactive, and greatly increasing its functionality. Supreme of All Souls is a bonus talent. Bai Fu, who has transformed into the Supreme of All Souls, can provide new bonuses to the psychic summons she summons, granting them their own psychic attributes, allowing their attacks to carry darkness or apocalypse effects, which is a very exaggerated bonus to the combat power of the psychic army. The effect of this talent is worthy of the name of Supreme. Bai Fu couldn't help but cross her feet proudly. The effects of the 3 newly unlocked skills are also very exaggerated. Among them, the effect of Fusion Psionic God is to consume a large number of prayer cards and fuse them into a time-limited supernatural psychic life. The more prayer cards are fused, the stronger the combat power of this supernatural psychic life is, and it can even temporarily rival the weaker Overlord. Obviously, this is a skill that only rich women can afford. As for Bai Fu, she can't be said to be poor, but she can't be said to be very rich either. It's okay to use it occasionally, but if you use it too many times, you will soon be poor and have nothing left. Summoning Supreme Power. The effect is just like its name. It can summon a psychic life with supreme power from the virtual world to fight. Bai Fu finally chose a powerful psychic monster Kabei that is hundreds of meters tall from a large number of available summons. On the one hand, she wanted to make up for her own shortcomings in strength, and on the other hand, it was because Kabei looked very cool. The white-haired girl standing on the shoulders of a huge monster with wings on its back. This visual impact can only be said to be able to fascinate some players. White Nightmare is a special faith attack skill. Its function is to launch a psychic shock of a specific wavelength to invade the target's body and induce hallucinations. This trick can even work on mechanical life. The hallucinations vary from person to person, but it is definitely not a good experience, otherwise it would not be named Nightmare. The target will fall into different states due to different hallucinations. Dizziness, brainwashing, worship, fear, confusion, disgust. There is always an abnormal state suitable for the target. This is a confusing psychic skill. Unfortunately, my psychic attribute is not illusion, so there is no additional bonus. However, this trick still makes up for my shortcomings in mind control. After all, this trick has a certain effect on the master. Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. From the effect of this skill, it can be seen that after entering the master level, even the auxiliary psychic praying master begins to show the power of the god of death. For the main output like her, the improvement is even greater. However, although the high-level psychic praying master is strong, it is also very difficult to train. Normally, The abilities unlocked by upgrading to Overlord are more than these. Bai Fu has mastered 3 Overlord level advanced knowledge in advance, so she has also mastered some abilities that only Overlords have, such as the Apostle's Path, Transcendental Sainthood, and Hyperspace Projection. After closing the detailed description interface of talents and skills, Bai Fu clicked on the Life Evolution interface. A good race determines the upper limit of her combat power, so she was very cautious when making a choice. Your life strength and psychic fusion have exceeded the critical point of evolution. You have obtained the qualification for life sublimation. Please choose one from the following sublimation directions. 1. Void Manipulator. 2. Fallen Sun. 3. Eternal Clan. 4. Cosmic Ghost. 5. Night Watcher. 6. Holy Spirit Dependent. 6 options unfolded in front of her, and Bai Fu took a quick look. Void Manipulator is an advanced race of prophet, a kind of energy life, more adept at manipulating void energy. Fallen Sun is also a void life, but its characteristics are more like a berserker. Under the stimulation of void energy, it will burst out with multiple power, but its brain is not very good. Eternal is a beast race stripped of void power, and if it continues to evolve, it has the opportunity to become Star Beast God. Cosmic Ghost is a spiritual life. Night Watcher has a life form similar to Fallen Sun, between void energy body and entity. Holy Spirit Dependent is a special true spirit life. First, exclude the Fallen Sun and the Eternals. One is not smart, and the other is ugly. Then exclude the Cosmic Ghost. I don't need the mental power bonus. The Holy Spirit follower is good, but if you choose this, you have to give up those void skills. Bai Fu shook her head. She still enjoyed the teleportation ability brought by Prophet's Mark. Between Void Manipulator and Night Watcher, she finally chose the latter. If she chose the former and turned into an energy body life, she would not be able to be happy. Besides, although the latter has less bonus on the void, it retains the human form and is more adaptable to psychic power. It is detected that you have the evolution key. Do you want to use it? Yes. Bai Fu was waiting for this moment. The evolution key is a quest reward attained after finding the foothold of the 10 saints. It can set the focus of racial evolution, making racial evolution from uncontrollable to controllable, which is a strong point. In terms of attributes, she set inspiration and physique as the focus. In terms of resistance, she set mental resistance as the focus. In terms of skill talent, she set displacement as the focus. Everything is ready. Bai Fu lightly taps the sublimation button. Boom! She felt like she was hit in the chest by a hammer, and her whole body was uncomfortable, from her hands and feet to her cells. Everything was trembling and reconstructing. Sometimes there was a burst of tearing pain, sometimes there was a surge of pleasure like Yulia's experiment, and sometimes this state lasted for several minutes. You have completed the special sublimation and entered a new realm of life. The floating clouds can no longer block your view. Your race has been changed to Night Watcher, Bai Fu. Race change completed, you get attribute correction. Strength plus 141, Agility plus 119, Constitution plus 513, Intelligence plus 136, Spirit plus 121, Inspiration plus 691. Racial characteristics: Void Prophet, Void Nest, Void Walking removed. Exclusive skill: Prophet Mark Plus, evolved into Void Shuttle. Skill: Void Perception, evolved into High Dimensional Overlook. You get new racial characteristic bonus. 1. Each time you level up, you will get an extra 1 point of inspiration. 2. Every 1 point of constitution will convert plus 50 health points, and every 1 point of inspiration will convert plus 50 psychic energy points. 3. Your mental resistance plus 70%. 4. You get the exclusive talent transformed into Night. 5. You get the exclusive talent Night Infection. As expected of a life upgrade, this attribute correction is more than twice the last time it evolved into the Earth Prophet. Bai Fu exclaimed in amazement. After evolving into Night Watcher, the 3 talents attached to the Prophet disappeared, but the talents activated afterwards were no worse than those 3 talents. Void Shuttle: the displacement distance is 10 times that of Prophet Mark Plus, reaching dozens of astronomical units, and it can teleport without leaving a mark in advance. The limitation is that it can only teleport 3 times in a short period of time, otherwise it may be over-eroded by the void and turn into a monster. High Dimensional Overlook: as a perception skill, the effect is more than 10 times stronger than Void Perception. Transform into Night: it is a displacement talent similar to Void Walking, but it is harder to capture and moves faster. Moreover, since Night is a relatively abstract concept, this means that when Bai Fu uses this ability, she can divide it into multiple groups to confuse the opponent. Night Infection, it is a very perverted ability. Targets with lower energy levels hit by Baifu's attack have a certain probability of being brainwashed by her and becoming a member of her army. It feels good. Baifu let out a long sigh. She opened the attribute panel. Health 647591/647591 Psychic 944421/944421 Chi 23185/23185 Attributes Strength 1290, Agility 1432, Constitution 2741, Intelligence 1266, Spirit 1539, Inspiration 6317. After this wave of awakening, her health increased from 300,000 to more than 600,000, her psychic increased from 400,000 to more than 900,000, her basic constitution and inspiration increased by more than 1,000 points, and now if she bursts out with all her strength, her inspiration can instantly soar to more than 10,000. No wonder they say that only when you reach the Overlord level can you truly stand on the galaxy. The difference between a level 150 Calamity and a level 151 Overlord is only one level, but the difference in strength. Baifu smacked her lips. If a blood cow like Cixia were to advance to Overlord, her HP would probably be directly over 2 million. If she stood there and let an ordinary Calamity hit her, she would probably lose less HP than she gained. Fortunately, I didn't have nothing to do to challenge the head of state, otherwise I would have become a corpse long ago. Baifu looked at her hands. They were so white and tender that Kirara Yashikage would be unable to walk if he saw them. At first glance, who would have thought that these hands contained the power to penetrate the stars and shake the galaxy? Invincible. Baifu had a feeling that the vibrations generated by her high-speed movement were enough to explode some ordinary spaceships. Very good, since she already had such a powerful force, it was time to send the entire glorious army to the sky and reveal the true face of the leader in front of all the people in the universe. Those who want to kill me will have to swallow 1,000 needles. Yulia, let's go. Yulia looked at Baifu in astonishment. You have been promoted to the master so quickly? Baifu smiled proudly. This is Baifu's speed. Yulia, why don't I see you have such speed when doing experiments? Okay, let's merge. Yulia hung on Baifu directly. In fact, at this time, she could no longer meet Baifu's needs. After being promoted to the master, Baifu's appetite was not ordinary. She could eat many of her in one meal, but hanging was better than not hanging. Baifu flew out of the spaceship, and after 2 flashes, she appeared outside the Glorious Forces base camp. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of the Glorious Forces' remaining personnel. Who? Well wait, isn't this Baifu? After seeing Baifu's appearance clearly, the Glorious Forces' remaining commander, Ziliki, was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Wasn't Baifu being beaten up by the commander-in-chief and his men? Why did she suddenly appear outside the base camp? Ziliki suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He did not ask the defenders to attack Baifu at the first time, but contacted the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army and others were still beating Heifu. Speaking of this, the commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army felt strange. They had clearly beaten Baifu to the point that she could only defend and could not launch a counterattack. Who would have thought that after a few dozen seconds, Baifu suddenly became calm again and became more and more calm, just like she was in a state of panic. Damn it. What happened? Why are you contacting me at this time? The commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army, who was sitting in the treatment cabin, frowned and looked at the virtual image of Chilich. Chilich quickly told the commander-in-chief what he had just seen. What? The commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army stood up suddenly, completely forgetting the pain in his body. Another Baifu, and as she found their base camp, if he remembered correctly, Baifu had a special psychic clone, but the one outside who was so powerful couldn't be a clone, right? Then, the one who attacked the base camp was the clone. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry too much. No, how can we not worry? There's no reason for Baifu to find the location of their base camp. Unless there's a traitor. If there really is a traitor, then the base camp is in danger, and the secrets hidden in the base camp are also in danger. The commander-in-chief of the Glorious Army quickly logged into the interstellar network and searched for relevant information. His face turned black after searching. Baifu Live. I have arrived at the Glorious Army base camp. This suddenly appeared live broadcast quickly became the most popular live broadcast room in the entire marginal world. At first, everyone thought someone was playing a trick, but after entering the live broadcast room, they found that this was really a live broadcast opened by Baifu. What the hell? When everyone thought that Baifu might have died at the hands of the Glorious Army, how did she go to the Glorious Army base camp? At this time, in the live broadcast room, Bai Fu was beating the defenders outside the glorious army base camp. If she rushes in? Absolutely not. Must rush back immediately. The commander-in-chief of the glorious army looked at Bai Fu in the live broadcast room, and then looked at the Bai Fu, who could never be killed outside, and suddenly felt a dilemma. Do you want to give up this Bai Fu? You stay here and kill this Bai Fu. I take care of the one over there. When the situation was extremely urgent, the head of state stood up. The commander-in-chief of the glorious army breathed a sigh of relief. Well, if the head of state is willing to take action, then all problems will no longer be problems. As long as the head of state arrives at the scene, he can smash Bai Fu, and Bai Fu's live broadcast with one punch. Finally moved? Outside the glorious army base camp, Bai Fu looked down at the map, and found that the small light dot representing the head of state was rushing towards her location. She didn't rush to act immediately, but waited for a while, until even if the head of state realized the problem, it would be too late to rescue him. The show is over, I'm going to get serious. Duh. In the deep space, Hei Fu suddenly raised her right hand. In an instant, more than a dozen non-OLED broadcast robots flew out from her body, and these robots quickly flew far away and turned on the live broadcast. Bai Fu live broadcast, the end of the glorious army. As soon as the new live broadcast came out, it immediately caused a sensation. The audience was stunned. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Why do we have to open 2 live broadcasts? Hei Fu did not rush to explain the current situation, but read the lines to the camera. For a long time, the glorious army, an organization that claims to be righteous, has become an indelible cloud over the heads of the Taimu people. Many innocent people have died tragically in their hands. The Taimu civilization has sent people to encircle and suppress the glorious army many times, but failed again and again. As she read the lines, the people of the glorious army continued to attack. The surging energy hit her, but it couldn't even tear her clothes. Why is this happening? Is it really because the glorious forces are so powerful and good at hiding? Maybe not. Today, I will lead you to uncover the truth. Please watch the VCR. Hei Fu turned around and pointed directly at the natural disaster-level members of the glorious forces. The glorious forces commander-in-chief felt his scalp tingling. What is she doing? No matter what, he couldn't let Bai Fu. It's going on. Kill her quickly. The commander-in-chief of the glorious army was about to issue an order for the entire army to attack and besiege Bai Fu, but he saw a strange deep purple wave suddenly appear behind Bai Fu. That's... He opened his mouth wide. He saw it, the people around him saw it, and the audience in the live broadcast room saw it. In the deep purple vortex, a huge claw stretched out, followed by a head, shoulders, chest, abdomen, wings, feet, and tail. When it came out completely, everyone saw it clearly. This is a giant beast that is more than 400 meters tall. It fluttered its wings, opened its mouth, and spit out a deep purple spiritual energy wave like a sky-patrolling sword, sweeping from the left to the right as its neck turned. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of Glorious Force spaceships that were swept into a string exploded, like 1,000 salutes, adding a strange color to the entire galaxy. Those people in the Glorious Force understood at this moment. Master, Bai Fu is the master. The extremely terrified voice echoed in the general broadcast channel, shaking the starry sky and the hearts of all those who heard this sentence. Chapter 263. It was already amazing that Bai Fu was not dead, but what was even more amazing was that Bai Fu, who appeared again, turned out to be the master. What on earth was going on? Everyone's mind was in a mess. The members of the glorious army, who were confronting Bai Fu, were no exception, but even though their minds were in a mess, they were still not distracted. How could they dare to be distracted at this time? Not long ago, they were still clamoring to kill Bai Fu. Now that Bai Fu suddenly became the master, how could they not want to kill her back? Under the threat of death, the members of the Glorious Corps were on high alert. I think. The commander-in-chief of the Glorious Corps suppressed the shock and fear in his heart, and tried to negotiate with Bai Fu. Having dealt with the head of state countless times, he knew how terrible the power of the master was. It was a great power that he could never resist. Therefore, after realizing that Bai Fu was the master, he had no idea of escaping. How to run? He didn't have the props that could teleport. It was a pipe dream to think of escaping by airship. Although even the Overlord could not compete with the speed of a fully activated airship, the problem was that Bai Fu would not give him the opportunity to fully activate the airship. He would probably be beaten to pieces by Bai Fu before he could even get back on the airship. Don't you think it's a bit too late to negotiate now? Bai Fu interrupted the commander-in-chief of the Glorious Forces with a sneer. She waved her right hand gently. At her signal, The giant beast Kabay summoned from the virtual world opened its mouth again. Boom! The thick psychic beam instantly penetrated the galaxy. A natural disaster from the glorious army was unable to dodge, and was hit by the psychic beam. When the surging energy disappeared, when everyone looked again, there was not even a slag left. The commander-in-chief of the glorious army felt his scalp tingling. Although the one who died was only a weak natural disaster, how long could a high-level natural disaster last against such an attack? He could no longer think about this problem seriously, because Baifu drove Kabay to kill him directly. The huge beast flew across the starry sky and rushed into the crowd in the blink of an eye. The dozen or so natural disaster grades of the glorious army gathered together, trying to prop up an energy shield to stop Kabay. Kabay did not use any fancy techniques, but simply waved his giant claws, which contained terrifying power, and fell down. The energy shield was shattered before it lasted even a second. Snap! A natural disaster grade, who was unable to dodge, was caught in the palm of the giant claw. He struggled hard, and his strength kept hitting the giant claw like waves, but it was useless. After just a few seconds, he was crushed into a ball of meat. This was a one-sided massacre. In front of the full-fire Kabay, the people of the glorious force were too small. From the beginning to the end, the battle lasted less than 5 minutes, that is, Kabay was not fast enough, and Heifu did not join the battlefield, otherwise it would have ended faster. In the eyes of shock or fear, Heifu flew to the commander-in-chief of the glorious force, who was tightly held by Kabay. What do you want to do? The commander-in-chief trembled. Baifu did not kill him immediately, so he must have other demands. Heifu smiled and said, "You must be curious about how I found your base camp, right? Yes, it was the insider who secretly told me. He not only told me where your base camp is, but also told me who the real founder of the glorious army is." The commander-in-chief's pupil shrank suddenly. The real founder, isn't that the head of state? In the entire glorious army, the number of people who know this secret can be counted on one hand. Among these people, is there really someone who secretly defected to Baifu? The commander-in-chief was in doubt. He suspected that Baifu was lying to him. At this moment, Baifu's voice suddenly sounded in the private communication channel. She simply said a name, Führer. Boom! Like a storm hitting the shore, the commander-in-chief no longer had any luck in his heart. Baifu had seen through everything. They were complacent, but in fact they had already fallen into the trap set by Baifu. If you are willing to cooperate with me and tell everyone the true identity of the builder in front of the camera, I can let you suffer less pain. If you are not willing to cooperate. Killing intent flowed from Heifu's eyes. This time the voice appeared on the general broadcast channel. All the people watching the live broadcast were curious. From Baifu's words and the commander-in-chief's demeanor, it can be seen that the true founder must be unusual. Who could it be? For a while, people were speculating everywhere on the internet. And the real instigator, the head of state, turned pale after watching the live broadcast. From the change in the commander-in-chief's expression, it can be seen that Baifu was not bluffing. So when did Baifu know it was his? So, Baifu was acting the whole time when she was with him. So, Baifu questioned the commander-in-chief and attacked the headquarters of the glorious army for more solid evidence? What saint? What pure white hero? Baifu is just an actor. She deceived everyone. The head of state was filled with anger. At this moment, he thought a lot of things clearly. It turned out that it was not his bad luck at all, but Baifu had been doing bad things in secret. This was his plan for more than 10 years. This was his lifelong desire. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan, but suddenly Baifu appeared as a bug. This bug must be eliminated, and she must not be allowed to find evidence. As long as she is killed before she finds solid evidence, there will be a chance for things to turn around. The leader rushed towards the headquarters of the glorious army at a faster speed. Time passed slowly. After a fierce inner struggle, the commander-in-chief finally decided to speak out. He would die anyway, and it was better to die directly than to die after suffering torture. I said. He gritted his teeth. At this moment, all the viewers pricked up their ears, fearing that they would miss something. It's the president. The person who established the glorious army is the current president of the Taimu civilization, the man named Cade. What? When this name came out of the commander-in-chief's mouth, the flowing time seemed to pause for a moment. Soon after, like a volcanic eruption, the entire Taimu civilization was shaken. This result was really too unexpected. Before the commander-in-chief spoke, some people guessed that it was a well-known interstellar wanted criminal, some guessed that it was the Free Galaxy Alliance, and some guessed that it was the three major cosmic civilizations. But almost no one guessed that it was the president, because the glorious army played a great role in the reason why the president had such a bad reputation during his tenure. Hey Fu zoomed in the live camera and pointed it directly at his face. Yes, that person is the president. The reason why the glorious army has not been wiped out in these years is because the president has been passing on information. He established the glorious army in order to. Hey Fu explained the president's plan in detail. It was him? Nella stood up from the sofa suddenly, shocked and angry, and at the same time felt a sense of fear. If there was no Bai Fu, if Bai Fu had not exposed the true face of the president, he would probably really become a stepping stone for the president. He would die in the hands of the president, but no outsiders would know the truth. At that time, the president would take the opportunity to annex his forces in the name of revenge, and then ascend the throne of the Taimu civilization and become the final winner. Nellis's eyes changed when he looked at Bai Fu. Saving people from danger? This is a true saint. His gratitude has never been so strong. Nellis is not the only one who is grateful to Bai Fu. All the forces participating in the Taimu civilization chicken eating competition have a surge in favorability towards Bai Fu. The old scoundrel like the head of state is really too hateful. Except for those who have a vested interest in him, no one does not cheer for Bai Fu. Looking at the continuous pop-up reminders of reputation and favorability growth, Bai Fu smiled. At this point, as long as she could withstand the counterattack of the head of state, this round of operations would be a complete success. Although she was more than 20 levels lower than the head of state, she was not worried at all. Her race bonus was much higher than the head of state, and her occupation bonus was also higher than the head of state. Even if she couldn't beat the head of state, she could rely on turning into darkness and traveling through the void to escape. This time, the head of state took this opportunity to practice and see what level he was now compared to the other masters. Bai Fu rushed into the headquarters of the glorious army in one breath. Ing Fu commanded the psychic army and defeated the defenders in the base camp like a whirlwind. The panicked Ziliki tried to escape, but under the capture of Galway, he had nowhere to hide and was soon caught by the psychic army. Tell me the location of the warehouse, where you usually store supplies, and the places where the commander-in-chief often appears. Facing Bai Fu's questioning, Ziliki confessed everything. Bai Fu began her journey of looting. While looting, she issued instructions to the outside world, asking players to go out and start clearing out other sub-bases of the glorious army. She entrusted Nellis, Lister and others to harvest the places that players could not take care of. The glorious army is now in a state of disarray. If we don't act quickly, the people in the sub-bases will probably flee. When looting the glorious army's base camp, Bai Fu found a sealed file cabinet in the commander-in-chief's private entertainment room. The cabinet contained various evidences of his contact with the head of state. Is this the secret hidden in the glorious army mentioned in the mission? It seems that the commander-in-chief is not a good person. He has long been prepared to jump ship when the situation is not good. It's a pity that the incident happened suddenly, and he met me who needed to brush up his reputation, so he didn't have time to jump ship at all. Bai Fu shook her head and smiled. She put the looted materials into the spaceships, and then used the virtual heart to control the spaceships to fly towards Ulysses. These things will be the capital for the rise of the Silent Court. After doing all this, she did not rush to publish the evidence kept by the commander-in-chief, but secretly added some materials to it. Bai Fu's live broadcast has come to an end for the time being, but the storm caused by these two live broadcasts has just risen. The glorious army has come to an end. Bai Fu has been promoted to overlord. Either of these two events alone would have caused a sensation in the Taimu civilization. When these two events happen simultaneously, entangled like a double helix structure, and with the addition of Bai Fu being forced to the end by the moral kidnapping of the glorious army, the sensation caused by these two events even affected the three major cosmic civilizations. Bai Fu is not dead, and has been promoted to overlord. Whitney, a senior partner of Multidimensional Capital, was so shocked after receiving the news that she accidentally knocked over the drink in her hand. She stood up, her voice involuntarily rising, completely losing her composure. This was the first time the secretary who came to report the news had seen such a situation. She could understand Whitney very well. Who wouldn't be surprised to receive such news? Before investing in Bai Fu, Ms. Whitney's most optimistic estimate was that Bai Fu could be promoted to the master within 2 or 3 years. Who would have thought that Bai Fu only took less than half a year? Genius, an absolute genius. Even if you can't get a share of the Empire's plan, investing in her alone will definitely not be a loss. Whitney took action immediately. Help me contact the director of the Security Bureau and the head of the Rust Corps. Bai Fu and the head of the Taimu civilization, Cade, had a conflict. Cade was supported by a radical faction in the Empire. In order to prevent Bai Fu from being attacked by the Empire, and eventually spreading to other civilizations, She had to take action immediately and exert influence. At this time, it was not just Whitney who was exerting force. As soon as Inju received the news, he was overjoyed. Bai Fu really advanced to the master. Regardless of whether Bai Fu will retain her status in the Star Covenant in the future, this is great news for the Star Covenant. In short, Bai Fu must not be allowed to die in the hands of the head of state. Inju immediately contacted the Lord of the Oath and asked for his help. On the other side of the Edge world, in the huge arcane library, Yuan Yi opened his eyes. Bai Fu actually became a master so quickly? She is indeed a seeker, otherwise this cannot be explained at all. Unfortunately, my assist was sent too late. He shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought that Bai Fu would advance so quickly, but it was not too late now. Yuan Yi contacted Rainy and asked Rainy to send someone to help Bai Fu. I have a few good friends in the Rebirth Empire. They have some influence. You don't have to worry about the pressure from the Rebirth Empire. If someone puts pressure on you, let them come to me. Rainy nodded. He hadn't seen the teacher show such a tough side for a long time, but he was a little unhappy. Another part of the teacher's love was taken away. Some people were cheering for Bai Fu's conflict with the head of state, while others were cheering for Bai Fu's promotion to the master. Oh my god! Andres fell off his chair. Is this the surprise Bai Fu said she would give him? He invested in a master. Andres rushed out of the office excitedly. He didn't want to share his joy with anyone, he just wanted to enjoy the worship and admiration. When he walked through the corridor, there were exclamations everywhere. From this moment on, the status of the Origin Consortium in the marginal world will be upgraded to another level, and Andres will have the final say in the consortium. Not convinced? You can also invest in a Bai Fu. As excited as Andres are the civilizations of the initial Gate Galaxy Cluster. Bai Fu is the first master born in the entire Galaxy Cluster. With a close connection between Bai Fu and their Galaxy Cluster, from now on, the initial Gate Galaxy Cluster, which is often called a rural area, will take off. There have been many examples in the past of a master or a superb leading a civilization to rise. I know Bai Fu can do it. You know nothing, weren't you still worried that Bai Fu would die just now? Haha, you're wrong. The NPC's laughter reached the players' ears. Even though they knew that Bai Fu was the protagonist, after playing the game for too long, the protagonist would die. The players of the Silent Garden were still panicked when they learned that Bai Fu took the initiative to jump into the trap of the glorious army. Fortunately, now the dust has finally settled. Fu Fu is the best in the world. Okay, Fu Fu's thighs have become thicker again. I like this kind of fleshy thighs. It's so comfortable to hug them. You are dreaming. Can you hug Fu Fu's thighs? Treasure hunting, don't be autistic, come out and start broadcasting. Here it comes at this time. Digging G's waist is no longer sore, and his head is no longer dizzy. He opens the live broadcast and brags. First, he praised Bai Fu. Second, he praised himself. Lilialu, I said Fu Fu is the Lord of the Dark Night. Until today, many people did not believe me. Do you believe me now? Welcome the Lord of the Dark Night back. Plot analysis. Look for Digging G. Okay, let's stop praising for now. Let's read the comments. Read the comments in the game and on the internet, and see how these NPCs praise Fu Fu. Digging G clicked on the most famous news website of the Taimu civilization, and then she was shocked to find that the headline of the website had changed from what she saw more than 10 minutes ago. It became the secret hidden in the headquarters of the Glorious Army. The record from the Commander-in-Chief of the Glorious Army let you know the real head of state Cade. What? Digging G clicked in. It would have been fine if she hadn't read it, but she was shocked when she saw it. This is simply the blood and tears history of workers. The specific complaints are as follows. 1. The head of state withheld the salary of the members of the Glorious Corps, even the Commander-in-Chief too. The head of state painted a rosy picture for the members of the Glorious Corps, saying that as long as they follow him and work hard, everyone can become a high-ranking official in the future. 3. The head of state PUAs the members of the Glorious Corps, saying that most of them can live a good life because of his training, and they must repay him well. 4. The head of state threatens the members of the Glorious Corps, saying that once you are a member of the Glorious Corps, you will be a member of the Glorious Corps for the rest of your life, and those who don't follow him to seek a way to whitewash themselves will all be doomed. After reading these records, the already explosive reputation of the president has now been further dragged down. I originally thought that the president was a ruthless hero, but now it seems that he is just a villain. It's really scary. Fortunately, Bai Fu exposed the true face of Kaide, the villain. Otherwise, when I think of letting such a villain become a hero to lead the progress of civilization, I feel that the future is bleak. Villain plus inhumanity, The combination of the glorious forces is really amazing. The reborn empire is blind to cooperate with such a person? Digging G looks at Hongwen. The crowd was furious. The head of state, who saw the news, was also furious. Damn, he was already bad enough. Bai Fu was actually trying to smear him. If he was really like that, the glorious army would have been full of traitors. Bai Fu, get out of here! Looking at the destroyed glorious army base camp, the head of state roared angrily on the general radio channel. A huge amount of energy rippled out from his body, searching all directions, and soon he found an area with energy fluctuations far higher than other places. Bai Fu? The head of state turned around suddenly. He saw Bai Fu standing on Kabei's shoulders with her arms folded. Next to Kabei, there were hundreds of thousands of psychic summons with deep purple flames all over their bodies, and right above these psychic summons, the light points emitted by the prayer cards gathered together, and finally turned into a nun, who looked like a folded paper, a huge angular unknown creature. This is... The head of state's face gradually darkened. Although they had not yet fought, he felt obvious pressure. This made him feel uncertain. He had been in the master level for a long time, and Bai Fu should have been promoted to the master recently. How could her energy fluctuations be so exaggerated? Is it an illusion, or is Bai Fu deliberately misleading him? The leader had no time to think about it, because Bai Fu had already launched an attack. In order to test her own strength, Bai Fu did not hold back at all and used everything she could. The prayer angel and Kabei, formed by the fusion of prayer cards, rushed towards the leader, and the psychic legion blasted out psychic energy at the same time as her. Boom! The spiritual energy surged like a flood, instantly submerging the head of state. This attack of the Roaring Star did not actually cause any substantial damage to the head of state. As a master-level martial artist, the head of state's body was extremely strong. His Qi Jin shield was spread out like a big umbrella, and no matter how the spiritual energy frenzy hit it, it never broke. Of course, it was not easy. Under the continuous impact, the outer layer of the Qi Jin shield was thundering and lightning, as violent as the surface of the original planet. Hey, the leader shook his body vigorously, and sent the incoming spiritual energy to other directions. Before he could rest for a moment, the prayer angel and Kabei had already rushed to him, with 4 hands out, and the burning spiritual energy wrapped around their palms. At first glance, it looked like the falling of heavenly fire. Under the heavy pressure, the space around the leader was distorted, and it was shaking as if it was about to explode. Get out of here! The leader was furious. He thought he could kill Bai Fu in seconds, but he was at a disadvantage when he suddenly started fighting. Supported by the energy, his body expanded rapidly, and his skin and flesh were red, like a fire giant. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the leader swung a number of punches that Bai Fu could not count at all. The chi and psychic energy intertwined, triggering one explosion after another. The momentum was so great that ordinary natural disaster-level warriors would be annihilated if they were slightly touched. Such a terrifying single-point output ability. Is this a master-level martial artist? Bai Fu frowned slightly. She is far from the peak now. First, Hei Fu is not around, and second, she has not yet fully mobilized her psychic army. After becoming a master, the number of psychic summons she can control has increased tenfold, and the performance of the prayer card she can make has also increased significantly, but the strength she can exert now is probably just over half. If she continues to fight like this, she will definitely not be able to defeat the head of state. Each of the martial artists is a living beast, and they have a star core in their body, with terrifying endurance. At this stage, the head of state seems to be suppressed by her, but once her psychic army, Kabei, and the prayer angel are all defeated by the head of state, the situation will be reversed. It seems that I have to use that precious Zhang card to steal a skill that increases endurance. How can a person not be endurant? Bai Fu patted her chest. She no longer planned to continue fighting with the president. The test results were almost out. Her instantaneous explosive power was stronger than that of the president, who was 20 levels higher than her. However, if the two sides fought to the death, the president would have a greater chance of winning. No fear. Once she upgraded her skills and prayer cards, and completed the task of destroying the glorious army, she could go back and teach the president a lesson. However, although she had made preparations for run, Bai Fu did not run away immediately. It was a rare opportunity to beat the president, so she had to seize it quickly, since her prayer cards had already been sacrificed. Bai Fu immediately started the live broadcast, and then issued a death order to Kabei and the prayer angel. As a result, people from all over the star region had the opportunity to enjoy a big show. Kabei and the prayer angel, one on the left and one on the right, slapped the head of state in the face, like a spinning top, making the head of state spin around. The head of state's blood and chi attacked his heart, like an explosive hydrogen balloon, but he still survived. After sending Kabei back to the virtual realm, his pressure was greatly reduced, and the suppressed chi flame suddenly rushed across hundreds of miles. On the path, everything that was scratched by the energy fluctuations was blown up to the point that not even the residue could be seen. Bai Fu, you're dead. Huh? The leader was stunned. He looked around. There were no praying angels, no psychic core, no Ing Fu, and no Bai Fu in the starry sky. There was only the exploded headquarters of the glorious army. Bai Fu ran away. He ran away after pretending to be awesome. It was so fucking exciting. Ah! The leader was so angry that he punched himself. Kill, kill, kill. The problem was that there was nothing for him to kill here, only a barren galaxy belt. No! He would never swallow this breath. The head of state immediately contacted the bigwigs of the Rebirth Empire, who supported him. He realized that it would be difficult for him to kill Bai Fu alone. I need help. However, the result this time was completely unexpected. Multidimensional capital is lobbying everywhere. Even Annihilation and Chongshao have asked about this matter, and the arcane library of the Edge World and the Star Covenant seem to be on Bai Fu's side. We can't provide you with any support other than intelligence now. Bang! The president crushed the communicator with one hand. Intelligence? What use is intelligence? How could he not know that Bai Fu could be stopped in the initial gate galaxy cluster? But what's the point if he can't kill her? The president was very angry, and so were his supporters. Damn, all the investment went down the drain. With the current situation, the president can never be the master of the Taimu civilization again. This shady villain is really not trustworthy, and is even worse than the dazzling Bai Fu. But it's impossible for them to turn around and support Bai Fu now. Have some face. On the other side, after scolding someone, the leader flew towards the spaceship urgently. He knew that he had to deal with Bai Fu as soon as possible. If he delayed for too long, he might not be Bai Fu's opponent. In the current situation, he could only unite with others, but who should he unite with? Just as he was thinking, the communicator on the spaceship suddenly rang. Perhaps you need my help. Who? Rufus. The leader's pupil shrank. The president of the 10,000 Spiritual Cultivation Society, one of the 3 supreme masters in the marginal world. You want to help me deal with Bai Fu? If you are the only one, it may not be enough. Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath both support Bai Fu. Then what about the 10 Saints Society? Chapter 264. If he had not been spun around by Bai Fu, if he had not realized that his downfall was all Bai Fu's trick, even if he had lost the qualification to seize the rule of the Taimu civilization, Kay would definitely have rejected Rufus. As the master, he still had a bright future, and there was no need for him to hang out with the 10 Saints, an organization wanted by 3 cosmic civilizations at the same time. At worst, he could go far away and support the development of another civilization, and then return as a king in the future. But he couldn't be so rational now. When he thought about his current situation, what his backer had said just now, and that all this was caused by Bai Fu, he had the urge to blow everything up. If he just left his hometown like this instead of finding a way to retaliate immediately, watching Bai Fu flying higher and higher by stepping on him, he would sooner or later get angry and have problems. Or, try it out. When this thought came to his mind, Cade slowly raised his head. It's really strange. The president of the 10 Spirits Association would actually collude with an organization like the 10 Saints Association. Aren't you afraid that I will report you to the 3 cosmic civilizations? This should be a great achievement. Rufus acted very calmly. You won't. You are a person who values interests. The 10 Saints Association can give you much more than the 3 cosmic civilizations. So confident? Why do you think I am willing to cooperate with the 10 Saints Association? It seems that the secrets of the 10 Saints Association are much bigger than I thought. Rufus smiled and said, You should have heard of the name of the cosmic treasure peeping crystal ball that the 3 cosmic civilizations are very concerned about, right? Kide nodded. Decades ago, there was a conflict between the 3 cosmic civilizations, and the purpose was to fight for the peeping crystal ball. Peeping crystal ball is said to be able to simulate the best development direction of the user. Even for the super absolute, this is a treasure that can drive people crazy. Many super absolutes have not made any progress in their strength for decades since they were promoted to the super absolute level, because they no longer know how to become stronger. Super superiors, a combination of great power. Every super superior is actually unique. Other development paths can only be used as a reference, not copied, otherwise they may choose the wrong direction of evolution, resulting in the road to sublimation being blocked. Therefore, Most super superiors dare not act recklessly after encountering bottlenecks. If you can get the secret peering crystal ball, then this worry will no longer be a problem. After listening to Rufus's words, Cade's face changed. You mean, the secret peering crystal ball is in the hands of the Saint? Rufus said, the Saint was originally a partner of the Empire. The reason why he was suddenly wanted by the three major cosmic civilizations was because he stole the secret peering crystal ball that the Empire had just obtained. Isn't it because he attacked the Glorious Host? That's just the public statement. The Saint attacked Glorious to distract the Empire's attention, so that he could steal the secret seeing crystal ball. In fact, the Saint chose to become the Empire's partner in the beginning just to get the secret seeing crystal ball. Because this was too embarrassing, the Empire did not announce the real reason. Although the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries knew the truth, they didn't want the secret seeing crystal ball in the Saint's hands to be snatched away by others, so they didn't announce the truth either. Cade suddenly realized. Since the three cosmic civilizations did not disclose the truth, the Saint, the person involved, could not say anything and just made a fortune in silence. But he did not understand one thing. Why did the Saint come back at this time? Did he think that he could fight against the three cosmic civilizations under the guidance of the secret crystal ball? Not really. After all, he is a superb person, so his brain should not be so stupid. Rufus saw through Cade's thoughts at a glance, and he continued to explain. In order to escape the pursuit of the Empire, the Saint fled into the Dark Realm, where he met a cosmic civilization, the Apostle Holy City, a civilization that is no weaker than the Empire. He reached a cooperation with the Apostle Holy City, and this time he came back with the mission of the Apostle Holy City. Cade stopped talking. He was thinking whether Rufus was lying to him. If all this was true, then his joining Rufus and the 10 Saints was equivalent to joining the Holy City of Apostles. This was a cosmic civilization. With this backer, even if Baifu completely turned to the Rebirth Empire, he would have a chance for revenge. Seeing that Cade was still hesitating, Rufus said again, even if you don't cooperate with us, we will take action against Baifu. She is a good fuel, but Baifu didn't die in our hands. Even if she died, you wouldn't feel relieved, right? It's true. Cade finally made up his mind to do something big with Rufus. I take you to see the Saint now. Rufus sent the address, and Cade turned the spaceship around and headed for the depths of the starry sky. On the other side, Baifu was counting the gains of this operation on the spaceship. The glorious army had not been completely wiped out, and some remnants were trying to escape the pursuit, but this no longer affected the overall situation. She simply settled all the branches of the mission: the fall of the glorious army. In short, get the reward first. In this battle, Baifu killed 16 natural disasters of the glorious army in one go. Counting the extra rewards of Quest Branch 2, she earned a total of 1.32 billion experience points. After she was promoted to Overlord, killing natural disasters didn't give her much experience points. These billions of experience points can be used to synthesize new summoning cards and upgrade the summoning cards. As for the experience points for improving the professional level, they still have to be squeezed from the players. Players are like sponges. As long as you squeeze them hard, you won't have to worry about not being able to squeeze out experience points. Just as she was promoted to Overlord, it was time to hold a large celebration to get players to donate generously and transfer all their accumulated experience to her. Mission Branch 3, Decapitation target is to kill the Commander-in-Chief of the Glorious Army. The mission reward is 300 million experience points, a random psychic construction blueprint, red, *1 and a void dragon potion *2. Baifu poked at the blueprint. In an instant, 3 options popped up in front of her. 1. Psychic Drainer red. 2. Psychic Binding Device red. 3. Mobile Palace red. The first one is a device that automatically absorbs and stores psychic energy. Since a large number of players contribute psychic energy for free and store it in cans, Baifu does not need this. Building such an automated device is not necessarily more cost-effective than using players. The second one is a psychic weapon that can forcibly modify the target's beliefs and has many uses. The third one is just as its name suggests, a psychic palace that can be moved and even travel through the stars, which can completely replace conventional spacecraft. Baifu's eyes lingered between the second and third. After thinking about it, she still chose the mobile palace, mainly because her psychic attribute has no bonus to the mind-binding device, and she does not need to rely on forcibly modifying beliefs to increase her subordinates. If it is just for control, the effects of White Nightmare and Night Infection are much stronger. One of the great advantages of the mobile palace is that, as a means of transportation, it can be protected from the invasion of most mechanics. Baifu, who holds the virtual heart, knows how difficult it is to deal with high-level mechanics. She doesn't want her spaceship to become a remote-controlled bomb in the hands of the enemy while flying. You have obtained the new Psychic Construction Blueprint Mobile Palace. Read, then, Baifu clicked on the description of the Void Dragon Potion. This is a potion that can greatly enhance strength, agility, and physique, and there is a high chance that it can activate the talent of the Void Dragon. The disadvantage is that this potion has relatively high requirements. There is a 51.8% chance of becoming a dragon? Even with the blessing of lucky talent, Baifu dared not take medicine randomly this time. She had to find a way to get some props that could reduce the activity of dragon transformation. The destruction target of the fourth branch of the mission is to destroy the glorious army. Baifu's final contribution is 89.1%. The mission reward is 1.782 billion experience, plot exploration, the skill card of the Head of State Extreme Life Furnace, and Planet Explosion 1 each, and the special skill book Spiritual Training Method Fantasy Extreme Cold Hell. Needless to say, the skill card is a good thing, which can improve mental resistance and mental attributes. Unlike the Heart of the Apostle and the Path of the Apostle, this training method can increase the number of stacking layers by infusing experience. And not only can she use it herself, but after she has mastered it, she can also copy it for Anya, Vic, Cypress, and even players to use, because this is a skill book, not an awakening skill like the Heart of the Apostle and the Path of the Apostle. The reward for Mission 5 Shuinjin is the precious Zhanzhan card that Baifu is looking forward to the most. She had already thought about using this card to copy a skill that can increase burst and endurance, but she has not found the target yet, so she can only keep it for now. After counting the harvest of the mission, Baifu opened the game map. She planned to see where the Head of State went. If the Head of State's target is the 2 bases under her command, then she must rush back to stop the Head of State. To her surprise, the Head of State's target is neither the base of Dark Moon Tide, nor the Taimu civilization, nor the Reborn Empire. Ah, where is he going? Baifu was a little confused. Could it be that the President has another secret base, or a hidden card? She quickly activated the virtual heart that she had buried in the spaceship that the President was riding when she drew the President's gyroscope just now. In the spaceship, the President sat quietly in the cockpit to regulate his breath, without showing any abnormality. Baifu then called up the spaceship's navigation data and monitoring data. When she saw this, she was immediately shocked. Oh my god, Rufus has hooked up with the 10 Saints Society and invited the President to join? Oh my god, the Saint and the Reborn Empire actually have such a grudge. The Saint actually found a cosmic civilization in the Dark Domain? Either of these two pieces of news is very explosive. When combined, they are a good card for Baifu to get a lot of good things from the Reborn Empire. We must contact the Imperial Security Bureau immediately, and get Julian's contact information for me. At this moment, Baifu suddenly found that the lights in the cockpit of the spacecraft were all dark, and the emergency prompt of the game sounded in her ears. The virtual heart has been invaded. Oh no! Baifu's face changed drastically. If even the virtual heart couldn't hold up, the opponent must be a master-level mechanic, or even a super-level mechanic. Hurry up and start the spacecraft self-destruction program. Yulia, merge with me. Baifu quickly gave the order. Something happened. There is something unclean on Cade's spacecraft. In the edge area of the edge world, a man with a lollipop in his mouth and an unusually thin figure showed a bit of surprise on his face. Rufus, who was standing next to him, asked, "Has the news leaked?" "It has leaked, but it's not completely without remedial measures. I have reversely blocked the spaceship of the person who left the spy. All we need to do is kill all the people on the spaceship during this period." "Are you going to blow up the spaceship?" "Detonating the spaceship may not kill that person. Judging from the level of the spy, he should be a master-level mechanic." Hearing this, Rufus's face suddenly darkened. Damn, a master-level mechanic. What's the point of killing him? It's over. Soon the news of his secret cooperation with the 10 Saints will spread, and the location of the new foothold found by the 10 Saints will be exposed. It's okay for this unlucky guy Cade to be unlucky himself, but why does everyone who touches him suffer? Rufus wanted to kick Cade away. The thin man shook his head. Why are you in such a hurry? Who said I can't kill a master-level mechanic remotely? Super-level mechanics can no longer just control machines. This is a real god. World. A mechanic who masters the power of God can transcend the boundaries of machinery, flesh and blood, and spirit. As he spoke, a square box appeared in the palm of the slender man's hand. I made this good thing with the virtual invasion seeds, and the angel of grief from the holy city of apostles. Even a master-level mechanic will die if he takes this shot. He pressed lightly on the square box, and in an instant, Countless silver-white threads pierced into the portable host in front of him. After a few seconds, Rufus asked, "What's going on?" The thin man bit the lollipop and broke it into pieces. "Interesting. I saw clearly that the person who planted the hidden stake was Bai Fu. She activated the self-destruction program in time and tried to shut down the hidden stake, but the virtual channel had been established. It was too late. Her only fate was death." Although he didn't see the scene of Bai Fu being blown to death with his own eyes, he was absolutely confident in his own strength. Bai Fu? Rufus was stunned. Then his mouth twitched. He also wanted to use Bai Fu as fuel to start the Advent ritual, but Bai Fu died just like that. Never mind, there are so many people who can be used as fuel, and Bai Fu is not a shortage. Rufus said, "Although Bai Fu is dead, for safety reasons, let the saint move to another place." "Whatever you want." The thin man shrugged. "You go and communicate with him. I won't go. I don't care about this kind of lunatic." Rufus did not rush to contact the saint, but contacted Cade first. He scolded Cade, and then told Cade the news that Bai Fu was dead. "Bai Fu is dead?" Cade was stunned and lost for a moment. He accepted Rufus' invitation just to kill Bai Fu himself. "But now you say Bai Fu is dead? What a joke." Bang! Cade punched the floor. "Okay. Bai Fu is dead, then revenge those who support Bai Fu, the Arcane Library, the Star Covenant, and the Reborn Empire." Although the reaction was fast, the countless silver-white threads that suddenly flew out of the console still blew Bai Fu away. "What the hell?" Bai Fu looked at the game prompts that kept popping up in front of her with a look of shock. "You have been eroded by psychic energy. You have been impacted by virtual rewriting. You..." In an instant, damage values kept popping up above her head, dropping by thousands and thousands, dropping very fast. Even if she activated the psychic protection and the virtual health bar in time, it was still useless. The virtual health bar was empty in a short while, and she felt dizzy. All kinds of strange thoughts kept popping up in her mind. For a moment, she even wanted to cut her own neck. Bai Fu gritted her teeth. She immediately took out the ultimate life furnace that had just exploded from the head of state. "Use it!" Boom! A thunderous sound rang out from deep within her body, as if infinite energy poured into her body from all directions, and finally gathered into a ball, forming an extremely hot vortex. Bai Fu's life recovery speed increased nearly tenfold, and her health bar began to rise by tens of thousands. Under the stimulation of this strong life force, her mind temporarily calmed down. Without saying a word, she used Transform into Night, and her body temporarily transformed into an abstract existence. Then, she abandoned most of the night to resist the impact of the silver-white silk thread head-on, and used a small part of the night to quickly travel to dozens of astronomical units away. "You were..." The damage prompt continued for dozens of seconds, until the health value was 5% left. "Fortunately, I have the talent of immunity to instant death, and I also used Transform into Night to avoid the second stage of impact, otherwise I would really be in trouble this time." As a half-energy and half-physical life, the sharp drop in health did not bring too many debuffs to Bai Fu. She cursed angrily and quickly escaped into the void, starting to absorb void energy to recover. A few minutes later, when she returned, she became the lively Bai Fu again. It can't be said to be very lively. My spaceship. The quiet night was blown into pieces, and the virtual heart was also broken. Although it can be repaired, it doesn't cost money. Although I got a lot of money from the head of state, I didn't have to spend it in a short time, but this repair fee was not originally spent. Bai Fu was so angry that her hair stood up. Less profit means loss, and loss makes me feel bad. "Prince, Rufus doesn't have this ability, and the saint is not a psychic or technological school. Who the hell did it?" Bai Fu called one of the many spaceships that had been launched from the glorious army headquarters to pick her up, while continuing to monitor the movements of the prince. "Don't think that you can rest easy just because you have temporarily disabled my virtual heart. Prince, I will always spy on you. Just wait, you will not have a good result." Before the spaceship that picked her up came, Bai Fu first received a call from Ian Zhu and others. "I'm fine. I've gotten rid of the head of state, and am on my way back to Ulysses. I talk about other things when I get back." "Spaceship?" The spaceship exploded. "It's a small matter, don't worry." "Well, Rainy, we don't seem to have much friendship. Did the manager ask you to come? Did the manager contact an old friend in the Empire?" Bai Fu suddenly realized. No wonder the head of state didn't go to the Reborn Empire, but colluded with Rufus and the 10 Saints. It turned out that it was because he couldn't get support from the Reborn Empire. She quickly expressed her gratitude. "By the way, can you help me ask the administrator something?" Bai Fu suddenly thought that Yuan Yi was well informed and might know who the person who attacked her was. Bai Fu, do you have anything to ask me? Suddenly, Yuan Yi's virtual figure appeared next to Rainy. Bai Fu told Yuan Yi what she had just encountered. Silver white silk thread? From your description, the person who attacked you is likely to be the super mechanic Shadow Storm Corona. How did you provoke him? I haven't even met him. Bai Fu spread her hands, and didn't explain the situation directly. After knowing that the other party was a superclass mechanic, it was better not to say such things in the communicator. She planned to go back to Ulysses first, build the mobile palace, and then let Hei Fu accept interviews, host activities, and show up to improve her reputation, while she herself went to the Rebirth Empire to meet Julian. She certainly couldn't rely on her to fight against the 10 Saints, but if she could invite the Rebirth Empire to join, I will kill them all. Could it be that Cade has defected to Corona? If I'm not mistaken, Corona hasn't shown up for more than 10 years, and this appearance is aimed at you. Yuan Yi smiled and shook his head. Compared with these, he should be more surprised that Bai Fu survived Corona's sudden attack safely. What kind of background is this? Bai Fu, the Seeker, was originally much stronger than he imagined. The wind is going to blow. Old guys appear one after another, and even if there is no big thing, these old guys will make a big thing. Chapter 265. After finishing the conversation with Yuan Yi, Bai Fu and Hei Fu rushed towards Ulysses from 2 directions. While she was still on the road, she received a large number of interview applications, many of which came from the 3 major cosmic civilizations. After all, this matter involved the Rebirth Empire. In addition to interview applications, she also received a large number of cooperation invitations. Some invited her to guest star in their new movies, some invited her to release songs, some invited her to write autobiography, and some invited her to join the XXX Cooperation Organization. The invitations were varied, but no one invited her to shoot any underwear or stockings advertisements anymore. Although many people certainly have such thoughts, after all, her image is too good, and it fits the aesthetic point of most races, but no matter how much they think, no one really dares to invite her. Inviting a master to shoot such an advertisement is because they think they have lived too long? Good reputation plus good image is a nuclear-powered money-printing machine. Bai Fu smiled. After she digests the benefits of beating the head of state, she should not be short of money in the short term. Bai Fu accepted a large number of media interview applications, and the few that she passed were those that had previously slandered her. I still want to interview her. Her belly is not big enough to hold a boat. As for those cooperation invitations, she only agreed to some of them. There are too many, and many of them conflict with each other. She chose those that are profitable and can highlight her good image. Being an idol is very tiring, and you must always pay attention to your appearance and personality. Of course, Bai Fu enjoys this kind of tiring. On the way back to Ulysses, Bai Fu accepted interviews from various media while remotely directing Anya and others to make various large purchases to prepare for the upcoming large infrastructure plan of the Silent Garden. I learned by chance that the Führer was the mastermind behind the establishment of the Glorious Forces. Didn't I accidentally meet the assassin N2 who assassinated the Führer in the Dark Domain before? N2 was a death soldier trained by the Glorious Forces. During training, he accidentally heard the commander-in-chief of the Glorious Forces talking to a stranger. N2 told me this before he died and imitated the voice. A while ago, when I was discussing with the Führer how to deal with the Glorious Forces, I was surprised to find that the tone of some of the Führer's words was exactly the same as the voice imitated by N2, so Bai Fu shared her fabricated story with the reporter. She didn't want the outside world to think she was a scheming girl, she just wanted the outside world to think she was as simple as Fei Yi, so that she could better calculate others, so she attributed all her discoveries to chance. This statement immediately caused a sensation on the internet. Damn! It turns out that Bai Fu saw through the head of state as the mastermind because of such a coincidence. If there was no such discovery, the fate of Bai Fu and Taimu civilization. It's scary to think about it. I can only say that Bai Fu has a bit of destiny. Good people get good rewards. As for the leader Kaid, he is a piece of stinky shit. No one wants to talk about him now. Fuck. Kaid blushed when he saw this interview. No. Didn't Rufus say that Bai Fu was dead? How could she be dead? Wasn't she quite aggressive when she attacked him? Cade looked at Rufus, and Rufus looked at Shadow Storm Corona. Bai Fu is dead, you said so. You were very confident at the time, so I believed you. How do you explain it now? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Corona's eyes widened, and the lollipop slipped out of his mouth and fell on his trouser legs, making them sticky, but he didn't care about that. How could a master, and a newly promoted master block his move. This Baifu must be fake. Rufus couldn't help laughing. Are you okay? Fake? This kind of thing can be found out by just investigating it. Who has no time to fake it? In fact, he had been unhappy with Corona for a long time. The old bastard who was raised relied on his longevity to get in touch with the Apostle Holy City earlier. He likes to pretend all day long. Are you still pretending now? When the Advent ceremony succeeds, you will see what will happen to you. Corona did not care about Rufus's aggressive attitude. His attention was completely attracted by Baifu's resurrection from the dead. Even if an ordinary super absolute was hit by his move, it would be uncomfortable for a long time. He did not believe that Baifu could really withstand it. Did I kill the fake Baifu? When I attacked, someone helped Baifu block it. Corona kept replaying the scene, but he couldn't figure out what was going on, which made him anxious. Okay, since I can't kill you once, I kill you again. Corona was about to leave, but suddenly Rufus' voice rang out. Going to find Baifu at this time? Do you want to ruin the plan of the Apostle Holy City? Corona's body froze. If he went to kill Baifu at this time, and was left behind by some accident, it would be really bad. Not to mention the people of the Reborn Empire, there was an existence in the marginal world that made him extremely afraid. Yuan E. Then wait a little longer, Baifu will be killed sooner or later. Corona walked out of the room with a sullen face. What happened? Nearby, Sui Shi from the Consecrated Order looked at Corona's receding back with a puzzled look on his face. The Son of God Elon said absent-mindedly, it's probably because of Baifu. Wasn't there a rumor that Baifu was dead a while ago? But Baifu suddenly appeared in a news interview just now. Baifu. Sui Shi chewed on the name slowly. When she mentioned the name, she felt a headache unconsciously. A few years ago, when she first met Baifu, Baifu's strength had just reached the S rank. At that time, she didn't take Baifu seriously at all, thinking that Baifu was just one of the millions of mediocre people. However, time has changed. After she finally relied on external forces to advance to the natural disaster, Baifu has already risen to the master rank, and even began to shake the Star Sea, setting off a huge wave that could move Chaoju. She was completely wrong. But, actually it's okay. Sui Shi vaguely remembered that she used the Apostle to compare with Baifu. Baifu's current strength is indeed so strong that she can't compare with him, but no matter how strong Baifu is, she can't be compared with the Apostles. The strength of the Apostles is beyond imagination, and Baifu has not yet been promoted to the super absolute level. It can't be said that Baifu is the reincarnation of the Apostles, right? There is definitely no such possibility. I don't know how long it will take to complete the preparations for the Advent ceremony. Sui Shi muttered. Speaking of the Advent ceremony, Elon suddenly perked up. It won't be long. The civil war of the Taimu civilization has provided us with a lot of soul fireworks. As long as there are a few more large-scale battles, or a few more bloody massacres, we can gather the fuel to ignite the pillar of the true spirit. This process will only take 2 or 3 years at most. By then, the will of the Apostle has come to this world, and the followers of the Apostle will gain endless power, and the whole world will change dramatically. Chaos. Chaos is the ladder of their progress. It took Baifu 10 days to return to Ulysses. Before she came back, the construction teams and designers brought by the Origin Consortium had already started to build the 3rd and 4th bases of Dark Moon Tide. At this time, Ulysses was full of people. There were players who came back from other places in advance, representatives sent by various civilizations around, and various people who came to carry out in-depth cooperation. Electronic banners were everywhere in the sky. Congratulations to Saint Baifu, the first-level partner of the Star Network community, for her promotion to the Master. Congratulations. When Baifu first saw these banners, her mouth twitched. Why did she feel like she had passed the provincial college entrance examination? Among the crowd, Baifu unexpectedly found Julian and people from multidimensional capital. This was good. She saved the time of running to the Rebirth Empire. Baifu smiled and walked out of the spaceship. When her feet stepped on the ground, there was a thunderous cheering around her, and various celebratory cannons rushed into the sky one after another. The birth of a master is not too much to celebrate. You should know that even a cosmic civilization like the Rebirth Empire has only about 30 masters and supermasters under its direct jurisdiction. Although Baifu has just been promoted to a master, she has great hope of becoming a supermaster based on her talent in the past. Baifu asked Hei Fu, Ying Fu and Hei Wang to host the celebration, so as to make the players feel like they are in heaven. She herself pulled Julian and the representatives of multidimensional capital into a room where the signal was sealed with psychic energy. So cautious? Julian was a little surprised. He came to congratulate Bai Fu on behalf of the Security Bureau, and told Bai Fu that the Security Bureau had helped prevent the head of state from using the power of the Rebirth Empire to retaliate against her. You have to be cautious. Bai Fu's side, I was attacked by Shadow Storm Corona on the way back. Shadow Storm, the super mechanic? Julian and the representative of multidimensional capital changed their faces at the same time. How did Bai Fu provoke this lunatic again? Immediately, they felt the same as Yuan Yi. Oh my god, you survived after being attacked by Corona. What kind of dark domain Superman is this? Bai Fu's strength seems to be much stronger than they imagined. They must report this matter quickly to further increase the importance of Bai Fu. Bai Fu said, I brought you here to prevent Corona from eavesdropping. The reason why Corona attacked me at that time was because I heard some news that was enough to shake the entire marginal world. She told him everything about how Cade was invited by Rufus to cooperate with the 10 Saints, and the relationship between the 10 Saints and the Apostle Holy City. At first, Julian and the representatives of multidimensional capital suspected that Bai Fu was talking nonsense, but when the term secret crystal ball came up, they immediately believed it. This is a secret that the Reborn Empire has never made public. Julian was only able to find out the truth in glory after his recent promotion. I must report this matter immediately. Rufus's collusion with the 10 Saints is shocking enough, but I didn't expect that there is a cosmic civilization hidden in the dark domain. Don't worry. Bai Fu hurriedly called Julian. I have another important piece of information. I left a little thing on Cade. Even Chaoju can't find any abnormality. With this little thing, I can locate Cade at any time. In other words, can you find a new place of the 10 Saints through Cade? Yes. After getting Bai Fu's affirmative answer, Julian's pupil shook. He never expected that this trip to Ulysses would yield such a great harvest. If it is done properly, the Empire might have a chance to directly snatch the secret crystal ball back from the Saint. Even if it is not possible to snatch the secret crystal ball back, knowing the Saint's plan can avoid a lot of losses. At this time, in Julian's eyes, Bai Fu is no longer just Bai Fu, but a super-promoted assistant. Last time Bai Fu found the foothold of the 10 Saints, it could be said to be luck. Now it happens again. It is not just luck that can explain it. Julian took a deep breath and secretly made up his mind. He had decided to hold on to Bai Fu's thigh. He quickly got into the state. What does Saint Bai Fu plan to exchange this time? As he spoke, he summoned a virtual screen and began to record what Bai Fu needed. Bai Fu? ? Good fellow, you are in a hurry to send me something before I even open my mouth? Then I won't be polite. Bai Fu's first request was to give Yulia, Anya, Vic and others, especially the materials needed for the upgrade of Cyprus. Before being attacked, Cyprus had the strength of a master. If she can be helped to recover, the Silent Court camp will be awesome. In addition to these things, Bai Fu also asked for props that can reduce the activity of dragon transformation, psychic knowledge or application skills, skills that can increase burst endurance, skills that can increase tankiness or life recovery speed, A-level and above supernatural power illustrations, psychic construction blueprints or super rare quality prayer card blueprints, etc. She listed everything she had. Anyway, we will have to bargain when the time comes, so I won't list all of them. The Reborn Empire thought she had a small appetite, but she is a glutton that is hard to feed even with the combined efforts of millions of players. Julian remained calm, thinking about how to satisfy Bai Fu's requirements as much as possible without harming the interests of the Empire, and win over Bai Fu. While he was thinking, the representative of multidimensional capital suddenly said, you don't have to ask the Empire for psychic things. I came here this time to invite Saint Bai Fu to the Empire. Ms. Whitney wants to meet you. If you are interested, she can recommend you to join the Virtual Realm Research Association. The Virtual Realm Research Society, isn't this an organization formed by a group of psychic praying masters who have the deepest knowledge of psychic energy in the Empire? Bai Fu's eyes suddenly lit up. If she could join this organization, it would definitely be very beneficial for her to improve her combat effectiveness. But this matter has to be postponed for a while. The most urgent task is to exploit the players and cooperate with the Rebirth Empire to severely punish Kaid and Corona who want to kill her. The 10 Saint Society has a main task. Before, her strength was low and she had no ability to directly intervene in this main task, but now the situation is a little different. The representative of multidimensional capital expressed his understanding. After a brief exchange with Julian, the two quickly left Ulysses. Hey, are you leaving? The leaders of nearby civilizations who rushed over after hearing the news felt deeply regretful. They also wanted to take this opportunity to show their faces in front of the cosmic civilization. That's all. It's not bad to show your face in front of Baifu. Although the cosmic civilization is good, it can't be better than Baifu, whose base camp is built near them, and who is honest, loyal, and upright. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Baifu worked at full capacity, squeezing the players 24 hours a day. This time, she gave out a lot of good stuff in one go, such as various potions and props that increase attributes, which she had snatched from the base camp of the glorious army. I have done this much. Will you give me experience or not? Players have been in the game for a long time, and have never seen such a scene. In the past, they did tasks until they were bald in order to increase their attributes, but now, they only need to spend experience to buy potions and props in special stores. Hand in, can't we hand in all of them? The players quickly handed over all of their accumulated experience to Baifu, and Baifu enjoyed it to her heart's content. The players from other camps were so excited, the benefits of the silent courtyard were too good, right? With sufficient experience supply, Baifu had the confidence to gamble on cards. She spent a few days updating all of her prayer card illustrations, and most of the main prayer cards were upgraded to red quality. When she gambled for the upgrade blueprint of Eye of Sorrow, her luck exploded, and she got a super rare color quality Eye of Sorrow. It's settled, it's settled. Baifu was overjoyed. It was worth the 2 billion experience points she spent to get all the prayer cards. She had already decided to use the true name on the Eye of Sorrow next time, since she had arranged for Vic and the Black King to expand the prayer card production factory on the way back to Ulysses. She only took less than 5 days to complete the full upgrade of her legion after the card gambling. As for the mobile palace, it was a little troublesome to build, so she had to wait a little longer. Baifu now has 10 legions, each of which has about 100,000 true spirit summoners. With the colorful Eye of Sorrow, the combat power of these 10 legions is no weaker than that of ordinary overlords. It has to be a psychic prayer master. Baifu excitedly summoned all the high-level people in the Court of Silence. She had only one topic to talk about: expansion of power. The influence of the natural disaster level Baifu and the overlord level Baifu is incomparable. Before, if she wanted to expand her business to other galaxy clusters, she had to rely on instructing NPCs to upgrade in exchange for benefits, but now it is much simpler. Open the door, fair trade. Don't worry, Baifu doesn't need to pay taxes when she comes. At this time, Baifu's good reputation is very important. Not many people think that she comes with other impure purposes besides making money. Of course, in addition to expansion, Baifu still plays the banner of being able to guide NPC upgrades. This banner is very useful, and can bring her huge benefits with very low input. More importantly, if her ability is recognized by the public, she will be equivalent to a humanoid peeping secret crystal ball. A secret peering crystal ball can cause 3 cosmic civilizations to fight each other. How much benefit can she get by relying on similar abilities? For things like planning, you must do it as early as possible. At this stage, Baifu is not afraid that players will steal her business. After all, the players are too low level, and can't see through the panels of high-level NPCs, let alone instruct NPCs. At most, they can help the Lord of the Oath by talking about which move has higher output, and which move has lower output. After collecting vegetables on Ulysses for half a month, Baifu finally received news from the Reborn Empire. This time, the Reborn Empire dispatched 4 Super Absolutes and 8 Overlords at once, with an extremely luxurious lineup. After receiving the rendezvous coordinates sent by the Reborn Empire, she also received a new main quest prompt. You triggered the hidden main quest, The Saints Conspiracy. Old guys, it's time to get the gold coins. Baifu was full of fighting spirit. Chapter 266. The Saints Conspiracy. The mission objective is to destroy the new foothold of the 10 Saints. In addition to this main objective, there is also a hidden objective, which requires killing the Saint. The mission reward for the main objective is experience plus Sacrificial Scepter Blueprint, and the reward for the hidden objective is unknown. It's unknown. Baifu is not so arrogant that she can kill the Saint with her current strength. She doesn't know how high the Saint's real level is, but those who can attack in the Empire and then escape successfully are definitely not just 2 brushes, but more than 2,000 brushes. The Sacrificial Scepter is a colorful psychic construct that can evolve. As long as resources are invested, it may be able to be piled up into a cosmic treasure. After reading the blueprint of the Sacrificial Scepter, Baifu's eyes lit up. She had never come into contact with a cosmic treasure, but from the attitude of the 3 major cosmic civilizations towards cosmic treasures, it can be seen how powerful this type of equipment is. The rewards that these old things explode are extraordinary. Go, go, go! After making an appointment with the Reborn Empire, Baifu took Yulia and Ingfu and set off. She left Heifu in Elises to avoid any unexpected accidents. Since the mobile palace had not been built yet, she took an ordinary spaceship this time. However, she was not worried about encountering any accidents. There were superclass mechanics in the Ten Saints Association and in the Empire. Chong Xiao, a superclass, second class, mechanic who was as famous as Annihilation, was another pillar of the Empire. Although he was better at large-scale mechanical operations, it was not difficult to prevent Corona from invading Baifu's spaceship or the various bases of Dark Moon Tide from the virtual network. A few days later, Ray Transit Station. Baifu saw the expeditionary force sent by the Empire. This expeditionary force is not large, with only 10,000 warships in total, but it can definitely be said to be the elite among the elite. Among the 4 super absolutes, 2 are super absolutes too, and the 8 masters are also good at fighting, and have made many military achievements in dark domain exploration and dealing with the enemies of the Empire. If it weren't for the sudden incident, the Empire would definitely have called more than these people this time. Julian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Annihilation and Chong Xiao who were talking. After all, the Empire directly manages about 30 supernaturals and overlords. However, although the number of people sent is not large, the Empire still supplemented them from other places. Did you see it? Julian pointed. The light blue cube floating in the palm of Annihilation's hand is called the Dimensional Cube. It is a cosmic treasure made by the god craftsman. It has the ability to separate a piece of space and randomly put it into a certain dimension. If people trapped in the space wander around, they are likely to get lost in the dimension. This is a magic weapon to catch people. Baifu nodded. Even the universe treasure was sacrificed. It seems that the Empire is determined to win this time. That makes sense. If this operation fails, the 10 Saints will definitely be more cautious, and the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries will definitely not sit still and join the competition. For the Empire, this may be the best chance to take back the secret sphere. No wonder she made such an outrageous request, and the Empire finally agreed to more than half of it. A cosmic civilization is arrogant. As long as she can successfully complete this mission, her strength will increase again, and then she will be able to firmly hold the position of the Master. While Baifu and Julian were talking, the Masters and Super Masters of the Empire came over one by one, and they all wanted to meet Baifu. As the top combat force of the Empire, they did not think highly of Baifu's strength. As for her appearance and figure, it would be easy for them to find a few people of the opposite sex, or the same sex, who were not inferior to Baifu in their eyes in the vast universe. The reason they wanted to meet Baifu was mainly because they were wondering how Baifu had been able to find out the whereabouts of the 10 Saints. How about a deal? The Empire is very interested in the method you use to avoid the 10 Saints' detection and track down Kind. If you are willing to hand over this method, the Empire can negotiate with the Holy Light Clan and allow you to enter the Holy Light Corridor of the Holy Light Clan. As soon as they met, the big man who was as square as Optimus Prime proposed a further transaction. The Holy Light Clan is the race with the highest affinity for psychic energy in the explored universe. The Holy Light Corridor records a special method of training the true spirit, and also has a complete set of transformation laboratories. When Baifu first cooperated with the Empire, she hoped to obtain the psychic talents of the Holy Light Clan and implant them into her genome, but was directly rejected. Now the opportunity is in front of her again, and she is very envious. But she has no choice. She relies on the location card rewarded by the mission to track Cade. She has no idea how this thing works, and after the location card is bound, only she can use it. So she could only refuse with a tangled look on her face. What Baifu didn't expect was that her refusal actually raised her status in Yami's heart. Just as I thought, her method was either very costly or contained a very big secret, so that although she was very tempted by the huge benefits, she still refused. Yami contacted Chong Xiao secretly. Chong Xiao remained calm. This ability is very valuable whether it is used to deal with the 10 Saints or other people. Since we can't master this method, then we should find a way to master her. Now the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries don't know that she has such ability. We still have time to win her over. She has many secrets, not only this method, but also those undead. Didn't the medical department find anything useful in its research on undead? It's strange because they didn't find anything useful. Their undead ability is really too strange. Glorious Analysis says that this is probably the effect of some unknown cosmic treasure. Judging from the relationship between Baifu and those undead, even if she doesn't master that cosmic treasure, she probably knows what it is. Annihilation deeply agrees. But to win over Baifu, it is not enough to rely on benefits alone. Baifu is upright, and does not look like someone who can be moved by money. Let's try it first. When dealing with people, cosmic civilizations always like to use courtesy before force. After all, they are a civilization first, not a large criminal organization. There is no order without rules. If they take advantage of something, those forces and individuals who have reached cooperation with them will fall into panic and turn to the other two cosmic civilizations to deal with them. Bai Fu met the group of people sent by the Empire one by one, remembered their faces and names, and then attended the pre-war meeting. The Empire invited her to be a radar this time, so she was just a spectator at the meeting. After some discussion, everyone unanimously decided to let her stand next to Chong Xiao. One of them pointed out the enemy's position, and the other controlled the mechanical army to suppress it. Haha, I've been annoyed with that saint for a long time. I let him run away last time, and this time I must skin him alive. Don't brag. You can beat 5 saints. Don't forget how badly you were beaten in the glorious incident. That doesn't count. I didn't expect that bastard to have so many tricks. I have made targeted improvements in recent years. I will beat him to pieces if I meet him again. Heh. Amid the noise, the Empire's expeditionary force headed straight for the landing point pointed out by Bai Fu. With the help of Chong Xiao, the fleet moved incredibly fast. It took only 1 day to get from the gathering point to the periphery of the landing point. Standing on the Empire's planet-class mothership, looking at the artificial planet outside that is a little smaller than the planet-class mothership, Bai Fu fell into deep thought. She thought she was already very rich, but compared with these big forces. Fortunately, she is still young. Fortunately, there are still a large number of players waiting for her to mine outside. Captain Dmitri, all troops are ready to attack, just waiting for your order. Dmitri is the name of annihilation, and the commander of the Legion is his position. He is not only a senator of the Senate, but also the commander of the Legion. He usually sits in a star area and has a very high prestige. Dmitri said calmly, "Let's get started." To deal with a terrorist organization like the 10 Saints that is identified by the 3 major cosmic civilizations, there is no need to worry about anything, just attack. With Dmitri's order, in an instant, 10,000 warships and millions of elite Imperial soldiers all charged towards the artificial planet in front. The long light cannon tore through the starry sea, and the heavy Star Destroyer cannon shone in the deep space. The huge movement here immediately attracted the attention of the 10 Saints. What's going on? The saint wearing a large white hood stood up, and the iconic tentacles sticking out from under the hood trembled slightly, highlighting the uneasiness in his heart. Soon, news came that the Empire had launched an attack. The saint was dumbfounded. No, it was a fuss. He came back from the Dark Realm with great ambitions, but before he could show his ambitions, he was hit twice in succession. Who should he go to for justice? After his foothold was accidentally exposed a while ago and was hit by the Empire, the saint specially sent an application to the Apostle Holy City, requesting Corona, a mechanic, to help. Corona's technical level is completely trustworthy. He carefully checked the entire planet and found no abnormalities. At the same time, the saint himself also conducted multiple rounds of tests on each of his subordinates to ensure that everyone was fine. The equipment was fine, and the people were fine. So why did the Empire come to the door again? Oh no, there are actually 2 people who have not been strictly checked. One is the newcomer Cade, and the other is himself. From this point of view, the probability of the problem is Cade, and you can't say that he is the traitor, right? It doesn't make sense. In fact, the saint vaguely felt that there might be something wrong with him, otherwise how did his whereabouts get leaked the first time? However, he couldn't admit it. And now was not the time to admit it. The Empire's second attack must be much more prepared than the first time. Although he also had Corona and Rufus on his side, it was still unknown who would win. Call everyone. At the call of the saint, everyone on the artificial planet took action. The 3 supers exerted their strength at the same time, and the momentum was so great that it could be called the end of the world. Dmitri suddenly opened his eyes. The saint is really here. Corona and Rufus are also here. Today is the perfect time to catch them all. It is very difficult to kill the supers. Each of them is tough and has many ways to save their lives. But with Chong Xiao and the alien cube to support him, he is full of confidence. Activate the alien cube. Chong Xiao opened his right hand, and the alien cube flew out of the space box in his palm and spun around, emitting a soft light blue light. The cube is good in every way, except that it takes a long time to start. But this operation was planned more than half a month ago, so in this surprise attack, this shortcoming is not a shortcoming at all. Chong Xiao had already put the cube into the warm-up state, and he would start immediately after confirming the location of the saint and others. A light blue light shot out from the cube, jumping in space, and almost in the blink of an eye it enveloped the saint and Corona's heads. Oh no! The saint's heart was alarmed. But it was too late to escape now. The 2 super sages of the Empire and 6 masters surrounded him and Corona. No matter which direction he rushed, he could not rush out for a while. The light ball spread rapidly and finally swallowed up the saint and Corona. Rufus stood in the distance and saw that the situation was not good. He ran away quickly and luckily escaped. But how could the Empire let him go so easily? "Cho, shall you stop Rufus? I will go to help the Sword Emperor and others." Dimitri called out and took the initiative to rush into the spreading alien cube-like group. Cho Shao did not say much, and directly controlled a large number of mechanical troops to kill Rufus. The mechanical troops of the super-level mechanics were not only large in scale, but also had a divine nature. Cho Shao stood there, just like the god of all machines, injecting mechanical souls into billions of machines, allowing the machines to explode, and explode again like ordinary superpowered people. Under the siege of this level of mechanical troops, Rufus was very frustrated even if he had thousands of tricks. Unless he can turn Chongxiao's army into ashes, Chongxiao can always rebuild a new mechanical army from the rubble. The starry sky has become a vast underworld for Chongxiao to summon the mechanical army. This level of battle is not something I can intervene in now. Bai Fu's face darkened slightly, knowing that she must not get carried away just because she has been promoted to the master. She quietly observed, looking for an opportunity, and planned to put a positioning card on Rufus or the saint who might escape, Corona. Time passed so slowly. Under the attack of the Imperial Legion, the artificial planet was about to be crushed. At the same time, facing the siege of many people, the saint was also struggling to hold on. At the critical moment, Rufus finally received a reply from the Apostle Holy City. Use the Pillar of the True Spirit. Rufus was furious. He had hoped that the Apostle Holy City would send people to support him, but it seemed that they would not be able to arrive in a short time. In this case, if he wanted to save himself, he could only use the power of the Pillar of the True Spirit. However, to use the Pillar of the True Spirit, they need fuel, which they intend to use for the Advent ceremony. If they use it up this time, they don't know how much effort they will have to spend to collect enough next time. What a sin! Rufus was so angry that he didn't know where to vent his anger. He could only immediately command his confidants and Elon, Sui Shi and others to use the Pillar of the True Spirit. Use the Pillar of the True Spirit, so suddenly, but the fuel we have collected now is not enough to start the Advent ceremony. Sui Shi was stunned when she received the news. Rufus's confidant said hurriedly, "The situation is urgent. I don't have time to explain it to you slowly. You just need to do what I say. Otherwise, if something happens to Mr. Rufus, you won't be able to get away with it." Sui Shi hesitated to speak, but finally followed him obediently. The consecration cult was originally a small rural force that was not even at the level of a natural disaster. Since she got in touch with Rufus, she had no say. All she could do was follow Rufus's command and believe that the apostles who came down could really change the world completely. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the heels hitting the ground was like the heartbeat of Rufus's confidant, rapid and harsh. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Under the urging, Sui Shi, the main priest and assistant priest of the True Spirit Pillar, finally completed the activation ceremony of the True Spirit Pillar. The fuel in the fuel pool was quickly sucked into the True Spirit Pillar, and gradually, a small vortex appeared above the True Spirit Pillar. Bai Fu, I suddenly felt an inexplicable call. At this moment, Yulia's voice rang in Bai Fu's mind. Then, the game prompt sounded. You triggered the hidden task repair the True Spirit's remains. Bai Fu quickly looked through the task introduction. The introduction mentioned that the virtual world had suffered a catastrophe, and Apostle number 3 was the first to bear the brunt. After the catastrophe, Apostle number 3 disappeared, leaving only the remains, and the Pillar of the True Spirit was part of this remains, and it was the largest part. The task goal was to complete the True Spirit's remains. There were 3 fragments in total, and there were 2 more after removing the Pillar of the True Spirit. There are rewards for collecting each fragment, and after collecting them all, there are special titles plus plot exploration points. Why are all the tasks I trigger repair tasks? It's like completing the supernatural power evolution tree map, helping Cyprus to restore her strength. And now there is another task to complete the True Spirit remains. Am I a tinker? Bai Fu curled her lips and looked at the rewards for the current round of this completion task. The task reward is very ordinary, just 10 million experience. It seems that collecting this fragment does not require much effort at all, and it is easier than killing a natural disaster level. In that case, let's go. If we miss this opportunity, we may not be able to find it again. The Pillar of the True Spirit is already very powerful, and the complete True Spirit relic must be even more powerful. Yulia, let's go and take a look. Yulia agreed. Bai Fu quietly came to her room on the planet-class mothership. Then, Yulia accepted the call and took her with her. Look at the map. This is the artificial planet occupied by the 10 saints. Did the fragments fall into the hands of the 10 saints? Bai Fu looked around, and the first thing that caught her eye was a familiar face full of shock. Bai Fu? Sui Shi's eyes almost popped out. Why did she summon Bai Fu when she used the Pillar of the True Spirit? Chapter 267. Sui Shi was not the only one who was dumbfounded by Bai Fu's sudden appearance. Aaron, the deacon, was also stunned at first glance. As for Qi-Sen, Rufus's confidant, he was a little slower in reaction. It's not that his reaction speed is not as good as Sui Shi and Elon, who are not as strong as him. It's mainly because he has not been with Bai Fu like Sui Shi and Elon, so he spent a little more time to confirm Bai Fu's identity. Just a little bit. Although he has not been with Bai Fu, he has seen Bai Fu's face a lot recently. To be precise, who in the marginal world, who has access to the internet has not seen Bai Fu recently? Even people who don't like to watch the news will experience Bai Fu's advertising bombardment every day. Snacks, daily necessities, clothing, and even weapons and equipment. Except for some products that will have a negative impact on the image or make people pay more attention to say, Bai Fu can be seen in basically all kinds of advertisements. Therefore, Ji-Sen remembered Bai Fu's appearance. Therefore, Ji-Sen fell into panic, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Bai Fu is not only the master, but also the master who can beat Cade without temper. Qi-Sen actually looked down on people like Cade. He dared not be a villain openly, which was embarrassing, but he had to admit that Cade was very powerful. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he was not as good as one finger of Cade. Now, Bai Fu, who could fight Cade on equal terms, appeared. Wan La. At this critical moment, when activating the True Spirit Pillar to sense the call of the Apostle Holy City and escape from the encirclement, Bai Fu suddenly rushed out. This situation is fucking terrible. Qi-Sen didn't know whether the escape route had been opened. But even if Lord Rufus, the Saint, Corona and others took the opportunity to escape, it had nothing to do with him. He didn't think he could escape from Bai Fu's encirclement. What a sin! The place where he was standing was obviously the safest place. Why did Bai Fu suddenly come to kill him? And she killed him with the light of the Pillar of the True Spirit. Hey, wait! Qi-Sen suddenly found a problem. Bai Fu, the Pillar of the True Spirit, ritual, induction, summoning, transmission, suddenly appeared. When he put these words together, he came to the conclusion that Bai Fu was summoned by the induction of the True Spirit Pillar ceremony hosted by Sui Shi and Elon. To be honest, this guess is outrageous. But if this outrageous guess is the truth, then it means that Bai Fu is likely to have come from the Void Realm, because they seized the True Spirit Pillar for this purpose. You. Are you an apostle, or an apostle servant? When Ji-Sen thought of this, Sui Shi and Elon, who had a deeper bond with the True Spirit Pillar, also thought of it, and their reactions were much greater than Ji-Sen's. So far, everything they, or the Holy Order, have done, including secretly joining Frank and the Wanling Society behind Frank, fighting with the Secret Tower, and backstabbing Bai Fu, is all for the purpose of summoning the apostles. As a result, a terrible fact is now in front of them. You want to summon the apostles. The Bai Fu who once worked with you, helped you a lot, and was backstabbed by you in the end is the apostle. This is even more tricky than soap tricking people. Sui Shi felt dizzy, and almost fell to the ground because of a natural disaster level. Although Bai Fu had not answered yet, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that this possibility was very high. Because there were too many suspicious points about Bai Fu. First, no one knew Bai Fu's true origins. Even the undead, who were closest to her, did not know her experience before she appeared in the abandoned cooling plant. Sui Shi did not believe that Bai Fu was really just an ordinary person born in the wasteland. Second, Bai Fu never said that she was looking for the Pillar of the True Spirit, but since she appeared in the Sea Lion Galaxy, her adventure seemed to be connected with the Pillar of the True Spirit. Third, Bai Fu's kindness and justice are too dazzling, and many people once thought she was acting. Sui Shi also thought so, but now looking back, this character is not strange at all. Okay, an apostle should be like this. Fourth, Bai Fu's talent and psychic power is too strong. Looking at it is simply not a human. Sui Shi looked through the life stories of those superpowered people with extremely high attainments and psychic power, and found that no one was promoted as fast as Bai Fu at her age, and had a wider knowledge base than Bai Fu. Even those who were born in advanced civilizations, and received key training from civilizations were not as good as Bai Fu. This is so unusual. Many people actually notice this. But because everyone has different experiences, Everyone has different guesses. For example, Yuan Yi speculated that Bai Fu was a seeker from this point, and the Reborn Empire speculated that Bai Fu might have a cosmic treasure from this point. Sui she didn't know the existence of seekers, and didn't think of cosmic treasures at first, so she naturally thought that because Bai Fu is a reincarnated apostle or apostle servant, she is so powerful. Tick 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 tick. Sui drops fell on the ground, making a clear sound. In fact, it was not only Sui she and others who were surprised. Bai Fu, who was surrounded by the crowd, was also a little stunned. How could it be Sui she and others who summoned her and Yulia? This doubt continued until she saw the fake column that Frank had snatched from her. Activated True Spirit Relic Fragment, filled, that's exactly right. No wonder the fake column made by the secret tower had not been discovered by Frank and Rufus. She thought it was very strange at the time. She once thought that the secret tower's ability to forge was too strong. It turned out that this thing was a half-real and half-fake product. As a small fragment of the True Spirit's remains, this fake pillar does not possess most of the True Spirit's abilities. But people who have never touched the True Spirit's remains will not find anything abnormal, even if they examine it. At this moment, Bai Fu understood everything. Suishi and Elon activated this fragment just now. It is not clear whether it was to summon an apostle, or for something else. In short, they activated the fragment, allowing Yulia, the main body of the True Spirit's remains, to sense the existence of this fragment. Then, Yulia and I flashed over, scaring Suishi and Elon. They subconsciously asked, "Are you an apostle, or an apostle servant?" Oh, things are getting interesting. Bai Fu couldn't help laughing. She didn't forget that Sui she had the protagonist's exclusive luck buff. She was wondering where Sui she's main storyline was before, but now it seems to be on the line of Rufus, the 10 Saints, and the Holy City of Apostles. Apostle servant, right? No problem. My last profession was Apostle Walker, and this profession is called Apostle of Truth. I'm not lying when I say I'm an apostle. Bai Fu immediately entered the movie queen mode. She looked at Suishi and Elon with interest. What do you think? Suishi, Elon, Since you have replied like this, what else can we do except to think that we are right? Jason was sweating profusely. It seems that now is the only time to escape. He quietly retreated to the door, but just after a few steps back, suddenly, an extremely terrifying force field fell on him. At the same time, he felt that he had fallen into endless darkness, unable to tell east, south, west, north, and north. His 5 senses were instantly deprived, and he only felt a sense of nothingness. So, everyone hates psychic praying masters, and those birdmen with special powers. When dealing with such birdmen, they are often caught before they know what is happening. Kasim wanted to open his mouth and scream, but he could no longer control his body. He didn't even know what kind of torture he was suffering. It was like opening a death-blind box. It was so despairing. I don't know how long it took, but at some point, Kasim found that his body had finally returned. He subconsciously wanted to look down, and then, he was shocked to find that he had no neck and no head. During the time when his senses were completely deprived, his body was pressed into a round ball by the force field, which was very tight, small, round, and cute. Even a timid child would not be afraid when seeing it. Well, except for himself. Ah! Kison's soul screamed miserably. The scream did not last long, because he soon stepped into death. Very good and powerful, Bai Fu looked at her hand with satisfaction. After being promoted to the master, the strength of her dark force field has been qualitatively improved. It is simply terrifyingly strong. She turned her eyes back to Suishi and Elon. After seeing her kill Kisen, the reactions of these two people were very interesting. Suishi was not afraid, but there was a dazzling light in his eyes, while Elon felt a strong fear like a normal person, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Bai Fu snickered, "Yes, I am indeed an apostle." Admit it, really admit it. At this moment, Bai Fu received several prompts. Half of it was because Suishi's favorability towards her sword, directly from the original 20+ to 90, and the favorability rating changed from indie to faith. Half of it was because Elon's favorability towards her plummeted, directly from the original negative several to negative 60+, and the favorability rating changed from rejection to wishing to die soon. Is the difference so big? Bai Fu thought about it. One of the reasons why Elon's favorability towards her dropped so much might be that he had mocked her at the secret tower headquarters and called Frank to deal with her. If she had not been promoted to the natural disaster level at that time, and he was helping her, she would have been killed by Frank. As for whether Elon wanted her to die sooner or not, she was not Elon. How could she know? In fact, there was a reason. For Elon, who hoped that the apostle would come and then become an apostle servant to rise in the chaotic new world. Bai Fu was the apostle, which was simply terrible. It was equivalent to directly destroying all his hopes. He wanted Bai Fu to die quickly, and then summon a new apostle. Of course, he did not dare to show this idea. He tried his best to control his fear, and wanted to behave like Sui Shi. Respected Apostle Pavilion. Bai Fu waved her hand and interrupted Elon. Okay, considering that we had a pleasant cooperation before, I will let you die as easily as that person just now. Elon's face changed drastically. Considering that we had a pleasant cooperation, you still want to kill me so cruelly? He was about to curse something, but his 5 senses were taken away from him. Even Kisen couldn't stand the suppression of the force field, so he died more quickly. Boom. The Elon ball fell to the ground like the Kisen ball. Suishi's face froze. Kill Kisen first, then Elon. Is she the next one? She was not afraid of death, but she thought it was funny to die like this. She had been chasing the apostles all her life, but the real apostles appeared beside her, and she didn't know it at all. It was funny to live and die. Suishi saw Bai Fu walking towards her. She didn't move, and stretched her neck to be killed. To her surprise, Bai Fu stopped in front of her and didn't attack her. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are different from them. They just want to use my power. Only you believe in me sincerely. Suishi widened his eyes, not knowing what to say. Bai Fu said, Are you complaining in your heart that I never told you that I was an apostle? No, I didn't. I would never have such an idea. I am your most loyal believer, the apostle. I only have praise for you. Suishi explained hurriedly. Bai Fu said, Don't panic. I just said it casually. I didn't mean to hide it from you. In fact, I only found out that I was an apostle recently. That's not right. After all, her previous profession was not called the Apostle of Truth. But when Suishi heard this, it had another meaning. He understood. The apostle had lost his memory before, and only recovered his original memory after he was promoted to the Lord. This could explain why the apostle did not take back the true spirit pillar in her hand. When Suishi was imagining, Bai Fu's expression suddenly became serious. I am collecting the fragments of the true spirit relics. Only by completing the true spirit relics can I fully master the power of the apostles. The true spirit pillar in your hand is one of the fragments. In addition to this fragment, do you have any other clues? When talking about business, Suishi's expression also became serious. Mr. Apostle, how many pieces of the true spirit relics are there? Bai Fu said, 3 pieces. 3 pieces? Suishi thought, in addition to this piece, I guess the Apostle Holy City has at least 1 piece. The Apostle Holy City is. Just as she was about to explain, Bai Fu said, I know the Apostle Holy City, just get to the point. That's right. Suishi smiled shyly. How could the apostle, who appeared here, not even know the Apostle Holy City? She repeated Rufus's order. Rufus asked Elon and I to use this true spirit pillar to communicate with the Apostle Holy City, so as to open a temporary passage to the Apostle Holy City for escape. I thought that since the Apostle Holy City could respond to the communication of the true spirit pillar, would the Apostle Holy City have 1 or 2 fragments? Bai Fu nodded. It made sense. But things might not be that simple, otherwise why didn't the Apostle Holy City use the fragment in its hands to make trouble, but had to wait for the Saint and Rufus to get a new fragment before making trouble? Either the fragment in the hands of the Apostle Holy City is not good enough, or the cooperation between the Saint and the Apostle Holy City is for their own reasons. In any case, Suishi helped her point the way. If the last fragment is really in the hands of the Apostle Holy City, then there is no need to bother looking for it. The only question is how to get it. Suishi volunteered. Sir Apostle, if the Apostle Holy City really has another fragment, I may have a way to help you get it. Bai Fu asked, What's the solution? Suishi said, I was able to come all the way here and even be valued by the Saint and Rufus because I have a special physique that can serve as the ritual base of the fragment. With this special ability, I should have a chance to get close to the fragment of the Apostle Holy City. Once I touch that fragment, I can summon you, the Apostle, to come and take it away. Bai Fu's eyes lit up. Considering Suishi's strong luck buff, she felt that Suishi could really do this. And the benefits that Suishi can bring to her are not only this, but also the specific location of the Apostle Holy City on the map. This is super important information. Selling this information to any of the 3 major cosmic civilizations is enough for her to earn a huge reward. From this point of view, Suishi is a super hot commodity, and she must be firmly grasped in the palm of her hand. Bai Fu's eyes turned slightly. This is very dangerous. I don't want to put my loyal believers in danger. Suishi felt warm in his heart. This is the apostle. She had never treated the apostle well before, but the apostle still showed the same broad tolerance as her own heart. In order to help you regain your strength, I am not afraid of danger. Apostle, let me go. Burning in the flames is an eternal honor for me. Aaron and that man are dead. If you go back now, you may be suspected. I will just say that they were killed by the attackers before entering the temporarily open passage. Will the apostle holy city and the 10 saints check your memory? My soul is bound to the pillar of the true spirit, so they can't check it. Oh, that's fine. Okay then. Bai Fu agreed with difficulty, and then secretly threw a positioning card on Sui Shi. But your current strength is still too weak, so let me help you. Bai Fu told Sui Shi how to improve her strength, and how to eliminate the negative buffs brought by forcibly upgrading to the disaster level according to her attribute panel. Sui Shi was more and more moved as she listened, and her favorability towards Bai Fu continued to soar from 90, which was already a ridiculously high number, until it reached 99. Your Excellency the Apostle. Suddenly, her eyes began to gleam as she looked at Bai Fu. As a Tide person, her skin was originally clear watercolor, as if water had become spirit, and now it was even more like it. Bai Fu felt that this was already at a level that she could manipulate at will. It turned out that it was so easy to increase favorability. She had never had such an easy time increasing Yulia's favorability, and Anya's favorability was also increased by relying on each other for many years. But this favorability is actually not stable. Once Sui Shi finds out that she is a fake apostle, the favorability will probably change from plus 99 to minus 99. Who cares? Let's have fun first. Yulia, who was shrinking in Bai Fu's consciousness, looked at Sui Shi, who was fooled into selling herself completely, and couldn't help rolling her eyes. You are really amazing. Chapter 268. While Bai Fu was secretly proud of herself, Sui Shi, who had been holding back for a long time, finally mustered up the courage to ask the question in her heart. Sir Apostle, why didn't you stay in the virtual world, but reincarnated to come here? This. Bai Fu shook her head gently, her eyes gradually drifting away, as if she was recalling the past. It's a long story, and now is not a good time to explain. If you delay for too long, Rufus and others may doubt you. I will tell you in detail later. The general situation is that a catastrophe suddenly attacked the virtual world, causing extremely tragic consequences. In short, you only need to remember one sentence. The relationship between apostles is not harmonious. Bai Fu's expression suddenly became very serious. Why do you ask this question, little girl? I tell you when I've made up a story that's hard to find flaws. Now go play wherever you want. Don't interfere with me counting the mission rewards. Sui Shi nodded vigorously. She thought she wouldn't get any answers, and might even be scolded for overstepping the line, but the result was completely beyond her expectations. Even in such a big event, Apostle Bai Fu still showed a heartwarming side. This is how an apostle should be, but it seems that the apostle's behavior is not necessarily a good thing. Kindness can influence many people, but some people are stubborn. Those who often break the rules and refuse to change should be eliminated, otherwise how can the world be stable? I don't know if Apostle Bai Fu can be so cruel. If not, maybe it's her turn to make a move. The water in Sui Shi's eyes condensed into ice needles. She believed that with the guidance of Apostle Bai Fu, she would have the strength to become a sharp knife in the hands of the apostle in the future, but Sui Shi thought of Bai Fu's last reminder. The relationship between apostles is not harmonious. Is Bai Fu implying that she became what she is now because she was plotted against by other apostles? It seems that we must be careful and alert when we meet other guys who claim to be apostles in the future, and we must not fall into their trap. Thinking of this, Sui Shi said, Sir Apostle, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Bai Fu said, well, let's go. Sui Shi walked to the false true spirit pillar, and started the induction ceremony again. This time, Bai Fu saw with her own eyes a black transmission channel appear in front of Sui Shi. Before stepping into the transmission channel, Sui Shi suddenly picked up a long sword that had fallen on the ground and hit her hands, feet, and abdomen several times. After the chopping, she seemed to feel that it was not enough. She took a particle gun from the wall, removed the defense, and hit her chest and left hand several times, causing blood to flow, flesh to burst, and some parts to carbonize. Bai Fu was confused. What is this for? Is he telling me not to let you down? Otherwise, you who are so cruel to yourself will be even crueler to me? Sui Shi explained, if I go back intact, it will definitely arouse suspicion, so I need to create some wounds. Don't worry, Apostle, I will continue to modify these wounds to make them look more real. Bai Fu, I thought that Cecilia, who looked like a Yandere, was already a heavyweight, But since the secret tower was destroyed and she found that she couldn't beat Fei Yi, Cecilia has become much more normal. And Sui. This one is the real heavyweight. Sure enough, those who can be the protagonist all have some shining points. No, this is already a shining point at the level of a flash bomb. Bai Fu felt that she was about to be blinded by the flash. Scared. Don't do this kind of thing in the future. It's not good. Sui smiled. Apostle Bai Fu is caring about her again. It's great. For Apostle Bai Fu, she rushed. She turned and entered the transmission channel, and soon disappeared. Seeing the passage disappear, Bai Fu grabbed the fake pillar left in the room. Whoosh. Yulia flashed out. Do you want to eat it? What do you think? Give it to me now. Okay, I give it to you, but do you want to wash it first? It's a bit dirty to eat it directly, right? Do you think I really want to bite it with my mouth? I can just use my hands. Don't hesitate. Give it to me now. Do you want to make me greedy to death? Bai Fu stuffed the fake pillar into the palm of Yulia's hand, who rolled her eyes. Instantly, a rich white light emerged from Yulia's palm, and the light surged, and soon the fake pillar was completely swallowed. This process did not last too long, only a few tens of seconds, and Yulia's body stopped shaking. As the light faded, the fake pillar also disappeared. Bai Fu looked closely, and found that there were two new states after Yulia's name. Fusion and Evolution. Very good, simple and rough state names. Are you okay? Bai Fu looked at Yulia, who was now wet all over, covered in sweat, as if she had just been pulled out of a bathtub. Yulia shook her head. It's nothing serious, I just feel very hot, I can't hold it, and my body can't help sweating. Bai Fu said, That's good, if you're fine, come into my body quickly. Yulia didn't refuse. This is not a place to stay for a long time, so it's better to leave quickly. She turned into a stream of light, and flew towards Bai Fu. You know what, once you entered, the uncomfortable burning sensation disappeared immediately, leaving only the comfortable feeling of soaking in warm water. Huh? Yulia made a brisk and joyful sound. She was very excited, and so was Bai Fu. After digesting this fragment, Yulia would definitely be able to advance to the calamity level. It was not clear whether she could unlock more new abilities, but her original talents would definitely be further improved, so that Yulia could satisfy her needs after becoming the Overlord. Although the mission only gave me 10 million experience rewards, the increase in combat power is more than 10% or 20%. Bai Fu was delighted. She flew straight out of the room, and was about to flash back when she suddenly saw an acquaintance. Hey, isn't this Frank? I haven't seen him for a long time. Why is he so late? Under the bombardment of artillery fire, Frank looked extremely embarrassed, and his injuries were much more serious than the ones he had stabbed himself. Considering that she hadn't done anything on the surface this time, Bai Fu immediately flew in front of Frank and grabbed him. You? Bai Fu? Frank's face changed drastically, but it was too late. Bai Fu dragged him to the Empire's planet-class mothership. At this time, on the spaceship, the Imperials kept cursing. They had made sufficient preparations, but they never expected that the Saints would have a trick up their sleeves and escape through the sudden teleportation channel. Fuck, are these bastards rats? They can even run away? What a pity, I have already smashed Corona's mechanical colossus. If you give me another half an hour, I will definitely kill him completely this time. The ability of the Apostle Holy City is stronger than I thought. The Saint was too careful. We didn't find much information about the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu walked to the crowd and threw Frank out. We didn't find anyone from the Apostle Holy City, but we caught Rufus's men. Rufus gave him such an important task as collecting the true spirit pillars, and he didn't kill him after the task was completed. I think he has a high status in the Wanling Cultivation Society, and knows a lot of Rufus's secrets. Dimitri and Chong Shao were furious because the Saint escaped. When they saw Frank being thrown over, their eyes suddenly became colder. Frank was almost scared to death. He was just a natural disaster level. Did he need such a luxurious lineup of 4 superb and 9 masters to serve him? What a sin. Frank regretted it now. If he hadn't stayed to mock Bai Fu after snatching away the Pillar of True Spirit, he wouldn't have been caught by Bai Fu today, right? Punch me. I want to see if the punishment of the Empire can pry open his mouth. Frank was taken away, and the other members of the 10 Saints, or the 10,000 spirits, were not spared. Now the people of the Empire are full of anger, so they naturally use harsh means. Among those captured, there are many ruthless people, and there are also people whose memories and minds have been tampered with. However, since there are so many people captured, the Empire successfully found a breakthrough on the day of returning. According to Frank, The saint did not give the secret seeing crystal ball to the Apostle Holy City, but reached a use agreement with the Apostle Holy City. The Apostle Holy City learned about the existence of the 3 cosmic civilizations through the saint. The reason why they have not come to cause trouble is that they are looking for the spiritual temple, and want to use the power of the spiritual temple to create artificial apostles. Rufus only hooked up with the saint more than 20 years ago, and Frank has been helping to collect the pillars of the true spirit since then. At first, Frank thought that Rufus joined forces with the saint simply to use the secret-seeing crystal ball to become stronger, but the more Frank thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, because the saint later let Rufus use the secret-seeing crystal ball, but Rufus continued to hang out with the saint. During the interrogation, Frank also mentioned something about you. Bai Fu was stunned. It's about me. She has been in the Star Sea for less than 10 years. How could she have any intersection with Rufus? Julian said, to be precise, it is related to Faye. When Faye was in her teens, wasn't her hometown invaded by the Void? Frank confessed that the Void invasion incidents that broke out in the Sea Lion Galaxy during the period were actually caused by Rufus. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Fu's ears rang with a reminder of the completion of the task. You have completed the hidden task Malice from the Void, and received a reward of 1 million experience points. This task was triggered a long time ago, and the completion condition is to maintain Faye's favorability above 60 until the new task is triggered. Since the mission is completed, does that mean the information Frank confessed is true? At this time, a new prompt sounded. You triggered the hidden mission Another Dimension. Task Introduction. Even Frank, as a confidant, still has no way of knowing the real reason why Rufus came into contact with the Void. This secret may be related to the direction of the entire world. To find out the truth, perhaps the only way is to ask the parties involved in the Void invasion incident. Mission Objective, Branch 1. Ask Rufus why he came into contact with the Void, Branch 2. Use the Void Resonance Consciousness to awaken the consciousness of Sister Faye, who is sleeping in the depths of Faye's soul. Reward, 1 billion experience points, random Void talent, exploration degree, the first Seeker title fragment *1. Oh my, this reward, Bai Fu was surprised. High experience plus rare Void talent plus exploration, these 3 items are very tempting. Although I don't know the specific effect of the title fragment at the end, it is awesome everywhere. The first Seeker, and only 1 fragment is given for completing a task of this level. Bai Fu was very happy. This torture of Frank was really rewarding. Not only did it trigger Faye's subsequent tasks, but I also learned that the Apostle Holy City was looking for the Spirit Temple. Isn't the Spirit Temple the place where the biggest secret of the Dark Realm Zerg mentioned by Cyprus? It is said that the Needle of Punishment was picked up by the Dark Realm Zerg in the Spirit Temple. It seems that Cyprus must restore her dominance as soon as possible, otherwise once the Apostle City and the Dark Domain Zerg Queen collude with each other, she will not be able to get the good things in the Spiritual Temple. I can get in touch with so many secrets, thanks to me posting a post every time I see an NPC with a strong luck talent. Hehe. Thank you for your hard work in the past. Bai Fu thanked Julian solemnly for bringing her first-hand information. In the following period of time, she settled the Saints' conspiracy mission and successfully obtained the Sacrifice Scepter blueprint and 300 million experience points. The Sacrifice Scepter was very troublesome to make. She couldn't afford enough materials at the moment, so she could only wait for the Empire to send her the compensation she asked for. Then, she had nothing urgent to do for the time being, so she wandered around the planet-class mothership. Bai Fu was not wandering around randomly. She was looking for superpowers with A-level and above superpowers everywhere. After finding them, she stood nearby and recorded superpowers using the Superpower Evolution Tree map. Until the spacecraft arrived at the Ray Constellation Transfer Station, she successfully recorded 5 new superpowers on the day she went up. Not much. But when she thought of the 5 new toys she had added to exploit the players, she couldn't help but hum. Please wait here for a moment. The reward you asked for will be delivered soon. You're welcome. Bai Fu smiled and waved to the Imperial Envoy. After Dimitri and others put her down, they immediately drove away in the spaceship. They had to seize the time to raid the various bases of the Wanling Shio Society in the marginal world in order to obtain more useful intelligence. They tried to invite Bai Fu to act together, but Bai Fu decisively refused. Because of Cade, she has made enemies with the 10 Saints, Rufus, and Corona, but the hatred is not too big. In the face of trouble, these people will not bite the bullet to target her, but if she takes the initiative to follow the Empire to beat the 10,000 spiritual cultivators, the situation will be completely different. Now is not the time to completely tear the face with these people. Bai Fu waited for a day and a half at the Ray Transit Station, and finally waited for the Empire's transport ship. This time the reward is very generous, including but not limited to a large number of rare production materials and upgrade props, a large number of disaster-level advanced knowledge of physical cultivation schools, spiritual schools, and technology schools, many rare supernatural power illustrations, more advanced prayer card factory construction drawings, more advanced prayer card production methods, a super-level psychic advanced knowledge frontier knowledge, divine theory, a reasonable planning plan for the psychic army, a repair prop box for the virtual heart, the prototype code of the super AI, etc. These things can greatly enhance her strength, and the foundation of the silent courtyard. Along with these materials came a personal contact from Whitney of Multidimensional Capital. 2 months later, the Virtual Realm Research Institute will hold an offline gathering. 2 months later, Bai Fu calculated that it would only take about 10 days to get from the Edge world to the headquarters of the Virtual Realm Research Institute. If there were not so few large stargates in the Edge world, this time would be compressed even shorter. Then let's go later. Bai Fu plans to digest the resources in hand first, so that she will be more confident when attending the meeting, and by the way, she can lead the players to develop again before the arrival of version 2.2. Version 2.2 is not far away, and the update will arrive on her way to the Virtual Realm Research Society. Don't forget the time. If you miss this offline gathering, you will have to wait another half a year to join the Virtual Realm Research Society. The new plan of the Empire requires a large number of psychic praying masters. The sooner you join the Virtual Realm Research Society, the sooner you can lay out and get a share of this big plan. Believe me, the benefits brought by this plan will definitely not disappoint you. If you can seize this opportunity, you may be able to advance to the Super Absolute. Whitney revealed important information. Bai Fu nodded. A big plan that can make her advance to the Super Ultimate level? Whitney didn't know that she had a player panel, but she still said so. It seems that this plan may be the main line of a major version later. Then try to advance to the Super Ultimate level before this plan is officially launched. Chapter 269. Dark Domain. The Saint looked at Corona, whose hair was half gone, and was shaking with anger. He hadn't been this angry for a long time, but today he couldn't help it. Damn it, why could the Reborn Empire find his hiding place again and again? Investigate. Must investigate thoroughly. The Saint first investigated Corona and Rufus. Then, he investigated Cade and others, but to his disappointment, he didn't find anything abnormal. Everyone was normal, including Sui Shi, who ran out of the transmission channel with a seriously injured body. There were no special marks on their bodies, and their communicators did not find any abnormal traces. Everyone is fine. Is it really me who has a problem? The Saint began to doubt his life. For the sake of the great cause, check yourself too. The final result was everything was normal. The Saint breathed a sigh of relief. But this relief did not last long, and was soon replaced by anger caused by the robbing of the True Spirit Pillar. Under the circumstances at that time, the probability of losing the True Spirit Pillar was actually quite high. After all, they couldn't bring the True Spirit Pillar with them, because then, they couldn't start the ritual to create a transmission channel and run away. And if they didn't bring the True Spirit Pillar with them, with the strength of Sui Shi and others, once they were attacked, they would definitely not be able to protect the True Spirit Pillar. However, this is the truth, and the Saint still angrily scolded Sui Shi for more than 10 minutes. Useless thing. Waste. If it weren't for the fact that you can activate the True Spirit Pillar, I would kill you now. Sui Shi remained silent, without any emotion. After finding an apostle to follow, her mind was as hard as steel, and could not be shaken by a few insults. After cursing for a while, the Saint, who felt tired, began to think about how to take back the Pillar of the True Spirit. The one who attacked him was the Rebirth Empire, so the Pillar of the True Spirit must be in the hands of the Rebirth Empire. To deal with the Rebirth Empire, the Apostle Holy City cannot be counted on in the next few years. In this case, the only thing left is to focus on the Supernova Core and Titan Industries. The Reborn Empire wants to block the news, so I will take the initiative to reveal the news to the Supernova Core and Titan Industries. The Saint's eyes flashed with a sharp light. At the beginning, the Supernova Core and Titan Industries almost forced him to death, but now is a different time, and when the benefits are big enough, he can forget all hatred. On the way back to Ulysses, Bai Fu first opened the Psychic Core planning book sent by the Empire. After studying it, her core bonus increased by 30%. Then, she opened Frontier Knowledge, Divine Theory. This advanced knowledge is one of the most advanced knowledge of the Psychic School. After countless predecessors' research, the Psychic School has produced a total of 6 cutting-edge knowledge so far. According to the nature of the second awakening task, Bai Fu estimated that if she wanted to advance to the superb level, she would have to master at least 3 cutting-edge knowledge. In short, let's do it step by step. The next main task is not a small fight, but involves conflicts between star cluster level and even cosmic level civilizations. As long as she stands in the right team, it is not difficult to acquire relevant knowledge. You start reading. It can only be said that cutting-edge knowledge is cutting-edge knowledge. Bai Fu, who has little experience, spent several days to completely digest this divine theory. The learning difficulty is high, and the gains are naturally extraordinary. Before the progress reached 100%, Bai Fu found that her understanding of psychic power had improved a lot. Many obscure questions were understood at a glance, and many prayer cards that she thought were perfect were found to have the possibility of further improvement at a glance. This change even affected Ing Fu, who was standing by. In Ing Fu's eyes, a ball of white flame that was invisible to the naked eye ignited in Bai Fu's body. Divine fire sprouting, 0.01%. When the reading progress reached 100%, Bai Fu quickly opened the game prompt and found that there was a new state behind her template. This state brought her several bonuses. 1. Beyond the Peak 2. Divine Transformation 3. Breeding the Divine Envoy 4. Void Spirit Rage. Beyond the Peak allows Bai Fu to break the original plus 10 level cap of the prayer card. As the progress of Divine Fire sprouting increases, it can be raised to plus 15 at most. Of course, it can only break through the limit once now. But this level brings a 20% attribute bonus. A 20% increase in the strength of a prayer card is already very exaggerated. When these prayer cards are combined into a legion and form an additional legion bonus, the actual bonus number may have to be more than doubled. Divine Transformation, it is also a bonus buff, but it does not add prayer cards, but Bai Fu's own attributes. Each transformation will bring additional bonuses. At this stage, okay, I haven't started the transformation yet, so where does the bonus come from? Bai Fu looked at the progress bar that was still at 0 and spread her hands. The way to accumulate progress was very simple and crude, which was to pour experience into it, pour it hard, and once it was full, a transformation task would be triggered. Completing the task would increase the progress of the divine fire sprouting and unlock a new transformation bar. Bai Fu guessed that this transformation task was the fundamental reason why most of the super superiors could not make any progress in their strength, and the secret crystal ball could tell the super superiors how to break this barrier and unlock a new transformation. It's no wonder these NPCs are fighting for it. If I can't do the quest like the players, I will definitely fight for it. Nurturing the Divine Envoy, the effect is amazing. With this feature, Bai Fu can designate a psychic life with a favorability of more than 90 to be her Divine Envoy. During the designation process, she can give the Divine Envoy a special psychic god bonus. This bonus is very exaggerated. Now it can make Ing Fu, who is not yet at the level of a natural disaster, have a strength far superior to that of an ordinary weak natural disaster. However, since Bai Fu's Divine Fire sprouting progress is only 0.01%, she can only designate one Divine Envoy at this stage. The quota and bonus effect will increase only when the Divine Fire sprouting progress is improved. The good news is that this quota can be replaced, but there is a certain cooldown time. This feature can be used in conjunction with Grant True Name. I don't know if I can use my apostles to kick all the real apostles in the virtual world away when my strength is improved. Bai Fu stroked her chin lightly. The throne of the gods is passed down in turns, and this year it is her turn. Ethereal Rage, it is a skill, and a big move skill. Its positioning is the same as Dark Burn, but the effect of the skill is completely different. Dark Burn is a single target skill, while Ethereal Rage is a group skill. It takes a long time to start and consumes a lot of energy. It can only be used once in a short period of time, but once it is used, it will briefly communicate with the virtual realm, and transfer a large amount of spiritual energy from the virtual realm to impact the ultra-large area in front. The instant burst of the Void Rage is not as good as the Dark Burn, but if it can be fully used, the damage is much more exaggerated than the Dark Burn. Yes, it can be used as a skill to cover your escape at a critical moment. Bai Fu was in a very good mood. She now understood why the Super Absolute rank had to be specially divided into Super Absolute I and Super Absolute II. She estimated that other schools of professions also had a similar transformation stage to the budding of the Divine Fire. The difference in bonus between the Super Absolute, who had just ignited the Divine Fire, and the Super Absolute, who had a relatively high ignition progress, was not ordinary. Bai Fu invested experience to raise the level of the Void Spirit Madness to the maximum, and then she used all the remaining experience to upgrade herself, raising the total level of her main profession from level 151 to level 166 in one go. The price was that she was completely drained. Damn, there is not a drop left. This wave of experience was accumulated by defeating the glorious army and squeezing 5 million players. The highest level of players is only level 55 now, but she has squeezed the experience to the S-level version after level 75 in advance. It will be hard to eat as much as this wave next time. Bai Fu wanted to eat, but there weren't that many things for players to give her experience to eat. Selling advanced knowledge and skill books is different from selling albums. No player would buy more copies of the same advanced knowledge and skill books just to support her. Sad, I can only take it slow in the short term. If I want to eat as much experience as before, I can only try to get other players who haven't joined the Silent Garden yet, or wait for new high reward tasks to appear. Bai Fu sighed and opened the attribute panel. HP 697912/697912 Psionic 1039503/1039503 Chi 29020/29020 Attributes Strength 1370, Agility 1512, Constitution 2954, Intelligence 1298, Spirit 1928, Inspiration 6953. This data is cute. Bai Fu's mood suddenly improved. After returning to Elises, she distributed the advanced knowledge and resources she had obtained to Anya and the others, and gave the virtual heart repair item box and the source code of the super AI to Xiaoshi. After all this, she spent most of her energy on building a mobile palace and making a scepter for offering sacrifices to the gods. The remaining energy was used to control Hei Fu, letting Hei Fu take the players to various galaxies around, doing tasks, negotiating cooperation, fighting against evil forces, while brushing up her reputation and giving fully to players. During this period, Yulia finally completed the fusion evolution. As Bai Fu expected, after fusing the new fragments, Yulia rushed to the disaster level in one fell swoop, unlocking a lot of psychic skills and illusion skills. As for combat ability, Bai Fu is most concerned about Yulia's cat skill True Spirit Incarnation and the talent for restoring spiritual energy Spirit Energy Spring. The disaster level True Spirit Incarnation has a huge improvement. It can provide her with a 100-point bonus to all attributes when linked alone, and an additional 250 points of inspiration after fusion. As for the spiritual energy recovery rate, the Spirit Energy Spring provides Yulia with a 2000% bonus. Now, when merging with Yulia, I don't have to be afraid to use all my strength for fear of draining Yulia all at once. Bai Fu was overjoyed. Time passed slowly. After a few days, the mobile palace and the basic version of the sacrifice scepter were built. The performance of the mobile palace was much stronger than that of the Quiet Knight, but the basic version of the sacrifice scepter was far less powerful than the Zenithal Authority. However, the sacrifice scepter could be upgraded continuously until it became the treasure of the universe, which was worthy of the saying. Don't despise the poor young man. Another 10 days passed. The 2.2 version update is coming soon, and the official has released a new version preview on the official website and community. Logically speaking, version 2.2 should be a continuation of version 2.1, continuing to advance the two main plots of the Civil War of Taimu's civilization and the dawn of the Revolutionary Army in another star zone. Therefore, before the new version preview came out, the reaction to version 2.2 was not very intense. But after watching the version preview, all players were surprised to find that this new version called the old, and the new had many new plots. New? Bai Fu, who was stacking levels of the Apostles' Path in seclusion, opened the game official website with doubts, and read the new version preview from the beginning. There were no surprises in the first half of the preview. It was just a normal analysis of the forces and characters involved in the two main plots, and she also showed up in a few scenes. But from the middle stage, the situation changed completely. On the Edgeworld side, the three cosmic civilizations, the 10 saints, the 10,000 spirits, and the arcane library appeared one after another. Then, an NPC that was unfamiliar to many players, but definitely not unfamiliar popped up. Isn't this Suishi? In the subsequent videos, Suishi alone occupied 1/3 of the time, and her image changed several times in succession. From the initial casual Suishi, to Suishi wearing the holy robes of the consecrated order, to Suishi holding up the scepter, and under the blessing of the 10 saints, the protagonist Suishi, who looked like a god descending from heaven, every image made the player stare. My goodness, this is the exotic style. A large number of players went crazy in the barrage on the spot. My wife. It's a brand new jailer. Is the new version Suishi's version? There are so many appearances, even if he is not the protagonist, he must be an important role. If I remember correctly, the Ten Saints is a villain organization. The protagonist in the villain organization? Who said there is no protagonist in the villain organization? The villain also has his savior. From today on, I will be the single pusher of Suishi. Bai Fu, who is used to seeing players go crazy, acted very calmly. These barrages were too ordinary. But soon, she found some unusual posts in the community. The posts were posted by her haters. The wind rises in the stars. Bai Fu saw the wind rises in the stars more than once in the comments section of the community, video websites, and official videos, leading the way in bashing her. Although she was repeatedly slapped in the face by the excavation of G and the game plot, she was able to stand firm even when her face was slapped into a pig head shape, and continued to bash people for 10 years, so she became a celebrity of some size, with many fans. The first half of the post by Fengqi Chuanxing this time analyzed how powerful Suishi would be in the future, and if you hold Suishi's thighs tightly, you will definitely be able to eat and drink enough. The second half used Suishi to step on Bai Fu, saying that Bai Fu's super rival has come. Suishi has a big background. Bai Fu does not have the background of the Ten Saints. This is the first victory. Suishi appeared for a long time in the 2.2 version preview. Bai Fu appeared for a short time. This is the second victory. Suishi is an alien, very rare. Bai Fu is an ordinary human, mediocre. This is the third victory. Suishi is shorter than Bai Fu, with a baby face and big penis. Bai Fu is taller than Suishi. With big and strong penis, this is 4 wins. Suishi wins 4 times. Bai Fu loses 4 times. This is 5 wins. Suishi wins 5 times. Bai Fu is full of questions. Let's not talk about the background and the length of time she appeared on the screen. Ordinary human beings. Which ordinary human beings are like her? Then, baby face and big penis. Suishi is quite big, but it really has nothing to do with baby face. On the contrary, she looks much younger than Suishi, as if she can squeeze out water. Although the comparison between Fengqi Chuanxing is basically nonsense, it still attracted the approval of a large number of players. Mainly because Bai Fu has many fans and many black fans. Before, the black fans could not find a place to gather together, and could not join special forces, like Silent Court to seek benefits. However, when Suishi appeared, and Fengqi Chuanxing was so popular, they suddenly found that Suishi seemed to be a good place to gather together. Therefore, they flocked to the post of Fengqi Chuanxing to build buildings, and imagined that in the next version, Suishi would become more and more powerful, and finally become the ultimate boss of a major version, and they who followed Suishi would become more and more glorious than the players of Silent Court. Bai Fu scratched her head. It's a good idea, but Suishi is now my believer. Ah, you go to her. Well, it's not impossible. Rather, Bai Fu thinks it's a good idea. She is not a person with bad taste, but she can't help laughing when she thinks about the scene where these players know the relationship between Suishi and her in the future. There are certainly more benefits to letting these players go to Suishi. Firstly, all the black guys are gathered together, so she can more easily know whether these black guys are trying to trip her up. Secondly, she could indirectly exploit these black pieces through Suishi. Although she couldn't get any experience, she could get money, which was better than getting nothing before. Thirdly, when the plot turns around, there should be many black pieces that are not very determined to follow Suishi and join her. No matter if they are black or white, the ones that I can exploit are good pieces. Go player Bai Fu closed the official website of the game and continued to stack the layers. A few days later, seeing that the time was almost up, she took Anya, Yulia and others on the road to the Empire. Chapter 270. The journey to the Empire was not long, only 10 days in total. But for Bai Fu, these 10 days brought a lot of changes. First, she finally filled up the Apostles' Path with the advanced knowledge she got from Yuan Yi. The moment the Apostles' Path was filled up, she received a reminder that the new talent Apostles' Body was activated, and the Transcendent talent was upgraded to Psychic Center. Bai Fu originally thought that the Apostles' Body was Gatanda's talent, but in fact, the Apostles' Body is a very rare clone-type talent. After mastering the Apostle Body, she can select any unintelligent true spirit summoned creature she summoned as the Apostle Body, and then temporarily descend her many attributes, spiritual will, and skill talents to the Apostle Body at any time and place, making the Apostle Body her own clone. Rather than saying it's the Apostle Body, it's better to say it's a god descending to Earth. Psychic Center makes Bai Fu really become a Psychic Center. It not only inherits the original effect of Transcendence, but also adds a very powerful effect. First, the hyperspace delivery capability of the psychic army is greatly enhanced. As long as a so-called psychic transfer station is established in a certain place, with that psychic transfer station as the center of the sphere, Baifu can carry out hyperspace delivery within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years. Second, even if they are separated by countless light years, the various bonus effects she provides to her psychic army will not disappear. Third, now she can consume psychic energy to directly restore health to her psychic army. It must be said that the effects of these two talents are very powerful. With them, Baifu's attack range directly increases exponentially. As long as she spends time to build more psychic transfer stations, it is not a problem to cover the entire edge world. Of course, the biggest benefit at the moment is that she doesn't need to leave Heifu to look after the house when she goes on a long trip in the future. The arrival of the clone plus the psychic transfer station are enough to deal with most problems. If these two can't handle it, adding Heifu may not be helpful. I'm an apostle, but why do I feel like I'm actually on the road to becoming a psychic god? The second change that Baifu welcomed was the official enhancement. On the way to the Empire, the new version downtime update she was looking forward to finally came. As she expected, because she made outstanding contributions in combating the glorious forces and the 10 saints, she accumulated a lot of plot exploration points, so she gained new enhancements in this update. Psychic Vision. The skill evolved into Apostle Psychic Vision. The original Psychic Vision can only be used to explore the attribute panel of NPC or the introduction information of items and props, which is no different from the advanced reconnaissance skills mastered by the player. After evolution, the effect of Apostle Psychic Vision is much more powerful. It inherits the ability of Psychic Vision and adds the ability of Analysis. The so-called Analysis ability means that after Baifu gets an item, she can analyze the item. If she has mastered all the knowledge required to make the item, then she can obtain the method of making the item. If she does not have all the knowledge, then the skill will prompt her which knowledge is missing. Added Legend Certification. Dark Moon Tide increased her own health recovery speed by 100% and added 5% of the health limit of players in the Silent Court. Adjusted her to a world-class boss, limited to the Edge World area, adjusted Dark Moon Tide to the top force in the Edge World, and adjusted her Pioneering main quest set with the main quest seed to the basic main quest in the Edge World. Although I didn't get any new talents or output skills this time, with the Apostle's Vision, I can directly transform into the Phantom Thief Fufu. Baifu's eyes sparkled. Many rare psychic structures and prayer cards are not sold to the public, so it is very difficult to get the production drawings. Either you have to rely on game tasks or exchange for benefits. With the Apostle's Vision, she has the opportunity to get these drawings in a relatively easy way. In the long run, this will be very helpful for her combat effectiveness. She has long wanted to upgrade her combat uniform, but she can't buy a better suit in the Edge World. The Psychic School is a school that requires a lot of knowledge. Powerful psychic praying masters rarely hang out in rural places like the Edge World, but prefer to go to the center of the universe occupied by the 3 major cosmic civilizations. Adventure. Things are starting to get interesting. Originally, I went to the Virtual Realm Research Institute just to make friends, but now, shopping. Baifu, will shop hard this time. The mobile palace went around multiple star gates, and finally arrived at Heohanshao 1 day earlier than the agreed time. Heohanshao is the star region where the capital of the Reborn Empire is located. The Reborn Empire came out of Heohanshao, and it took tens of thousands of years to develop from a galaxy-level civilization to a universe-level civilization. Unlike the Edge World, although the area of the vast continent is much smaller, the density of galaxies is very high, the transportation between galaxies is very developed, and there are countless spaceships traveling between the transfer stations. The style and size of the spaceships are far beyond the Edge World. As soon as she entered the vast continent, Baifu felt that she was hit in the face by the word civilization. Really awesome. When she looked around, she saw her photo at the transfer station. It was an advertisement for a product she endorsed. It was worth it that she had more than 300 reputation points in the Reborn Empire camp. With emotion, Baifu met Whitney. Whitney is of the demon race, but the times are different now. In the past, the demon race and the 3 cosmic civilizations fought each other and many supernatural beings died, but now the demon race has been completely integrated into the 3 cosmic civilizations. There is a new news. Do you want to hear it? Whitney said with a smile. Baifu was surprised. What news? Whitney explained. A few days ago, the Saint suddenly announced that he was attacked by the Empire, so that the Pillar of the True Spirit was lost. The 3 cosmic civilizations are now holding an emergency meeting on this matter. My intelligence is that the Empire is likely to start a new round of dark domain exploration, with the goal of finding the Apostle Holy City as soon as possible. As for the Supernova Core and Titan Industries, they should also follow the Empire's footsteps, but it is hard to say whether they will have other thoughts. If something unexpected happens, the Interstellar Peace Treaty may be invalidated. The peace treaty is invalid. Does that mean a large-scale war might break out? Bai Fu found that when Whitney talked about this, she was not worried at all, but became slightly excited. It seems that this person is a ruthless person. Bai Fu quickly analyzed the possible impact of this incident on herself. It is certain that this incident will inevitably bring a series of tasks. These tasks are not only for her to do, but also for the players under her. After all, this is an exploration task, not a combat task. No matter how dangerous the place is, players dare to go there. This is my great advantage. Bai Fu's eyes lit up. If she sees this opportunity, she could get a lot of benefits from the Empire and quickly grow the Silent Courtyard. She calmly thanked Whitney for revealing important information to her in advance. Whitney smiled and did not continue to make a fuss about this topic. She was not interested in the exploration of the dark domain. Her interest chain was not here. She would not get much benefit by forcibly intervening. It was better to give this benefit to Bai Fu. She was more concerned about another plan of the Empire. If there is nothing else, let's go to the Virtual Realm Research Institute now. I will tell you the precautions for attending the meeting on the way. Bai Fu nodded. The group changed their route and flew to the Virtual Realm Research Institute. On the way, Whitney introduced the organizational structure of the Virtual Realm Research Institute to Bai Fu. The Virtual Realm Research Institute is an unofficial organization jointly established by a group of psychic researchers. There are not many members, a total of more than a dozen people, among which the top 3 seats are 3 superclass psychic prayer masters, and the rest of the members are all masters. On weekdays, the 3 supermasters in the top 3 seats take turns to serve as the president of the Virtual Realm Research Society. Only one of the top 3 seats belongs to the Empire. The relationship between the other 2 and the Empire is not bad, but it is not much better. The current president is Curse Master Olsen, who is good at curse-type psychic magic. He once cursed a dominant army with billions of members with his own strength, making a great reputation. He has a bad temper. If it is not necessary, do not conflict with him. The previous president is Shepard Hines of the Empire, who is good at summoning psychic magic. This time, he introduced you to the Virtual Realm Research Society. The next president is Painter, whose real name is unknown. Like you, she is good at making prayer cards. She looks like a kind old woman, but in fact, she keeps a distance from everyone and is the most difficult to get along with. Bai Fu kept these words in mind. The Virtual Realm Research Society is not a research institution, but essentially an exchange meeting. During the meeting, members either gather in groups of 3 or 5, or get along alone to conduct various transactions. The reason why I attach so much importance to the Virtual Realm Research Society is that the Empire is promoting a plan called Heroic Soul. I cannot tell you the specific content of this plan for the time being. You are not yet a trusted person in the Empire. I can only tell you that the Empire has communicated with the Curse Master and the Painter many times. The Empire attaches more importance to this plan than the search for the Holy City of Apostles. If you can be selected by the Empire, you will have the opportunity to be personally trained by the Shepherd, which will be of great benefit to your development. Bai Fu nodded without commenting. Eat one bite at a time. The Heroic Soul plan is likely to be the main storyline of version 3.0 or even later. There is no rush. The most important thing for her at this stage is to continue to seize the initiative in the civil war of the Taimu civilization and the great exploration of the dark domain, and strive to be promoted to the super before version 3.0, and then change from being a person who can eat at the table to being a person who can decide who to invite to the table. During the chat, Bai Fu finally followed Whitney to the Virtual Realm Research Institute. Whitney is also a little famous in the Empire, so the waiter at the entrance of the venue directly let her in. The group walked through the porch and came into the house. The moment the door opened, the people who were talking in the room stopped talking one after another. Their eyes passed Whitney, Yulia, and Anya, and fell on Bai Fu. Last time when she attended UNE's Peace Summit, although Bai Fu was famous in the marginal world, not many people in the venue really valued her. When she came to attend the Virtual World Research meeting this time, Bai Fu's reputation in the Empire could only be said to be mediocre, but no one at the scene ignored her. Her appearance made the soft light above her head dim at this moment. Bai Fu looked around and saw the top 3 seats that Whitney mentioned, and also saw some people who looked unfamiliar. Some of those who looked at her were curious, some were kind, and some were hostile. She took the opportunity to search with her virtual heart and found that the person who was most hostile to her was called Zeph, a long-term partner of the supernova core. They come with bad intentions. Bai Fu thought secretly. She had not had direct contact with the supernova core, but the supernova core's favorability towards her had dropped to more than 200, while the reborn empire's number was more than 400. There are two reasons. First, the supernova core has deep interests in the Taimu civilization. After the civil war in the Taimu civilization broke out, she supported Gustav's mortal enemy Nihilus, who was supported by the supernova core. Second, she is close to the reborn empire. The competition between civilizations is very fierce. If they were not worried that fighting would lead to losses on both sides, thus allowing another cosmic civilization to reap the benefits, any two of the three cosmic civilizations would have fought long ago. However, although they are maintaining peace on the surface, they are secretly clashing with each other. As for the mutual underhandedness, it is no less than what Bai Fu saw before she traveled through time, and it is much more cruel. Just as Bai Fu was muttering to herself, Zephyr took the initiative to walk towards her. After learning that Bai Fu wanted to join the Virtual Realm Research Society, Zephyr was the first to stand up and oppose it. The reason is that although Bai Fu is quite capable, she has not received formal training, and she is young. The knowledge she has mastered is unlikely to be of substantial help to the members of the Virtual Realm Research Society. Based on the principle of quality over quantity, the Virtual Realm Research Society should reject Bai Fu. Zephyr's reason was sufficient, but Bai Fu was recommended by Heinz, the shepherd who was one of the top 3 seats, so it was difficult for others to directly offend Heinz. Let's see. Everyone tried to smooth things over. They did not clearly express their stance on either side. Now that Zephyr wanted to provoke Bai Fu, they just watched. If they didn't do anything at this time, they would not offend anyone. Bai Fu? I've heard of your name for a long time. Zephyr looked at Bai Fu with a smile. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. Zephyr, I have heard of your name. You are a master-level psychic prayer master affiliated with the Supernova Core. You are at the forefront of the times in simplifying psychic techniques. Zephyr said, you have the shepherd's recommendation, so I shouldn't question you, but considering the tradition of the Virtual Realm Research Society, I still want to test you. Bai Fu, who was well prepared, asked back, how do you want to test me? Zephyr said, since you have heard of my name and know my research direction, you should know that joining the Virtual Realm Research Society is not just about fame or defeating someone, so my test is knowledge. Knowledge that can inspire everyone in the Virtual Realm Research Society. As he spoke, his eyes were full of sharpness and brilliance. Zephyr was not looking for trouble when he came to provoke Bai Fu, nor was it just because the Supernova Core and the Empire had a bad relationship. Another reason was that he wanted to test Bai Fu's ability. From entering the Supernova Core's site to being promoted to a master and becoming a person that even cosmic civilizations should pay attention to, Bai Fu only took more than a year. This speed was amazing. When the Supernova Core learned that Bai Fu wanted to join the Virtual Realm Research Society, they immediately instructed Zephyr to test it out. Bai Fu is close to the Empire, so we must find a way to find out Bai Fu's strength. As for what to do after the test, it depends on Bai Fu's strength. Either ignore, win over, or find a way to kill her. Zephyr expected Bai Fu to be able to hold out for a few minutes under his hands without showing signs of defeat. After all, Bai Fu is able to fight against Kaid, so she should be at this level. Knowledge? Bai Fu thought for a while, most of the knowledge I have is related to combat, and it's hard to explain it in 3 or 5 sentences. How about we fight? Zephyr was stunned for a moment. He was still thinking about how to reasonably turn the literary fight into a physical fight, but he didn't expect Bai Fu to take the initiative to ask for a fight. Is she so confident in her own strength, or does she look down on his strength? Okay. Since you are in a hurry to send me off, don't blame me for being rude. Zephyr was furious. This place is not suitable for sparring. Let's go to outer space. Bai Fu temporarily added a condition. In order to avoid being accused of bullying the wounded, this fight will be limited to 3 minutes. This time, it was not only Zephyr who was stunned, but others also showed surprised expressions. Injured? Are you talking about Zephyr? Zephyr's pupil shrank. How do you know I'm injured? His injury was caused by accident when he was studying how to reduce the consumption of spiritual energy, but he concealed it very well, and even the cursed Master Olsen didn't see it. Nonsense, I'm cheating, I have reconnaissance skills, and I can see everything. Bai Fu didn't say anything and pretended to be a good person. Zephyr's face changed several times. Okay, 3 minutes is 3 minutes. When he bursts out with all his strength, 3 minutes will be enough to decide the outcome with Bai Fu. He never expected that he would fall into Bai Fu's trap. The reason why Bai Fu said that the fight would only last for 3 minutes was because the effect of her spiritual blessing could only last for 3 minutes. If the battle time was not limited, Bai Fu felt that she might not be Zephyr's opponent, because Zephyr, the Birdman, was famous for his endurance, and was the super endurance king. But if the battle time was limited to less than 3 minutes. Today I, Bai Fu, will let you see what extreme burst is. The people of the supernova core are so great, so I won't fight them? In the starry sky. Bai Fu and Zephyr looked at each other from a distance. The other people in the Virtual Realm Research Society watched the battle, and even Hines was interested. He recommended Bai Fu to join the Virtual Realm Research Society not because of his good relationship with Bai Fu, but because he had received a favor from the Rust Legion, and the Rust Legion had a good relationship with Whitney. At this time, among the people watching the battle, only Whitney had a very ugly expression. Damn Zephyr. If Bai Fu was stuck outside the Virtual Realm Research Institute when she was just one step away from success, she would be tempted to kill someone. Now, she could only pray that Bai Fu could hold out for 3 minutes under Zephyr's hands and perform a little better. Dozens of seconds later, Bai Fu began to transform with a start. Blessing of the Soul, Night Resonance, Legion Faith Blessing, Zenith Authority Bonus, Hey Fu, Yulia Attribute Bonus Help Me. Almost at the moment when the two legions were scattered, Bai Fu's inspiration soared to 11130, but this is not her limit, because she has not yet merged with Yulia, has not yet triggered the blood loss and increase attribute of dark despair, and has not yet triggered the increase attribute of fighting against the majority with the minority. Even so, her surging aura at this moment still shocked everyone around her. An invisible storm centered on her, sweeping across the 4 directions and shaking the starry sky. What's going on? Even the cursed Master Olsen was surprised. The current Bai Fu is simply not the same person as the Bai Fu just now. In a trance, he seemed to see the same divine fire burning on Bai Fu's body. Superb? No. Bai Fu is not superb yet, but the breath she exudes at this time is definitely not the breath of a superpower who has just been promoted to the master. Zeph also realized the problem. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and even wanted to call a pause, but Bai Fu would not give him this opportunity. To cooperate better with the Empire, he must show his value in intelligence and player manipulation. For example, combat power. Come out, Psychic Behemoth Kabay. Come out, Prayer Card Fusion Prayer Angel. And my most proud Dark Force Field and White Nightmare. When Zephyr woke up, Kabay's big slap was about to fall on his face. Chapter 271. Kabay's palm was tens of meters long, and it was originally a psychic summoned beast with strength bonus. When it swung its arms and swung vigorously, the space that the palm passed by seemed to begin to distort at this moment. Zephyr realized the crisis. However, such a short reaction time did not allow him, as a psychic praying master, to rely on speed to dodge. He could only quickly open his psychic protection and constantly create new psychic piles between his body and Kabay's palm to mitigate the impact. Bang, bang, bang. Zephyr created dozens of psychic piles in succession, but still failed to stop Kabay. The huge and rough claws of the beast covered him like a dark cloud in an instant, and with a crackling sound that penetrated deep into the bones, he flew backwards like a cannonball. The psychic protection was shattered along with the bones around him. But Zephyr was a master-level psychic praying master after all, and his fragility was only compared to other superpowered people of the same level. While still flying backwards, he urged a large amount of psychic energy to infuse himself. Under the spiritual energy, his bones and flesh regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the blood bar, which had just dropped a large part, rose rapidly again. That was close. Zeph breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was a genuine king of endurance, otherwise he would have been KO'd directly in this round of sparring. Although Bai Fu injured him by sneak attack, he still lost in that situation. He lost to a superpower who had just been promoted to the master. How could he continue to hang around in the Virtual World Research Association in the future? Very good. Having withstood Bai Fu's sudden outburst, it was his turn next. Zeph was not the only one who thought so. Most of the others thought so too. Bai Fu had exploded once, so it was impossible that she could explode again. That could really happen. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that the second prayer angel summoned by Bai Fu caught up with Zephyr at a speed that was almost as fast as a flash. The prayer angel was not as big as Kabay, and was even less violent than Kabay in terms of body shape, but only the top psychic prayer masters, who saw it up close, knew how terrifying it was. The aura it exuded was far beyond what Kabay could compare to. In fact, when Bai Fu first became a master, The strength of the prayer angel fused by the prayer card was not as good as Kabe's. The situation was reversed because she updated the prayer card drawings after returning to Elises, and because of the peak transcending bonus brought by the divine fire sprouting. Wouldn't the prayer angel fused by the red card with plus 11 be stronger than the one fused by the orange card with plus 10? Money and experience are power, brother. Oops, oops, oops. Zephyr's heart was filled with alarm. However, he couldn't avoid the attack just now when he was balanced. So how could he avoid it now that he had lost his balance? The prayer angel swung his fists, and in an instant, he attacked Zephyr Ola thousands of times. The first 1,000 times, the new spiritual energy protection was blasted into mist. The next few thousand times, the new flesh and bones were crushed into pieces again. I'm going to fucking explode with you. Zephyr was furious, and he used the self-destruction method to launch several spiritual energy explosions on the spot. The impact of the explosion forcibly separated him and the prayer angel. We can't passively take the beating. We must take the initiative to attack and regain the rhythm. While he was recovering his health, he threw various terrifying psychic skills at Baifu one after another, like throwing grenades. Zeph followed the traditional mage route, which was completely different from Baifu. When fighting against a large army, his instant burst was much stronger than Baifu before he obtained the Void Spirit Madness. Although the psychic army was strong, it still had to advance, and his skills were to smash down directly from the top of the enemy's head, which was simple and efficient. Unfortunately, this time he met Baifu. Although Baifu did not have the skill to quickly recover blood in battle, she was never afraid of exchanging blood with the enemy. Skill to hit the face? Hit it. I'm standing here, let me see if you can kill me. Baifu, with a fictitious life and void protection on her head, stood in the psychic spell like falling stars, with her hands on her chest and a look of indifference. This scene directly made other psychic praying masters unable to do it. No, sister. When the onlookers thought of Baifu's previous record and battle videos, they found that they didn't seem to have anything to say. This woman is like this. Rather than worrying about Baifu being killed by Zephyr, it is better to care about Zephyr in the distance. Kabe and the Angel of Prayer attacked Zephyr from both sides, making Zephyr dare not stay in any place for more than half a second. However, even though Zephyr has shown the qualities of a night-tip dancer, damage values continue to float above his head. After receiving a lot of bonuses, my Baifu's psychic army is not a vegetarian now. The psychic beams intertwined, like a dense laser net sweeping the starry sky, and various skills that restricted movement were frequently used, combined with the Eye of Sorrow and the debuff of Dark Attribute psychic energy, which made Zephyr miserable. Fuck. What the hell is this? Resurrected again? Zeph became more and more frightened and anxious as he fought, and his breathing became disordered. At first, he wanted to kill Baifu, but Baifu was not afraid at all, so he turned around and wanted to deal with the prayer angel, but the prayer angel was beaten to pieces several times by him, and was resurrected several times on the spot under Baifu's infusion. How to fight this? As the king of endurance, can he really drain Baifu's spiritual energy? Is she really the overlord who was promoted a few months ago? The calm painter couldn't help but be moved. The other masters looked at each other in confusion. Some of them were much stronger than Zephyr, but they were still frightened. If they had gone up to compete with Baifu, even if they won, they wouldn't have the face to brag about themselves. You are an old master who has been promoted to master for decades, and you have the nerve to brag about beating a newcomer like this? As time passed, the debuff effects of Eye of Sorrow, White Nightmare and Darkness gradually appeared on Zephyr. Baifu looked at the time. It was more than 2 minutes. It was time to put an end to this battle. Explosion. She suddenly took the initiative to control the number of layers of the alien judgment to explode in Zephyr's body. This talent changed from passive to active. The biggest improvement was that it could be used at a certain time. For example, now, she found a flaw in Zephyr's spiritual energy flow through high-dimensional observation, and immediately detonated it. The explosion put Zephyr into a very short unbalanced state, and he was completely unable to mobilize any spiritual energy. The dark force field instantly invaded, locking Zephyr tightly, unable to move. It's over. Zeph's face suddenly changed. Just when Baifu was about to give him a supreme experience with the dark burn, the cursed master Olsen stood up. A gray mist fell, and Baifu's dark force field instantly dissipated. Zeph took the opportunity to escape. He was full of anger and wanted to take the opportunity to attack Baifu, but the gray mist rolled back and defeated his newly accumulated spiritual energy. There is no need to continue fighting. Baifu won this round, Olsen said coldly. Zeph shouted loudly, I didn't lose. Baifu's attack couldn't kill me. Just give me time, Baifu interrupted Zephyr. Are you sure you didn't lose? You should know that I still have a clone that hasn't made a move yet otherwise. She showed a meaningful smile, letting Zephyr savor it slowly. Zephyr's face changed again and again. Doppel, it's the clone called Hey Fu. He wanted to refute something, but he couldn't find a point to refute. With the strength that Bai Fu just showed, if there was another Hey Fu, his head would be blown off. Zephyr shut up and stopped talking. Damn it. He originally came to help the supernova core test Bai Fu's strength, but he didn't show his face, but his butt was exposed. He felt that he had suffered serious psychological trauma, and the supernova core must compensate him. As for the conflict with Bai Fu, Zephyr was more panicked than angry after calming down. Bai Fu has grown too fast. This is the unanimous opinion of everyone. What kind of monster is this? You are so hurtful to my self-esteem by playing like this. Among all the people present, Whitney was the happiest. When the fight started, she just hoped that Bai Fu could perform better and not lose too badly. She never dreamed that Bai Fu could beat Zephyr. From this point of view, she made a lot of money by investing in Bai Fu. Is there a possibility that when the Empire really launched the Heroic Soul plan, Bai Fu had already advanced to the Super Ultimate and became one of the hosts of the plan? Then, no. You can't think about this kind of thing casually, and you can't have too high expectations for yourself. That was true, and Whitney couldn't help but look forward to it. The competition ended. Zephyr was beaten dumb, so naturally the others would no longer refuse Bai Fu to join the Virtual Realm Research Society. Not only did they not refuse, but they took the initiative to make friends with Bai Fu. Bai Fu's combat power was so exaggerated, and her understanding of psychic energy must be good. Moreover, Bai Fu was a special psychic painter who could make prayer cards, which made her even more worthy of making friends. Although there was already a superclass psychic painter in the society, Painter was not easy to approach, and it was easier to accept a favor from a master than a superclass one. Bai Fu gained a lot from the brief conversation with these people. She exchanged some rare prayer cards for more advanced psychic storage device drawings, more basic psychic advanced knowledge, and several skill books that did not suit her fighting style, but were very suitable for Yulia or players to learn. After this casual chat, Bai Fu had a preliminary understanding of everyone present. It was called a preliminary understanding, but in fact it was also based on the favorability seen by the apostle's spiritual vision, and the actual words a person said to her to judge whether a person was consistent in appearance and heart. The one who made her most wary was the unknown painter. The seemingly amiable painter's favorability towards her had been declining since she defeated Zephyr, and finally dropped to -29. I don't know if it was because she had some kind of relationship with Zephyr, or because she had other intentions, but she had to be careful. To Bai Fu's surprise, the Curse Master Olsen, who was not easy to approach in Whitney's mouth, had a good impression of her. Olsen spoke without showing his emotions, but his favorability towards her was the second highest in the Virtual Realm Research Association, with a full 31, and the adjective was appreciation. I didn't expect that this cursor was actually a kind person. In addition to Olsen, the one who liked her the most was a master-level psychic rune warrior named Alexei, who was from the Empire, and the boss of a super-large mercenary organization. Are you interested in making a deal with me? When the exchange meeting was coming to an end, Olsen suddenly came over. Whitney, Yulia, and Anya all looked at Olsen, who looked like a huge skeleton, with caution. Bai Fu said calmly, "What does the Lord of Curses want to trade?" Olsen said, "I am very interested in the black eye you summoned when you were sparring with Zephyr. If you are willing to teach me the summoning technique, the spells I know, or the knowledge I have, you can take any of my possessions, of course." He paused and smiled unexpectedly. "You can't take the robe I wear most often, the spell emblem I use most often, and my daughter." These words caused laughter from the people around. According to gossip, Olsen dotes on his only daughter very much. Bai Fu didn't laugh along. She was thinking seriously about Olsen's proposal. Eye of Sorrow was not her trump card, and it was worth trading it with Olsen. After all, Olsen was a superb too, and his strength was comparable to Annihilation and Chong Xiao. He had knowledge, spells, and collections, and anyone could fight for them. Bai Fu was struggling with what she should ask Olsen for. Skills that increase the endurance of the Blessing of the Soul? Anyway, it can be copied with a John card, so there is no need. Advanced psychic knowledge? In the subsequent Empire exploration plan, she can accumulate points to exchange with the Empire, but there is no need for this. Props to reduce the dragon activity of the Void Dragon Potion? This can also be asked from the Empire, and even a high price that people can't refuse can be directly offered. After thinking about it, Bai Fu felt that she was currently lacking only two things. One is advanced skills, and the other is Void Resonance Consciousness. The former can directly improve her strength, and the latter can allow her to quickly start the next link of this series of tasks with Faye's sister, Rufus, and the Void. The reward for this task is very generous, and it will definitely make a lot of money if it can be completed as soon as possible. Let's try this first. Bai Fu made her request. I want to exchange the Void Resonance Consciousness. I wonder if the Lord of Curses has it. Void Resonance Consciousness? Olsen frowned and thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, but it will take a certain amount of time. Half a month. How about it? No problem. Bai Fu agreed directly. This time when she came to the Empire, she did not plan to go back immediately, but planned to open an office of Dark Moon Tide here to connect with the people in the Empire to carry out tasks, so as to avoid running back and forth in the future because of the worry that the information would be stolen by the mechanics. Now she was just building an office while waiting for Olsen. After the deal was done, Olsen's eyes fell on Yulia again. Yulia? ? Olsen said, your talent is very rare. If possible, I would like to accept you as my last disciple. Bai Fu, Good fellow, you still want to poach me? This is my #1 assistant, my wife, my sweetheart. I won't give it to her. Yulia and Bai Fu were in tune with each other and declined immediately. She knew that her secrets could not be known to others. Besides, she didn't need a teacher. She could upgrade by eating psychic crystals. Bai Fu would never let her go hungry. She could also ask Bai Fu about things she couldn't understand. Bai Fu never let her down. Compared with ordinary teachers, Bai Fu could help her when she wanted. It was enough for her to know such things. There was no need to tell others. Olsen felt deeply sorry, but didn't say much. After sending Olsen away, Alexei, who had the highest favorability, also came to Bai Fu to say hello. Alexei was not here to discuss cooperation, but to build a relationship with Bai Fu, meaning that everyone was in the mercenary or private armed industry, and if there was any big job in the future, they could support each other. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. In her line of work, one more friend was indeed rare. Boss, when did you become so powerful? After the meeting, in the mobile palace, Anya looked at Bai Fu with eyes full of admiration. Your boss, I have always been so powerful. Bai Fu smiled proudly. Her sudden move helped her become famous, with many benefits, but also potential risks. It was hard to say how Titan Industries would react, but the Supernova Corps would definitely become more hostile to her, so she had to be on guard in the future. It is necessary to move the headquarters from Elises to somewhere else. Speaking of this, Whitney strongly suggested that Bai Fu move the headquarters directly to the Empire. But considering the Great Exploration Plan and the subsequent conflict between the three major cosmic civilizations and the Holy City of the Apostles, Bai Fu still rejected it. If we move to the Empire, it will take a lot of time to transfer people to the Dark Domain, so let's wait and see. In the next few days, Bai Fu built a new office at a very fast speed. At the same time, the Empire's discussion on the Apostle Holy City also reached a preliminary consensus. A new cosmic civilization has been discovered, and it must be taken seriously. Instead of waiting for the enemy to come to the door, it is better to take the initiative. In order to better implement the Great Exploration Plan, the Empire decided to use more forces to intervene in the marginal world. However, the Empire did not intend to go to war with the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries at this time. So the Empire had sent special envoys to discuss a new peace treaty with the other two companies, which would likely end the civil war in the Taimu civilization. Bai Fu nodded. The information Whitney told her was crucial. She had to earn as many contribution points as possible before the end of the war, so that she could get more benefits when this main line was settled. After waiting for a few more days, Bai Fu finally waited for Olsen. As promised, Olsen brought the Void Resonance Consciousness she wanted, and his daughter also came along, and... Bai Fu's eyes widened. She saw the skill that she had been dreaming about on Olsen's daughter, which could extend the burst time. Blessing Expertise LV1. The duration of blessing-type psychic skills is extended by 50%. Not only that, the other skills and talents of Olsen's daughter are also very effective, all of which are various bonus passes. It's a curse that Lao Deng gave birth to a daughter who is blessed all over, right? Bai Fu turned her head and looked at Olsen, who was happily trying to figure out how to summon the Eye of Sorrow. Your daughter is awesome. Oh no, I mean your daughter's skills and talents are awesome. Never mind, just stick it first. Stick it first. Bai Fu walked to Olsen's daughter excitedly. Olsen immediately became alert. Having lived for hundreds of years, he immediately noticed that Bai Fu's eyes were not right, and then he remembered some rumors about his relationship with Bai Fu. Asshole, my daughter is your fan, and she came to see you specially. What do you want to do to my daughter? While waiting for the Zhanzhan card to read the bar, Bai Fu noticed Olsen's eyes. Hey, what's with that look? Do I look like someone who likes to eat fried noodles? A few dips won't lose a piece of clothing, so just dip. If I get a new Zhanzhan card next time, I come again. Under Olsen's glare, Bai Fu left contentedly. I come to see you next time I'm free. Olsen, You'd better not come. After the transaction with Olsen, Bai Fu said goodbye to Whitney and led her people straight to the Star Covenant Initial Gate branch. She couldn't wait to use the Void Resonance consciousness to awaken Faye's sister and find out what Rufus had done. As she was on her way, the news of her beating Zephyr in the Void Research Institute gradually spread. Although Zephyr tried his best to cover it up, other people in the Research Institute still revealed it as a topic of conversation. Zephyr's face was livid, but he could do nothing but watch himself become a stepping stone for Bai Fu. Bai Fu is so powerful. Cade's loss is not unfair. More than not unfair, he should be glad that Bai Fu is a reasonable person and must find solid evidence before taking action against him. If someone else had this strength, he would have smashed his head long ago. Another wave of reputation has been greatly increased. Thanks to Saint Fu. Bai Fu arrived at the Star Covenant Initial Gate branch with a smile. What are you so happy about? Having not seen Bai Fu for a long time, Fei Yi walked a lot more briskly when she saw Bai Fu coming. Bai Fu took out the Void Resonance consciousness. I got a good thing that can awaken your sister's consciousness sleeping in your body. What? Fei Yi was shocked. She had never expected that things would turn out like this. Because of her sister's death, she felt guilty for many years. It was not until Bai Fu appeared that she gradually got out of the depression. Then let's get started. Bai Fu used the Void Resonance consciousness on Fei Yi according to the prop instructions. Chapter 272. For Bai Fu, who was in charge of the player panel, no matter how complicated the method of using the Void Resonance consciousness was, it was just a matter of following the instructions and reading a few more progress bars. Ding! You have successfully awakened the consciousness of Fei Yi's sister Jean. Lu, a pleasant reminder sounded, followed by Fei Yi's joyful exclamation. Sister? Bai Fu really did it. Stimulated by great joy, Fei Yi hugged Bai Fu and subconsciously gave Bai Fu a kiss. Jean Lu, Bai Fu, Your sister is still watching. Although she can't feel anything, she still has some perception ability. After calming down, Fei also realized this problem. It's an accident. I was too excited just now. She coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Bai Fu didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Instead, she asked the two sisters to reminisce about the past and figure out the current situation. Then she would ask about Rufus. They spent half a day telling Jinlu everything that had happened recently. Jinlu, who was sleeping in Fei's body, was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Whenever Fei used the power of the Void, she could passively absorb information from the outside world, so she understood everything after Fei explained it briefly. After nightfall, in Fei's bedroom. Do you want to ask what Rufus did? Jinlu's voice rang out in the room. This was the sound she made by using the vibration of the Void power. Although Jinlu and Fei were twin sisters, she seemed to be much more mature than Fei, the silly one, in terms of both her personality and the tone of her voice. Bai Fu nodded. Only by figuring out what he wants to do can we better deal with him. He has too many secrets. At first glance, he is more dangerous than the 10 Saints. You are right to worry. I don't know what Rufus's real purpose is in contacting the Saints, but I can try to restore his entanglement with the Void. Jean Lu paused and talked about the past when Rufus led the Void life to invade her hometown. When the disaster first happened, she, like Fei Yi, had no idea where the Void came from. Everything started to change when she was about to die. Normally, ordinary people like her, once infected by the Void, their consciousness will be completely swallowed up by the Void sooner or later. However, her luck was surprisingly good. At that moment, due to various coincidences that she still couldn't explain, her consciousness entered her sister Fei's body. Not only was she not submerged by the Void, but she was perfectly integrated with the Void. She became a pure Void ghost. Surprisingly lucky, indeed. Bai Fu glanced at the strong luck in Jean Lu's talent column. Although I fell asleep in Fei Yi's body soon because of my serious injuries, I successfully connected to the Void dimension in the short time before I fell asleep, and saw many Void secrets that ordinary people have no way of knowing. Rufus attacked my hometown to test the Void ability he had just mastered. The reason why Rufus was able to master the Void ability is that he stole the Void core of a Void Lord and successfully killed that Void Lord. Rufus's true strength is far from what it seems, but he doesn't dare to show it completely. This is what I guess based on the information you and Fei provided me. The reason why Rufus contacted the 10 Saints and tried to guide the Void Apostles to come was that he wanted to use the secret crystal ball to break the bottleneck, and on the other hand, there might be some problems with the fusion of his core with the Void Lord, and he wanted to use the power of the Void Apostles to help him balance. Rufus has a secret research base, and the location of that base is on the Edge world. As Jean Lu spoke, Bai Fu received prompts for the completion of the task and the triggering of a new task. You completed the hidden task Another Dimension and received a reward of 1 billion experience points, 1 random void talent, plus 1.5% exploration of the Edge world plot, and 1 fragment of the original Seeker title. You triggered the hidden task Hidden Void Lord. Task Introduction. Task Objective. Investigate the secret research base mentioned by Jean Lu. Investigation progress 0%. Reward. Reward depends on the progress of the investigation. Note: the next round of tasks will be triggered when the investigation progress exceeds 70%. Good guy. Bai Fu was shocked. Although she had known from Frank that Rufus had a relationship with the Void, she never expected that the relationship was so deep. He even got the core of the Void Lord, and not only did he get it, but he also killed the Void Lord. Isn't Rufus a bit too awesome? With his configuration, he is definitely an important boss setting in the later version. Fortunately, I knew this in advance, otherwise I would definitely ignore him like everyone else, and focus on the 10 Saints and Shadow Storm Corona who attacked me. Bai Fu's mind became active. She speculated that if she hadn't intervened in the plot, Rufus would have been able to get the real pillar of the true spirit. The plot after that should have developed like this. Rufus reached a cooperation with the 10 Saints Association and the Apostle Holy City, deliberately lent the pillar of the true spirit, pretending to use the pillar of the true spirit to exchange the right to use the secret observing crystal ball with the saint, but in fact he pushed the saint and the Apostle Holy City to the front, hiding himself behind, and using the saint and the Apostle Holy City to summon the apostles to come. When the apostles really come, everyone's eyes will be focused on the apostles, the 10 Saints, and the Apostle Holy City. At this time, Rufus secretly reaches a secret cooperation with the apostles, relying on the power of the apostles to completely master the Void Lord core he stole, and then become a real Void Lord, so that his strength will usher in a leap-forward improvement. When the 3 cosmic civilizations finally cleaned up the 10 Saints and the Apostle Holy City, they looked back and saw that Rufus, who seemed more difficult to deal with, appeared. There may be some other forces and characters mixed in here, and maybe the winner in the end is not the 3 cosmic civilizations, but the Apostle Holy City, but the general main line should be what I guessed. Bai Fu snorted. Damn it, Rufus had a good plan, but unfortunately Rufus met her. Now the pillar of the true spirit is in Yulia's body. She will never let Yulia be captured by Rufus. Unable to summon the apostles through the pillar of the true spirit, Rufus can only find another way, which is extremely difficult. Do you want to secretly expose Rufus's true identity? If Rufus's true identity is exposed now, there is no need for the 3 major cosmic civilizations to take action. The 10 Saints and the Apostle Holy City will cause trouble for him. How can I not be angry when I am used like this? Maybe when the footholds are leaked one after another, the Saint will put the blame on Rufus. But Bai Fu thinks it is not safe to do so. With Rufus's strength, it is very difficult to kill him by temporarily exposing his identity. After all, he has the power of the Void. Bai Fu, who also masters the power of the Void, knows how difficult it is to catch Void life. If he escapes, then things will be troublesome. After he hides, it will be difficult to grasp his movements. What if he is extremely lucky and gets a chance to completely master the core of the Void Lord? It's better to let him stay under my watch. This way, I can also complete his tasks and earn some rewards to improve my strength. Bai Fu gradually sorted out her thoughts. She opened the game map, and a new red question mark appeared on the map. This question mark refers to Rufus's secret research base. There is a recommended level behind the question mark, from level 201 to level 250. This recommended level clearly means that if you don't have the strength of the super level, don't mess with this task blindly, otherwise it will be in vain if you die. Bai Fu listened to the advice very much. Her current strength is above average among the masters, but compared with Chao Ju, especially with Rufus, whose real strength is probably not weaker than Annihilation, Cho Xiao, and Olsen, it is not good enough. If she rashly investigates Rufus's secret research base, she may die suddenly if she makes a mistake. She is not like a player who can be resurrected after death. However, this information can still be used to make a fuss at a critical moment. Bai Fu quietly closed the game map and expressed her gratitude to Jean Lu. The information you provided is very critical. It can be said that you have helped me a lot. I will find a way to help you recover. Jean Lu declined, saying, don't bother. I'm a void life now. It doesn't matter whether I have a physical body or not. You will continue to deal with Rufus next, right? Take me with you. With my current ability in the void, I can help. Wait. Halfway through her words, she suddenly realized a problem. It's true that she is awakened, but she can't leave Faye's body yet. This caused a problem. She had to be accompanied by Faye to do anything she wanted to do. For example, if she wanted to help Bai Fu, she needed Faye to follow Bai Fu, but Faye was a member of the Star Covenant in name and in reality. Fei Yi suggested, how about I go to the Lord of the Oath to apply and temporarily follow Bai Fu's actions? The Lord of the Oath is easy to talk to, he shouldn't refuse. That's fine. Bai Fu nodded. She also hopes to bring Fei Yi and Jean Lu with her, so that it will be convenient for the Silent Court to carry out the next action. But she feels embarrassed to always ask Xingyue to borrow people. Why not take this opportunity to bring Xingyue, the Arcane Library, and the Origin Consortium to the same table, make a cooperation agreement or something, and make a lot of money together in the next Dark Domain exploration plan, so that Fei Yi and Jean Lu can be borrowed legitimately and return some of their previous investment. Just do it. Bai Fu immediately contacted Yinzhu and expressed her wishes. Yinzhu said that she had received separate contacts from the 3 cosmic civilizations not long ago, but she still needed to ask the Lord of the Oath for the specifics. I will get back to you as soon as possible. No problem. Bai Fu then contacted the Arcane Library. As the most experienced and powerful Chaoju in the Edge world, Yuan Yi had already received private solicitations from the 3 cosmic civilizations. He did not favor any side, but he was still very interested in attacking the 10 Saints and the Apostle Holy City. If these 2 forces were not suppressed as soon as possible, the Edge world would sooner or later become the forefront of the conflict. Very good, the next step is to discuss the details of the cooperation. Bai Fu felt relieved. If the Arcane Library and Star Covenant were willing to cooperate, she would be able to do the next exploration mission much easier. Although she had to give up some of her profits, with 2 supernatural powers protecting her, she would be much safer when facing the 10 Saints. Bai Fu hung up the communicator and turned to look at Fei Yi. What were you 2 whispering about just now? She just asked casually, but to her surprise, Fei Yi suddenly panicked and waved his hand with a red face. Nothing, just some family matters, nothing. Bai Fu? ? Do I look like I want to eat someone? Fei Yi felt guilty. Because she suddenly thought of a question, her sister and she now share the same body. If she and Bai Fu are close, wouldn't that mean? When she just had this thought, Jean Lu saw through her thoughts. If you can't help it, I will temporarily block my perception, and you can call me when it's over. What do you mean by can't help it? I guess you can help it, okay. Bai Fu didn't ask any more questions. Fei Yi didn't plan to tell her anyway, so it was useless to ask. After returning to the room, she counted the gains from this mission. 1 billion experience points is not much, but it is more than enough to upgrade the blessing expertise. After the blessing expertise level is raised to LV10, the blessing prayer time can be extended by 150%, which means that she can use the mind blessing for 7.5 minutes in the future, which is a great improvement to her combat effectiveness. I go find Olsen's daughter next time. What is a high-quality fan? This is a high-quality fan. In addition to experience, Bai Fu now values the random void talent the most. She was lucky enough to get a void adaptability. This talent allows her to adapt to the void dimension, and not go crazy because of accidentally entering the void dimension. At the same time, it greatly improves her mental resistance and void energy compatibility. In addition, it has a linkage effect. Since the void adaptability has been greatly improved, Bai Fu no longer has to worry about being eroded by the void, so the number of times the void shuttle skill can be used has been greatly increased, from a maximum of 3 consecutive uses to a maximum of more than 10 consecutive uses. The reason why it is not infinitely usable is because this skill consumes a lot of physical strength, and Bai Fu's physical strength cannot withstand infinite pressure. She is not a perpetual motion princess. If she were a perpetual motion princess, Yulia and the others would cry. Yes, with this, I don't have to worry about conflicts with Rufus in the future and Rufus using the power of the void to deal with me. Bai Fu excitedly closed the attribute panel. In the next few days, she browsed the player forum to see if there was any information about the new version, while actively communicating with the Lord of the Oath, Yuani. Before the 3 cosmic civilizations came to an agreement, they reached a plan to jointly explore the Dark Domain. The top combat power of the Fringe world, because of the small actions of the 10 Saints and Rufus, has never been more united. On the day when the cooperation agreement was officially signed, Bai Fu finally received the news that version 2.2 would be released soon. The update of version 2.2 was much greater than she and most players imagined. From 2.0 to 2.1, the official only increased the level cap by 5 levels, but this time it was directly raised by 15 levels, to 70 levels in one go. Could it be that I disrupted the original plot, causing the Taimu civilization civil war to end too quickly, and the Apostle Holy City showed up in advance, so that the official had to adjust the original version plan? Baifu thought about it, and felt that this was really possible. If she hadn't intervened, the Taimu civilization civil war would have lasted from version 2.1 to version 2.3, and then the official would have introduced the 10 saints in version 2.4, and it would have been almost time to start the 3.0 version. She spread her hands. Blame her? She just wants to provide players with a better gaming experience. What's wrong with her? Fighting a civil war is not as engaging as exploring the dark domain. I don't know if it's because the official blames her, or because of the length limit. She doesn't appear in many scenes in the 2.2 version trailer, far less than the Lord of the Oath, Ueni, Rufus, the Saint, and the 3 cosmic civilizations. It doesn't matter. Today, she has grown into an important NPC in the game. Even if the official doesn't promote her, her brilliance is something that players can't ignore. Zepho will help her regain the popularity that was not increased by the promotional video. Things happen just as Baifu guessed. When the players happily enter the game, they receive 2 heavy news. News 1. The 3 cosmic civilizations are actively competing, and the civil war of the Taimu civilization is likely to end. News 2. The new master Baifu beat the old master Zephyr at the offline meeting of the Virtual Realm Research Association, shocking everyone and getting a new nickname Dark Lord. For the first news, the player's reaction was full of question marks. No! The civil war is over, so what about our missions? Who stole our missions? For the second news, the players' reactions were also full of questions. No! Although everyone knows that you Fu were once the Lord of the Dark Knight, how come you can beat up the Lord level Lao Ding as soon as you return to the Lord level? How strong are you really? Is there a possibility that the Lord of the Dark Knight Lord does not refer to strength, and that the Dark Knight and the Lord cannot be separated, and only when they are combined can they be complete titles? Fu's real strength is actually far more than the Lord, but is superb. In the newly released post, Digging G directly gave Baifu a new patch on her strength. This statement was recognized by many players. It makes sense. Otherwise, Fu's upgrade speed is too exaggerated. Fu doesn't have an attribute panel like them, and can upgrade through experience. When the players were actively discussing this issue, Baifu gathered the players of the Silent Court together and announced to them the next development direction of the Silent Court. From the Dark Realm to the Dark Realm, the Reborn Empire has made a decision that regardless of whether the negotiations with the other 2 cosmic civilizations about the Taimu civilization are smooth, the Dark Realm exploration plan will be implemented, and the Apostle Holy City must be found. According to Whitney, the Empire was so determined because it was afraid that the Apostle Holy City would destroy the Heroic Soul plan, so it wanted to find out the truth about the Apostle Holy City as soon as possible. For this exploration plan, I have prepared a large number of spaceships. Baifu turned around, and the camera played on the virtual big screen behind her suddenly began to pull up. After more than 10 seconds, the camera stopped moving, and all the players present stared at the picture displayed on the screen motionlessly. On the vast land, tens of thousands of spaceships were parked neatly. Fuck. In an instant, all the players who paid attention to this scene were stunned by Baifu's generosity. Chapter 273. In order to get a good start in version 2.2, Baifu made great efforts. A few days before the official release of the new version, she purchased a large number of modified mining ships, which cost her nearly half of her savings. But this was still not enough, mainly because of the lack of time, and the delivery of the spacecraft also took time. So, she deliberately found Star Covenant, Arcane Library and Origin Consortium, and shamelessly borrowed more than 10,000 spacecraft from them. With this face, she is now qualified to show off her face wherever she goes, even to the 3 major cosmic civilizations. At this point, I still have to thank Saint Zephyr. Although Saint Zephyr did not send her any props or equipment, Saint Zephyr sacrificed himself and joined the game, and raised her reputation in the 3 major cosmic civilizations from a small reputation to a famous one, which is completely worthy of the title of Saint. Baifu smiled and looked around. When the players who were speechless due to the spaceship array gradually came to their senses, she raised the pointer in her hand, tapped the blackboard, and told her next plan. Very simple. The next step is to build a transit base in the Dark Domain. The Dark Domain is so large that it would be very troublesome to supply the spacecraft without a transit base. The first transit base Bai Fu chose was Zuyuan Star. The reason why she chose Zuyuan Star was because she was familiar with it, and she wanted to give the players a good time, especially those who came from Zuyuan Star. After more than 10 years of hard work in the game, the players have achieved success compared to themselves when they were on the novice planet. Return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful. Go and see the place where you once struggled, see the NPCs you once struggled with, miss the youth that passed away under the sunset, and brag about your past self with your new partners. This emotional value is full. Bai Fu believes that this will inevitably arouse the players' creative enthusiasm. Just as she thought, when Zuyuan Star appeared on the big screen behind her, all the players who walked out of Zuyuan Star were excited. Damn, I have wanted to go back to Zuyuan Star for a long time, but when I thought about how it would take a lot of time to go back and forth, I was worried about missing the plot, so I never dared to go back. Fu is awesome. I wonder if the NPCs who fought the pre-march with me are still here. When will we set off? I can't wait when, of course, it will be soon. Although the Empire has not officially announced the launch of the Dark Domain exploration plan, Bai Fu has received a message from Julian and Whitney in advance, saying that the Empire's envoys are on their way to the Edge world. Next, the Empire's envoys will secretly contact a large number of people and preside over the establishment of a new Stargate on the Edge world. So, it's time for her to seize the initiative. Black King and Shadow Fu will set off with you. I will come right after we deal with the Stargate construction and Taimu's civilization. After the meeting, under the guidance of a large group of little Black Fu, the excited players boarded the spaceships one by one and headed towards the place where they had walked out. 10,000 ships set off at the same time. Homecoming. It's not that the players have never seen more spectacular scenes than this, but it's the first time to experience it in person. And this time, they don't have to squeeze with other players. Each spaceship only carries more than 100 players. The freedom and comfort directly make the players of other camps envious. You can be complacent. Sooner or later, your fleet will be beaten to pieces by the 10 Saints and the Apostle Holy City. Then you will be captured by Sui Shi and locked in the basement. You will be neither alive nor dead. Hee. Feng Chi Chuanxing turned off the live broadcast of Digging G, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Then, he opened the game group he created. The players in the group are all firm supporters of Bai Fu. Probably. At least Feng Chi Chuanxing thinks so. He has checked the comments of every player who joined the group in the community. Although everyone is criticizing Bai Fu in different directions, they are all very hardworking in criticizing Bai Fu. The new version has started. What we need to do next is to find an organization. The so-called organization refers to the camp where Sui Shi is. The words of Feng Chi Chuanxing were recognized by all the players in the group. Everyone worked together and put forward many opinions. I see. I write it down. In the group, a player named Guguji took photos and screenshots of all the important speeches. She used to be a staunch hater of Bai Fu, but later, she developed feelings for him. In addition, Bai Fu never broke the ice in the plot, and the welfare treatment for players was surprisingly good, so she turned from hater to passerby, and from passerby to fan. She didn't go directly to Bai Fu, because she had accepted a long-term mission a while ago. She planned to complete this mission before going to the Silent Courtyard. Then, at this time, Feng Chi Chuanxing suddenly posted that he would take everyone to Bai Fu's strong enemy Sui Shi. For a long time, the reason why we have been unable to defeat Bai Fu, the cunning villain, is because we lack a real organization. There is no practical meaning in talking nonsense online. If Bai Fu can be killed by scolding people, then those NPC black guys, who are much more numerous than us, would have scolded Bai Fu to death long ago. What we need is an organization that is more powerful than the Court of Silence. As we all know, the villains in game animations are usually more organized and more proactive than the protagonists. They cannot beat the protagonists because they are too arrogant, the protagonists are too cheating, and the screenwriters force them to be stupid. But in Stars, this kind of thing can be effectively avoided. In this game, the villains can also become the protagonists. If we can unite and assist Sui Shi with our abilities, we can help Sui Shi take down Bai Fu sooner or later. After seeing this post, Guguji hesitated for a moment and chose to sneak into the Feng Chi Chuanxing group as an undercover agent. Because she was really a black person before, she passed the review easily. She had been lurking in the group for a long time, and now she finally waited for the next move of Feng Chi Chuanxing. You dare to black my Admiral Fufu, right? Wait until I collect the information, and then secretly tell Digging G, and send you all to the sky. The players in the Silent Courtyard flew to Zuyuan Star, and Guguji also gathered with Feng Chi Chuanxing and others. They planned to join the exploration team. Only in this way would they have the opportunity to meet the 10 saints. Once they met the 10 saints, they would surrender directly. Although the 10 saints might doubt their motives, it was not a big problem because they had a pledge of allegiance. That was to tell the 10 saints the location of Zuyuan's star. Even if the 10 saints did not want to take them in, Kaide, who had a deep hatred for Bai Fu, would definitely take them in, so that they could get close to Sui Shi. Hee, Bai Fu, you're done. Feng Qiquanqing laughed very happily. Because he was worried about the news leaking out, he did not post or broadcast live during this period, just waiting for the success to surprise everyone. Yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you for your help. Bai Fu hung up the call with Julian. When she turned her head, she found that more than a dozen people around her were staring at her intently. The 3 major civilizations have reached an agreement, and the civil war of the Taimu civilization will soon end. I will go there in the next few days to formally negotiate cooperation with the Empire. Yulia nodded. If we formally cooperate with the Empire, the attitude of Titan Industries is still uncertain, but the hostility of the Supernova Corps may increase greatly. They are a group of warlike people. You have lost their face in the Virtual Realm Research Association. Bai Fu said, I will try my best to get the Empire to build one of the star gates near Ulysses. In this way, unless the Supernova Corps wants to break up with the Empire, they will not be stupid enough to attack Ulysses directly. We just need to be careful when exploring the dark area. Have you thought about how to defend? This is one of the reasons why I went to the Taimu civilization. Bai Fu smiled. 3 positioning cards, she has used 2 so far. The remaining one was originally intended for Rufus, but now she has no idea where Rufus is, so it is better to use it on the Supernova Corps to be on guard. Seeing that Bai Fu had thought of everything, the others stopped worrying. Practice well and wait for me to come back. Bai Fu patted Anya and Cyprus. Among those who followed her, Anya and Cyprus were the closest to the natural disaster level. After digesting the resources she got from the Empire, their spiritual attributes have now reached more than 1900, and they may be promoted to the natural disaster level at any time. This came very timely. The exploration of the dark domain requires more natural disaster levels to enter. Anya straightened up the cute little bun even after she became an adult. Boss, go with peace of mind. When you come back, I will definitely be promoted to the natural disaster. After explaining, Bai Fu rushed to the Taimu civilization. The first stop she arrived at was the governor's district of Kostali controlled by Neelis. The dark moon tide, and Neelis still had a hiring fee to settle, and she also planned to visit Neelis, her former companion. Unlike the high spirits, when the civil war just broke out, Neelis now looks extremely haggard. The civil war is over. But what is the difference between such an end and no end? Under the discussion of the 3 cosmic civilizations, the Taimu civilization reached a de facto split, which was completely different from his original idea. At a glance, he had no idea when the Taimu civilization would be able to reunite. I have a deeper understanding of the saying that falling behind will lead to being beaten. Nellis drank a few gulps of wine. Bai Fu spread her hands helplessly. In fact, it is not necessarily that there is no chance at all. Next. She shook her head again halfway through her speech. It can be predicted that the turmoil in the game will become more and more serious. It is hard to say whether the 3 cosmic civilizations can withstand it, so the Taimu civilization still has a chance to reunify. But the Taimu civilization may explode before the 3 cosmic civilizations explode, so it is better not to be too confident, lest Nihilus expects nothing. After comforting Nihilus for a while, Bai Fu left Kostari and flew to Taimu Star, the capital of the Taimu civilization. Are you affected by what Neelis said? Yulia sat down next to Bai Fu, crossed her legs, and folded her arms. Not really, I was just thinking whether there is a true god in this world, not a false god like the god of psychic power. After playing the game for so long, Bai Fu became more and more curious about the essence of this game. From the technical level of the world where the players are, it is reasonable that they cannot make such an outrageous game. So, Bai Fu raised her head suddenly, but she almost hit Mount Bujo with anger. What are you doing? She looked at Yulia, who was close at hand, and was about to crush her with a mighty force. Come on, I comfort you. My emotions are really normal, you. Still quibbling? Then I just press your head. On Tame, Bai Fu met an acquaintance. Oh, isn't this Saint Fu? She was originally thinking about who in the Supernova Corps should she put the positioning card on so that she could use it better. Now, she can just put it on Zephyr's head and it's done. If the Supernova Corps wants to deal with her, Zephyr will most likely not be absent. Senior Zephyr, long time no see. Bai Fu smiled and went to greet Zephyr. Zephyr's face darkened and he turned around and wanted to leave, but he felt that it would be more embarrassing to leave like this, So he had to bite the bullet and greet Bai Fu. Still calling you senior, you deal with seniors by hitting the spinning top hard in front of a group of people, right? Damn it. Bai Fu didn't bother Zephyr for too long. She put the location card on, and went to discuss the specific content of the cooperation with the people of the Empire. This is the most important thing for her this time. The bigger the contract, the more mission reward experience she can get. In this way, she can advance to the super absolute level faster. Because she had won over Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath in advance, Bai Fu was very confident. And a behemoth like the Empire could develop to this day, so it is naturally impossible to be a stingy person. After learning that Bai Fu really wanted to cooperate, they also showed their sincerity, but added an extra condition, hoping that Bai Fu would help shoot the promotional advertisement for the Dark Domain exploration, because Bai Fu has a very good image and has a large number of undead people under her. Letting Bai Fu shoot the advertisement may mobilize more undead people to join the Empire camp. Bai Fu agreed directly. It's not a photo shoot for Cici, what's there to refuse? In the end, the two parties signed the exploration contract very amicably. This contract is divided into two stages. The first stage is to build a Dark Domain transfer station. The second stage is to explore the surrounding areas with these transfer stations as the center, looking for the spiritual temple and the Apostle Holy City. When Bai Fu signed her name on the contract, she received a new task prompt. You triggered the main task Pioneer. Task Introduction. Task Objective, Branch 1. Help the Reborn Empire shoot a Dark Domain exploration advertisement. Reward 50 million experience points, Branch 2. Assist the Reborn Empire to build a Stargate. The reward depends on the contribution. The basic reward is 200 million experience points, Branch 3. Build a Zuyuan Star Exploration Transfer Station. The reward depends on the contribution. The basic reward is 400 million experience points, Branch 4. Explore the Dark Domain. The reward depends on the exploration point. The so-called exploration points are a set of standard measurement values set by the Empire's superhost Glory to measure the contribution of Dark Domain exploration. Exploration points can be used as money. As long as you connect to the Glory through the Glory host key issued by the Empire, you can buy things in special stores, including but not limited to various supplies and cutting-edge knowledge of superpowers. This is the benefit that the Empire gives to its partners. Cluster-level civilizations usually regard various knowledge as very important, and will never share it with others unless necessary. But at the level of the Empire, they hope to use knowledge to cultivate more masters and transcendents, because they have sufficient confidence that they can tie these masters and transcendents to their own super tanks. Happy cooperation. Bai Fu stood up with a smile. She was very satisfied with the contract offered by the Empire. After greeting the Imperial envoy, she planned to return to Ulysses first. Before she boarded the spaceship, she saw two familiar faces again. Gongmu and Mullen. When guarding the Lockheed Observatory, these two had worked with her, and had met for several months. Seeing that Bai Fu had discovered them, the two hurriedly walked up. Your Excellency the Dark Lord, we have been waiting for you here for a while. Bai Fu said, Why are you calling me so politely? Just call me by my name. What do you want from me? Gongmu and Ma Luan looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Dark Lord, we want to join the Dark Moon Tide. Bai Fu was full of questions. She is strong now, and has a great reputation, but she is not yet at the level where people will bow down to her with just a shake of her body, right? Gongmu and Ma Luan are both natural disaster level. Even if they don't join the Dark Moon Tide, their mercenaries can still be prosperous. Steel Curtain explained with a bitter face. The root of the problem lies in the sudden suspension of the civil war in the Taimu civilization. The civil war has not been decided, and Gustav and Lister are alive and well now. They worked for Nellis before and provoked Gustav and Lister. Lister is a little easier to deal with. Gustav has the supernova core behind him. If they are targeted a little, they can stop their business. If they are targeted again, their lives may not be saved. The two originally planned to flee to other star regions, but in the end, they still felt that joining Bai Fu would have a better future. First, Bai Fu is strong and has a good reputation. Second, the Empire stands behind Bai Fu. Bai Fu's eyes swept over Gongmu and Marin. The favorability of these two people to her was about 50, so they were not undercover agents. With the addition of these two, including Anya and Cyprus, the Silent Courtyard has 8.5 disaster level, half refers to the Golden Dew, and the foundation has been greatly increased. Okay, then you can follow me back to Ulysses. These days, I have to shoot an advertisement for the Empire, and help the Empire build a Stargate. Then I will go to the Dark Domain. Steel Mu and Marin breathed a sigh of relief. Now they didn't have to worry about being retaliated by Gustav. It had to be Saint Baifu, a good person. After Baifu left Tame, the members of the Supernova Corps gathered together. Baifu has completely surrendered to the Rebirth Empire. This is not good news for us. The undead under her command are sharp knives in the exploration of the Dark Domain. If the Rebirth Empire uses these undead to find the spiritual temple in advance. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other, and finally cast their eyes on the huge orc sitting at the top. This is the famous body cultivation flow super swallowing fist Garuga of the Supernova Corps. It's not just the undead who are threatening, but also Baifu herself. Find a way to kill her, and see if she has any cosmic treasures. Chapter 274. After returning from the Taimu civilization, Baifu spent some time shooting an advertisement for the Empire to promote the Dark Domain exploration plan. This advertisement caused quite a stir. There are countless explorers in the Starry Sea, and some masters and supermasters like to go to the Dark Domain for a stroll when they have nothing to do. This time the Empire showed full sincerity, and many explorers were tempted. After watching the advertisement, they gathered in groups of 3 or 5, bought spaceships and weapons, and prepared to go deep into the Dark Domain, performing the Empire dream of going from a poor boy to a rich man. It was at this time that the status of players in the Star Sea was raised to an unprecedented height. Some major forces and civilizations came out one after another, offering attractive treatment to attract players. Free food and accommodation, basic salary, and high commission. That's it? We provide free quotas of weapons and ammunition. What a crappy treatment. Come here, do a good job, and you will be promoted immediately, and even have the opportunity to go to the headquarters for further study. Cat Girl is here. Join the Mechanical War Group, and get a Mechanical Cat Girl for free. Baifu? ? What a despicable trick, but it must be said that the recruitment propaganda such as posting cat girls is quite effective. Many players, who are far away from Elisis, join these camps nearby. Although they did not get as much experience as in the Silent Garden, and the props and knowledge they could buy were not as rich as in the Silent Garden, they were happy in other places. Let's just trust Lao Air's judgment.jpg. Can't take off pants, bad review, bad review, bad review. The game community was full of laughter and joy, which was a grand occasion that had never happened since the launch of version 2.0. Some players were discussing the recruitment campaigns of various factions. Some were discussing their own mechanical catgirls. Some were discussing the general trend of the Star Sea. And some were making bold statements, saying that they would become the king of Dark Domain exploration. This lively scene announced to everyone that the era of great exploration had officially arrived. Okay, my era of harvesting leaks has also arrived. Baifu smiled and narrowed her eyes. There are currently tens of millions of players in the entire game, but only 6 million have joined the Silent Court, which greatly limits her upgrade speed. She had been thinking about how to recruit more players to join the Silent Garden a long time ago. To this end, she created the Baifu Fund to provide free tickets to players who wanted to join the Silent Garden. But in versions 2.0 and 2.1, the players were too scattered, and the main storyline of the game was too scattered. Even if she took out a money offensive, she actually recruited only about 1 million players. Most players either didn't want to travel too far, or didn't want to give up the mission after accepting it, so they ignored her Baifu Fund. Now it's alright. In version 2.2, there is only one main line for all players in the Edge world, that is to explore the Dark Domain. This gives Baifu plenty of room for operation. No matter who goes to explore the Dark Domain, they need a resting place. Baifu plans to build several resting places similar to Zuyuan Star in the Dark Domain, providing supply stations, entertainment centers, hotels, real-life arenas, prop stores, weapon stores, and other services to attract players from other camps to come. As long as those players come, she will have the final say on how to exploit them. All players in the small factions affiliated with the super faction of the Empire can use her faction store through the Faction Alliance system. Her main purpose for dealing with these players is to squeeze experience. As for those players who are not affiliated, although they cannot use the faction store, they can still use the ordinary store normally. Her main purpose for dealing with these players is to squeeze money, but if she can coax them to her side, she will squeeze out experience as well. Anyway, she has a good appetite. No matter how many players come, she can empty them out. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to in this plan is how to ensure the safety of these resting points. After all, she has now provoked the Supernova War Corps and the 10 Saints. For this, Baifu has already had a countermeasure. The first step is to pull the Lord of the Oath and Yuan Yi to stand guard at Zuyuan Star. The second step is to wait for Zuyuan Star to develop, and let the Empire build a star gate near Zuyuan Star. The third step is to wait until I become stronger, and the safety issue will not be a problem. While assisting the Empire in building the Stargate near Elises, Bai Fu made a special trip to the Star Covenant headquarters. She was going to deliver Fuli to the Lord of the Oath. Recently, the Silent Court has developed rapidly, partly because she has been promoted to the Lord, and partly because she has gathered a lot of people's hearts by guiding NPCs in their practice. Can you help me break through the bottleneck? The Lord of the Oath was shocked when he saw Bai Fu, who was almost a head taller than him. Even Yin Zhu, who had always had high expectations for Bai Fu, was stunned, suspecting that Bai Fu had drunk too much. Bai Fu was full of confidence. At her current level of 168, even if she used the Advanced Apostle's vision to scout the attribute panel of the Lord of the Oath, the feedback she got was basically all question marks. But the panel was full of question marks, which did not mean that the Lord of the Oath could not be instructed. Isn't there a status bar to look at? The reason why the Lord of the Oath has not made much progress in strength over the years, and can only rely on adjusting her strength to improve her combat effectiveness, is because she is stuck in the second transformation of the budding of the divine fire. She herself did not receive any great inheritance, nor did she join a big force, so after many years of advancement, her second transformation mission still did not make any progress. Abnormal weakness, this is the most prominent status in the status bar of the Lord of the Oath. The detailed description of the status mentioned that the Lord of the Oath's second transformation requires a round body, because only in this way can she complete the life quality change mentioned in the set of body training methods she practiced. This roundness does not mean that you have to eat until you become a ball, but that you have to improve both your health and your intelligence and spirit attributes. None of them can be missing. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Oath took the wrong path. She probably thought that it was enough to improve her spirit attributes, so now her three requirements are Health 81994501000000, Intelligence 4271/5000, Spirit 6798/6000. The gap between health and intelligence is not ordinary. But to be honest, Bai Fu was still shocked by the length of the Lord of the Oath's health bar. Damn, more than 8 million? You know, she is still a little short of 700,000. With this gap, the Lord of the Oath must have a talent that increases life value, and it is not an ordinary talent. How can I joke about such a serious matter? Bai Fu said seriously, Sir Lord of the Oath, if you believe me, why not try the method I said? The Lord of the Oath hesitated for a while, but still nodded. What method? Her strength has been stagnant for a long time, which makes her, a martial arts fanatic, very annoyed. In the past, she had been looking for people to fight with, hoping to find a breakthrough in the battle, but after fighting for a long time, she had no breakthrough and instead got into a lot of trouble. Bai Fu made a list of very common props that could improve physical and intellectual attributes. The Lord of the Oath and Yin Zhu took a few glances and didn't understand what they were for, but they thought that there would be no bad effects if they were used, so they still opened the warehouse with doubts. Then, that night, bang, the Lord of the Oath punched the door of the guest room where Bai Fu lived. Bai Fu! A pair of sparkling eyes appeared in front of the bed, and even Bai Fu was startled. Is it so fierce? It works? Bai Fu, who was lying on the bed watching videos, got up, crossed her legs, and exposed her white and tender feet. It works. The Lord of the Oath nodded vigorously. It's more than useful, it's very useful. Not long after using the props, she tried another qualitative change of life, and this time she obviously went further than before. The Lord of the Oath now looked at Bai Fu as if he saw shining gold, and he wanted to hold her in his arms and caress her fiercely. It is rumored that Bai Fu is good at guiding the superpowered people in their cultivation. Who would have thought that she could even guide the superpowered people? Who is Bai Fu? The Lord of the Oath was puzzled. She said, but unfortunately, at my current level, those things can hardly improve me greatly. I need to find other methods. Bai Fu said, look for Master Yuan Yi. He is known as a mobile library. Maybe he can help you. Look for Yuan Yi? The Lord of the Oath showed a tangled look on his face. For Bai Fu, this is a matter of course. If you encounter something you lack, you can just rob/by/exchange it. But for the Lord of the Oath, such a matter of course is a bit difficult to do. In the past, she often went to fight with Yuan Yi. Every time she lost, she shouted, I will definitely beat you next time. Now she is asked to ask Yuan Yi for help. I always feel embarrassed. Let Bai Fu go to find Yuan Yi, forget it. Let her go by herself. She already owes Bai Fu enough, and she can't owe more. Although she had helped Bai Fu many times before, the rewards from Bai Fu this time were nothing compared to her previous efforts. The Lord of the Oath contacted Yuan Yi reluctantly. Yuan Yi asked in confusion, "What do you want these things for? Aren't you a martial artist?" The Lord of the Oath looked back at Bai Fu. Bai Fu nodded, indicating that the Lord of the Oath could say whatever he wanted, and she hoped that the Lord of the Oath could become the new spokesperson for her guidance ability. "It's Bai Fu." The Lord of the Oath explained the situation. Yuan Yi's eyes became sharp. "Here it comes." He said that Bai Fu was most likely a seeker. "Look, isn't this new evidence here? If Bai Fu is not a seeker, and not a particularly powerful one among the seekers, how can she cross the boundary to guide the Lord of the Oath, and guide him correctly? I send the things over right away." "Ah? Tell Bai Fu not to leave in a hurry. You want to come in person? Hey, hey, hey." The Lord of the Oath wanted to say something, but Yuan Yi had already hung up. She turned around suddenly, and looked at Bai Fu in shock. She and Yuan Yi had known each other for almost 30 years. When he was not angry, Yuan Yi was always polite to everyone. This was the first time she saw Yuan Yi lose his temper like this, and it was all because of Bai Fu. Admittedly, Bai Fu's behavior just now had already shocked her, but now she was even more shocked. Could it be that Yuan Yi knew Bai Fu's true identity? The Lord of the Oath looked Bai Fu up and down, from the top of her head to her feet, and from her feet to her head, and really couldn't see anything unusual. Bai Fu smiled calmly. "Very good, Yuan Yi has taken the bait." With the strengthened Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath in charge, and the Empire watching covetously from behind, the 10 Saints and the Supernova Corps will have to think twice even if they want to attack the UN Star. There are more benefits to winning over Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath. Today, she used the Lord of the Oath to lure Yuan Yi up, and in the future, she can use Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath to lure more people up, and then form a huge network of relationships around her. In the Star Sea, fighting alone has too many restrictions. It is better to form a 3-strong team. Why bother fighting when reputation can solve the problem? Bai Fu stayed at the Xingyue headquarters for 2.5 days, and then met Yuan Yi, who rushed over. Yuan Yi was stuck in the divine transformation just like the Lord of the Oath, but the difference was that the Lord of the Oath was stuck at the second time, while Yuan Yi was stuck at the third time. According to this, should the completion of the second transformation be considered as the Super Absolute 2? Bai Fu was not sure, but she had a general understanding of the strength division of Super Absolute I and Super Absolute 2. She told Yuan Yi how to complete the transformation, just like before. The transformation of traditional NPCs should be very different from that of NPCs with player attributes, like hers. There are no special requirements such as killing enemies or defeating XX opponents when advancing. Yuan Yi, who successfully obtained the transformation method, looked at Bai Fu deeply. A few simple glances can solve the problem that has troubled him for many years. With this level, Bai Fu must be one of the most powerful psychic praying masters in the Star Sea in the past 100,000 years. Who exactly will it be? Because Bai Fu's fighting style is so diverse, including close combat, prayer cards, and summons, it is difficult for people to guess. Yuan Yi can only remember it secretly. No matter who it is, as far as it seems, Bai Fu is a super decent person. When dealing with such a person, there is no need to go around in circles. Just be sincere in exchange for sincerity, and there is no need to worry about being cheated. Bai Fu, I owe you a big favor this time. If you have any needs, just ask, and I will do my best to meet them. Bai Fu didn't bother to be polite with Yuan Yi, and directly said that she hoped Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath would temporarily go to Zuyuan Star to help her. I won't let you fall into a big crisis. If there are many people coming from the 10 Saints or the Supernova Corps, you just need to run away. What about running away or not? It's too much of an underestimation of his strength. Yuan Yi shook his head. It just so happens that I don't have anything urgent to do recently, so I just take it as a trip to Zuyuan Star. I haven't seen the customs of the Dark Realm for many years. The Lord of the Oath nodded and said, I am the same. I am tired of staying in the headquarters for a long time. It is a good opportunity to visit your hometown. Bai Fu thanked him. On the same day, the Star Covenant and the Arcane Library both issued a news statement, saying that recently the Administrator Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath were invited by Bai Fu to travel to the Dark Domain Zuyuan Star, and would not see any outsiders for the time being. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused quite a stir. There are 3 super absolutes in the French world. Now one of them has gone to mix with the 10 Saints. How come the remaining 2 are mixed with Bai Fu? The expressions of the 3 cosmic civilizations all became solemn. Is Bai Fu's charm a bit too high? The Supernova Corps had the biggest reaction. The Supernova Corps originally planned to attack Zuyuan Star directly after Bai Fu arrived. But now Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath went to Zuyuan Star, To kill Baifu with their help, at least 1 Super Absolute, 2, and 2 Super Absolute, I, would be dispatched. The Supernova Corps certainly has the strength to send so many people. But after forcibly killing Baifu in front of Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath, will they push the 2 people to the Empire? If they want to kill these 2 people together, then even if the number of Super Absolutes they dispatch doubles, it may not be stable, and they may have to use the universe treasure. A large-scale fleet is definitely not feasible. It will make too much noise, and will be discovered before reaching Ziyuan Star. It seems that a strong attack will not work. In this case, we can only find a way to lure Baifu into the trap. The Devouring Fist Garuga thought about it, and finally decided to find someone to set a trap in the dark area to attract Baifu to explore, and then take the opportunity to kill Baifu. Sir, please let me participate in the operation this time. Zeph volunteered and stood up. Garuga nodded in agreement. Zeph had been so angry, he had to let it out. While various forces were preparing for the exploration of the Dark Domain, Baifu returned to Ulysses. This time, Anya was the first to advance to the Scourge level. After she helped the Empire build the giant Stargate, she received the news that Cyprus had returned to the Scourge level. You have completed the main quest, The Conflict of the Dark Domain Zerg 2, and received a reward of 30 million experience points, 3 Cyprus skill cards, and 1 random skill of Cyprus, counting the rewards of branches 1 and 2 of the Pioneer series of quests. You can level up again before going to the Dark Domain. Baifu was in a very good mood. She immediately asked Anya to arrange a small fleet to Ziyuan Star. At the same time, she opened the attribute panel and the task panel, intending to count the task rewards. And at this moment, she suddenly found that Zephyr's position on the map had changed after not seeing him for a few days. Isn't this direction the direction of Ziyuan Star? I have spread the news that Yuani and the Lord of the Oath will go to Ziyuan Star, and the Supernova Corps is still planning to use force? Baifu narrowed her eyes slightly and began to think about whether to make another effort to get a few people from Whitney to join the team. Chapter 275. Baifu didn't rush to call for help. Although she had a good relationship with Whitney, she still had to pay a heavy price if she wanted to call Chao Ju to join the team fight. She decided to observe for a while to see if Zephyr was really going to Ziyuan Star, and how many people he brought with him. After closing the map, Baifu clicked on the task reward she got from Cyprus. The 3 skill cards were 3 mental attack skill cards, and the effect was quite good, but that was only for the rank of natural disaster level. After thinking about it, she hung the skill cards in the camp store. Then, Baifu clicked on the random skill extraction. Ding! You have obtained a new skill, mental prosthesis. The effect of the skill is just as the name says. After using it, you can generate a mental prosthesis that can deceive the enemy and avoid being hit by the enemy's mental attack. However, this trick can only deal with single attacks, and it is a bit stretched when facing group attacks. Not bad. Finally, there is some active mental defense method. Baifu was very satisfied with this gain, and then she invested the experience in the Apostle of Truth profession and rose by 2 levels. Now the amount of experience she needs to level up is several hundred million. She has to be dizzy and weak to advance to the super level by completing tasks alone, so she puts her hope of rapid upgrade on players from other camps. My favorites, I'm here to squeeze your experience. Baifu waved her hand, and after meeting up with Yuan Yi, the Lord of the Oath, she drove the mobile palace towards the Dark Domain. This journey was quite peaceful, but waves were brewing under the calm lake. Ziyuan Star, a few years ago, it was still just an ordinary Dark Domain planet. But as Baifu's strength continues to grow, Ziyuan Star's reputation is also growing. Now, in the entire marginal world, its reputation is no less than that of Taimu, the mother planet of Taimu's civilization. What kind of planet can breed a super genius like Baifu? Many people are concerned about this issue. If the route to Ziyuan Star was not under the first level alert of the Reborn Empire, a large number of media would have gone there to interview local residents and shoot related documentaries. Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath, who were traveling with Baifu, were also full of curiosity about Ziyuan Star. In Yuan Yi's opinion, as the first choice of rebirth place for seekers, Ziyuan Star must be extraordinary. The Lord of the Oath did not think so much. She simply felt a little close to Baifu, who came from a small rural place like herself, and wanted to see what Baifu's hometown looked like. What? Baifu is back with 2 extraordinary people. Ziyuan Star. In the United Government Building. Everyone who received the news stood up in shock. The undead, who left a few days ago, returned in large numbers, saying that Baifu had become a partner of the Rebirth Empire, and would start a large-scale Dark Domain exploration operation from Ziyuan Star. This news was shocking enough, But who would have thought that they would receive even more shocking news today? Two super excellents came to Zuyuan Star for a tour at Baifu's invitation. They were two super excellents. The people of the United Government immediately took action, fearing that the poor hospitality would cause dissatisfaction among the two super excellents. It has been almost 10 years since Zuyuan Star was connected to the Star Sea, and they are no longer unfamiliar with the word Chaojue. On the day when the mobile palace landed on Zuyuan Star held a very grand welcome ceremony. To everyone's surprise, Baifu came out with Yuan Yi, the Lord of the Oath, and they were talking and laughing, just like old friends who had known each other for many years. When did a master get along so well with Chaojue? The people of the Zuyuan Star United Government were stunned. Has Baifu become so awesome? They felt a strong sense of unreality. I told you that Baifu would have a great future. Do you believe it now? On the roadside, the leader of the Wildfire Gang, who had been released from prison and joined the Civil Engineering Gang, said to his former cellmate with a smile. The cellmate almost dropped his jaw. In fact, it was not just the people of Zuyuan Star who were surprised. Those who received the relevant information in the Star Sea at the first time were also very puzzled. It was easy to say about the Lord of the Oath. Baifu had always gotten along well with Xingyue, but what was going on with Yuanyi? It was fine that he was invited by Baifu to Zuyuan Star, but why did he suddenly get along so well with Baifu? Could it be that he, like Baifu, defected to the Rebirth Empire? If not, then the answer is worth pondering. While some people who harbored ill will towards Baifu were feeling uneasy, Baifu was not as relaxed as she seemed. She was 100% sure that Zephyr was coming for her, because the map showed that Zephyr was in the galaxy cluster where Zuyuan Star was located. What was puzzling was that Zephyr was staying at the edge of this galaxy cluster, millions of light years away from Zuyuan Star, and he had been staying in that area for 3 days. This posture doesn't look like he's going to attack Zuyuan Star. If they delay for too long, and wait until the transfer station invested by the Empire is built on Zuyuan Star, they will launch an attack, which will lead to a direct conflict with the Empire. Baifu was puzzled. She could only release a large number of deep hole detectors, while directing the players to explore first. Dark domain exploration is also one of her sources of experience, and if she finds a planet with rare minerals, she can take the opportunity to make a fortune. For more than 10 days, Baifu was busy with dark domain exploration. Under her command, the players were divided into more than a dozen small corps, attacking from all sides. Each small corps was responsible for a small area. They drove spaceships and carried the latest planet scanners. When they encountered a new planet, they first used the scanner. If no valuable mineral veins were found, they would rush to the next planet. If valuable mineral veins were found, they would first mark them on the map, then land and build a signal station to prepare for the next mining. This is a brand new gameplay that players have never experienced since entering the game. A large number of players are immersed in it, and have a lot of fun. Because Baifu had sent the major guilds to different areas in advance, there was no fighting between the guilds for resource points. A dozen days later, the Empire's engineering team arrived at Zuyuan Star and began to build a transfer station. The transfer station was set up on the outer space orbit of Zuyuan Star. It was a giant ring world. The construction engineering machine outlined the outline of the transfer station in the starry sky. Then, the transfer station components released from the space box automatically returned to their positions under the traction of energy, and finally assembled into a complete transfer station. The whole process is similar to the blueprint construction in some games, fast, quiet, and pollution-free. After the mid-station was completed, the engineering team began to install a giant star gate that can perform long-distance jumps. Baifu? ? No, what on earth do Zephyr and his people want to do? The star gate has been built, but they are still nesting in one place. Are they hatching eggs there? Baifu was almost speechless. Could it be that Zephyr and his people wanted to delay until Yuanyi and the Lord of the Oath left? Then they might be overthinking. Yuanyi and the Lord of the Oath will not leave until they break through the bottleneck and complete a new round of divine transformation. Put it off. Unless you can gather a large group of people, the longer you put it off, the better it will be for me. Besides checking where Zephyr is regularly, Baifu no longer pays attention to Zephyr, but spends all her energy on operating the transfer station and attracting players from other camps to consume. This is a job that requires a lot of initial investment. As she builds more and more small supply stations and opens more and more waterways, more and more players will come to her on their own initiative to enjoy it. By then, her strength will be able to usher in another leap forward. 2 months later, in the galaxy named Tang, several spaceships were heading towards a newly discovered mature star. In the spaceship, a group of players were denouncing a player named Datang, for no other reason than that Datang was extremely lucky and accidentally found a planet with rare minerals. He not only gained a lot of exploration points, but also got to name the galaxy they discovered after himself. At this time, whether it was the map used by NPCs or the player map, the name of this galaxy became the Datang Galaxy. Leaving his name in the game in this way aroused the envy of countless players, especially those who were traveling with him. Just as everyone was playing around, the small detector released by the mining ship suddenly sounded an alarm. Alarm, alarm, an unknown spaceship is approaching. Huh? All the players in the spaceship stopped playing around and rushed to the console quickly. An unknown spaceship means that the spaceship is not registered with the Empire's glorious host, which also means that this spaceship is not in the same group as them, and may be an enemy. After years of struggling in the Starry Sea, the players are no longer the young and inexperienced people they once were. They activated the weapon system immediately, then used electromagnetic signals to send out flags, and sent out inquiries to the other side in the interstellar universal language. We are mining ships affiliated with the Dark Moon Tide Company in the Edge World, Before they finished their inquiries, they suddenly saw dozens of thick beams of light coming from the front. It was indeed the enemy. The players fought back, but even though they reacted very quickly and were fearless, due to the huge performance gap between the enemy and our spacecraft, they ended up with their ships destroyed and people killed. Fuck you. We will be back. Baifu was the first to receive the news that the mining ship was attacked. Interstellar pirates? Or did they encounter a dark domain civilization? After learning that the location was the Big Sugar Galaxy, her face became solemn, because she found that the light point representing Zephyr was in the Big Sugar Galaxy at this time. Finally, have they made a move? Instead of attacking Zuyuan Star, they attacked the mining ship I sent out. Could it be that they found something there, and are secretly collecting it? Baifu did not respond in a hurry until she received news of mining ships being attacked. In half a month, more than 20 mining ships were destroyed. These ships were not all destroyed in the Big Sugar Galaxy. Some were near the Big Sugar Galaxy. Zephyr was nearby when half of the ships were destroyed. The last attacked ship, Lucky, successfully got rid of the attacker. On the way to escape, the players on the ship received harsh words from the attacker. Those who invade the territory of the Blood Hunter civilization without reason, wait for our revenge. Blood Hunter civilization? Blood Hunter. Zephyr, you bastard from the Supernova Core, what are you pretending to be? Seeing this, Baifu understood a little bit of the Supernova Core's thoughts. After she brought Yuan Yi, the Lord of the Oath, to stand guard and reached a close cooperative relationship with the Rebirth Empire, it seems that the Supernova Core really dare not attack Zuyuan Star directly. At present, Titan Industries' attitude is unclear, and the Apostle Holy City is lurking in the dark. The Supernova Core definitely dare not to completely tear its face with the Rebirth Empire. Baifu guessed that Zephyr and his men deliberately disguised themselves as the Blood Hunter civilization in order to lure her over, and then kill her under the guise of the Blood Hunter civilization. This way, even if the Reborn Empire found out something afterwards, it wouldn't fight to the death with the Supernova Core. Fortunately, I was one step ahead and threw a positioning card on Zephyr in advance, otherwise I would have been caught. Baifu breathed a sigh of relief. She still breathed a sigh of relief because even if she saw through the Supernova Core's trick, the situation she was facing now was not very good. The location where Zephyr and his team were located blocked the route of the Silent Court to explore the depths of the Dark Domain. Take a detour? You can take a detour. But it would be more dangerous if you took such pains to go around. Zephyr and his team could attack from the rear at any time, or simply cut off the supply line. If we don't find a way to drive away the Supernova Core, then the Silent Court will have to give up that large area. This loss is too great. It's like getting up early and arriving late. The game experience of the players cannot be guaranteed, and the time it takes for me to advance to the Super Ultimate will be greatly extended. What if the Apostle Holy City and the 3 cosmic civilizations start fighting, and I haven't advanced to the Super Absolute level yet, and the spiritual temple may fall into the hands of others? Baifu frowned and walked back and forth in the room. Since Zephyr and others are hiding very deep, it is difficult for her to get people now. How many people should she get? And what kind of people should she get? I have no idea. If the people she gets are not strong enough, then taking the initiative to attack is like sending food to the door. If she gets Annihilation, Chon Shao and Curse Master Olsen all at once, she will definitely win, but she can't afford the price. Why do I feel like I'm stuck in a dead end? Can I only compete with the Supernova Core to see who can hold back longer? Just as Baifu was struggling, a new surprise occurred. On the map, The dot representing the head of state Cade was also rapidly approaching Zuyuan Star. Bai Fu couldn't help but roll her eyes. She had already released the news that Yuani and the Lord of the Oath were on Zuyuan Star, but Cade still dared to come. He must have been prepared. Maybe the Saint, Rufus, and Corona were all by his side. Counting her side, and the Supernova Corps side, Zuyuan Star might gather more than a dozen superpowers at the master level and above. This grand occasion. Oh my goodness, a big brawl is about to begin, right? Bai Fu felt a surge of pressure. This chaos would give the Supernova Corps an opportunity to take advantage of it. However, the collision between the 10 Saints and the Supernova Corps was also an opportunity for her. After all, the 10 Saints and the Supernova Corps were not in the same group. If she operated properly, she might be able to take this opportunity to sneak into Rufus's secret research base, find out Rufus's background, and complete that special hidden mission. Chapter 276. Bai Fu is really patient. In the temporary deep space monitoring station in the Big Sugar Galaxy, looking at the empty monitoring screen, Zephyr shrugged helplessly. In order to attract Bai Fu to take the bait, they have been sitting in this area for several months. But facing the situation where more than 20 mining ships were destroyed and threatened by the indigenous civilization of the Dark Realm, Bai Fu remained as still as a mountain. Damn it, even a turtle can't shrink like her. You keep watching, I'm going to take a rest. With the energy of the Overlord, there was no need to rest. Zephyr was just getting impatient and wanted to relax. But before he could walk far, the emergency communication device in the monitoring station suddenly rang. Captain Zephyr, our monitoring station was suddenly attacked by the Dark Moon Tide mining fleet. We are almost unable to hold on. Request assistance, request assistance. Ha! The friendly forces were surrounded, but Zephyr excitedly raised his right fist. Good, good, Bai Fu finally started to fight back. Their chance has come. Zephyr quickly contacted the top fighters of the Supernova Corps who came to the Dark Domain with him. After just a few minutes, Garuga, the Devouring Fist, and others were all ready to attack. If you find Bai Fu's trace, notify me immediately. Don't let her find out the abnormality and run away. Zeph's eyes were cold and murderous. It has been more than half a year since he was beaten by Bai Fu, and now he can finally get revenge. About half an hour later, good news finally came. Captain Zephyr, we received a call from Bai Fu. She asked us to send a representative to negotiate with her to better resolve this dispute. Send a representative? I will send you a group of death gods to send you off. The Supernova Corps is dispatched. In order to get rid of Bai Fu, this time they dispatched 3 Super Absolutes, 5 Overlords, and a special cosmic treasure Eckhart's gun. This is an offensive cosmic treasure with amazing power. Even if a Super Absolute meat tank is hit, it will be seriously injured. If you are unlucky, you may even be killed by a single shot. One spaceship after another rushed towards Bai Fu's location. Is it moving? Bai Fu stared at the game map. The light representing Zephyr had already started to jump, and the light representing Cade had just finished jumping. It was estimated that they were preparing for a new round of jumps. It would take several days for them to reach the UN star. Let's start the action. Bai Fu shouted softly in the communication channel. In an instant, the virtual heart broke through many obstacles and firmly grasped like a chain. Capture. There were several spaceships belonging to the Supernova Corps that were confronting the players. Before the people on the spaceships could react, she commanded the virtual heart to control these spaceships to fly to the ambush circle she had arranged in advance. Anya and Cyprus rushed forward and completely controlled the people on the spaceships with mental means in a very short time. Boss, the mission has been successfully completed. Cyprus has planted mental hints in everyone. Very good, you take the spaceship back to the nearest small transfer station, and don't worry about it next, just go back to the UN star. Yes. After Anya and Cyprus were far away from the battlefield, Bai Fu let the virtual heart control the stolen spaceships to go straight to Cade. At the same time, she let Hei Fu drive the spaceship to the meeting place agreed with the Supernova Corps. Hei Fu is an energy body life, and she herself is half energy body and half physical life. Therefore, unless they run to watch closely, it is difficult for Zephyr and others to tell that it is Hei Fu instead of her. Everything is ready. Half a day later, the small light dot representing Zephyr appeared near the small light dot representing Hei Fu. The stage has been set up, and all the actors are in place. Now they just need to wait for an actor to say the first line in the script, and the drama will officially begin. I don't see any sincerity from you, the Blood Hunter civilization. You said we invaded your territory without reason, but the fact is that when we found your spaceship, we immediately sent an inquiry message, but you ignored the inquiry and directly attacked us. Hei Fu accused the representative of the Blood Hunter civilization with a dark face. So, you mean that you are not going to accept our peace proposal? We will not accept this peace proposal unless it is made public. Well, since we can't reach an agreement, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's see who's better on the battlefield. The representative of the Blood Hunter civilization shouted angrily. Under his command, dozens of spaceships rushed straight towards the spaceship that Hei Fu was on. Hei Fu seemed not to notice the danger and foolishly flew out of the spaceship, trying to repel the invading fleet on her own. Now! Zephyr's eyes flashed. Under Garuga's urging, the Eckhard gun, which had been charging for a long time, roared. The black giant bullet flew out from the muzzle of the giant gun. Wherever the bullet passed, the space was completely distorted, leaving an extremely conspicuous and dreamy colorful bullet track. Hei Fu realized that something was wrong. She used all the means of escape except the void shuttle, even turning into darkness, but the bullet was like sticky candy. Once it stuck, it couldn't be shaken off. No matter what illusion, phantom, split, or energy, it couldn't be shaken off. Finally, the bullet hit Hei Fu hard. Boom! After the silent explosion, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the starry sky, which spontaneously swallowed everything around it, until it was completely repaired by the elasticity of space. Dead? Zeph stared at the virtual screen with wide eyes. Normally, a master hit by Eckhard's gun would have no chance of survival, but considering that the opponent was Bai Fu who repeatedly created miracles, he thought it would be better to be cautious. This observation made him discover the problem. Abnormal fluctuations in space? There is a spaceship. No, it is Bai Fu's mobile palace that is accelerating away. We found an individual with the same energy strength as Bai Fu in the mobile palace. Zeph's face changed. No matter how Bai Fu appeared in the mobile palace, it is not important now. The most urgent task is to catch up with her as soon as possible and get rid of her completely. Once Bai Fu runs away, it will not be so easy to lure Bai Fu into the trap in the future. Bai Fu can completely hide in the territory of the Reborn Empire and never come out again. A large number of spaceships chased after the mobile palace, and the masters and super masters on the spaceships also showed their magical powers. Since Bai Fu was driving the mobile palace, it was not feasible to rely on the mechanics' network intrusion to stop Bai Fu from escaping, but this did not mean that the super master mechanics specially sent by the supernova core were useless. This digital fortress can effectively intercept all distress signals sent by Bai Fu, leaving her helpless. If you block her way back to the UN star again, she will not be able to escape this time. A digital fortress smashed out, and then the supernova core rushed towards Bai Fu with great momentum. Seeing that Zephyr and others were not lost, Bai Fu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect the supernova core to directly use the universe's treasure. Fortunately, I didn't show up in person, but asked Hei Fu to attract firepower. Next, it depends on how much Rufus values his secret research base. She did not return to the UN star, but drove the mobile palace towards the galaxy cluster where Rufus's secret research base was located. While flying, she commanded Ueni, the Lord of the Oath, and the spaceships from the Supernova Regiment that were controlled by the Virtual Heart. Although the Supernova Regiment's mechanics used the digital fortress to block her signals, she, who had mastered the body of the Apostle, could still pass on information to the outside world through descent. Even if the Apostle's body was blocked, she was still not afraid. Just in case, she brought Digging G with her. Little guy, you can block other things. Can you block the player's chat system? In addition to Digging G, Bai Fu is accompanied by Yulia, Faye, and Faye's sister Jinlu. Faye's strength has no effect on this chase, but her sister Jinlu is different. As a pure energy body void life, Jinlu has a very special ability. Smoothing space. This ability can not only be used to repair distorted space, space fragmentation, etc., but also to eliminate the traces left by space shuttle, effectively avoiding opponent tracking. It is precisely because Jinlu has this special ability that Bai Fu dares to take the initiative to attract the supernova core. After 4 days of chasing and fleeing, Zephyr and the others finally figured out the direction of Bai Fu's escape. She probably realized that she couldn't go back to the UN star, so she planned to return to the Edge world to seek help in her physical body. Garuga frowned slightly. It would not be as convenient to surround Bai Fu in the Edge world as in the Dark Domain. However, that was without sending out more forces. Haha. Garuga suddenly laughed. She shouldn't have returned to the Edge world. If she continued to stay in the Dark Domain, maybe we accidentally miscalculated the coordinates one time, and she escaped successfully, but now she took the initiative to break into the cage. Everyone looked at Garuga in confusion. Cage? What cage? Garuga said. Contact the war group and ask them to send an A-class fleet to help us block Baifu. Another superclass Stardust Yurun next to him said puzzledly. With such a big commotion, it is impossible for the reborn empire to have no reaction. Garuga said, It's very simple, we just need to announce to the public that we are hunting down the people of the 10 Saints, not Baifu, right? This way we have enough excuses to block the signal of the entire area. Huh? Yurun's eyes suddenly lit up. This is indeed a good idea. Just put the blame on the 10 Saints. No one will believe the 10 Saints' denials anyway, and they will have sufficient reasons to refuse the reborn empire when it wants to intervene. You're not the one who brought us with you when you besieged the 10 Saints. Okay, I contact the regiment right away. Yurun took the initiative. Only one day later, the Roxenemu galaxy cluster in the Edge world was completely blocked by the A-level Legion temporarily transferred from the Dark Domain Exploration program by the Supernova Regiment. Although many people were dissatisfied with this, because the Blockade Corps came from the Supernova Corps, and the Supernova Corps said they wanted to capture the people of the 10 Saints, the civilization of Roxenemu could only endure it temporarily, and secretly prayed in their hearts that the 10 Saints and the Supernova Corps would leave quickly, because their small place could not accommodate these two big Buddhas to fight all the way. After receiving the news, Baifu was full of questions. Hunting down the 10 Saints? No, buddy, you guys. Ha ha ha. Baifu couldn't help laughing. She deliberately attracted the supernova to Roxanam to provoke Rufus and make him think that the supernova was heading for his secret research base. To this end, she used the virtual heart to get several spaceships from the supernova, and she planned to use these spaceships to intercept Rufus halfway, so that Rufus would be more convinced that his base was targeted by the supernova. The plan was good. The only problem was that Baifu was not sure whether Rufus would really be fooled and fight with the supernova. Until recently, she was still worried about this. But now she doesn't have to worry anymore. The Supernova Corps took the initiative to release the news that they would fight the 10 Saints in Roxenemu. Unless Rufus had opened his eyes, he would never have thought that this was actually a false news to cover up the truth. Hee. Baifu was happy. Whether Rufus came to the rescue or ran away after hearing the news, she would have a great chance to sneak into Rufus' base and complete the hidden mission. The day after the Supernova Corps released the news, Rufus received the intelligence. At this time, he was only 1 day away from Zuyuan Star. You want to leave? The Saint's face turned extremely ugly. I'm already here, and you tell me you want to leave? Rufus ignored the Saint. He only knew that if he didn't rush back to save the situation, his biggest secret would be exposed. In this case, let alone the 3 cosmic civilizations, the 10 Saints and the Apostle Holy City would also be on guard against him. Then, he would still be playing a market. His strength was strong, but he was not stronger than the 4 cosmic civilizations. Therefore, even if it would cause a conflict with the Saint, he had to go. Fuck. Looking at the back of Rufus going away, the Saint was so angry that he cursed. Corona looked at him. What should we do now? Should we continue to attack Zuyuan Star? The Saint sneered. Since we are here, we must clean up Zuyuan Star. With our strength, are we afraid that we can't beat Yuani and the Lord of the Oath? He didn't hate Baifu, because he didn't know that Baifu was secretly behind the 2 attacks he encountered. He came to attack Zuyuan Star, partly because of Kai's request, and mostly because he wanted to take revenge on the Empire. If they couldn't defeat the Empire directly, they could only attack Baifu, who was cooperating with the Empire. Corona had no objection. The Saint was right. If they joined forces, Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath would not be able to stand up to them. On the other side, Rufus drove the spaceship towards the base at a high speed. But not long after he flew out, several spaceships suddenly appeared from the side and forcibly interrupted his jump. Rufus was furious and took care of those spaceships in a few moves. After breaking into the spaceship, he saw that although the exterior of the spaceship was well concealed, the interior decoration of the spaceship was indeed full of the tough style of the Supernova Corps. How did the Supernova know I was here? An insider, yes, there must be an insider. No wonder they launched an operation at this time and blocked Roxanam. They were sure that I was too far away to come back for help. Hee hee. Rufus sneered. What a pity. The Supernova expected a lot, but they definitely didn't expect that he had already become the Lord of the Void. Do you think that this distance can trap me? Do you think that sending a fleet and a group of super absolutes can make me helpless? With a sneer, Rufus' body suddenly turned into a translucent silver-white color. A terrifying aura that seemed to come from ancient times naturally flowed. With him as the center, the surrounding space quickly twisted into a huge vortex. Swish. After a moment, Rufus and the vortex disappeared. He entered the void dimension. Not only that, he also awakened another body that he had left in the base. It was the flesh and blood body left after he became the Lord of the Void. It was his past self, and he also had superb, strength. Leave the entire base immediately. I will stop the supernova core. After the instructions were given, Rufus's clone soared into the sky and rushed out of the base. The terrifying wave generated by the movement caused a huge shock on the entire planet. Bai Fu, who was watching the show from a distance and had not yet launched an attack, was a little confused when she saw this scene. What the hell? How did Rufus appear directly in the base? Wasn't he still in the dark domain just now? Also, his strength should have reached the superb 2 level, right? Bai Fu felt relieved. Fortunately, she gave up the idea of going there directly to investigate when she saw that the recommended strategy level of the secret research base was 201 to 250. Otherwise, she might not even have a complete body left. Now, Bai Fu took another look at the map. The recommended strategy level had dropped significantly to 160 to 180. It was not difficult for her to deal with this difficulty. But she still did not rush in directly, but continued to wait for Rufus and the supernova core to meet. Time passed slowly, and finally, one of the true spirit summoned beasts she deployed sent back the information she wanted. Rufus attacked the spaceship of the supernova regiment. Good, Bai Fu stood up. Unlike her excitement, Garuda and others were dumbfounded. Brother, I said I was going to besiege the 10 Saints, but why did Rufus really pop up now? They couldn't verify anything with Rufus, so they could only make a choice now. Should they go after Rufus or Bai Fu? They loudly announced that they would deal with the 10 Saints, but they ignored the 10 Saints when they showed up. Compared with the 2 consecutive attacks by the Reborn Empire that made the 10 Saints jump up and down, where was the face of the supernova core? First take down Rufus. As for Bai Fu, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with her in the future. Garuga made the decision. Zev had a sullen face, but he could only accept it. Everyone turned the bow of the spaceship and flew quickly to the place where Rufus had just made trouble. Bai Fu got the information immediately. Now, it's our turn. No need to hesitate, just do it. Bai Fu led the charge towards the base. At this time, the people in the base were following Rufus' orders to start the overall relocation plan of the base, and engines began to roar one after another. Director Zhuyin, all engines have been started, and we can set off. Zhuyin nodded, then go. Before he finished speaking, the aisle on his left was twisted and shattered in an instant under the pressure of an inexplicable huge force, and then a giant claw several stories high broke through the wall and hit him heavily. Screams echoed throughout the base. But now no one paid attention to the screams, because not only the giant claws, but also the praying angels, Hei Fu, the Eye of Sorrow, and Bai Fu holding the Scepter of Sacrifice came out from behind the broken wall. Kill all the red names, leave no one alive. The cold voice echoed in the corridor. Chapter 277. Rufus controlled his clone to kill out of the base, greatly reducing the base's defense. At this time, in addition to the carefully built defense system, there was only one permanent master, Zhuyin, and 2 natural disaster level responsible for regional defense. This force is actually very powerful in the Edge world. Unfortunately, this time Zhuyin and his team encountered Bai Fu, who was well prepared and launched a sneak attack. Kabei slapped Zhuyin out of the base with a slap. When Zhuyin realized the problem and wanted to go back for help, he had been attacked from both sides by Kabei and the praying angel, who came later. The main occupation level of Zhuyin is 161. Not as good as Zephyr, and even worse than Cade. Therefore, the result of this battle is obvious. Zhuyin was spun around, or more precisely, he was spun back and forth like a ping-pong ball by Kabei and the prayer angel. One is a power-type behemoth whose fists can shatter the stars, and the other is the mage soul prayer angel, who has mastered countless psychic summoning card skills. With a flick of his hand, he can perform a bunch of dazzling skills. The most speechless thing is that these skills are all very sinister. Zhuyin rushed left and right, and no matter where he ran, he would be beaten black and blue. After just a dozen seconds, he felt nauseous as if he had eaten a fly. He recognized that the attacker was Bai Fu. Why did Bai Fu appear here? No. Now was not the time to be entangled. Zhuyin kept trying to call Rufus, but the blockade of the virtual heart made all his efforts useless. It was over. Zhuyin felt a strong despair. The people who stayed in the base also felt desperate. A natural disaster level superpower trembled and retreated continuously. In front of him, special gates fell one after another, But it was all in vain. The heavy gates were as fragile as paper in front of the dark force field emitted by Baifu. Crack! The gates, walls, floors, and even the natural disaster level itself, all broke apart inch by inch under the distortion of the dark force field, and finally were rolled into a metal ball, and fell to the ground with a bang. This scene shocked all the people around. But Baifu didn't give them time to react. The dark force field spread rapidly. When Baifu walked to the end of the corridor, behind the broken walls on both sides were only neatly lined up corpses kneeling on the ground. There was a hint of solemnity in the weirdness, and more weirdness in the solemnity. Identification? Baifu glanced at the door blocking the way. Behind the door was the core area of the research base. She raised her right hand, pierced through the door, and tore it off directly. A sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the room. Tiny gun barrels, highly maneuverable robots, and specially cultivated small void life all rushed towards her. Dada, bang bang bang, countless moves hit Baifu head-on, but in the end, even her clothes were not broken. You guys investigate the surroundings to see if there are other hidden areas. I sweep this place first. Baifu said to Yulia, Faye, and others in the communication channel. Then, she gently clenched her right hand. Quiet! Instantly, the mechanical equipment and void life that were besieging her froze as if time had stopped, unable to move at all. The world was finally quiet. Baifu began her journey of collecting. Because she was worried that Rufus would suddenly return, she did not carefully read the prop descriptions of each item. First, she dismantled the data storage and text materials, and then moved on to the important equipment marked in red, followed by some finished products on the display cabinet and the laboratory table. As for those insignificant materials, Baifu threw away the ones that were not useful, and threw all the ones that were useful to the sacrifice staff. It was not easy to cultivate the sacrifice staff into a true cosmic treasure. The value of the materials consumed was astronomical. She finally got a chance to let the sacrifice staff eat a buffet. How could she miss it? It's delicious, I love it. I will continue to find Saint, Corona or Rufus to eat it in the future. 1%, 2%, 5%. In this way, the progress of the laboratory's investigation increased rapidly. Counting the gains from Heifu, Yulia, and Fei Yi, it increased to more than 52% in a very short time. Then it got stuck. This is not right. The laboratory has been searched almost completely, but how come the investigation progress is only halfway through? Is it because she hasn't had time to read a lot of information? Baifu thought about it, and felt something was wrong. Hidden Void Lord, this task has a note, which mentions that the investigation progress must be pushed to more than 70% before the next round of tasks will be triggered. If this goal can be achieved by just collecting and reading the information, then why would the task note mention it specifically? There must be something I missed. Baifu's eyes gradually turned purple. She turned on the high-dimensional bird's-eye view, and looked around from another perspective. Gradually, she found something unusual. The flatness of the space in one place seemed to be wrong. She quickly called Fei Yi over, and asked the Jean Lu in her body to investigate. You found the folded space in Baifu's vision. A red exclamation mark suddenly appeared in a space somewhere in the laboratory. It's really good at hiding. If someone who is not sensitive to space invades here, they will definitely not find the abnormality. Baifu sighed and stepped forward. With the help of Jean Lu, she opened the folding space and took out the encrypted data storage inside. The moment she got this storage, her investigation progress directly increased to more than 82%. No wonder the note said that the progress must exceed 70% to trigger the next round of tasks. This prop accounts for 30%. If this prop cannot be found, then no matter how hard you try, this series of tasks will be interrupted. Let's go! Baifu looked around. The base had been swept clean. Next, as long as Zhou Yin was eliminated, this operation would be successful. Under the siege of Kabe and the Prayer Angel, Zhou Yin was already covered in wounds. With Baifu and Heifu joining the battlefield, the battle situation completely turned into a one-sided crushing situation. Baifu and Heifu didn't even need to use the spiritual blessing. Zhou Yin tried his best, and even broke out twice in a row when he was seriously injured. However, facing the despicable Baifu, who outnumbered him, he was finally hammered into a meat pie by Kabe's heavy punch. You killed the Lord Supervisor Jean. The contribution is 100%, and you get 180 million experience points after correction based on the level difference. The first time you killed a master-level superpower, you activated the special title Master Killer. Oh, there is another surprise? Baifu opened the description of the new title. Juggernaut Killer. You can only wear one of the same title. When wearing this title, the basic damage is plus 5%, and the highest basic attribute is plus 2%. These two bonuses are not much, but it is better than nothing. And according to the title description, this title can still be advanced, and the condition is probably to kill more juggernauts. In the past, it was difficult to kill a juggernaut because it could easily cause large-scale conflicts between camps, but now the major camps have long been in conflict or on the verge of conflict, so she can boldly wield the butcher knife. Let's leave first. Bai Fu led everyone back to the mobile palace and began to retreat. After returning to the palace, she did not rush to settle the task, but first called everyone to classify the information and special props that had just been looted. This work lasted for more than 2 hours, but the rewards were huge. 1. Props that can reduce the dragonization activity of the Void Dragon Potion gift of the Void Lord. 2. A lot of small props related to Space Shuttle, Space Folding, and Void Exile, which can be used by players or Yulia and others. 3. Mild Void Gene Purification Potion. 4. The secrets about the Void that Lifax deliberately sealed with a double insurance of folded space and data encryption. The most valuable secret among them. According to the records in the documents, the Void is very special. It is different from the Void. It is not formed naturally, and has serious traces of human intervention. For a long time, many people in various civilizations have been studying the Void and trying to figure out the source of the Void. This research has lasted for tens of thousands of years, but no self-consistent system has been formed. In order to pursue power beyond the limit, Rufus was also secretly studying the Void. During the research, he accidentally touched the taboo of the Void, which led to his being eroded by the Void Lord. The Void Lord wanted to completely devour him and turn him into his Void servant. But firstly, the Void Lord was injured at that time, and secondly, the Void Lord seriously underestimated him. His power system is very special. He is a dual system psychic with mind plus body control. He can sense the spirits of all things and control the spirits of all things. He also has a special ability to be reborn from cocoons if his spirit is immortal. With this ability, he successfully deceived the Void Lord, and when the Void Lord thought he was dead, he suddenly showed up and killed him. Because the Void Lord had been invading his body before, he took advantage of the invasion to seize the Void Lord's core, and learn many secrets that only high-level intelligent Void life knew by fusing the core. The most important secret is that the Void dimension is actually forcibly stripped from the three-dimensional space where ordinary people live. The Void dimension is the previous era of this world. Many years before the rise of the three cosmic civilizations, there existed a cosmic civilization in the starry sky that was no less powerful than the three cosmic civilizations. But due to an unknown invasion, all these cosmic civilizations were destroyed and exiled to the Void dimension. The power of the Void is the power that was distorted from the power that those cosmic civilizations once used. This power seems crazy, but if it can be purified, then it may be the key to further evolution. After the monologue, Rufus wrote down the design of the purification device he envisioned. This blueprint is problematic, because the name of the blueprint reported back by the Apostle's spiritual vision is Incomplete Void Converter, completeness 92.1%. After reading these materials, Bai Fu triggered a new task. You triggered the hidden task bridge of communication with the old days. Task introduction. Task objective. Complete the blueprint of the Void Converter. Reward. 2 billion experience points. The original Seeker title fragment *1. Rare prayer card blueprint Old Days Overlord. Color. This reward. Bai Fu took a deep breath. It was obvious that this task was difficult to complete, but no matter how difficult it was, she had to try it first. She settled the previous task casually. In the end, the 97.5% investigation progress allowed her to directly obtain the evaluation of excellent, and the corresponding rewards were 1 billion experience, the original Seeker fragment *1, the special skill Void Bubble, and Rufus's skill card Soul Freezing Beam *1. The effect of the Void Bubble is to create a bubble that encompasses the surrounding things, so that Bai Fu can bring people with her when traveling through the Void. I got another title fragment. This way, as long as I complete the bridge to the past, I can get this special title. Bai Fu was full of energy. She closed the task panel, and then took out 2 Void Dragon Potions obtained from the task, one for herself, and the other for Fei Yi. After both of them finished the injection, she took out the Void Lord's gift, which is a range-type item that increases status. A milky white light fell from the top of her head. Wrapped in warmth, Bai Fu watched the progress bar in front of her slowly climb up. This process is not painful, mainly because it is not a racial evolution or life sublimation, but a process similar to gene enhancement, but the improvement brought by this enhancement is very obvious. The Void Dragon is famous for its durability, strength, and ability to travel through space, and Baifu's improvement is also in this aspect. First of all, the physical fitness. The conversion ratio of health points increased by 30, the upper limit of health points increased by 15%, and then the additional health bar generated by the void shelter increased from 10% to 20%, followed by basic strength plus 250, basic agility plus 100. And finally her void adaptability and void energy absorption efficiency greatly improved, which brought the benefit that she recovered her health faster after escaping into the void, increasing by nearly 1-fold. Baifu looked at her own HP, which was now close to 920,000, an increase of 210,000. If the 20% extra HP from the void shelter is included, her HP would exceed 1 million. At this rate of increase, by the time I advance to the super ultimate, my HP should be over 2 million. Although it was far inferior to the Lord of the Oath who had 8 million HP, the Lord of the Oath was not a new super ultimate, and the Lord of the Oath was a martial artist, so it was normal for him to be stronger than her. Compared with the psychic prayer, she was already a blood cow. Awesome, Baifu smiled and looked at Fei Yi. How do you feel? Fei Yi smiled and nodded. Very good, my strength has improved a lot. If her sister wasn't here, she would have thrown Baifu and Baifu down to celebrate. Baifu stood up and stretched. This matter is over. The next step is to squeeze the players to upgrade and find the spiritual temple. And we must not let the 10 saints and the Apostle Holy City find the spiritual temple first. Speaking of the 10 saints, Baifu thought of Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath. The fact that He Wang and Ing Fu didn't call her urgently means that Zuyuan Star should not be in crisis. What's the situation? Sister, the Saint and Corona have been repelled. The battle process was posted online by reporters. You can watch it yourself. Fought away, Baifu quickly descended remotely on a true spirit summoning to watch the news. It can only be said that Yuan Yi was a little too fierce beyond people's expectations. In the past few months on Zuyuan Star, he successfully completed a divine transformation and his strength increased dramatically. The Saint and Corona, two superb two, attacked together, and they were defeated by him in a 2-on-1 fight. Then, the Lord of the Oath, whose strength had also increased significantly, began to exert his strength, and Corona's mechanical army was blasted into pieces, to the point where it could not be healed again. Faced with this situation, after many angry curses, the Saint and Corona had to take the initiative to withdraw. They were afraid that if they delayed for too long, the reinforcements of the Empire would arrive, and then they would not be able to escape. The video in the news was not clear, and even the Lord of the Oath and their figures were not captured, but this video still set off a huge wave. Ordinary people cheered for Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath, while those who were familiar with Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath looked extremely solemn. If only one of them became stronger, it would be fine. Now that both of them have become much stronger at the same time, they have to pay attention to it. The same thing they did recently was to go to Zuyuan Star. Could it be that Zuyuan Star hides a secret that can make superpowers stronger in a short period of time? When this thought came to mind, all the major forces became agitated. We must send people to Zuyuan Star to check the situation. Chapter 278. Rufus's pull made the supernova core temporarily unable to pay attention to Baifu. Baifu took this opportunity to fly away from Roxenemu and return to Zuyuan Star via the initial gate. This would take nearly 10 days. On the way, she had been paying attention to the battle between Rufus and the supernova core, both for fun and to better understand the masters and superpowers of Rufus and the supernova core. After all, she would most likely face these people in the future. Rufus's strength far exceeded Baifu's, and everyone who paid attention to this matter's expectations. In traditional cognition, the ranking of the 3 super absolutes in the Edge world should be Yuan greater than Rufus and greater than the Lord of the Oath, which happens to be ranked according to age. But judging from the current situation, the ranking of Yuan and Rufus may have to be changed, even though Yuan showed a fighting power far beyond the past on Zuyuan Star. Rufus's clone has the strength of Super Absolute too, and he beat Stardust Yurun and several masters with his own strength. If Garuga hadn't led the fleet to arrive in time, Yurun would not have died, but it is a question whether the other masters can keep their bodies intact. Afterwards, Garuga and others continued to close the encirclement, trying to completely trap Rufus. However, at the critical moment, Rufus's real body came out and showed his overwhelming strength. He fought 1 against 2, leaving Yurun and Garuga struggling. Fortunately, this time Garuga and others brought Eckhart's gun with them. After 1 shot, even Rufus felt a headache, and finally ran away for safety reasons. However, before running away, he gave Garuga a claw of nothingness, and Garuga's huge beast body was deprived of a piece out of thin air. According to the players watching the game on the spot, this move directly knocked off 1/4 of Garuga's health, which was extremely terrifying. Garuga was furious. The entire Supernova Corps was furious. The Reborn Empire had easily dealt with Rufus before, but now it was their turn as the Supernova Corps, and they were severely fooled by Rufus. This was more than a slap in the face, it was like taking off the pants and spanking the butt. Although everyone with a discerning eye knew that Rufus had hidden his strength, there were not so many discerning people, and everyone would still laugh when they should. What is going on? Why is Rufus so strong? Why did Rufus suddenly appear in Roxanham? The top leaders of the Supernova Corps held an emergency online meeting, and finally they all agreed that Rufus must have hidden something in Roxanham, because they announced to the public that they were going to deal with the 10 Saints, and Rufus sensed the danger and took the initiative to run out. This was a misunderstanding, but now it has become a deep hatred. Hide, right? I fucking asked you to hide. The Supernova Corps immediately launched a large-scale search in Roxanham. This search made Rufus more and more convinced that the Supernova Corps was coming for him. He hurried back to his base, and then, looking at the base that was smashed to pieces, and not even a single intact place could be found, Rufus was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He thought he had won a game, but he didn't expect that when he was suppressing Garuga and Yaroon, the Supernova Corps had already stolen his home. Supernova Corps, I'm not done with you. Rufus roared, and then angrily left Roxanham with his clone and went back to find the Saints. A few days later, somewhere in the Dark Realm, Rufus, the Saint, and Corona sat in a circle, looking at each other. To be honest, the Saint and Corona were angry with Rufus. If Rufus hadn't run away halfway, they would definitely not have lost, and Rufus, the damned one, actually hid his strength. He deserves death. However, they still suppressed their anger. In this situation, they need to use Rufus's power. To be honest, all three of them have their own little thoughts. We are all the same, so let's stick together if we can. With this in mind, Rufus and the other two put aside their past grudges, reconciled, and agreed not to bother Bai Fu for the time being. They didn't have any big hatred with Bai Fu. At least that's how they thought. The most urgent task was to deal with the Rebirth Empire and the Supernova Corps. The Rebirth Empire stole their true spirit pillar, and the Supernova Corps stole Rufus's secret. They were extremely evil, and must be dealt with severely. It would be great if we could kill 1 or 2 overlords, or even super absolutes. Bai Fu felt a little regretful while reading the news. What a pity! If she had the ability to transform and conceal her aura, she would have sent Hei Fu out to carry out a suicide attack to take away the master of a supernova regiment, just to add fuel to the fire. Bai Fu closed the website, and had a snack. While eating, she suddenly received a call from Whitney. What happened? The sudden increase in the strength of Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath has attracted great attention. Recently, I'm afraid that many people will go to Ziyuan Star to find out. You have to be careful. It's best to leave Ziyuan Star temporarily. By the way, the Reborn Empire will probably come to you soon. Whitney roughly explained the situation. Bai Fu nodded gently. So that's it. Avoid? No, this is exactly what she expected. She was counting on the guidance ability given to her by Yuan Yi and the Lord of the Oath to advertise. It can only be said that the 10 Saints Association cooperated very well, making the effect of this advertisement explode directly. However, Whitney was right in one sentence. While this advertisement brought her huge benefits, it also brought her huge potential risks. She could use the power of others to fight against the power of others, but if she wanted to ensure her own safety, the best way was to improve her own strength as soon as possible. Bai Fu thought of the players, and then of Cypress. After helping Cypress recover her natural disaster level strength, Cypress's next mission was temporarily interrupted. The reason was simple. Cypress said that she would wait until she recovered her dominant strength before revealing the location of the spiritual temple. Bai Fu was not in a hurry at first, but she felt that she might have to torture Cypress now. In short, return to Ziyuan Star as soon as possible. That afternoon, Bai Fu received a contact from the Empire. The contact was Annihilation Dimitri, and the Shepherd Hines whom she met at the Virtual Realm Research Association. The Empire is here to discuss cooperation. The Empire hopes that she can hand over that thing. In return, the Empire will be fully responsible for her safety, and do its best to help her advance to the supernatural level. Prayer cards, psychic consumables, and cutting-edge knowledge, as long as she wants, can be provided for free. If she doesn't want to hand over that thing, it's no problem. As long as it can be provided to the Empire first, the Empire will also give her a lot of resources in return. Bai Fu spread her hands. I don't have such a cosmic treasure, nor such a potion. The reason why Yuan and the Lord of the Oath have seen their strength increase in the past few months is because I saw the problems they were facing, and told them how to solve these problems. Dimitri and Heinz were both stunned. Yuan and the Lord of the Oath became stronger because Bai Fu taught them. This sounds reasonable at first, but if you think about it carefully, there are problems everywhere that are hard to accept. First, is it reasonable for a master to teach two supernaturals? Then, is it really reasonable for a psychic to teach a martial artist and a superpower? Finally, the teaching was effective. Is it really reasonable? Due to being too shocked, Dimitri and Heinz directly said, Really? I don't believe it. Written on her face. Bai Fu knew they would have this reaction. However, don't look at the advertisement, look at the effect. After seeing the effect, others will know that there is no fraud in her advertisement. If you really don't believe it, you can ask the administrator and the Lord of the Oath, or find a super who is stuck in the divine transformation and can't advance to test it. Dimitri and Heinz looked at each other. Bai Fu was so confident, so she asked Yuan and the others first. After all, asking a few questions won't hurt her. They acted quickly and found Yuan quickly. When they asked, they found that the situation was exactly as Bai Fu said. Yuan admitted that he had completed a divine transformation under Bai Fu's guidance. Dimitri and Heinz discussed it, and found the Imperial Senate and the Emperor proposing to send someone to test it again. This proposal was opposed by some people. They thought it was too ridiculous. It was very likely that Bai Fu, Yuan and the Lord of the Oath were working together to deceive them. If they rashly sent someone there, they might fall into crisis. Dimitri's eyelids twitched slightly. He recognized that the opponents were the group of people who supported Cade at the beginning. This was obviously out of spite. But these words were not completely without merit. This possibility did exist, but compared with this risk, if it was confirmed that Bai Fu really had this ability, then Bai Fu's value would be comparable to the secret crystal ball. At that time, Titan Industries and the Supernova Corps would fight with the 10 Saints for the secret crystal ball, and they could just sit back and watch the situation change. If I go there in person and bring the dimensional cube, there's no need to worry even if Zuyuan Star is a trap. After Dimitri made up his mind, the others stopped talking. Dimitri is one of the pillars of the Empire, and he is a superb talent cultivated by the Empire. He was born in a noble family of the Empire, studied at the Empire's vast military academy, and trained in the Empire's Ace Forging Arrow Corps. He is the flag of the Empire among the flags of the Empire, and has a very high voice in the Empire. Half a day later, Dimitri took the dimensional cube and, accompanied by Heinz and the Sword Emperor, boarded the most advanced high-speed spacecraft and headed straight for Zuyuan Star. When Bai Fu's mobile palace landed in the airport of the outer ring world of Zuyuan Star, Dimitri was already waiting outside the airport. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Bai Fu smiled and walked up. At this moment, in her eyes, Dimitri was not the top master of the Empire, but a human-shaped gem, shining brightly, and the symbol of credit points in people's eyes. Because the two sides had communicated on the way here, Bai Fu didn't say much nonsense and directly brought this group of people from the Empire to the new headquarters built by the Silent Court on Zuyuan Star. In the spacious room, Bai Fu, the three supreme masters of the Empire, Yuan and the Lord of the Oath all gathered together. Dimitri, who had seen many storms and experienced countless times between life and death, was also nervous this time, just like a teenager who went out to study for the first time, looking forward to the future, but also worried. Does it need to be a ceremony? Dimitri was thinking. If Bai Fu was going to hold some strange ceremony later, he would have to be more prepared. Bai Fu shook her head, no need. Demi specifically asked, then how to do it? Bai Fu smiled and nodded, okay, I already understand. Huh? Dimitri was stunned for a moment. Understand? What do you understand? Bai Fu said, you are stuck in the third divine transformation like the previous administrator, but your divine transformation method is different from his. Your superpower is a very rare superpower, so the transformation is much more troublesome. She sent the transformation requirements to Dimitri through the communicator. Of course, she didn't send the specific data, just the direction. If she could tell the specific data at once, it would be too outrageous. Once the news leaked out, the players would definitely suspect that she had a problem. It's over. Dimitri was dumbfounded. What speed is this? What kind of operation is this? He is not ready yet. How did you see it? Dimitri couldn't help asking. Bai Fu pointed to her eyes. I awakened this ability after I was promoted to the natural disaster level. Talented ability? Dimitri did not continue to ask, but quickly looked through the file sent by Baifu. This is a very serious file. No matter how you look at it, you can't see any possibility of harming people. Similarly, he can't see how this will help him complete his divine transformation for a while. Give it a try. There is no harm anyway. At most, it will only waste a dozen days. The truth is that on the third day, Dmitri felt a significant improvement. The document Baifu gave me is real. He was overjoyed. He had been stuck for many years, because he was the first one to raise the annihilation ability to a superb level, so he could not find any reference, and could only figure it out on his own, but it was not that easy. But now, Baifu helped him solve this problem. Dmitri immediately told Heinz, the Sword Emperor and other high-ranking officials of the Empire. It was like a storm suddenly came, and everyone, led by the Emperor, was in excitement. Although according to Demetrius, Baifu can only guide those super-absolutes, who are stuck in the transformation of divinity, this is enough to greatly improve the high-end combat power of the Empire. If everything goes well, it won't take many years for the Empire to surpass the other two cosmic civilizations. If they can get the secret observation crystal ball from the Saint, then they can look forward to the success of the Heroic Soul project. The only problem now is that Uni and the Lord of the Oath have performed too well. The Supernova Corps and Titan Industries must have sent people to investigate. What if they find out something? Not good, not good. The Empire has already lost the secret peering crystal ball once, and can't miss Baifu again. Try every possible means to win over Baifu, and never let the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries snatch Baifu away. The Empire's top leaders immediately wrote back to Dmitri. In their view, Baifu has now become one of the brightest pearls on the crown of the Empire's coronation as the sole master of the starry sky. Baifu, Annihilation has something to ask you. Yulia found Baifu. Baifu smiled and nodded. I know. Now, it's time to harvest. Chapter 279. Baifu invited Dmitri to come in for a detailed discussion. As soon as he entered the room, Dmitri stated his intention to cooperate directly. The Empire is very interested in your ability, and hopes to establish a further cooperative relationship with you. Don't worry, the Empire will not treat any partner unfairly. Baifu still believed what Dmitri said. Half of the Empire's many cutting-edge combat forces were not cultivated by the Empire, but joined the Empire for various reasons. The Empire has always been extremely generous in treating these franchisees, and there has never been any news of robbing a franchisee of their belongings. Take Chong Xiao as an example. Cho Xiao is the patriarch of the Mechanical Firepower sect. He has a cosmic treasure called the Vitality Machine Soul, which can be called a mechanical holy relic. The Vitality Machine Soul can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the fleet, and has a significant bonus to the Empire's glorious mainframe. However, after Chong Xiao clearly stated that he would not give up the Vitality Machine Soul, the Empire still did not rob it, but offered more benefits to Chong Xiao in exchange, allowing Chong Xiao to lend the Vitality Machine Soul when necessary. Because of these precedents, Baifu dared to cooperate with the Empire with confidence. However, the Empire was so generous not because the people in power were all open-minded, but because there were two powerful competitors outside, the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries. If the Empire dared to do something bad to its franchisees today, those two competitors would come to poach them tonight with hoes. Dmitri took a sip of water and continued, the Empire will do its best to train you and provide you with all the resources you need so that you can advance to the super absolute level as soon as possible. Not only that, the Empire will also give you full authority to explore the dark domain in the direction of Zuyuan Star. Once the cooperation is reached, you will have the right to mobilize part of the fleet of the Rust Corps. This is our initial idea. If you have any other requirements, just let us know, and we will discuss it. Baifu tapped the table and began to think. She lacked a lot of things now. First, cutting-edge knowledge and skilled books, blueprints. Second, resources to cultivate the scepter of the gods. Third, more and better spaceships. Fourth, experience. And fifth, the conditions needed to complete the mission. The first three, as long as you agree to cooperate with the Empire, will be credited to your account one after another. As for experience, the Empire cannot provide her with experience directly, but it can let her earn more experience through task tilting. But this is still not enough. Doing tasks is not as easy and enjoyable as exploiting players. Baifu needs to eat more players. I have a small request. Dmitri smiled and said, you say? Baifu said, in order to better carry out the dark domain exploration, I need more undeads. I hope you can help me send more undeads to Zuyuan Star. Dmitri hesitated for a moment and agreed. The undead's undead characteristics made them shine in the dark domain exploration era. Many Imperial legions, and professional expedition teams hope to absorb a group of undeads as pioneers. Sending more undeads to Baifu will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among these legions and professional expedition teams. But if the leaders of these legions and expedition teams knew that Baifu could help them break through the bottleneck, then all the dissatisfaction would immediately turn into admiration. Scold Baifu, it's too late to lick her. Baifu said slowly, in addition to this request, I have another research that I want to cooperate with the Empire. Oh! Dimitri was interested in this topic. Baifu took out the Void Converter blueprint that she got from Rufus. Among all the tasks, the one she coveted the most was the reward for completing the Void Converter blueprint. But she had no research on the Void, so if she wanted to complete the blueprint, she could only rely on the power of others. Obviously, borrowing the power of anyone was not as good as borrowing the power of the Empire directly. Baifu didn't mind telling the Empire the secret of the Void. The Void was too big a pie, and she could never eat it with her own strength. Only by bringing more people into the game and jointly developing it could she have a bite. Dimitri opened the drawings and instructions sent by Baifu, and the more he read, the more frightened he became. All the major civilizations have actually been studying the Void, but there has been no progress. If the information provided by Baifu is true, it would be a huge breakthrough in the history of Void research. Wait. Sister, aren't you a member of the Void Research Society? How did you get involved in Void research? Dimitri looked a little strange. I will send the information to Guanghui right away, and let Guanghui connect with the relevant researchers. 10 minutes later, the Empire sent a reply. Cooperation. Must cooperate. The Empire never dreamed that they came to win over Baifu, but Baifu sent them a new gift. As long as they can perfect the Void Converter, they can use Void energy with almost no side effects, which is a huge improvement for the strength of the entire Empire. If they can figure out the reason why the Void Dimension was exiled, it will be even more amazing. In order to repay Baifu's gift, the Empire said that it would send all the resources Baifu needed to feed the sacrificial scepter as quickly as possible. Baifu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, this way she can have a real cosmic treasure in a short time. This will add immeasurable value to her combat power, and she will officially have the power to threaten Chao Ju. After handing over the Void Converter blueprint to the Empire, she no longer has to bother to do the task herself. As long as she waits for the Empire to perfect the blueprint and then gives it to her, she can easily get a high reward. The effect of the original Seeker title is unknown, but the prayer card blueprint Old Overlord is a good thing. With this, she can summon another Overlord-level combat unit. Baifu, one person is better than 6 people. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Baifu signed the cooperation agreement with a smile. Dimitri finally breathed a sigh of relief until her name was written in full, and she was promoted to the highest level in the Guanghui Partner Certification. Baifu was finally stabilized. The next step was to deal with the spies sent by other camps, and by the way, let the first batch of trustworthy people come to Baifu to receive guidance. Speaking of those spies, Dimitri still had a headache. Zuyuan Star is not a military base, but a settlement and exploration transit station. People come and go, and it is impossible to completely block it. It is very difficult to prevent other camps from sending spies to get information. Even if Skynet is used to monitor everyone, there are still many ways for smart spies to bypass the monitoring. In fact, it is not as troublesome as you think, Lord Annihilation. Baifu smiled slightly confident. Dimitri was stunned. Do you have a way? Now it's the turn of those undead to appear. The major factions currently use players to basically let them perform those extremely dangerous exploration missions or assault missions, so they are not aware that players have a special ability, that is, when players look at players or NPCs of the enemy faction, the names they see are red. Use this feature of the player to catch spies, and they will catch one accurately. Of course, NPCs are not completely without countermeasures. They can hire people from other factions to help complete the mission, or use special props or borrow game features and special missions to hide themselves. But so far most forces in the Star Sea do not know that they can play this way. So, when the people sent by the Supernova Corps, the 10 Saints, Titan Industries, and other forces arrived at Zuyuan Star, they were surprised to find the same thing. No, buddy, why are you always following us? I've said that I'm not a popular star, and I'm not good looking. I'm just a passerby who comes to replenish supplies/travel/see Baifu. Please, you undead bosses, just treat me as a fart. Unfortunately, no matter how they explain, the players just don't listen. It's not popular yet. Look at how popular your name is. It's so popular that it's almost bleeding. Dimitri was dumbfounded. During his time on Zuyuan Star, He was surprised more times than in the past 10 years. The relevant leaders of the Supernova Corps and other forces were also dumbfounded. How did they do it? Dmitri was puzzled. He didn't see any special equipment carried by the players, nor did he see how special the players' powers were. Bai Fu explained, "This is the innate ability of the undead. They can see things that we can't see, but I don't know what it is. It's very mysterious. Every time they want to explain, I hear vague sounds or inexplicable words like ABA. Is this true?" Dmitri's expression became serious. This kind of collective event cannot be explained by racial talent alone. To be honest, it seems that these undead people are interfered by a special existence. What is that special existence? It seems that it is necessary to organize people to study the undead in depth after returning. It seems that with these undead people, I don't have to worry about spies sneaking into Zuyuan Star. Bai Fu shook her head. It's not that easy. Although ordinary spies are easy to catch, if it is an undead spy, it is difficult to distinguish. Players from the enemy camp can quit their own camp first, and then come to Zuyuan Star as spies, so that other players will not notice anything unusual. Because of the mission blessing, they don't have to worry about quitting and then joining the original camp again, which will cause the contribution points to be cleared. Dmitri thought, is that so? Then the next step is that the Supernova Corps will definitely send a large number of undead people. If we can't tell whether they have malicious intentions then. Bai Fu smiled and said, this is not a big deal. They are just undead spies. It's not a problem for them to send more. She is not afraid of other camps sending players here, but she is afraid that the number of players sent here is not enough. No matter what the identities of these players are, they are all her targets for exploitation when they come to Zuyuan Star. Stand still and don't move. Give me all the experience you have worked so hard to accumulate. Don't give it, just kill me and throw me out. Give it? Very good, then you can investigate it at will, do whatever you want, as long as you don't cause too much damage. I will pretend that I didn't see it. Hee, if the people in those camps knew that they sent players here, not only could they not find any useful information, but they would also feed me fat. I wonder if they would feel a sense of humiliation that they sent their girlfriend to be an undercover agent, and she was bullied. Bai Fu was happy. As a professional actor, she controlled her smile very well. Dmitri didn't know what outrageous things Bai Fu was thinking, and thought she had other ways to deal with the undead. As long as you have confidence, the Empire's engineering team will come in a few days to build more space fortresses near Zuyuan Star and raise Zuyuan Star's security level to 2nd level. Then I trouble you. Bai Fu smiled and sent Dmitri away. What she had to do next was simple, waiting for the Empire to deliver the promised things, and waiting for other camps to change their strategies and send players over. What? Most of the spies we sent out were arrested. How did Bai Fu do it? The major forces that sent out the spies were confused until they contacted the players in their own camps and finally understood what was going on. In other words, you are confident that you will not be caught by Bai Fu? That's right. The player being questioned held his head high and was full of confidence. This is a great opportunity to climb up, and it must be seized firmly. After a little thought, the major forces finally decided to let some trustworthy players try. Our chance has come. At this moment, Fengqi Chuanxing excitedly tagged all the members of the small group he created. After the new version was released, he had been looking for an opportunity to join the 10 Saints and follow Sui Shi's actions, but the 10 Saints were too hidden, and he had no way to contact anyone from the 10 Saints. The situation is different now. He heard that the 10 Saints also sent spies to Zuyuan Star. If the 10 Saints still want to continue investigating the situation on Zuyuan Star, they will definitely take the initiative to recruit some players. What kind of players to recruit? They are the most suitable hardcore Bai Fu Xiao Hei Zi. Loyal, will never rebel. To bring down Bai Fu, they can bring out 120% of their fighting power. Kaguji, who is lurking in the group, agreed immediately. This is indeed an opportunity. Not only did she agree, she also took the initiative to make suggestions. I think we can have a greater chance of contacting the 10 Saints Association if we do this under the mobilization of Fengqi Chuanxing. The Xiao Hei Zi in the group showed their magical powers, and publicly accused Bai Fu of being a white-cut black, a shameless profiteer, and a player-sucking girl in various ways. After some efforts, a player was finally found by the people sent by the Saints. Once one player was found, things would be much easier. However, it is worth noting that many players in this group are very famous in the community. If they go undercover, they will be recognized at a glance. So although the 10 Saints have absorbed a lot of people, very few are actually sent to Zuyuan Star. Finally, The moment he stepped onto the ground of Zuyuan Star's outer ring world, Kaguji trembled with excitement. Not only did she successfully infiltrate the Blackie organization, but she also finally had the opportunity to get close to Bai Fu. Isn't this too happy? The players next to her, who didn't know the truth, thought she was happy because she could soon trick Bai Fu. Anyway, let's get started. That night, Digger G suddenly found Bai Fu. Fu, something bad has happened. What happened? Just now, an undead man found me and said that he didn't really want to be an undercover agent for other camps, but was forced by the situation. Now he wants to defect to us and report the people who came with him. Bai Fu was slightly surprised. Isn't this a good thing? Digging G scratched her head. If there were only a few people, then this would indeed be a good thing. But there are a lot of people who found me privately, and they reported each other. Fu, don't you think this is their trick? Bai Fu learned about the situation in detail, and understood what was going on. Most of the players who found Digging G privately came from the Ten Saints Alliance. To be more precise, most of them came from a group created by a player called Fengqi Chuanxing. They said that they joined that group to collect intelligence, and then took the intelligence to her to thwart the conspiracy against her in that group. Bai Fu's expression became strange. This could indeed be a trick that Fengqi Chuanxing came up with, but it was unlikely that this was a trick that Fengqi Chuanxing came up with. The truth is that most of the people in the group of black fans that Fengqi Chuanxing ambitiously established are fake black fans and real actors. Bai Fu began to sympathize with Fengqi Chuanxing. Fu, what should we do now? Digging G asked. Bai Fu said, whether they are sincere or pretending to surrender, we just need to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. She didn't expect these players to get any powerful intelligence, as long as they could give her experience regularly. Digging G nodded. Then I will respond to them like this. In order to appease those players, Bai Fu finally issued a task to them, but the content of the task was just 4 words. Wait for the right time. In this way, after a wave of anti-espionage operations, Zuyuan Star entered a rare period of calm, but under the calm lake surface there were whirlpools of excitement everywhere. The forces that sent the players here were very excited. They finally succeeded in planting a large number of spies in Zuyuan Star. Next, they can investigate Bai Fu and Yuan Yi, and what exactly is going on with the Lord of the Oath. The players who were sent here were very excited. Those who were loyal to Bai Fu finally found an opportunity to join Bai Fu, and those who were against Bai Fu finally found an opportunity to deal with Bai Fu. Not only that, they also found something even more exciting. Skill books, advanced knowledge books, you can buy them by spending some worthless experience points. So cool. Buy Bai Fu's stuff to deal with Bai Fu. If Bai Fu knew there was such a thing, she would be so angry that she would faint, right? Yes, I'm about to faint. If you work harder, I promise I will faint now. Bai Fu was happy. The 3 cosmic civilizations worked together to send her nearly 2 million players in a short period of time. You should know that these 2 million players are something she has never developed before. If she can develop these players, she can get at least 10 billion experience points in the current version. As for the upper limit, it depends on how much these players love to learn. According to the progress, as long as the awakening task of advancing to the superb is not very difficult, I should be able to advance before version 3.0. Thank you for the gift of the 3 cosmic civilizations. Bai Fu found Cyprus. There is no need to worry about the upgrade for the time being, so it is time to start solving the problem of the spiritual temple. Chapter 280. If the game plot develops without any accidents, Bai Fu estimates that even if the Apostle Holy City can find the spiritual temple, it will be after the 3.0 major version. However, under her influence, the game plot has long been very different from the development direction originally envisioned by the official in the trailer. The civil war of the Taimu civilization can end early. The 10 saints can be beaten and flee before they become arrogant. Then, the Apostle Holy City may also find the spiritual temple and advance by chance. In order to avoid this from happening, Bai Fu quickly found Cyprus after she had some free time and explained her purpose earnestly. The starry sky is vast. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the whereabouts of the spiritual temple by relying on short-range detection methods in this vast starry sky. But I am afraid that the Dark Domain Zerg Queen who stabbed you in the back will take the initiative to contact the people of the Apostle Holy City because she is worried about your revenge and tell the secret of the spiritual temple to others. Bai Fu looked serious. Seeing her so serious, Cyprus gradually felt a little uneasy. If the traitor really defected to the Apostle Holy City, or the other 2 of the 3 cosmic civilizations, then it would be difficult for her to take revenge. She must take down the traitor in advance. But if she tells Baifu the location of the spiritual temple now, then she will have no trump cards left, and Baifu can control her however she wants? Okay. With Baifu's current strength, she can actually control her at will. Cypress has not yet recovered her former strength, but she can feel that the aura exuded by Baifu is far stronger than her in her heyday. Although Baifu is a sinister person, she seems to have never sinned against anyone around her, so let's trust her for once. I can tell you the location of the spiritual temple, but you have to promise me that you will help me get rid of that traitor. No problem. Cypress nodded and pulled out the star map. To find the spiritual temple, you must first find the Dark Domain Zerg's nest, and then you can reach the periphery of the spiritual temple through the Dark Domain throne of the nest. The current map is not complete, so I can't directly point out the specific location of the Dark Domain Zerg nest, but as long as you keep exploring in this direction, with my help to correct the exploration route, you will definitely find the specific location of the nest. A red arrow appeared on the star map. At the same time, Baifu triggered a new exploration mission. Lost Temple. The requirement of this mission is to find the spiritual temple. The mission reward is quite exaggerated, with 1 billion experience points. You know, this is just for exploring the way. Baifu felt that this mission might not be easy. Sure enough. But I have to remind you that the place where the spiritual temple is located is not safe. There are abnormal gravitational sources nearby, and there have been many supernova explosions. There are also many ferocious star beasts roaming around. Although I haven't been back to see it for more than 500 years, 500 years should not cause too much change there. Cypress said with a serious face. Baifu asked, how strong are those space beasts? Cypress said, how bad can they be to be able to fly freely in such a harsh environment? There are several Overlord level ones. You know the space beasts are very fierce. When they see a living and moving thing, they will eat it first. The ancestors of our Dark Domain Zerg were also lucky to find the spiritual temple in such a ghost place. She thought that this would make Baifu a little panic, but Baifu's reaction was completely beyond her expectations. Shit, several dominant level space beasts. Baifu's eyes lit up. Family, it's time to eat. The space beasts want to eat her, and she also wants to eat the space beasts. If she kills all these space beasts, can she upgrade her title of dominant killer? When defeating these space beasts, can she get some skills or talents from them? Can the genomes extracted from these space beasts allow her race to evolve again? Just thinking about it made Baifu excited as if she had just done an experiment with Yulia. Stop talking, I arrange it right away. She rushed out of the room quickly. Under her arrangement, dozens of spaceships flew in the direction indicated by the arrows on the map. For confidentiality reasons, Baifu did not arrange for players to board the ship this time. The crew was the mechanical troops controlled by Xia Shi, as well as the Fu Fu family legion controlled by her, including Xiao Xiao Hei Fu, Xiao Xiao Baifu, De Hei Fu, and Ji Shuang. The exploration fleet would not go straight to the destination, but would establish several small transfer stations along the way to ensure the smooth passage. It would probably take several months for the exploration fleet to find the Dark Domain Zerg hive. Baifu could afford to wait for this time. She could use this time to squeeze the players to level up, and at the same time, raise the level of the Sacrifice Scepter, as well as the levels of Shadow Fu, Black King, Eye of Sorrow, and White King, Little Baifu, whom she had enlightened. The Empire's efficiency was very high. While transferring the Rust Legion to the Dark Domain to take charge of the exploration plan, it also sent the batch of supplies promised to Baifu. After getting the supplies, Baifu immediately picked out the parts that were useful to the Sacrifice Scepter and fed them to the Sacrifice Scepter. The various attributes of the Sacrifice Scepter experienced a leap forward growth. After completely digesting this batch of resources, its attributes became Inspiration plus 350, Psychic Skill Effect plus 150%, Skill Release Speed plus 20%, Psychic Energy Consumption reduced by 20% on the basis of Skill Settlement, Basic Psychic Energy Recovery Speed plus 200%, Attack and Defense of the Psychic Legion covered by the Brilliance of the Sacrifice Scepter plus 20%. Additional Skill Sacrifice, Additional Skill Divine Domain. Sacrifice is a charged attack skill with amazing lethality. At this stage, a fully charged shot is enough to severely damage the Overlord and cause certain damage to the supernatural. God's Domain is a defensive skill with an effect similar to Psychic Shelter, but with a much larger range. However, it also requires charging to release a large God's Domain. The effect of the Sacrifice Scepter has now completely surpassed the Zenith authority that Baifu had cultivated for a long time before, but this is not the limit of the Sacrifice Scepter. The power of the Sacrifice Scepter in its full form is not inferior to the Supernova Core's cosmic treasure, the Eckhart gun. After I advance to the super level, I will go to the Empire to get some free stuff, and I will be able to upgrade the Sacrifice Scepter to the level of the universe's treasure. Bai Fu was satisfied with this upgrade. In the following period, she stayed in Zuyuan Star, giving instructions to the masters and super levels set by the Empire, and browsing the community or the news website in the game. During this period, seeing that the Rust Legion had built a temporary base near Zuyuan Star, Yuan Yi said goodbye and left, as he had his own things to do. But the Lord of the Oath did not leave. Anyway, the Star Covenant did not need her to take care of it. She was addicted to playing on Zuyuan Star. To be more precise, she was addicted to playing with Bai Fu. Recently, she would go to fight with Bai Fu whenever she had nothing to do. Of course, she deliberately limited her strength. If she burst out with all her strength, Bai Fu would be knocked unconscious in 2 moves. The reason why she was so enthusiastic about this was because she found that Bai Fu, a psychic prayer master, was also a genius in fighting and human body research. When the two fought, Bai Fu could help her find the shortcomings of her strength with just a few words, and a pinch of her little hand could make her have a deeper understanding of every part of her body, which was much better than those undead people. I really don't know where Bai Fu learned all this. Yulia, the doctor? No, Yulia said she didn't understand these things, and she didn't see Bai Fu researching these things. Could it be that Bai Fu understood all this in the process of being close to Yulia, Fei, and others? It's really puzzling. The Lord of the Oath was embarrassed to ask Bai Fu directly for the tips, so he could only practice with Bai Fu every day, hoping to understand naturally in the collision of bodies. Considering that Bai Fu couldn't do it in vain, she specially taught Bai Fu her treasured strength training method. Although Bai Fu is not a martial artist, with her basic qualities, she should be able to get started easily. When Bai Fu gets stronger, she can fight with Bai Fu for a longer time. This is called Bai Fu's physical transformation plan. Fei Yi is very happy to see her behavior, and actively promotes it behind the scenes. Go ahead, take up more of Bai Fu's time. Bai Fu is idle anyway. It would be great if you two can build a good relationship. If you build a good relationship now, you can cooperate more closely in the future. Fei Yi's idea is actually very simple. If she can't eat it, then Cecilia can't eat it secretly. Everyone is holding it back. Jean Lu in Fei Yi's body was speechless. He was thinking about adult things, but why did he act like a child? Time passed slowly. While waiting for the exploration fleet to send back new news, Bai Fu successfully brought all 4 true spirits that she had enlightened with the bestowed true name to the natural disaster level. Relying on the large amount of resources sent by the Empire, Vic finally advanced to the natural disaster level, and as for Xiaoshi, she was temporarily sent to the Empire for further study. Xiaoshi did not have a player panel like her. As a special profession such as a mechanic, in order to advance, she not only needed to improve her attributes, but also her knowledge reserves and mechanical practical experience. Just like that, 3 months later, Bai Fu finally received the news from the exploration fleet. The Dark Domain Zerg Hive has been found. It's time. Bai Fu glanced at her experience pool. In the past 3 months, she has squeezed the 2 million new players twice. Counting the experience contributed by players from other camps, who visited the transfer station she established, as well as the experience contributed by the exploration missions, she now has a total of 14.5 billion experience. She put all this experience into the Apostle of Truth profession, raising the Apostle of Truth from LV18 to LV35 in one go, and the total level of the main profession is 185, which is not far from level 200. The improvement brought by the level increase is huge. Of course, in addition to the attributes brought by the upgrade, the training method taught to her by the Lord of Oath without any occupational requirements also increased her strength, agility, and physique. Bai Fu's data panel became health, 108742/10874042 psychic, 11483937/11483937 chi, 33580/33580 attributes, strength 2078, agility 2027, physical 3535, intelligence 1335, spirit 2232, inspiration 7685. Seeing this data, Bai Fu smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents. This time, thanks to the Lord of Oath, if the Lord of Oath hadn't taught her the training method, her basic health points would have to be upgraded by 1 or 2 levels to break 1 million. Chaoju is really full of treasures. If I just let a little out, I will be full. If I swallow it all in one gulp. It feels so good. Bai Fu rubbed her cheeks vigorously. It seems that I have to visit more Chaoju's homes in the Empire camp, who have a good impression of her in the future. Maybe I can get a skill that can improve her strength even though it doesn't belong to the psychic school, Others are afraid of biting off more than they can chew, but she is not afraid because she has a player panel. If she doesn't have enough experience, she can just not upgrade. Her skills won't take up space. With my current strength, as long as I don't encounter a superb one, I can easily retreat even if I can't defeat them. Even if I encounter a superb one, if it's weaker or lacks tracking methods, I should be able to escape. Bai Fu closed the attribute panel. She didn't want to delay for a moment, so she immediately began to gather people. For this operation, she brought Yulia, Faye, Cypress, and Anya with her, leaving only Cixia, Vic, and other elders to stay in Zuyuan Star. Yulia can provide her with attribute bonuses and psychic energy recovery bonuses. The Golden Dew in Faye's body can provide additional spatial ability support, and Cypress and Anya, who has contracted the Needle of Punishment, are the key to entering the spiritual temple. None of them can be missing. After everything was ready, Bai Fu drove the mobile palace to the location indicated on the map at a high speed. It took the exploration fleet 3 months to find the location of the Dark Domain Zerg Mother Nest, and it took her 14 days to rush there this time. The reason why the time was so short was mainly because the exploration fleet had helped to find a safe route, and it took a lot of time for the exploration fleet to build a transfer station on the way. In the deep space, Cypress looked out the window with emotion at the huge planet wrapped by countless black crystals like vines. That was the mother nest of the Dark Domain Zerg, where she was born and grew up. When she took over the throne of the Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg, she thought she would live a simple and unpretentious life as a stay-at-home girl, but who would have thought that she would be rebelled by a traitor while eating hot pot and watching TV series at home? By the time she realized something was wrong, she had no way to escape. The blade was applied to her body, and her body was cut into countless pieces. Fortunately, when her ancestors found the spiritual temple, they had already made special treatments for the souls of their lineage, so simple knives, saws, axes, and halberds could not completely kill her. However, considering the situation at that time, she did not think that she would be resurrected one day, and she would probably always be in a state of dying. However, Bai Fu appeared. For some unknown reason, Bai Fu collected the fragments that were born from her body after her death and successfully resurrected her. This finally gave her the possibility of revenge, but at that time she felt that it would take at least dozens or hundreds of years for her to succeed in revenge. There was no way. She was a rookie when she was just resurrected, and the Bai Fu who resurrected her was still far from the disaster level at that time. Who would have thought that less than 10 years had passed, and Bai Fu had become the Overlord and took her back to the Dark Domain Zerg Mother Nest. The unpredictable changes of fate are really touching. Traitors, eyes, Cypress, and back. Cypress proudly puffed out her chest. She actually wanted to take revenge herself, but Bai Fu was right. If she delayed for too long, if the traitor hooked up with the Apostle Holy City, things would be troublesome. It would be better to solve it as soon as possible. Recommended strategy level 160 to 180, it seems that there is no need to play stealth, just open the invincible. Bai Fu silently closed the map, and then she looked at Cypress beside her. I leave that traitor alive. After saying that, she commanded the mobile palace to crash directly into the planet in front of her. The azure light streaked across the dark sky, and the high-level brainworms active on the planet suddenly became alert. Quickly stop it from landing. Dozens of giant beetles with wings on their backs soared into the sky, but before they could get close to the blue light spot, they exploded into pieces in midair one after another. All this happened so suddenly that the brainworms on the ground didn't even understand what was going on. Disaster level? One of the brainworms with a very high status trembled its tentacles a few times, and then it flew towards the blue light spot in the sky. When it was halfway, it suddenly opened its mouth. Boom! The red and black mist gushed out and hit the blue light spot in the blink of an eye. It hit, but this brainworm couldn't laugh at all. The sight was obscured by the red and black mist, but its perception was not. It clearly sensed that a transparent barrier popped out from the periphery of the blue light spot, and the thick fog of life corruption that had blasted out was blocked and did not penetrate at all. After a moment, 2 people walked out of the blue light. No! It was one person. And Cypress, Bai Fu! The brainworm exclaimed, and its twisted face became even more twisted. As the first confidant of the Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg, it certainly recognized Bai Fu and Cypress, but it never dreamed that Bai Fu and Cypress could find this place. From birth to death, Cypress never left the nest. Logically, it was impossible for her to find a way back to the nest from the edge world. Surprised? Cypress fluttered her thin wings and sneered. Her soul was connected to the spiritual temple, so she could find her way home no matter where she was thrown. This ability was absolutely incomprehensible to the traitors, who knew nothing about the true function of the spiritual temple. But you surprised me, Glenn. When you betrayed me, you were only S+ rank, but now you have been promoted to Overlord. Overlord, it's me. I am the Overlord now. After the initial panic, Glenn finally calmed down. He is the master. What is there to be afraid of? Not only is he the master, but the Queen Mother is also the master, and he and the Queen Mother have a super trump card. Cypress, you may not know that in the past 2 years, the Queen Mother has become a follower of the Beast God. His Excellency the Beast God is a superstar beast. Want revenge? I think you are here to deliver food. When the Queen Mother comes back with the Beast God, you and Baifu will die. Glenn smiled happily. As long as it holds on until the Queen returns with the Beast God, it will win. Can it hold on? Glenn thinks it's okay, no matter what it says. Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light shot out from Baifu's palm. Glenn's face changed drastically. He sensed the danger. This beam of light was abnormal. He had to avoid it. However, when he wanted to dodge, he found himself in a quagmire. He could only slightly deflect his body, but this deflection did not allow him to avoid the oncoming beam of light. Boom! At the moment when his body came into contact with the beam, Glenn let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chirp, chirp. Burning, twisting, tearing. Its body began to decompose uncontrollably. It struggled. It used the power in its body. It mobilized its spiritual power, but unfortunately, everything it did was in vain. It could only watch itself being blasted into debris. In the end, there was still a small piece of its body that was not completely decomposed. It tried to run away. Just when it had this idea, Hei Fu appeared beside it through the void and kindly gave it a dark burning. Bang! Glenn's health bar was emptied in an instant, and he couldn't be deader. Do you know what it means that a bad guy dies because he talks too much? Baifu curled her lips. While Glenn was talking, she was secretly charging the sacrifice staff. Although the charging time of this sacrifice was not long, it was still easy to deal with a 160-level master like Glenn. After all, the sacrifice staff in her hand was the embryo of a cosmic treasure. Let's go to the dark domain throne you mentioned. Baifu put away the sacrifice staff. Cypress turned around suddenly and stared at Baifu with a ghost-like look. A master was killed by you in a second? Chapter 281. When did you become so powerful? Cypress' pupils trembled. It's not like she had never seen Baifu in action before. Baifu was indeed very powerful, but even if she summoned Kabe and the Angel of Prayer, she couldn't kill a master in 1 second, right? Although the world is changing dynamically, the power of superpowers can be improved with a change of time, but it has improved so much in just 3 or 4 months. Cypress just wants to ask Baifu, what did you eat to grow up? Baifu said calmly, nothing to be surprised about, didn't you see it? Although it is a master, its rank was forcibly raised, which makes its rank look higher, but its actual ability is much lower than that of a normal master of the same level. Of course, if the opponent is a natural disaster level, it can still easily defeat him. Cypress pouted. It must be strange that I can see it. If I had this vision, I would not be so unlucky. Having said that, she still believed what Baifu said. Glenn's talent is not bad among the dark domain brainworms, but it is definitely not the best. Normally, it is the best that he can become a high-level natural disaster. Baifu explained, I think it is because of the beast god. Since he can be called a god, even if his combat ability is not very good, he should have shining points in other aspects, such as forcibly using some means to help people advance to the master. Although the master promoted in this way is a novice, and there are a lot of side effects, but a novice is still a dog. Baifu didn't want to confront a supernatural being at this time, so she hurriedly urged Cypress to take her to the dark domain throne first. Cypress also knew that time was running out, so she immediately flew towards the ground below. Baifu, Hei Fu, and the mobile palace followed closely behind, and several rays of light swept across the sky, raising a terrifying wave of air that seemed like a doomsday storm. At this time, no dark domain insect dared to jump out to stop them. The scene where Glenn jumped out confidently, but was killed in 2 hits, was still vivid in his mind. Even the most loyal lackeys of the dark domain Zerg Queen did not dare to stand up at this time, but hurriedly contacted the Queen through telepathy. Queen Mother, something terrible has happened. Glenn was killed by Baifu and Cypress, who suddenly appeared. This news confused the Queen Mother of the Dark Realm Zerg. What the hell? She asked again, and finally confirmed that she had heard it correctly. Glenn was not only killed, but also killed instantly. But how could this happen? How could Baifu's strength increase so quickly? The sharp horns on the head of the Queen Mother of the Dark Realm Zerg kept trembling because of her rapid breathing. She was angry, panicked, unconvinced, and hateful. All kinds of emotions were mixed together. After the disastrous defeat in the Edge world, she completely withdrew her forces and retreated to the Dark Realm. She felt threatened and felt that she had to do something. Otherwise, if she waited for a few more decades, she would probably be driven off the throne by the returning Cypress, or even killed directly. She was not like Cypress, who could be resurrected. But what should she do? The Dark Realm Zerg Queen did not think she had the ability to advance to the supernatural within a few decades. Superpowers have talent limits. It doesn't mean that if you give them enough resources, they will definitely be promoted. Relying on her talent, it is already amazing that she can reach the Master. To break the bottleneck, you can only pursue more powerful power, such as the Spirit Temple. The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg thought about it, and finally decided to use the power of others to find the Spirit Temple. There is no way. She has tried it a long time ago, and she can't do it on her own. Therefore, she surrendered to the Beast God and told him the existence of the Spirit Temple. The Beast God is a superclass star beast that has been promoted in the Dark Realm in the last 100 years. It is different from ordinary star beasts. It is not known for its strength and physique, but is good at life-stimulating superpowers. In short, it is a top-level auxiliary. The Dark Realm Zerg Queen was originally very afraid of the Beast God. She was afraid that the Beast God would kidnap all the Dark Realm Zerg under her. But now, no matter how afraid she is, she can only rely on the Beast God. The Beast God has trillions of followers, and has established a huge star beast empire. If it is it should be able to find the location of the spiritual temple, right? The Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg was full of expectations. However, she never dreamed that after only a few years, Bai Fu and Shi Puli would come to the Mother Nest, and their strength became so strong that she, who was inspired by the Beast God, could not help but feel fear after hearing about the record. She could not defeat Bai Fu, who killed Glenn in seconds. Fortunately, she was not in the Mother Nest at that time, otherwise she would have been like Glenn, and there would be no body left. I will invite the Beast God to help immediately. You should keep an eye on Bai Fu and Shi Puli first to see what they want to do. Don't anger them. The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg quickly found the Beast God. While she was seeking help, the subordinates from the Mother Nest sent new news, saying that Bai Fu and Cypress had found the Dark Realm throne and were fiddling with it. Throne? Isn't it just a thing with a strange shape and strange materials? Wait, she suddenly realized a problem. Cypress came back from thousands of light years away, did nothing, and went to investigate the throne first. It was definitely not because she liked the throne, but because the throne had a secret. Could it be that the throne is the key to the spiritual temple? The Dark Domain Zerg Queen's grayish face turned red. If that's the case, then she has been sitting on the throne for more than 500 years, sitting on the treasure mountain for 500 years without knowing it, and finally she has to sacrifice the treasure mountain area to seek the power of others to find the treasure mountain. The Dark Domain Zerg Queen almost fainted from anger. What's wrong? The Beast God noticed something unusual and asked immediately. The Dark Domain Zerg Queen thought for a moment, and chose to report the truth. At this point, it was meaningless to hide it. Only by telling the Beast God directly would there be a chance to snatch the Spirit Temple back from Bai Fu and Cypress, who had taken the lead. After hearing her words, the Beast God became anxious. Since it learned that there was a secret treasure like the Spirit Temple, it had not even managed the power it had worked hard to build in the past few years. It had devoted all its attention to finding the Spirit Temple. If the Spirit Temple was taken away like this, where would it put its face? Wow! The white and transparent body, like a gauze, flew out of the cave. When the breeze blew, the Dark Domain Zerg Queen came to her senses, and found that she had appeared on a space giant beast that was good at space travel. Get to the Dark Domain Zerg's nest as fast as possible. The giant beast that looked like a winged snake chirped and twisted its body to get into the space opened by the sharp horns on its head. From receiving the news to embarking on the journey, the Beast God did not waste a second, but it was still a step late. When it arrived at the nest, Bai Fu and Shi Puli had already disappeared. On asking, it was found that Bai Fu and Shi Puli had been gone for more than 10 minutes. The Beast God and the Dark Domain Zerg Queen came to the Dark Domain throne angrily. The throne was the same as before, with no abnormality. The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg tried to tinker with it, but after a long time, she could not make any changes. What should I do? The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg turned pale. The Beast God snorted coldly. This should be a special teleportation rune. As long as it is teleported, it will definitely leave traces during the teleportation process. As long as I capture this trace, even if I can't use this teleportation rune, I can find them. The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg breathed a sigh of relief. She almost forgot about this. So, Sir Beast God, have you captured the traces left by them when they teleported away? The Beast God smiled confidently. Why hurry? I do it soon. Then he just can't go down. Traces? There are no traces at all. The surrounding space is flat, and there is no sign of disturbance at all. Beast God, The Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg asked in confusion. Sir Beast God? Beast God, Dark Domain Zerg Queen, ? Beast God, get out, all of you. The angry roar echoed between the thrones, deafening. The Beast God was almost broken. But it quickly adjusted its mood. Although it lost the trace of Bai Fu and Shipu Lizi, it still had a chance to get the secret treasure in the spiritual temple. Isn't it enough to ambush Bai Fu and Shipu Lizi halfway? The ancestors of the Dark Domain Zerg mistakenly entered the spiritual temple. After leaving the spiritual temple, they returned here even without the star map. This means that the spiritual temple should not be very far from here, otherwise the ancestors of the Dark Domain Zerg would have been lost in the starry sky long ago, and there is no way they can come back. The Beast God quickly ordered all his followers to search in the starry sky and tell him immediately if they found any abnormal space fluctuations. Just a master, I don't believe you can defeat me just by getting the secret treasure in the spiritual temple. At the same time, Jean Lu's voice sounded deep underground on a planet whose specific coordinates were not shown on the map. The space has been smoothed out. Bai Fu nodded and signaled Anya to throw away the corpse of the Dark Domain insect that had just been caught. When Cyprus activated the throne, she casually caught a Dark Realm Zerg that looked like a confidant of the Dark Realm Zerg Queen and killed it, and then asked Anya to read its spirit with the Needle of Punishment. This reading made her know more about the Beast God. If the only opponent she had to face was the Beast God, then she believed that even if she was blocked by the Beast God, she could rely on continuous Void Shuttle to escape. However, the difficulty of the Beast God lies in the fact that it has countless followers under its command. These followers may not be very strong, but there are many with special abilities. Facing the Beast God and his men, if she gets entangled, it will be troublesome. For safety reasons, let's shake someone. Bai Fu used the body of an apostle to bring her spiritual will to a little Bai Fu on Ziyuan Star. Dong dong dong. Little Bai Fu knocked on the door of the Lord of the Oath. Little Bai Fu? The Lord of the Oath was puzzled. Little Bai Fu smiled and asked, Sir Lord of the Oath, I need your help. The Lord of the Oath suddenly realized. It turned out to be Bai Fu. What trouble are you in? Bai Fu explained the situation. She didn't say that she was going to find the spiritual temple, but only that she was going to help Cyprus get revenge. The Lord of the Oath didn't think too much. The first thought that popped into her mind was, it's time to fight. Since she completed the second divine transformation under Bai Fu's guidance, she has not really verified her strength. The fight with the 10 Saints doesn't count. Yuan Yi was the main force that time. She has been fighting with Corona's mechanical army, and can't tell her true level at all. I be there right away. The Lord of the Oath didn't even change his clothes, and hurriedly jumped into his own ship. Not only could he fight to test his strength, but he could also let Bai Fu owe her a favor. Why not hurry up for such a good thing? Whoosh, the spaceship soared into the sky, and quickly rushed out of the airport. There shouldn't be any big problems now. Bai Fu smiled and said to Cyprus, let's go see the real secret of the Spirit Temple. After the transmission, she received a reminder that the Lost Temple mission was completed, and the new Mission Civilization Museum was triggered. Lost Temple brought her 1 billion experience points, and the reward for this new Mission Civilization Museum is even more generous. Mission Introduction. Through the Dark Domain Throne, you came to the spiritual temple hidden deep in the planet. Standing before you is an extremely magnificent underground tower. Time has submerged the civilization that built this tower, but it cannot submerge the traces left by this civilization when it walked through the universe. When you enter the spiritual temple, you will witness the emergence of a civilization. Mission Objective. Enter the spiritual temple and find the heavenly ark sleeping deep in the spiritual temple. Reward. 500 million experience points. Plot Exploration. Special title Secret Treasure Collector. Although the experience points given by this mission are only half of those of Lost Temple, the value of the plot exploration points and special titles cannot be measured by hundreds of millions of experience points. Moreover, after completing this mission, there is a great probability of obtaining a cosmic treasure called Heavenly Ark. Bai Fu couldn't wait to see the effect of the Heavens Arkansas. Every cosmic treasure she had seen so far was very powerful. Cyprus said, to enter the depths of the spiritual temple, you need the Needle of Punishment. Fortunately, we found the Needle of Punishment early, Otherwise we would have returned empty-handed even if we got here. As she spoke, Anya took 2 steps forward. A black iron skewer more than 10 centimeters long flew out and accurately hit the gate of the giant tower in front of her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ground began to tremble. Black lines appeared on the gate, and after several turns, they finally connected into a line. In the vibration, the gate opened, revealing a winding staircase. Bai Fu looked at the recommended levels of the new map, from 1 to 275. This is a very interesting range. Level 1 can enter, and level 275 can also enter, which means that the tower itself should not be dangerous, but if you want to gain something in the tower, you must meet certain conditions. However, for safety reasons, Bai Fu did not take it lightly, but sent a small psychic army to explore the way inside. After walking around the spiral tower again and again, Bai Fu suddenly found that the surrounding scene had changed, from the original bricks and stones to murals, and then from murals to an endless black space. She shuttled through the space, and the rise and fall of a civilization was reflected in her eyes. This feeling was like watching a VR movie, but much more real. Bai Fu felt that all this was actually projected on her mind. After all, it was a spiritual temple, and it was normal for the mind to be affected after approaching the heavenly ark. Cyprus explained, I came here once before, and the scene I saw was like this. This civilization is a very special spiritual civilization. They have extremely high attainments in both machinery and spirit. Judging from the strength shown in these pictures, the strength of this civilization is probably not weaker than the current 3 major cosmic civilizations, but it is still inevitably heading towards extinction. Bai Fu nodded. She also saw these, but her feelings were deeper than Cyprus. Because when she was watching these past events, she found that the background of the destruction of this civilization had many similarities with the void dimension. This civilization was once prosperous, but it was suddenly invaded by foreign invaders. The foreign invaders were as strong as monsters, and they could not defeat them even if they tried their best. Therefore, this civilization thought of a special way to save itself. The geniuses in the civilization gathered together and built a cosmic treasure called the Ark of Heaven. They planned to migrate all members of the entire civilization to this heavenly kingdom specially built for souls, in the hope of escaping the disaster. But unfortunately, the entire civilization collapsed before the migration plan was implemented. The last survivors of the civilization fled to this tower with the Ark of Heaven and stayed here until the last moment of their lives. Since then, I don't know how many years have passed. One day, the ancestors of the Dark Domain Zerg accidentally broke into this area. Although they failed to activate the Ark of Heaven, they left their mark on the Ark of Heaven and took away the Needle of Punishment and the set of runes on the throne. Another alien invasion? Will this be the main plot of the later version of the game? Bai Fu felt it was very likely. If this had little to do with the main plot, then when she discovered these 2 plots, the game would not have needed to reward her with the exploration points of the plot above the stars, and it would have been enough to give her the regional exploration points. An alien invasion that could make the cosmic civilization unable to resist was indeed as powerful as a monster, but it was meaningless to think so much now, as she had not yet advanced to the super level, so she should get the Ark of Heaven first. After walking a dozen steps forward, Bai Fu finally led everyone out of the mental illusion. At this time, a black boat about the length of a palm appeared in front of her. The black boat floated in the air, and circles of ripples were radiating out from the bottom of the boat in a regular manner. Bai Fu stretched out her hand, and the moment she touched the boat, she received 2 prompts. One prompt was that the task had been completed. The other prompt was life strength test. The test passed. Your connection with Heaven Ark +1, +1, +1. In an instant, Bai Fu found that there was a wonderful connection between herself and the Heaven Ark, as if the Heaven Ark had become her third hand. At the same time, the knowledge flowing into her mind also made her understand the role of the Heaven's Ark. The Heaven's Ark is an ark that preserves souls. After reaching a contract with the Ark, unless the soul copy stored in the Ark is destroyed, outsiders cannot kill her. Even if her body is destroyed, she can be resurrected through other means. But this is not all the role of the Heaven's Arkansas. It has a very high bonus to spiritual attributes, spiritual resistance, and spiritual professions. If used actively, there is another special effect, which is to open a spiritual field and collect all the souls covered by the field into the Ark. The reason why the civilization that created the Ark of Heaven added this function to the Ark of Heaven was mainly to facilitate the migration of civilization. But in Bai Fu's opinion, this function is simply wonderful. Catch people, she can use the Ark of Heaven to catch people, catch them, and throw them into the Ark, without her consent. Want to escape? Bai Fu was happy. It seems that the Ark of Heaven is not only a life-saving artifact, but also a soul cage. For those kings of endurance, who can't be killed even after a long time of killing, I can use the Ark of Heaven to imprison their souls in the Ark of Heaven. In this way, no matter how strong the king of endurance's body recovery ability is, even if it is so strong that it can be reborn with a drop of blood, or even with a cell, it doesn't matter. The soul is locked up by me, and the empty shell body is at my mercy? Bai Fu's big hand is so strong, Bai Fu is eager to try, and now she wants to try the knife with the beast god outside. Chapter 282. Although the desire to kill was rising, Bai Fu did not rush out to fight the beast god head-on. Let's wait until the Lord of the Oath comes. Taking this opportunity, she planned to increase the connection degree of the heavenly ark. The connection degree stopped after it reached 10. If she wants to continue to increase, she can only rely on time to slowly grind. The level of connection determines how much power she can borrow from the heavenly ark. The good news is that even if the connection degree is only 10, she can use all the functions of the heavenly ark, but the effects of these functions are slightly worse. Although the connection degree can't be increased much in a few days, it's better to increase it a little bit, and I can also take this opportunity to get familiar with how to use the Heavens Arkansas. Speaking of connection degree, Bai Fu thought of the series of tasks in the supernatural evolution tree map. After completing this series of tasks, the connection degree with the supernatural garden can be improved. She now seriously suspects that the supernatural garden is also a cosmic treasure. If this is true, including the complete form of the sacrificial scepter, she will have 3 cosmic treasures in her hands by then, and her combat power will be invincible. Bai Fu snorted and happily opened the Task Settlement interface. You completed the Task Civilization Museum, and received 500 million experience points as a reward, plus 0.1% exploration of the plot above the stars, and the special title Secret Treasure Collector. Secret Treasure Collector, Basic Spiritual Attribute plus 300, Basic Intelligence Attribute plus 300, and each additional secret treasure collected. Basic Spiritual Attribute and Basic Intelligence Attribute plus 200, unlocking the special passive skill Extraordinary Vision. Extraordinary Vision. When using the Apostle's Vision on a high-level item, equipment, there is a high chance of obtaining the complete introduction panel of the item, equipment, and there is a very high chance of obtaining the partial introduction panel of the item, equipment. The effect of the new title made Bai Fu's eyes light up. This is a full 600 attribute points, and each additional secret treasure, cosmic treasure, can add another 400 attribute points, which is really cool. Although she does not benefit from the spiritual and intellectual attribute bonuses as a psychic prayer master, after she is promoted to the super level, those divine transformation tasks will definitely have requirements in this regard. Now raise the attribute first to avoid being stuck by the divine transformation tasks later. In addition to the attribute bonus, the passive Extraordinary Vision attached to the title is also a good thing. During the battle, the opponent suddenly took out a prop or equipment that you have never seen before. If you fail to figure out the use of this thing in time, you may fall into the opponent's trap. The effect of Extraordinary Vision can well avoid this situation. If you find that the opponent has taken out equipment such as the Dimensional Cube and the Heaven's Ark, don't worry about it. Just run away first. Come on, everyone, I will bind your souls to the Heaven's Ark, so that unless the soul copy you left in the Heaven's Ark is destroyed together, you will not die. Bai Fu called Yulia, Fei, Jinlu, and Anya to come over. After some operations, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, as long as she did not lose the Ark of Heaven, the safety of her people would be greatly improved. Let's see if there are any other valuable things in this tower. After putting away the Ark of Heaven, Bai Fu took everyone to walk around the tower again. Although the years did not erase the traces of the existence of this special civilization, they turned many things in the tower that once had extraordinary power into dust. After carefully looking around for several times, Bai Fu only found some information saved by spiritual means in the tower. These information did not have any direct benefit to her, but they were priceless to Cyprus, Anya, Vic, and those players who followed the spiritual school. It can directly improve skill output, skill release speed, and spell consumption. Players will definitely scramble for this thing, and it will be a great way to reap another wave of leaks. Now that the outside world is surging, Bai Fu urgently needs more experience to improve her strength. A Heaven Ark is not enough for her to feel safe. Seeing that the spiritual temple had been explored almost completely, and the Lord of the Oath had not yet arrived, Bai Fu built a small house at the entrance of the tower and stayed there temporarily. Study the Ark of Heaven, and when she was tired, she went to play cards with Anya and the others. Cosmic Web is suitable for all ages, and is a good way to kill time. This card game lasted for 9 days. 9 days later, the galaxy where the Dark Domain Zerg Mother Nest is located. The Lord of the Oath patted the shoulder of the little Baifu who came with her. "I'm here. Where are you now?" "Huh?" Baifu said. "Don't worry. Wait until I lure out the beast god, then we will attack it from both sides and send it off. If it runs away, it will inevitably become a big trouble. The beast god has the ability to help people improve their strength. If it surrenders to the 10 Saints or the Supernova Core, then the Silent Court will have a hard time getting peaceful. Those superpowers, who have been forcibly raised in strength, may not pose much of a threat to the Silent Court, but it is enough to make people sick if they come over from time to time." "What's your plan?" the Lord of the Oath asked in confusion. Baifu explained, "I have a special item that can seal the soul. As long as you can beat the beast god to an imbalance between body and soul, or simply destroy its body, I can imprison its soul and make it have nowhere to escape." The Lord of the Oath said, "I have never fought with it, so I don't know its true strength. I can only do my best." Baifu smiled and nodded. "Wait for my news." Baifu ended the conversation with the Lord of the Oath, and turned around to find that Cypress had thrown away the virtual card in her hand. "Let's go!" "That's too much. This hand of cards is about to end, and I'm about to win, but you threw away the cards. Why are you still playing cards at this hour?" "Let's go, let's go!" Cypress flew to Baifu and pushed Baifu's shoulder hard, with a sly smile on her face. "Baifu, never mind, I won't argue with you." Baifu led everyone out from the underground of the planet. After entering the starry sky, she immediately released a large number of micro-probes flying in all directions. Half a day later, one of the detectors sent back a message saying that more than a dozen huge space beasts were found in the starry sky. There were many smaller space beasts on those space beasts. They moved between asteroids, as if searching for something. "It's you?" Baifu asked Anya, Fei Yi Jin Lu, and she Puli Si to leave first in her mobile palace, and then she drove Hei Fu to rush towards those space beasts quickly. It's been almost 10 days, and there is still no trace of Baifu and Shi Puli Si. Could they have left? On a planet full of lava, the Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg was gloomy and irritable. She couldn't help but look at the beast god frequently. Is it going to work? If the beast god can't find Baifu and Cypress, then she had surrendered to the beast god in vain. She suffered a lot of anger for nothing, and got nothing in the end. It was against the will of heaven. If she had known this, she might as well have surrendered to the 10 Saints directly. If the 10 Saints were here, and the 3 Super Absolutes too, worked together, she believed that even a dozen Baifus would have to die here. The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg regretted it very much, but it was meaningless to regret it now. Just as she was secretly complaining, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded not far away. "What?" She turned around quickly, and found that the eyes of the beast god had turned bright blue. The eyes of the beast god would only turn like this when his emotions fluctuated violently. As for his complexion, it was hard to say what part of his face was considered to be the face of the beast god, who looked like several white translucent gauze ribbons put together. What happened? The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg was puzzled, but she soon figured it out. The beast god excitedly shouted, "Try to delay the time. Don't let Baifu and Shi Pu Lizzie run away. I be here soon." "What? Found Baifu and Shi Pu Lizzie?" The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg immediately became excited. Good. "Baifu, Shi Pu Lizzie, if you had been hiding and not showing up, it would be fine, but now that you have shown up, you are dead today." One insect and one beast quickly boarded the space giant beast that was good at space travel, and then killed towards the place where Baifu appeared. On the way, they kept urging the star beasts under their feet, fearing that if they were too late, Baifu and Shi Pu Lizzie would disappear again. When they arrived at the scene, Baifu had disappeared, but the good news was that this time Baifu left a trace when she escaped. By chasing this trace, the beast god spent nearly half an hour, and finally blocked the fleeing Baifu. "Shi Pu Lizzie is not here?" The beast god and the Queen of the Dark Domain Zerg were stunned for a moment. They quickly reacted. "Got it. It is likely that during the escape, Baifu and Shi Pu Lizzie found that they might not be able to escape, so the two of them acted separately, with Baifu acting as bait, and Shi Pu Lizzie taking the things obtained from the spiritual temple and running away from the other direction." Hee. The beast god could not help but sneer. "It's a good idea, but it's useless. You want to stop me with just a master? What a joke. After I catch you, I can still find Shi Pu Lizzie. You worked hard to come to the spiritual temple, and you are making wedding clothes for me after all." The beast god spoke arrogantly, and was decisive and ruthless when he attacked. He didn't give Bai Fu any time to react, and he used a killing move right away. As the saying goes, despise the enemy strategically, and pay attention to the enemy tactically. He did a very good job in this regard. Unfortunately, because he didn't know Bai Fu well, he didn't pay enough attention to her, but it couldn't be blamed. He had never left the Dark Realm, and his knowledge of Bai Fu came from the Dark Realm Zerg Queen. Although the Dark Realm Zerg Queen asked her subordinates to keep an eye on the movements of the marginal world, even those who had fought with Bai Fu not long ago could hardly tell how strong Bai Fu was now, let alone someone like her who hadn't had close contact with Bai Fu for a long time. Just when the beast god's attention was focused on Bai Fu, who was tightly wrapped in white fog, a strong light suddenly lit up in the starry sky, which was several times more dazzling than the oncoming high beam. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound that seemed to burst out from the depths of the soul, the Dark Domain Zerg Queen was shocked to find a figure rushing out of the space vortex. Too fast. She found that she couldn't dodge at all. Fortunately, this figure was not rushing towards her, but the real target was the beast god standing next to her. Even so, the terrifying energy waves generated by the approaching figure still made her stagger. Her shells tore open, her flesh burst, and blood flew everywhere. Boom! Finally, the figure slammed into the beast god. The violent explosion turned the entire starry sky red. Chaojue, and it was a very powerful Chaojue. The queen of the Dark Realm Zerg straightened her body in fear. She tried her best to open her eyes wide, and looked for a long time, before she saw the two Chaojue, who were fighting in the red light all over the sky. One of them was the beast god, who was seriously injured, and several of his jaws were broken. The other was also a familiar person, the master of the superb oath of the well-known power in the Edge world, Xingyue. At this time, her energy was as high as a volcanic eruption, and she was suppressing the beast god. It must be Bai Fu who called her here. In this case, the Bai Fu who was controlled by the beast god just now is probably a fake Bai Fu. No, I must escape immediately. The Dark Domain Zerg Queen turned around, and before she took a step, she found Bai Fu slowly emerging in front of her. You want to escape now? There's no chance. Oh no! The Dark Domain Zerg Queen's face changed. Just as she was about to fight back, Bai Fu had already used a dark burning imprint on her body, followed by a mighty annihilation torrent. Bai Fu had prepared for this moment for a long time and had practiced it in her mind for a long time. She would not give the Dark Domain Zerg Queen any chance to escape. Letting this bug run away would inevitably lead to countless troubles. Therefore, after knocking the Dark Domain Zerg Queen unconscious with 2 moves, she directly threw out all the summoning prayer cards on her body, and more than a dozen huge psychic legions suddenly appeared, blocking all the escape routes of the Dark Domain Zerg Queen in 3 layers inside and outside. Asshole, asshole, asshole. The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg cursed angrily with her spiritual power. After cursing for a long time, the situation did not improve at all. Instead, she was beaten up by the Psychic Legion and Kabe, who was squeezed in the Psychic Legion. As a last resort, she could only change her words and beg for mercy. Bai Fu, I will give you double what Cyprus promised you. No, as long as you let me go, I am willing to be your slave directly. Bai Fu was unmoved and just pretended not to hear. She was not interested in playing with insects. Besides, the Dark Realm Zerg Queen shouted loudly, but what she could actually give her was not as good as the one that Cyprus gave her. What? Could the Dark Realm Zerg Queen still give her 2 cosmic treasures? Seeing that begging for mercy was not working, the Dark Realm Zerg Queen began to curse again, and the more she cursed, the more fierce she became. In the end, she even used the Beast God to threaten Bai Fu. Just wait, the Beast God will avenge me. Don't think that you can kill the Beast God by calling the Lord of the Oath. The Beast God is not that easy to kill. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. Of course I know it's not that easy to die, so I prepared 2 great gifts for it. When the Dark Domain Zerg Queen was stunned, Bai Fu took out the sacrifice scepter. While waiting for the Beast God to come, she had already injected energy into the sacrifice scepter, so the sacrifice scepter was already on the verge of exploding. The surging spiritual energy affected the surrounding space, causing the curvature of the space to change continuously, and occasionally even chiseled out small holes in the space. This is the sacrifice scepter that has not yet been activated. Once activated, it will be even more terrifying. The Dark Domain Zerg Queen was startled, but she quickly calmed down. It's useless. This can't completely kill the Beast God. She smiled coldly, like a prophet who saw through everything, looking down at Bai Fu. Bai Fu gently shook the scepter of the god. Don't worry, this is the first gift. Boom! The terrifying psychic beam gushed out, crossed the galaxy, and came to the beast god in the blink of an eye. Feeling threatened, the beast god kept hitting runes one after another, trying to block the psychic beam, but facing this long-planned psychic beam, those runes broke like paper one by one. A moment later, the psychic beam and the fist of the Lord of the Oath pierced through the body of the beast god one after another. Hiss. The beast god took a breath of cold air, and his eyes were full of murderous light. Bai Fu you. It still underestimated Bai Fu. But this was the last time. Next time he must kill Bai Fu. Aw, you can't kill me. If my body was so easily destroyed, I wouldn't be alive today. The beast god shouted angrily. Bai Fu calmly took out the Ark of Heaven and shook it gently. This is the second gift I prepared. A beam of white light suddenly scattered, instantly enveloping the beast god, who was recovering from his injuries. At first the beast god didn't care much, but when he found that his soul was being uncontrollably torn out of his body, he finally felt threatened. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. It must escape immediately. Escape, escape. Wow. However, it was in an unbalanced state under the pincer attack of Bai Fu and the Lord of the Oath, and now it had no effective means to deal with it. Stop, stop right now. The beast god screamed, but it was useless. He could only watch his soul being forcibly pulled into the heavenly ark. Beast god, Dark Domain Zerg Queen, Oath Lord, At this moment, everyone present except Bai Fu was stunned. What did you do? Bai Fu smiled and raised the heavenly ark in front of her. Arrogant, why are you not arrogant? Now it's my turn. Sir Beast God, you don't want your excellent body to be manipulated by me at will, right? The Beast God came back to his senses from the shock, and immediately felt boundless anger. Bai Fu. Chapter 283. I kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. The roar of the Beast God echoed in the Ark of Heaven. Bai Fu, who was threatened, looked calm. You dared to threaten me after entering my cell, how funny. That's all the noise? Didn't you eat? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Ah, the Beast God was furious and began to struggle hard. I'm coming out to kill you now. It tried its best, but it was like being stuck in quicksand or mud. The more it struggled, the stronger the force that attacked it from all directions became. Finally, it had to give up struggling to avoid being squeezed and unable to move, turning into an embarrassing soul ornament. However, the body stopped struggling, but the Beast God's heart became more and more manic. It couldn't understand. Although it was beaten by the Lord of the Oath in terms of combat power, and Bai Fu's sneak attack just now also caused it to be seriously injured, but it was not afraid at all, because its body had a shocking super recovery ability. Everything that can't kill me will make me stronger. While the injuries on his body began to recover rapidly, the Beast God was already thinking about how to take revenge on the Lord of the Oath and Bai Fu. Unfortunately, the little black boat that Bai Fu suddenly took out completely shattered its dream. At this time, its soul was separated from its body. What use was it even if its body's recovery ability was strong? Anger, unwillingness, hatred, pain, despair. The soul of the Beast God kept fluctuating. After 2 minutes, it finally calmed itself down a little. Bai Fu, what do you want to do? Bai Fu said, it's very simple. Do something for me. Do whatever I tell you to do. In this way, I can spare your life. And maybe one day when I'm in a good mood, I let you go. She coveted the ability of the Beast God that could help people improve their strength. This move had side effects, but this was only for NPCs. If this move was used on players. Side effects? There were no side effects. After the player was resurrected, all the status would be refreshed, and the previous debuffs would not be inherited at all. If the Beast God was willing to join her, the combat effectiveness of the players under her would be greatly improved. Moreover, as long as you join the Bai Fu camp, you can unlock a higher level of combat effectiveness in advance, which can also be used as a promotional point to attract players. After hearing Bai Fu's words, the Beast God was immediately angry again. You want me to do whatever you want me to do, but that means you want me to be your dog. What a joke, you want me, a great supernatural being, to be your dog for a mere master, and you can only dream about it. The Beast God sneered and ignored Bai Fu. Bai Fu said, do you really want to resist to the end? Even if you are locked up in this ship forever, unable to move, and will be bound tighter and tighter if you move? The Beast God continued to sneer. Facing his attitude, Bai Fu was not angry at all. She continued to chant, even if I will hand over your body to the Rebirth Empire for research and various experiments, will you still resist to the end? The Beast God was unmoved. Bai Fu said, Even if I will pull your body to mate with various star beasts to test whether the next generation that inherits your characteristics can be born, will you still resist to the end? The beast god was stunned for a moment. Wait. Bai Fu said, even if I will throw your body into the cesspool and stir it, and the stirring process will be filmed and posted on the internet, will you still resist to the end? The beast god blushed. Bai Fu said, even if your body will be destroyed by me. Enough, shut up. The beast god roared suddenly, interrupting Bai Fu's words. Its soul flickered, and no one knew what it was thinking. After a moment, it suddenly asked, Bai Fu, who do you think is more like a human, you or me? TSK. Bai Fu pouted. Of course it's me, although my race is not human, in terms of appearance. Who would say I am not a human? To be honest, Bai Fu didn't expect this trick to really scare the beast god and make him do things for her. But what if it works? It's always good to try. Those humiliating methods may not scare people, but if a person's soul is really locked in the Ark of Heaven and can't move, maybe he can bear it at first, but after a long time, he may not be able to withstand this kind of mental torture. I still have a lot of time, and you have a lot of time too. You can think about it slowly. Bai Fu smiled, and put away the Heaven's Ark. Then, she turned around and signaled Kabe and the psionic core that they no longer needed to be distracted and on guard, and could do their best to give the Dark Domain Zerg Queen a Fu-style bone straightening. After receiving the order, Kabe and the psionic core rushed forward and soon beat the Dark Domain Zerg Queen half to death. Okay, bring her back and hand her over to Cyprus for disposal later. Since she had already promised Cyprus, Bai Fu would not be greedy for the experience of killing the Dark Domain Zerg Queen herself. Just now, she cooperated with the Lord of Oath to defeat the Beast God. She completed an urgent task and gained a lot. You completed the urgent task threat from the Beast God, and received 3 billion experience points as a reward, and the Beast God's high-speed recovery card * won 3 billion experience points. This is the biggest gain she has ever received in a single task. Who made the Beast God a super level? Defeating a super level with the body of the Master, although the process of winning was not very glorious, but after all, it was a win, and the reward could not be rich. If Bai Fu can defeat the Beast God by herself, the reward will be even more exaggerated. In short, Bai Fu made a lot of money on this trip to the spiritual temple, but she still has a long way to go before she can reach level 200 and trigger the new awakening task. At her current stage, the amount of experience required to level up is very exaggerated. Bai Fu is not in a hurry. With the advanced knowledge she just got from the spiritual temple, plus the rewards of the exploration tasks, and the rewards of the Supernatural Evolution Tree Map Series tasks, she has enough confidence to trigger the awakening task within 2 years, which should be a long way from version 3.0. How did you do it? Just as Bai Fu was thinking about the future, the Lord of the Oath flew to Bai Fu, his eyes full of curiosity. Bai Fu explained, I found a special item in the ancestral land of the Dark Domain Zerg, which concealed the soul. She did not deliberately hide it, because she found that after realizing the existence of the Heaven's Ark, the Lord of the Oath's favorability towards her did not decrease but increased, and the description of the favorability also changed to very appreciative. The Lord of the Oath gave a thumbs up. Awesome. She didn't know what to say about Bai Fu's good luck. But when it comes to the ability to seal souls, she suddenly had an idea. Wouldn't this item be just right for dealing with her mortal enemy? Why not ask Bai Fu to borrow it? It doesn't feel good. She is a superb person. If she saw Bai Fu had something good in her hand and asked to borrow it, she would inevitably be regarded as someone who wanted to bully and rob. It's better to wait until the relationship with Bai Fu is further developed before asking Bai Fu for help. As for how to get along well with Bai Fu, she just needs to stay on Ziyuan Star and help Bai Fu from time to time. Given Bai Fu's character, she shouldn't take her kindness for granted, right? The Lord of the Oath couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to her plan. This body has become an empty shell now. What are you going to do with it? She threw away the body of the beast god that she had captured with her chi. Bai Fu said, take it back for research. If she could research a strengthening potion, she could not only use it for herself, but also sell it to players to earn more money. Okay. The Lord of the Oath threw the body of the beast god to Bai Fu. Bai Fu let a psychic summon catch it, and then led the Lord of the Oath to fly towards her mobile palace. When the dying queen of the Dark Realm Zerg was thrown in front of her, Shipu Lizzie was a little absent-minded for a while. Although she placed her hope of revenge on Bai Fu, and although Bai Fu repeatedly promised her that she would help her get revenge and hand over the queen of the Dark Realm Zerg to her for personal disposal, when the incident really happened, she still felt a sense of unreality. Bai Fu! Shipu Lizzie flapped her wings and flew to Bai Fu, hugged Bai Fu's neck tightly, and rubbed her face against it. Damn it, stop showing off your affection here. Come here if you want to kill me. The Queen of the Dark Realm Zerg was about to faint from anger. Anya on the side was also angry. Ah, she was obviously here first, and it's fine if Yulia, Faye, and Cixia cut in line, but you, who is about the same size as my head, also want to cut in line? Tian Gang. Anya rushed up and pulled Cypress away. It's too late. If you delay any longer, this bug may die suddenly from its serious injuries. Go and take care of her quickly. Oh, it's true. Cypress came back to her senses, and took the Dark Domain Zerg Queen to the side to clean up. It took her an hour to clean up. At first, the Dark Domain Zerg Queen mocked Cypress for selling herself to buy food to defeat her, but as death was really approaching, she no longer dared to mock, but begged Cypress to spare her life, and she was willing to sell herself to Cypress. You said that when you sit on the throne, you will make the Dark Domain Zerg better, and become a force that cannot be ignored in the starry sky. However, after burying so many brain worms, engineering worms and combat soldiers, have you really achieved the goal you said when you killed me? Cypress crossed her arms, and looked down at the Dark Domain Zerg Queen crying at her feet. The Dark Domain Zerg Queen opened her sharp mouth, and was speechless for a moment. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find any words to refute. Asked Cypress if she could do it? It seemed that she could do it better than her. After all, the thigh that Cypress hugged just killed the thigh that she hugged. Go. Cypress raised her right hand, and gently grasped it. The mental power pierced into the soul of the Dark Domain Zerg Queen, like a spike. Hissing. Amid the screams, the Dark Domain Zerg Queen gradually stopped moving. Cypress floated in the air, stunned for a long time before flying towards Bai Fu. The traitor is dead, and the traitor's confidence cannot be spared, otherwise it may cause trouble. Bai Fu nodded. Let's go to the mother nest now. When the mobile palace was halfway to the ground, Bai Fu received a call from the beast god. Half a day of calmness made the beast god finally recognize the reality. If there is no outsider to rescue him, then he is absolutely unable to escape from the Heaven Arc now, and the feeling of being blocked by the Heaven Arc. This is really uncomfortable. I admit defeat, but you must not humiliate my body, the beast god said fiercely. He decided to be Bai Fu's dog, but this was only temporary. He first deliberately lowered his body to paralyze Bai Fu, making Bai Fu think that he really surrendered, and then secretly looked for a chance to escape. Once he really found a chance to escape, he would let Bai Fu know how to write the word death. It can only be said that the beast god had a good idea, but it was a pity that Bai Fu could see how others liked him. Didn't expect it. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. That's right, take good care of yourself, it will be your time to shine. When the time comes, I, Bai Fu, will let you know what a black-hearted Afu is. In the next 2 days, Bai Fu took Cypress to sweep the Dark Domain Zerg Queen's confidence in the Dark Domain Zerg, as well as the nearby star beasts, who were loyal to the beast god. After the storm, Cypress ascended the throne of Queen again. And the first order she issued after becoming the Queen was to lead the entire Dark Domain Zerg to relocate. The spiritual temple has been emptied, and there is no need to stay here. It is better to move to the Dark Domain star system that is closer to the Ziyuan star, so that it can better support each other with the Silent Court in the future. Cypress is not stupid. She can see that the starry sky is now in the midst of a storm. In order to survive this storm, the Dark Domain Zerg must rely on a more powerful force. Obviously, Bai Fu is a trustworthy person. Bai Fu is not only strong, but also progresses rapidly. Cypress's proposal was opposed by some brainworms, but because she returned with a great victory, her proposal was finally passed by the group. You will know how wise my decision is in a while. After everything was ready, everyone set out on the road back to Ziyuan Star. Something happened. Deep in the starry sky, in the number 7 Cathedral of the Apostle Holy City, the guards on duty in the spiritual observation room rushed out of the room in panic. This news was quickly passed to the leader of the Apostle Holy City, the Supreme God. Many years ago, the number 7 Cathedral of the Apostle Holy City excavated a civilization site left by an ancient lost civilization during its external exploration. They discovered a large amount of research materials related to spiritual research in the site. Among these materials, the most eye-catching one is the one that introduces the spiritual temple. The people of the Apostle Holy City realized that if they could master the secret treasure stored in the spiritual temple, they could make their spiritual will reach a state close to that of a god, and then mobilize endless energy from the virtual world. For this reason, the Apostle Holy City has been looking for the spiritual temple. Originally, there was something in the civilization ruins they found that could sense the specific location of the spiritual temple. However, as the spiritual temple fell into self-isolation, the device became a decoration. The Apostle Holy City had no choice but to rely entirely on its own strength to search for the spiritual temple. They had already given up hope for the equipment in the ruins, but today something strange happened. The device suddenly reconnected with the spiritual temple. Let all the servants of the number 7 cathedral attack and bring back the secret treasure in the spiritual temple. The Supreme God issued the latest instructions. In the Holy City of Apostles, those who can serve as servants have at least the strength of the master level. This time, the Supreme Gods can be said to have invested a lot of money. 7 masters, 3 super absolutes, a statue-class mothership, dozens of mother-class mobile fortress ships, and millions of Supreme-class, Creed-class, Truth-class, and Infinite Glory-class warships. Such a huge combat power is enough to sweep away any civilization they have fought so far. The reason why the Supreme Gods are so serious is that they are worried that the one who opens the spiritual temple is one of the 3 cosmic civilizations: the Rebirth Empire, the Supernova Legion, or the Titan Industry. Ding! Bai Fu, who was watching a movie, was suddenly startled. She received a new game prompt. Why would there be a game prompt at this time? She quickly clicked on the instructions and found that she had triggered a new task. You triggered the emergency task Black Tide. Task Introduction. The revival of the spiritual temple has attracted the Black Tide. Under the Black Tide, there are sword lights, sword shadows, artillery fire, and death. Task Goal. Do everything possible to escape the erosion of the Black Tide. Reward. The reward depends on the risk level, and the basic reward is 8 billion experience points. Note: failure to escape or avoiding the Black Tide in advance is considered a mission failure. Fuck. The minimum reward is 8 billion experience points. What kind of mission is this? Bai Fu was shocked. The reward for sneak attacking a beast god is 3 billion experience points. 8 billion is for her to fight the beast god alone? You know, this is just the basic reward. In other words, if the situation develops to the worst, she may have to deal with several beast gods. Even if the Lord of the Oath is here, there is no way to fight. What is going on? Does the beast god have good brothers? Bai Fu looked at the condition of the beast god and found that the beast god did not show any unusual movements, and his favorability towards her was as low as before. If it's not the beast god, then who is it? Forget it. Is this the time to think about this? Although she was very greedy for the 8 billion experience points, after considering the hidden risks behind this mission, Bai Fu thought it would be better to avoid the Black Tide as early as possible. It's not like she doesn't have the means to earn experience points, so there's no need to take such a risk. Contact the Rust Legion of the Empire first. If they don't run away, we can still wait for the Rust Legion's assistance. Bai Fu contacted the person in charge of the Rust Legion as soon as possible. When negotiating with her, the Empire gave her the power to command the Rust Legion, so even though they didn't know what happened, the Rust Legion still marched out as soon as they received her contact. I hope it's in time. Bai Fu was having a headache now. She didn't know what the Black Tide was, let alone where it came from. If she wanted to avoid it in advance, she really needed some luck. Chapter 284. The Black Tide came much faster than Bai Fu imagined. On the second day of the sprint to Zuyuan Star, the Dark Moon Eyes, and little Bai Fu she had scattered along the way sent back amazing news. Spaceships. One spaceship after another. Covering the sky, densely packed in the starry sky, with no end in sight. Such a huge fleet passed by the Dark Moon Eyes, and little Bai Fu, with such a mighty momentum, that it was like a black wave that could drown the stars. Is this the Black Tide? Bai Fu opened her mouth wide. How big is that flagship? In the center of the Black Tide, there is a giant ship with long wings spread out like a flying bird. The last time she and the Empire went to attack the artificial planet, where the Saint and others were hiding, she had boarded the Empire's planet-class mothership. The longest part of the mothership was thousands of kilometers long, like a ferocious beast, which was daunting. But compared with the Empire's behemoth and the Black Tide's flagship, you are very weak. At least in terms of size, the Empire's planet-class mothership and the Black Tide flagship are simply incomparable. This is no longer an ordinary spaceship. This is clearly a giant planet on the move, and it is a completely weaponized one. Bai Fu's face became extremely solemn. She found that the Black Tide was divided into many strands, and the largest one was heading in the direction of the spiritual temple. Could it be that the Black Tide came for the spiritual temple? It's possible. And it's very possible. Otherwise, why did the Black Tide appear just when she was about to return to Zuyuan Star with the Ark of Heaven? Although it was unclear which civilization the Black Tide belonged to, Bai Fu knew that she was in great danger now. When she came here, she only brought a mobile palace with her, which was a small target and easy to escape. When she returned, She was accompanied by not only the Lord of the Oath spaceship, but also a large number of star beasts and dark domain insects. The target was very large, and it was easy to be caught. If we don't think of a way quickly, once it is blocked, I'm afraid there will be a river of blood. Bai Fu looked at the Ark of Heaven, and made a quick decision to go out and cover Anya, and the others retreat. As long as the Ark of Heaven didn't fall into the hands of the Black Tide, even if her body and Hei Fu were killed, it wouldn't be a big problem. She could use the power of the Ark of Heaven to revive. Although she would have a serious weakness debuff when she was just resurrected, she had the player panel to guide her, and the medical resources of the Reborn Empire to support her, so she would recover quickly. Are you crazy? The Lord of the Oath, who didn't know that the Ark of Heaven had a resurrection function, was shocked to see Bai Fu going out alone. Bai Fu waved her hand. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I am the master of psychic energy. If my body is destroyed, I can just reshape it. Lord of the Oath, you escort Anya and Faye to join the Rust Legion first. Don't worry about me. She explained again, and finally the Lord of the Oath reluctantly agreed. Then, she left the spaceship alone, without even Yulia. After several flashes to distance herself from the Lord of the Oath and others, Bai Fu stopped on an unknown asteroid. She deliberately built a psychic transfer station here, and then flew in a direction completely different from the Lord of the Oath and others. An hour later, what Bai Fu didn't want to see happened. The Black Tide split into several groups, starting to explore the surroundings with the Dark Domain Zerg nest as the center, and one of the exploration directions was exactly the direction that the Lord of the Oath and the others left. The fluctuations in space had long been smoothed out, and the insects and star beasts who knew about it were all swept away, but they still found the right direction. Was it a predictive ability or a special reconnaissance ability? In any case, Bai Fu knew that she had to take action. She quickly deployed a psychic army to the starry sky near the psychic transfer station. When the Black Tide chasing the Lord of the Oath and others passed by, the psychic army rushed up with great momentum. After raising the total level of the main profession to level 185, the combat power of Bai Fu's psychic army is no longer comparable to when she was promoted to the master. Thousands of Peroru's psychic lenses suddenly unfolded in front of the formation, gathering the psychic energy rushing out like a tsunami into the thousands of launch ports. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the violent tremors of space, the psychic cannon exerted its force, and in just a moment, it broke more than half of the shield opened by the Black Tide Vanguard fleet. The Vanguard ship is a well-known Infinite Glory class warship in the Holy City of Apostles. It has the advantages of fast speed, fierce firepower, and strong coordinated combat capabilities. The only disadvantage is that its defense performance is slightly unsatisfactory, but this is only compared with warships of the same level. Facing the attack of the natural disaster level superpowered, an Infinite Glory class warship can't take any advantage, but it won't be beaten too badly. However, when facing the sudden attack of Bai Fu's psychic army, these Infinite Glory class warships in the front row did not even have time to warn the ships behind them of the enemy attack before they were destroyed and killed. Master, it seems we have found the right direction. On the command ship, the two servants of the Apostle Holy City Cathedral No. 7 suddenly looked solemn. They quickly ordered the fleet to enter full combat mode, and at the same time informed the 7th candidate of the God in the God Statue class mothership of what happened here. Not long ago, the 7th candidate Divine Disciple sensed through revelation that a large number of lives had left this starry sky not long ago. He speculated that most of them were starry sky beasts that had fled from this place because of the battle, but there must be a group of people who broke into the spiritual temple and took away the secret treasures in the spiritual temple. Therefore, he immediately divided the huge fleet into several groups and chased them in several directions. I will bring people to support immediately. The 7th candidate Divine Disciple, who received the news, responded quickly. The Idol-class mothership is huge, but not slow at all. The hundreds of thousands of psychic reactors scattered around the ship make it more efficient than some conventional warships in turning, and the Apostle-class dark energy engine in the center allows it to easily break through the constraints of space and dimension, cross the galaxy cluster in a very short time, and achieve ultra-long distance jumps of hundreds of millions of light years. Although it is troublesome to start the Apostle-class dark energy engine every time, in the interstellar battlefield where the situation changes rapidly, it only needs to be started once to be able to Deus Ex Machina. The appearance changed the situation of the battle. This time Bai Fu felt its charm. There was no super in the fleet Bai Fu faced. Although the combination of 2 overlords plus more than 200,000 super battleships is very scary, it still takes some time to blow her up. After all, she is now a person standing at the top of the overlord, and she also has the headache-inducing ability of Void Shuttle. Therefore, Bai Fu's initial plan was to let the dozen or so psychic legions at hand take turns to fight, and finally do it herself, leading this fleet to circle in the starry sky, trying to buy 2 to 3 days of escape time for the Lord of the Oath. However, with the activation of the Apostle-class Dark Energy engine on the Idol-class mothership, all her plans were disrupted. Fuck. Across half a galaxy, Bai Fu looked at the giant warship that suddenly appeared in front of her psychic army in shock. What happened? Didn't the image fed back by the dark moon eye show that this spaceship was still near the spiritual temple a few seconds ago? Could it be that everything she saw was an illusion? She could no longer think about this question. Hundreds of light spots lit up on the suddenly appearing God-class mothership. The next second, these hundreds of light spots exploded together, and the energy storm gushed out. Wherever it passed, whether it was cosmic dust, asteroids, planets, Bai Fu's psychic army, or the old red giant star in the distance, they were all torn to pieces. The electromagnetic radiation generated by the violent explosion illuminated the entire galaxy. Hiss. Bai Fu took a breath. Is this just a flat attack? Swish, swish, swish. She no longer hesitated and sent out 7 psychic core at once through the psychic transfer station. She was afraid that if she delayed any longer, the psychic transfer station would be destroyed, and she would not be able to send prayer cards over such a long distance. The redeployed psychic core did not rush towards the Black Tide fleet stupidly, but ran in 7 directions, trying to disrupt the enemy's sight. However, Bai Fu miscalculated this time. She did not expect that the other party was also a master of psychic power. The moment the psychic core appeared, the 7th candidate for the god on the mothership discovered the slight fluctuations emitted by the psychic transfer station. Found it. Led by the god-class mothership, the huge fleet rushed to the side of the psychic transfer station. The next thing the people of the Apostle Holy City had to do was simple. They used the connection between the psychic transfer station and Bai Fu to reverse Bai Fu's position, and then the whole army went out to hunt down Bai Fu. Even though Bai Fu could constantly change her position through the void, she was still stopped after traveling through many places in the face of such a huge army's pursuit. Although there were only more than 10,000 spaceships blocking her now, the God-class mothership that suddenly descended was in the middle of these more than 10,000 spaceships, giving her a strong sense of oppression. Is it you? The people from the Apostle Holy City immediately recognized Bai Fu. Through the information sent by the 10 saints and their own spies, the Apostle Holy City knew everything about the major events that had happened in the explored universe, so it was impossible for them not to know Bai Fu. The 7th candidate for the god, who was originally going to order Bai Fu to be killed, changed his mind temporarily. A living Bai Fu is more valuable than a dead Bai Fu. Catch Bai Fu and transform her, and then release her. When they attack the 3 major cosmic civilizations, Bai Fu will be an excellent chess piece. Thinking of this, the 7th candidate for the god flew out of the mothership with the 3 masters. Since he wanted to capture them alive, it would be more efficient for him to do it himself, and this way, he would not cause unnecessary losses. Whoosh. Several figures flashed. The moment the 7th candidate for the god and others appeared, Bai Fu used the Apostle Vision on them. Faction, Apostle Holy City. When these words appeared in her eyes, Bai Fu's pupils shrank suddenly. Good fellow, it turned out to be you. No wonder you can mobilize such a fleet in a short time, and you also have such a fierce giant ship. While figuring out the situation, Bai Fu also felt a little scared. The speed of the Apostle Holy City was much faster than she had imagined. Fortunately, she acted quickly. If she delayed for a while, the Ark of Heaven might have been taken by the Apostle Holy City first. Now, the wounded Bai Fu's eyes turned slightly. If the people of the Apostle Holy City directly fired thousands of cannons at the beginning and fell into such a dangerous situation, she really couldn't think of how to break out of the siege. If she continued to lead the people of the Apostle Holy City in circles, it would be likely that her first life would be explained here. But the Apostle Holy City unexpectedly did not fire. Although the combination of 2 super absolutes plus 4 masters was also something she could not defeat, her goal was just to escape, not to kill these people, so things became simple. Bai Fu waved her right hand, and 2 special cards suddenly appeared in her hand. The 7th candidate for the god looked at the silver shining card in Bai Fu's hand, and was stunned for a moment. Prayer card? No. He did not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from this card. Somehow, the 7th candidate god felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. As the owner of Revelation, he did not dare to delay, and immediately shouted to his companions around him. Attack Bai Fu together. Don't give her the opportunity to use those 2 cards. Unfortunately, it was too late. Skill cards are so easy to use. Just click on the confirmation button that appears in front of you. Swish! The two skill cards in Bai Fu's hand turned into streams of light. A stream of light poured into her body, and a stream of light rushed straight to the seventh candidate god and others. The former is the Beast God's high-speed recovery card obtained after completing the emergency mission threat from the Beast God. With the recovery card, Bai Fu's health bar, which was reduced to just over 30% during her escape, rose rapidly and soon returned to 100%. The latter is the soul freezing beam obtained after exploring Rufus's secret base. When the beam swept through, the seventh candidate god and others were shocked to find that they could not move at all. Soul freezing, countdown XX seconds. This line of status appeared above the heads of all those swept. Goodbye. Bai Fu, who had recovered her full status, shuttled through the void and disappeared in front of everyone. In the spaceship, those who were not swept away were in chaos. Should we chase? They kept calling the seventh candidate for the god, but the frozen seventh candidate for the god could not say a word. After his soul was frozen, his consciousness also became silent. He had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Luckily, his various attributes were very high, so his frozen state only lasted for 7 seconds. The 7-second countdown ended, and looking at the empty space in front of him, his face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He recognized it. The move Bai Fu just used was Rufus's move. Rufus? Why is it Rufus's move? Could it be that Rufus is Bai Fu's real backer, and the person who took the secret treasure from the spiritual temple is Rufus? If not, there is no way to explain why Bai Fu can use Rufus's move. You are so good, Rufus, although I have long known that you have no good intentions in approaching the Apostle Holy City. But this time you dare to directly attack the Apostle Holy City. Sir, candidate for the god, should we continue to hunt Bai Fu? An anxious question sounded again. The seventh candidate for the god did not speak for a long time before he said, "Keep chasing." That being said, he actually did not hold out much hope. Rufus's strength can be seen from the battle in the Roxinema Galaxy Cluster, and he is obviously stronger than him. If he leads people to chase at this time, it is almost impossible to directly take back the secret treasure in the spiritual temple. We must ask for help. Under the influence of this mentality, the seventh candidate god led his people to chase for a while, but found that he could not close the distance, so he gave up. However, he immediately contacted the Supreme God and other candidate gods. What? The Supreme God was furious after receiving the news, but he did not immediately order to hunt down Rufus. What if this was just a misunderstanding? He should ask the Saint first to see if Rufus has an alibi. I don't know. The Saint was confused. What happened? Not here. What else is there to say? The trouble has come to us. Great Rufus, you are really brave. Catch him, and I will let him know the consequences of provoking the Holy City of Apostles. The Supreme God roared. In a short period of time, the Holy City of Apostles sent 3 alternate gods to hunt down Rufus. When Bai Fu finally caught up with the Lord of the Oath and others, who had joined the Rust Legion, Rufus also met the people of the Holy City of Apostles. Fuck. Fuck you. Why are you hitting me? Fuck. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Rufus was furious, but he was facing 2 Chaojue too, whose strength was similar to that of Yuani in the past, a Chaojue too, whose strength was much stronger than that of Yuani now, and more than a dozen plundering masters Chaojue. This didn't even count the spaceships dispatched by the Apostle Holy City. Even if he showed his hidden strength, he was still beaten to a bloody pulp. Kill, kill, kill. After a fierce battle, Rufus escaped with serious injuries. While running away, he asked the Saint Apostle what was going on in the Holy City. When he learned that it was because of the spiritual temple, and Bai Fu, he almost fainted. When did I become Bai Fu's backer? Bai Fu used your soul freezing beam. This was witnessed by the 7th candidate of the Saint. How are you going to explain this to them? Explain? How the hell do I know how to explain this? Rufus blushed. Damn Apostle Holy City, damn Bai Fu, you all wait for me, I will be back. He decided to go to recuperate first, and then go to Zuyuan Star to send Bai Fu off. As for the Apostle Holy City, he couldn't afford to provoke it now. Those candidate disciples were already very powerful. As for the Supreme Disciple, he suspected that this guy might have completed the 4th Divine Transformation, and was in contact with the 5th Divine Transformation. Unless he could completely master the Void Lord core in his body, it would be better to take a detour as much as possible. Rufus had a good idea, but he received news that day that the Senate of the Reborn Empire had decided to send the Ace Legion, the Forged Arrow Legion, to the Zuyuan Star. Damn it. Then why did he bother Bai Fu? It's abnormal, too abnormal. I must have provoked something unclean. Otherwise, why has my luck been so bad in the past few years? First he was targeted by the Reborn Empire, then he was raided by the Supernova Corps, and now he was beaten up by Baifu and the Apostle Holy City. Even the old Biden of the Saint was not as miserable as him. Rufus doubted his life, and he began to think about whether he should find a god to worship. Chapter 285. After joining the Rust Legion, Baifu immediately reported that she had encountered a large fleet of the Apostle Holy City. The head of the Rust Legion was originally wondering why Baifu suddenly called him, but when he heard that it was because of the Apostle Holy City, his face turned black. A warship larger than a planet-class mothership? This means that the strength of the Apostle Holy City is probably much stronger than they had imagined before. He quickly reported the news to the Senate and the Emperor. In just a few minutes, the Empire organized an online meeting, and Baifu, as an eyewitness, was able to attend the meeting. This was the first time Baifu met the Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor was old, but still in good spirits. He smiled and nodded at Baifu, then announced the start of the meeting. After an urgent discussion, the Empire finally decided to send the Ace-Forging Arrow Corps, as well as the 3 Supermasters of Annihilation, Sword Emperor, and Vortex Lord to the Zuyuan Star. Baifu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people in charge, she shouldn't have to worry about the Apostle Holy City coming to Zuyuan Star to cause trouble for her for a while. She could just use this time to explore the value of the Beast God. The fighting ability of the Beast God is really embarrassing among the Super Absolutes, but it is full of treasures, and is of extraordinary value. I want to buy some experimental equipment from you. After the meeting, Baifu found Whitney, and sent her a list. Yulia's laboratory can study the natural disaster level without any problem, but it is not enough to analyze the genes of the Super Absolutes. The genes of the Super Absolutes have natural locks, which is a self-protection mechanism. Under normal circumstances, the Super Absolutes will not easily reveal their genetic codes, because this is equivalent to exposing their weaknesses to their opponents. Of course, the Beast God didn't want Baifu to play with his body, but he had to bow his head under the eaves. If Baifu wasn't allowed to play with his body, then Baifu would play with his soul later. The lesser of two evils, let Baifu play with his body. After arranging everything, Baifu took the time to settle the Black Tide mission. In this mission, she performed quite well and finally earned 9.14 billion experience points. Although there were no other rewards, so much experience points was already very good. I still need 7.7 billion, and the experience I have accumulated will be enough for me to reach the super level. Baifu smiled happily. A small incident happened on the way back to Zuyuan Star. The Apostle Holy City, which let Rufus escape, became more and more angry. They had been exploring deep space for decades for the cosmic treasure in the spiritual temple, but Rufus just took it away. If it was an ordinary cosmic treasure, they could still bear it, but it was a cosmic treasure that could make their overall strength even better. In a rage, the Apostle Holy City announced the news that Rufus had taken the Ark of Heaven through the 10 Saints, and also said that Rufus and Baifu were in the same group, suggesting that the 3 major cosmic civilizations should pay attention and not be deceived by Rufus, the cunning villain. This news confused many people who have explored the universe. Rufus had a falling out with the Apostle Holy City, and was in the same group with Baifu. What a wonderful development. To be honest, everyone didn't really believe it. First of all, the 10 Saints was a recognized villain organization, and everyone was more or less skeptical about what they said. Secondly, Baifu doesn't make sense to be in the same group with Rufus. Baifu has the ability to guide people to break through. If she is really in the same group with Rufus, why is Rufus messing around? He can improve his strength rapidly with Baifu's guidance. Is life about courting death? TSK. Baifu curled her lips after seeing the news. Spread rumors about her? With her current reputation, it is so easy to spread rumors about her. What Baifu didn't expect was that Rufus actually fell out with the Apostle Holy City. The heavens and the earth have witnessed it all. When she used Rufus's skills, she really didn't expect that doing so would cause Rufus and the Apostle Holy City to fight to the death. She only had a few seconds to think, and it was impossible for her to think everything through. Rufus was beaten up, not because she was cruel, but because the relationship between the two groups was too fragile. However, the conflict between Rufus and the Holy City of Apostles still awakened Baifu. Skill cards can not only be used in battle, but also to trick people. Baifu narrowed her eyes. She also had a planet explosion card from the head of State Cade, which could be used to frame someone. Soon after, Baifu followed the large group back to Zuyuan Star. 2 days later, Whitney asked someone to send all the experimental equipment she needed. She quickly helped Yulia replace the equipment, and then organized a research team to start studying the body of the Beast God. The body of the beast god has been used, so the soul naturally cannot be idle. Get up and work. Entered. Heaven. Still want to be lazy? Are you tired of living? Bai-Fu gathered a group of players, including Digging G. Special experiment that may improve strength. What is the name of this task? Digging Princess and other players who received the task prompt were all stunned. It was the first time they saw such a strange task name, but this name really aroused their interest. Experiment. What experiment? Only a few people? In the laboratory, seeing the players coming towards him, the beast god's heart was relieved. When Bai-Fu asked him to help improve the strength of some people, it thought Bai-Fu was talking about the disaster level or even the domination level target, so it panicked. You know, improving the strength of others is actually a great burden for it. But when the time came, it found that Bai-Fu's target was actually dozens of A-level superpowers, level 70. That's it? Ugh. The beast god laughed. It thought it was a big deal. It was a piece of cake for it to forcibly upgrade these dozens of A-level superpowers to S-level, above level 75, and it didn't even feel any consumption. After the force strength improvement was over, the beast god's attitude towards Bai-Fu changed a little. Although Bai-Fu was a bit bad, she still had some merits compared to those real slave owners. At least it's not that inhumane, right? It definitely didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Dozens? Hee hee. Bai-Fu ignored the beast god for the time being, and her attention was all on Digging G and the others. The beast god's improvement on Digging G and the others was huge, directly raising their level from level 70 to level 95. Virtual. If it weren't for Digging G and the others' physique being too poor, the improvement would be even more exaggerated. But as expected before, although the level was increased by 25 levels, the actual attribute improvement of Digging G and the others was not as much as 25 levels. The special weakness buff made their attributes similar to those of players, who normally reached level 85. Even so, Bai-Fu and Digging G were both excited. The upper limit of the player level in version 2.2 is level 70, and the maximum level in version 2.3 is level 80. Now, with the help of the beast god, players can experience the level 85 version in advance in version 2.2. Fuck, Fu is awesome. Kneel down to Fu. Please allow me to kiss the back of Fu's hand as a sign of respect. Climb, and even the back of the hand. Don't even think about kissing the back of the foot amid the cheers. Digging G immediately posted what happened here on the forum. When other players saw the title of the post, they thought she was just being catchy, but after reading the text and the screenshot of the panel attached to the text, all the players were shocked. What? Is there such a thing? As expected of Fu, she always comes up with something new for us. How did she do it? The players started a heated discussion. Most players don't think this enhancement can be widely promoted, but it's still enviable to be able to experience the 85 level version in advance. With this buff, you could easily get the first place in the rankings in the arena. As for the PK competition, if one side has this buff, it can be announced in advance that the championship reward has been pocketed. But these players soon found out that they were wrong. Can't it be promoted on a large scale? Humph. Today, Bai-Fu, will let you know what it means to be a freeloader. That afternoon, Bai-Fu summoned 50,000 players on Zuyuan Star to the door of the laboratory. Hundreds of little Bai-Fu held up super loud speakers to maintain order. Don't cut in line, line up in order. Everyone has a share. It's shameful to cut in line. It's shameful to cut in line. If you get caught cutting in line, you will be deducted points. The deduction of points is quite lethal, and for a while, the players at the door of the laboratory no longer dared to mess around. Bai-Fu gently patted the Ark of Heaven. Let's get started. With a creaking sound, the door of the laboratory opened, and the first batch of 50 players walked in. The beast god was stunned for a moment. Why are there 50 more? Okay. Just 50, no big deal. It was as relaxed as ever. But this attitude was finally defeated as waves of 50 players entered the lab. No, why isn't it over yet? How many people did you call over? Bai-Fu said, why are you in such a hurry? Only more than 1,000 people have just come in, and there are more than 40,000 people waiting behind. How many? The beast god was frightened. So you called 50,000 people to take turns to serve me, right? Do you think I'm made of iron? Bai-Fu smiled. Don't play dumb, I've already figured it out. Even if I increase the strength of 50,000 undead at the same time, you can still have about 5% of your mental power left. What's more, I let these undead take turns to come in, so there will definitely be more than these left. Stop whining and get to work. Beast god, So you still give me preferential treatment, right? The beast god wanted to refuse loudly, but when he thought of the threats Bai Fu had made to it before, he decided to endure it. It was just this time. Bai Fu said, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, this is only the first time. After you recover, there will be a second time, a third time, until all the undead who join the silent courtyard are promoted. But don't worry, it will only be busy recently. If the undead want to be promoted next time, they will need to consume a certain amount of points and sutras. Well, in short, you won't have to be so tired after this period, and you may even have a holiday occasionally." Damn, the slave owner looks kinder than you. The beast god was furious and saw the look Bai Fu gave him. "If you hadn't followed the Dark Domain Zerg Queen to kill me, would you have done this? Atone for your sins, you bastard." The beast god, Oh heaven, oh earth, can someone punish Bai Fu? Under Bai Fu's whip, it could only honestly help players improve their strength. The 10,000 person felt a little tired. The 30,000 person felt extremely tired. The 50,000 player felt his body was hollowed out. The beast god entered the state of soul emptiness directly. Bai Fu nodded with satisfaction. Good, good, have a good rest. Tomorrow there will be 50,000 players coming to have fun with you. Not to mention that the beast god fainted from anger. What happened here can be said to be a strong advertisement for Bai Fu and the Silent Garden. Many players who were not interested in the Silent Garden had their souls seduced away by Bai Fu after watching the live video. After gritting their teeth, they finally handed over their bodies. Yes, yes, yes. Can't we join the Silent Court? In the Dark Domain exploration era, the number of ships heading to Zuyuan Star increased significantly, which provided convenience for players from other camps to join the Silent Court. After just 1 week, the number of players arriving at Zuyuan Star by ship every day exceeded 1,000. Many of them were players from large guilds, or players who had left their names on the leaderboard. They actually didn't want to come. They had been deeply involved in other camps for a long time, and changing camps at this time would inevitably cause them to suffer considerable losses. But they have to change. If they don't change, how can they play in the competition? How can they rush to the leaderboard? And how can they compete with those guilds that have received bonuses in the first pass of the dungeon and the speed of passing the level? It's getting better. Bai Fu made a lot of money. With these new players, the advanced knowledge of the spiritual school she got from the spiritual temple, and the 3 new channels for earning experience, she should soon accumulate enough experience to advance to the super level. The ultimate Bai Fu is about to be launched. Before the 2.3 version is released, Bai Fu first applied to the Empire, asking the Empire to send the remaining 5 cutting-edge knowledge to Zuyuan Star as soon as possible, and then issued a large number of exploration tasks, asking players to help her open more maps before the 2.3 version downtime update arrives. The enhanced players are more than twice as efficient as before. Transfer stations are rising from the ground, and star gates stand in the starry sky. While the Dark Domain exploration plan of the Reborn Empire is in full swing, the Apostle Holy City is also not idle. They changed their course of action. On the one hand, they sent a large number of people to hunt down Rufus. On the other hand, they asked the Saint to escort Suishi back to the Apostle Holy City. The Saint actually didn't want to hand Suishi over. But the Pillar of the True Spirit was taken away by the Supernova group. It was meaningless for him to keep Suishi, who had a special physique, by his side. It would be better to exchange some benefits with the Apostle Holy City. In the Holy Land of the Apostle Holy City, in front of countless believers, the Supreme God accepted Suishi as his disciple. From this moment on, the entire starry sky will fall for you. The Supreme God put the small golden crown on Suishi's head. Suishi was excited. She finally had the opportunity to get close to the fragments of the True Spirit's remains and help Apostle Bai Fu recover her strength. Players, such as Fengqi Chuanxing who followed Suishi to the Apostle Holy City were also excited. Haha, Suishi finally took off. They didn't follow the wrong NPC. Bai Fu, right? I heard that you were very successful recently. Don't be proud. With our help, you will be ridden by Suishi sooner or later. Chapter 286. Good show is coming, family. Bai Fu clicked into the game community and found that Fengqi Chuanxing had posted a new post, and this post only took half an hour to rush to the top of the hot list of the day. What? She clicked in puzzledly, thinking that Fengqi Chuanxing was attacking her again, but who would have thought that it accidentally poked the Riddler's lair? In the post, Fengqi Chuanxing talked about the preview of version 2.2 and the various analyses he made before the launch of version 2.2. Then, he changed the subject and said mysteriously, now, the wind is blowing. From your perspective, today is no different from any other day. You are online as usual, accepting quests as usual, praising Baifu as usual, doing quests as usual, and logging off as usual. But, since I typed the first word of the title of this post, the pattern of the stars has actually changed quietly. This is how the change started. At first, no one cared about it. It was just a grain of sand, a little flame. But when the wind of the times blew on it, when you really noticed it, it was already a shining star. Baifu, like the players who came in, was full of question marks. If Fengqi was the only one here as a Riddler, everyone would just think he was crazy. But soon everyone found that there were some well-known Baifu Black fans, who often appeared with Fengqi in the post. The comments of these Black fans in the post were almost the same as Fengqi. Anyway, the change has begun, and the big one is coming, very big, so big that people can't stand it. Transfer to manual. Riddler, get out of here. Baifu looked through the community, and didn't understand what happened. It wasn't until she opened the game map that she realized something really happened. Where did Sueshi take herself? The light dot representing Sueshi ran directly out of the map boundary. She zoomed in and out of the map more than 10 times before finding Sueshi in a corner surrounded by fog. Baifu's pupils shrank slightly. Could it be that Sueshi ran to the holy city of apostles? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this must be the case. Otherwise, why would the group of black people in Fengqi be so proud? She didn't know whether Sueshi's favorability towards her was still above 90, and whether he had seen through her lies. But even if he had, it wouldn't be a big problem. At least Sueshi had helped her find the location of the holy city of apostles. When she was fighting with the True Society and the Secret Tower before, she spent a lot of time just looking for the headquarters of the True Society and the Secret Tower. Now, she knows where the enemy's base camp is at the beginning. As long as she accumulates enough strength, a surprise attack can flatten the Apostle Holy City. Of course, this is easier said than done. Baifu is not sure how strong the Apostle Holy City is, but judging from its courage to plot against the 3 major cosmic civilizations, its strength on paper is probably stronger than any 2 cosmic civilizations that have explored the universe combined. This is a very tough opponent. However, Baifu is not worried. She is not alone. Behind her stands the giant Rebirth Empire. To be more precise, it is not the Rebirth Empire that stands behind her, but she stands on the side of the Rebirth Empire, because the Rebirth Empire is one of the main players in this civilization conflict. Right now, the Rebirth Empire is not as good as the Apostle Holy City, but in a few years, when the masters of the Rebirth Empire and the Chaojue have further improved their strength after my guidance, the situation may be completely different. So, the key is still time. I don't know whether the Apostle Holy City will give the Reborn Empire time to develop, and I don't know whether the Supernova Core and Titan Industries will suddenly jump out to trip it up. Baifu rubbed her brows. Okay, why think so far ahead? The most urgent thing is to improve her own strength. As long as she becomes stronger, even if the Reborn Empire is lost in the conflict of civilizations, she has nothing to fear. Baifu glanced at Fengqi post. Laughing. Just laugh. I hope you won't cry when you finally know the truth. Baifu began to concentrate on exploiting the beast god. The more she exploited, the more useful the Heavens Arc was to her. The more useful the Heavens Arc was to her, the more lonely the beast god was. It's too empty to have only one person living in such a huge paradise. We have to find a few more companions for the beast god. If everyone works together, they won't feel so tired. And with communication, the possibility of depression in the beast god can be significantly reduced. Capturing people requires strength, and squeezing people requires warmth. Baifu first thought of the head of state, Cade. Then she shook her head. Cade was a pure warrior. If he was captured and planted in her plantation, Heaven could not do anything. Zev from the Supernova Core is good, and the Shadow Storm Corona, who hooked up with the Saint, is also okay. Baifu began to take notes in her little notebook. Sooner or later, she would turn Heaven Arc into a lively big family. The high-intensity squeezing of the beast god lasted for 3 months. 3 months later, Baifu got the remaining 5 pieces of psychic cutting-edge knowledge as she wished, as well as enough experience to allow her to advance to the superb level. She quickly opened the panel and invested the experience into the Apostle of Truth profession. Add one. After 15 consecutive clicks, she successfully upgraded the Apostle of Truth to the maximum level of LV50. At the same time as the upgrade prompt sounded, she received a reminder that the Third Awakening task was triggered. You triggered the Third Awakening task. Superb. The First Awakening task has 2 targets, the Second Awakening task has 3 targets, and if nothing unexpected happens, this time the Third Awakening task has 4 targets. 1. Collect at least 3 cutting-edge knowledge, 1/3. 2. Raise the race potential score to above 90.0, current score, 82.1. 3. Have a dominant level permanent true spirit summoning unit, 1/1, Hey Fu. 4. Master 3 color quality per card blueprints, 1/3, Eye of Sorrow. Unlike the previous 2 awakening tasks, the third awakening has no basic attribute restrictions, but turns the pursuit of attributes into the pursuit of race potential scores. The so-called race potential score refers to the level that one's own race can reach under normal circumstances. With Bai Fu's current race, even if she practices flowers, she can't advance to the superb level. To overcome this hurdle, she must first break the gene lock and forcibly open up a new path on the road of life evolution that seems to have come to an end. Only in this way can she climb to the peak of the superb. So that's it. The 2 most important points for advancing to the superb are knowledge and potential. No wonder everyone is used to talking about the 2 levels of domination and superb together. Bai Fu suddenly realized. From the master to the super, it is indeed a qualitative change, but the span of combat power is not necessarily as big as imagined. Those masters who have reached the end of the old road, and those super, who have just opened up a new road can still compete with each other. However, as the progress of the super divine fire but increases, the gap between the 2 sides will become larger and larger. It's very cruel to look at it this way. Bai Fu touched her chin. She has a player panel, which can easily see her race potential score, and can also easily see whether something can improve her race potential score. Therefore, raising the racial potential score to above 90.0 was not a difficult task for her. She was more worried about how to collect 3 colorful prayer card drawings. But ordinary masters were different. Those with enough racial potential were easy to deal with, and they naturally crossed the hurdle, while those with insufficient racial potential were extremely difficult to deal with. At the level of master, the race of the superpowers can actually be said to be unique, and it is difficult for their children to fully inherit their characteristics. Without the guidance of visual data, they would have to go through countless trials and errors to improve their score by 1.0. If something unexpected happened, it might even cause their race potential score to drop. The great way of transcendence was right in front of them, but they could not enter it despite their best efforts. That kind of despair, the kind of despair that would last a lifetime until death. Bai Fu felt a little terrified just thinking about it. From domination to transcendence, from the first divine transformation to the second divine transformation, and even the 5th divine transformation, how many people have paved this path? Now Bai Fu could understand why everyone was so enthusiastic about the secret peering crystal ball, and why the reborn empire was so generous in giving her a lot of things. She also realized that her value was actually much greater than the secret peering crystal ball. It is true that the secret peering crystal ball does not have the limitation that it can only be used when it reaches a bottleneck, but similarly, the secret peering crystal ball does not have the ability to guide those masters whose racial potential is stuck to improve their racial potential. If I want, I can transform into the Taoist ancestor in fantasy novels, preaching and guiding the world. Daozu Bai Fu? This nickname is good. Bai Fu was happy. Great. Now she had one more bargaining chip in her hand. She could exchange for more benefits from the Rebirth Empire, such as the color quality per card blueprint that she urgently needed. The Rebirth Empire should have this, right? I have obtained the cutting-edge knowledge. So, the most important thing I need to do now is to raise the race potential score to above 90.0 as soon as possible. This is easy. As long as Yulia can research something from the Beast God, she should be able to achieve her goal. Even if this is not enough, she can also ask the Rebirth Empire for help. Bai Fu smiled and added all the extra attribute points she gained when she upgraded to Inspiration. After the upgrade, her attributes became Health, 1212502/1212502 Psychic, 1222491/1222491 Chi, 43735/43735 Attributes, Strength 2367, Agility 2330, Constitution 3943, Intelligence 1785, Spirit 2909, Inspiration 8177. The improvement of attributes is very obvious, but at this stage, Bai Fu is more looking forward to the enhancement brought by the 5 new cutting-edge knowledge sent by the Empire. Research on abnormal materials, psychic energy, the limit of the mind, the creator of the void, psychic dimension, dark energy, 2 sides of the world. The 5 knowledge focuses are different, and the most special one is dark energy, 2 sides of the world, because this cutting-edge knowledge point research is based on a special hypothesis. That is, psychic energy and dark energy are complementary energies. Psychic energy is born from life and dark energy is born from death. The two together constitute the basis for the existence of the special dimension of the virtual world. Related research has progressed very rapidly in recent years, and some of the conclusions have also explained phenomena that could not be explained before, but unfortunately, no one has really found dark energy in the universe so far. Interesting. Bai Fu nodded. I don't care about your this or that, just learn it first. Anyway, it won't have any negative effects on her if she learns too much. You start reading anomalous material research, psychic energy. One prompt after another sounded. It took Bai Fu 20 days to successfully master all 5 knowledge. She stretched out her hand and swiped it, and in an instant, a series of game prompts popped up in front of her. You have learned a new skill, Psychic Material Alienation. You have learned a new skill, Ultimate Psychic Expertise, Ultimate Prayer Expertise, Ultimate Prayer Enhancement. You have learned a new skill, Heart of Blessing, Heart of Curse, Heart of Illusion, Heart of True Spirit, Ethereal Spirit, not activated. You have learned a new skill, Prayer Card Boundary Breakthrough. You have learned a new skill, Bai Fu Night Pure Land. You have learned a new talent, Spiral, not activated. The new skills starting with Ultimate are all advanced versions of the passive skills starting with Domination. After this upgrade, they generally have a 50% bonus effect improvement. Those passive skills, with the name of XX Heart, are supercore bonus skills of various schools of psychic praying masters. The one that is useful to Bai Fu is True Spirit Heart. True Spirit Heart can greatly increase the upper limit of the Legion, the self-healing ability of the True Spirit Summons, Super Absolute Aura Attribute Bonus, etc. The last one, Ethereal Spirit, not activated, is very special. It prompts that she lacks enough advanced knowledge of dark energy, so she cannot use this skill for the time being. The skill effect is very powerful. After activating this skill, Bai Fu can directly absorb the psychic energy of the True Spirit Summons she summoned for her own use. With this passive skill, her combat endurance can be increased by at least 7 or 8 times. If Yulia grows up by then, she can directly transform into a perpetual motion girl with the cooperation of Yulia and this skill. Psychic Material Alienation. It is an ability to transform psychic materials by injecting psychic energy, which can greatly improve the strength of materials and the quality of finished products after being made into psychic props. Prayer Card Boundary Breakthrough. The effect of this skill is the same as its name, which can increase the upper limit of the prayer card enhancement level. With the additional breakthrough brought by Beyond the Peak, Bai Fu can now enhance her prayer card to plus 13. This has greatly improved the combat effectiveness of her psychic army. The bad news is that it will take a lot of experience to upgrade the level of so many prayer card blueprints. Fortunately, the number of players in the Silent Courtyard has been rising to tens of millions recently, and she can still withstand it. Bai Fu Night Pure Land. The effect of this uniquely named limited skill is amazing. After mastering this skill, Bai Fu can create a special space called Night Pure Land that belongs to her. This space can be used to place Psychic Life and True Spirit Summons. She can also move the prayer card production factory to this space, so that she can replenish her prayer cards anytime and anywhere. But the role of the Pure Land of the Dark Night is more than that. From now on, those special NPCs that she enlightened through Give True Name, such as Ing Fu, will not disappear permanently after death, but can be resurrected in the Pure Land of the Dark Night. Awesome, this is really transforming into the god of psychic energy. Bai Fu's eyes finally fell on the talent description of Spiral, unactivated. This talent is the same as Ethereal. Because she lacks advanced knowledge of dark energy, it cannot take effect for the time being. Its effect is simple and crude. Once activated, Hifu will completely become another body of hers. The enemy cannot kill her unless they kill both her and Hifu in a short period of time, or directly eliminate her from the soul level. Well, speaking of souls, we have to mention the Ark of Heaven. The ability of the Ark of Heaven allows her soul to be resurrected through the Ark of Heaven even if it is shattered. Bai Fu's eyes lit up. In this way, unless there is a problem with the Ark of Heaven, who can kill her? Of course, the premise of all this is that she can get more cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy. It's a colorful prayer card blueprint, and it's also cutting-edge knowledge of dark energy. There are really a lot of things to collect. Bai Fu closed the attribute panel. She first moved the prayer card production factory to the newly created Pure Land of the Dark Night, and then went to meet with Annihilation Dimitri, who had been stationed on Zuyuan Star. You just asked for the cutting-edge knowledge of psychic energy not long ago, and now you are asking for prayer card drawings. I know this may cause dissatisfaction among some people in the Empire, so I brought you 2 good news. Bai Fu stretched out 2 fingers. Dimitri was slightly stunned. What good news? Bai Fu said, First, I have already vaguely touched the superb level, and I estimate that I can officially advance to the superb level within 1 or 2 years. What the hell? Dimitri's eyes widened, thinking he had heard wrong. If he was right, Bai Fu had only been promoted to the master for more than 2 years, right? The first piece of news was so exciting. What about the second piece of news? Second, I can guide those masters who cannot be promoted to the super absolute because of insufficient racial potential to improve their racial potential. Bang! Dimitri's hand trembled, and he accidentally knocked a decoration on the table to the ground, making a harsh sound. He believed that Bai Fu would not lie to him at this time. So if Bai Fu was willing to let her ability be used by the Empire, then the Empire would have dozens of super absolutes in no time. Although the Empire itself does not have so many stuck overlords, other forces do. When these overlords learn that Bai Fu has this ability, can they not turn to the Empire to seek Bai Fu's help? I tell you right away. No, that's not right. Dimitri shut his mouth suddenly. He realized that this matter must be handled with caution. The fact that Bai Fu could help Chao Ju complete the transformation of divinity has already aroused the vigilance of the other 2 cosmic civilizations. If they knew that Bai Fu still had the ability to help the overlords advance to Chao Ju, they would definitely unite to deal with the Empire to prevent the Empire from becoming bigger. Now the attitude of the Holy City of Apostles is unclear, and the Empire is not ready to fall out with the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries at this time. I will do my best to help you apply for what you want, and don't use your ability for the time being, Dimitri said seriously. Bai Fu shrugged, it's up to you. She just wants to get what she wants. Dimitri's efficiency is very high. After learning that Bai Fu has this special ability, the Emperor immediately ordered to block the news. At the same time, in order to prevent Bai Fu from being poached by other forces, even though the Rebirth Empire did not have a colorful prayer card blueprint, it took the initiative to help Bai Fu contact the painter, one of the top 3 seats in the Virtual Realm Research Association. The painter said, she wants to make a deal with you. What deal? Dimitri said, I don't know, she said she wants to see you to discuss it in detail. The painter is very stubborn, and no one can change what she has determined. Bai Fu nodded. Okay. Since the painter wants to meet, then meet. Chapter 287. Since they were free anyway, after entrusting the Ark of Heaven to Yulia for safekeeping, Bai Fu and Dimitri boarded a spaceship to the Empire. Although the painter did not join the Empire, she had always lived in the Star Abyss region of the Empire. The Star Abyss is adjacent to the Star Ring Island region and Titan Industry, and is slightly smaller than the Edge world. The Star Abyss contains a large number of ancient galaxies, which are very close to each other, colliding, tearing, and merging with each other. Not only that, the center of the Star Abyss. There is also a very special source of attraction, which pulls all the surrounding galaxies to fall towards it. The simultaneous occurrence of these 2 phenomena has given this large-scale galaxy filament structure spanning more than 1 billion light-years the name of the Starry Abyss. Unlike the Star Ring Island, the crown of the universe, and the vast continent, the permanent population of the Starry Abyss star region is very small. Of course, this small number is only relative. In fact, the intelligent life living here cannot be simply described as billions. This unit is used to measure. The Empire's development of the Star Abyss is more of a scientific research development. The most troublesome thing for the Empire is the research on the source of attraction. Over the years, the Empire has sent a large number of scientific researchers to the area near the source of attraction, trying to figure out the real reason for the abnormal gravity and abnormal fluctuation of space curvature in this area, but unfortunately, to this day, no theory that can be accepted by most people in the academic community has been formed. There are no large-mass celestial bodies near this area, and the gravity of other superclusters around it will not make this space so abnormal. Perhaps, only when the Empire completely masters the dimension can it truly understand the Starry Abyss. It is said that the painter lives in the Starry Abyss to study the source of the alien. The painter is a psychic painter like you, but her school is different from yours. You follow the prayer summoning school, while she follows the vision school, using prayer cards to cast various visions to fight the enemy. Except for the Virtual Realm Research Society, the painter has not joined any organization. She usually smiles, but in fact she is a loner, and doesn't like to get close to people. This time we were able to contact her because of the relationship with the Curse Master. Dimitri patiently introduced Bai Fu to the information about the painter and the Starry Abyss. Bai Fu nodded repeatedly. Most of this information was not made public, and only those who entered this circle could know it. She did not have a deep impression of the painter. The only thing she remembered was that after she defeated Zephyr, the painter's favorability towards her plummeted. She did not know what the painter's attitude towards her was after a few years. With such curiosity, a few days later, Bai Fu and Dimitri came to the place where the painter lived, Bazin Star. The spaceship landed on a green and shady field. When she walked out of the spaceship, Bai Fu saw the painter watering the flowers in the courtyard. He was wearing old-fashioned clothes, hunched over, holding a small watering can in his hand, with wrinkles on his face, and a heavy twilight flowing from the ears. If you don't know the inside story, who would have thought that such a kind and amiable old man is actually the psychic supreme admired by countless people? Miss Painter, long time no see. Dmitri saluted the painter across the wooden fence. The painter stopped what he was doing. I didn't expect that a busy person like you would have time to come to me. Dmitri smiled and exchanged a few words with the painter. He accompanied Bai Fu this time, because the Empire was worried that Bai Fu might get into trouble. Although the painter lived in the Empire knew very little about her. The only information they had was from the curse Master Olsen. If she suddenly attacked Bai Fu, it would be a disaster. Come in and sit down, try my cooking skills, and we talk while we chat. The painter opened the double wooden door, and invited Bai Fu and Dmitri to sit down. After Bai Fu and Dmitri sat down at the stone table in the yard, she brought out a plate of homemade pastries from the house. During this process, Bai Fu did not speak, but just silently stared at the painter's favorability towards her. -48, it was much lower than the -29 at the virtual world research meeting. When she saw this number, Bai Fu no longer expected that she could get the color quality prayer card blueprint. She just wanted to know how she had offended the painter, so that the painter's favorability towards her was so low. After finishing the first pastry, while talking nonsense, the painter suddenly took out a data storage device the size of a fingernail from his pocket. There is a prayer card blueprint called Painter's Whisper in it. This is the most valuable one among all the prayer card blueprints I have. I wonder if it can meet your requirements. The painter pushed the data storage device in front of Bai Fu. Bai Fu took the data storage device and pretended to check it, but in fact she threw an apostle vision at the storage device. Painter's Whisper, color, the feedback surprised Bai Fu. It was actually true. Could it be that the painter really wanted to trade? Bai Fu nodded. No problem, Mr. Painter. What do you want to trade with me? The painter put his hands on his knees very ladylike. Before I tell you the specific content of the transaction, can you listen to my story? Bai Fu and Dmitri looked at each other, and had no objection. This story is about me. The painter said, I was born in a wealthy family, and showed a very high psychic talent since I was a child. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, Miss Bai Fu, but my psychic talent may be stronger than yours. Really? Bai Fu immediately became interested. The painter smiled and said, it only took me 3.5 years to advance from an ordinary person to A level. Oh, then you still have a lot of practice. It took me less than 3.5 years. Bai Fu did not say anything to undermine the painter's self-confidence. She played the role of a listener very well. At that time, I was very proud. I was born in a noble family, and had outstanding talents. I had a smooth journey, and never encountered any setbacks. I felt that I was the favorite of God until I met someone. She is also a psychic painter, but unlike me, she has a poor family background and poor talent, but she is very devout. Her devotion to psychic power is something I have never seen before. The painter raised her head slightly. In her pupils, a figure that should not exist seemed to be reflected. She was reminiscing and missing. I challenged her, but she didn't accept the challenge. Because I kept pestering her, she had to agree, and then she defeated me neatly with a prayer card. I tasted defeat for the first time with her. I thought she was cheating by defeating me with prayer cards. I was very dissatisfied, and went to argue with her, but was soon speechless by her profound knowledge, and suffered a second defeat. Of course, I couldn't just give up. I was such a proud person. I believed that as long as I worked hard, I would definitely be able to defeat her in the field she was good at. In this way, I became a psychic painter. It's funny to say that the mentor who taught me the practice didn't know as much about prayer cards as the person who defeated me. In order to defeat her, I had to go to the library to borrow the notes she wrote. The funniest thing was that she caught me when I was borrowing the notes. Can you understand how embarrassed I was at that time? The painter looked helpless. Bai Fu nodded. Of course she understood. But if she were in that situation, she would not feel embarrassed because she was thick-skinned. The painter continued, I don't know if she noticed my embarrassment. She just said that if you want to learn, you can go to her directly. She is not stingy to share her knowledge. She hopes that more people can become loyal believers of psychic energy like her. I thought that since I had lost face, I might as well learn from her. That's how we officially met. According to my initial estimate, I thought I could defeat her in a year at most, but from the time we first met as teenagers until the day she passed away, this goal was not achieved. After I studied with her for half a year, the war broke out, and she joined the battlefield. The war lasted for 7 years. I lost contact with her several times. Later, I also joined the war, but I was in charge of logistics and rarely met her. After the war, she was favored by the Alculus Church because of her military exploits, so she joined the Alculus Church and became a member of the Battle Sisters team. Alculus Church? At this moment, Dmitri interrupted the painter with an exclamation. Is it the Alculus Church that caused the spiritual disaster? The painter said, that's right. Dmitri's pupil shrank. Could the person you just talked about be Alculus's caller Melly? The painter said, that's right. The small courtyard suddenly fell into silence. Taking this opportunity, Bai Fu used the virtual heart to search for related events. The incident happened at the junction of the Rebirth Empire and Titan Industry, a super-galaxy cluster called Seabuckthorn. This super-galaxy cluster does not belong to any cosmic civilization. The internal forces are complicated, there are countless factions, wars break out all year round, and the environment is quite harsh. Alculus is a religion that advocates using psychic energy to heal the pain of the world. 64 years ago, the Alculus religion held a sacrifice ceremony, intending to summon the apostles to come and completely end the chaos of the Seabuckthorn supercluster through this ceremony. The person involved was the caller Melly, who was very devout to psychic energy. However, an accident occurred during the sacrifice ceremony. The apostles did not come, but an uncontrollable amount of psychic energy came. Under the impact of psychic energy, the Alculus religion was almost wiped out, and the civilizations around the Alculus religion also suffered a heavy blow. One of the civilizations called Shapley was directly destroyed because of this. Finally, at the joint invitation of all forces in the Seabuckthorn supercluster, Titan Industries took action to calm the spiritual disaster. Meili died before I challenged her. The painter took out a physical photo and put it on the table. In the photo, she was young, and she was cuddling with young Meili. I tried to dissuade her, but she was willing. No one forced her. She has always been a devout believer in psychic energy. At the cost of completely integrating herself into psychic energy, she summoned the apostles to come and bring long-term peace to Seabuckthorn. In her opinion, this is not a sacrifice, but the happiest moment in her life. The day she stepped onto the altar, I lost the only goal of my life. I felt a void in my heart. I thought that from then on, I might no longer have any sorrow or joy in my heart. But the spiritual disaster happened. Everyone thinks the spiritual disaster is an accident. Yes, it is an accident, but not the accident you think. I stood there and saw the apostle come with my own eyes, but the apostle did not bring peace but killing. The apostle devoured Meili, devoured the people of Alculus, devoured my hometown, and devoured my family. To this day, I still remember the expression on Meili's face when she found out that the apostle was going to devour her. The painter's breathing became heavy. She was no longer calm, and her eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. The people she admired, her family, and her hometown were all destroyed by the apostles. It is normal to have such hatred, right? Bai Fu said, so, Mr. Painter, do you want me to help you deal with the apostle who came? The painter shook his head. I will deal with the apostle myself. Then, this painter's whisper was developed by me based on Meili's research. It can be said to be the last thing Meili left in the world. The painter suddenly stood up, leaned forward, and pressed his hands on the stone table. I intend to exchange it for your life. As soon as the words fell, balls of spiritual energy fire rose from the earth, under the sky, and in the dust. Under the burning of the flames, the whole world changed. The idyllic mountain residence with flowers and clusters disappeared, replaced by ruins surging in the storm. The old painter disappeared, replaced by a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s and full of nobleness. Bai Fu? ? No, sister, what are you doing? Dmitri's face changed drastically, and he quickly stepped forward to block Bai Fu. Painter, what are you doing? With me here, don't think you can hurt Bai Fu at all. In the storm, there were cold laughs everywhere. Annihilation, do you really think you can stop me? Dmitri lowered his head, and found that the ground under his feet began to expand at a strange speed, and in a very short time, the distance between him and Bai Fu was pulled from 1 meter to thousands of meters, and a twisted psychic storm wall appeared between the two. Shattered, he raised his hand quickly. To his surprise, his ability had no effect on the storm wall. Illusion? Dmitri's face turned ugly. From his naked eyes and senses, he could not tell that the storm wall in front of him was fake. To be able to do this, it means that the painter's real strength is much stronger than he imagined. How did the painter, this old shady guy, hide his energy level? Painter, are you crazy? Bai Fu has never provoked you. If you attack her, Aren't you afraid of the Empire's revenge? The painter's voice sounded. Bai Fu is very likely the reincarnation of an apostle. She is growing too fast, faster and faster. This is totally unreasonable. When we met at the headquarters of the Virtual Realm Research Association last time, I briefly sensed the apostle's aura on her. I have seen the apostle with my own eyes, so I will definitely not make a mistake. Although I don't know why I can't feel the apostle's aura from her this time, I can't let her continue to develop anyway. She must die. Bai Fu was angry. That's too much. Just because I leveled up quickly, you said I was an apostle. That doesn't make sense. I said you were an apostle too, but as she was getting angry, she suddenly thought of something. Wait. The apostle's breath that the painter mentioned couldn't be the breath of the pillar of the true spirit on Yulia's body. When she was sparring with Zephyr, although she didn't merge with Yulia, she borrowed some of Yulia's power because of the connection with Yulia. Just because I briefly had the apostle's breath on me, you want to kill me. Isn't that too impulsive? What if you find out later that I'm not an apostle? The painter said, even if you are not an apostle, I will kill you. Your existence is a huge threat to my plan. Apostles, or the power of psychic energy, should not exist in the world. Annihilation, don't worry, sooner or later, I will destroy the Rebirth Empire and Titan Industries. Meili volunteered to sacrifice, but she would go to this step of sacrifice, and it was inevitable that the things that the Rebirth Empire and Titan Industries did in Seabuckthorn fueled the flames. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous sound, Bai Fu found that a very twisted beast appeared beside her. Superclass summoned beast? Dimitri in the distance could no longer stand. He immediately flew towards Bai Fu, but just a few meters away, the painter appeared in front of him out of thin air, blocking his way. Annihilation, you should focus on yourself first. Damn it. Dimitri was furious. If Bai Fu died here, it would be equivalent to the Empire's upward path being suddenly interrupted. This kind of loss is something the Empire cannot afford. Get out of here. Dimitri's superpowers were fully activated, but even if he completed the third divine transformation under Bai Fu's guidance, he still couldn't break through the painter's blockade in a short time. It's over. When he rushed to Bai Fu might have died at the hands of the super-level summoned beast. Do you really think you can beat me? Suddenly, a cold voice came. Dimitri and the painter were both startled. They were not mistaken. The super-level summoned beast slapped down and hit Bai Fu on the head. However, Bai Fu's body did not have any scars except for shaking a few times. If you had dealt with me earlier, I might have really fallen into your hands, but now, it's not enough for your summoned beast to kill me. One after another, the Legion Holy boxes shattered into stars in Bai Fu's palm. The stars drifted in the storm. No matter how the storm roared or tore, the stars never wavered. They were so tenacious and full of vitality. When they finally stopped dancing, 20 plus 13 psychic legions appeared in the storm of the ruins. They were neat and tidy, and they were determined to rise to the sky. They stood behind Bai Fu, waiting for the order of their commander Bai Fu. At this moment, Bai Fu truly possessed the demeanor of the Dark Lord. She gently pressed her right hand forward. Charge! In an instant, billions of true spirit summonings passed her, and turned into a tide of dark moon, drowning everything in front of them. Chapter 288. After leveling up and mastering the Heart of the True Spirit passive skill that comes with the advanced knowledge of the limit of the heart, Bai Fu's number of psychic summons that she can control has increased significantly. Even if her prayer card bonus cap is still plus 11, the psychic legion she controls now can beat several psychic legions she controlled before. After the prayer card bonus cap was raised to plus 13, and several more passive skills that can increase the legion's output and legion's recovery ability were added, the combat effectiveness of her psychic legion soared more than 10 times compared to before. Summoners are like this. The limit of combat power depends on how many soldiers can be exploded, and the quality of the soldiers that are exploded. Of course, while the combat power limit is far higher than other superpowers of the same level, the biggest disadvantage of summoners is that their own defense is very low, even more fragile than the mage profession known for its fragility. Psychic painters, legion mechanics, spirit controllers, and other summoning professions are all like this. It is not to say that superpowers of these professions have no possibility of improving their own tankiness. In the starry sky, there are still many low-demand physical training methods to improve physical fitness. In addition to self-training, technology can also improve tankiness to a certain extent. But the problem is that the summoning profession needs to learn and build too many things. So many that most of the summoning profession's superpowers don't even have enough time to do their job well, let alone distract themselves to improve their physique. In short, no matter what profession, there are advantages and disadvantages. The process of superpowers advancement is the process of digging out more advantages and overcoming more disadvantages. The battle between superpowers is often to use their own advantages to restrain the enemy's disadvantages. Even Bai Fu, who has a player panel, cannot be said to have no disadvantages. For example, after so many advancements, her health recovery speed during battle is still far less than those superpowers of the physical training school. However, she used the out-of-combat recovery and resurrection mechanism to cover up this shortcoming. If you can't recover blood, then don't recover it. Let's fight head-on and see who can empty the opponent's blood bar first. At worst, I will be killed by you. As long as the Ark of Heaven is not lost, I will be a good Fu again in a few months or years. Something is wrong. Bai Fu's aura is not right. The painter thought that as long as she could hold back Dimitri, the summoned beast she summoned would be able to quickly kill Bai Fu. But the actual battle scene was completely different from what she imagined. Facing the explosive attack of the summoned beast, Bai Fu's response was not to flee, but to fight back with a more ferocious posture. The huge psychic army rushed towards the summoned beast like a sharp arrow. Everything in front of the sharp arrow, even the illusion formed by the gathering of psychic energy, was torn into pieces under the more intense psychic impact. To outsiders, Bai Fu's army seemed to have directly broken through the entire world and killed the summoned beast. The two sides fought fiercely without any reservation. Psychic energy surged, collided, and exploded. A good planet was shattered in the blink of an eye, until it was cut into dust that was invisible to the naked eye in the howling interstellar storm. At the edge of the battlefield, Bai Fu calmly commanded the army to encircle, restore and merge. The summoned beasts broke out of the encirclement of the psychic army several times, trying to use a decapitation tactic. But Bai Fu mostly relied on the void shuttle to open the distance between the two sides. Occasionally, she failed to dodge, but she was not afraid at all, and she just took it hard with the shield turned on. The summoned beast that could easily shatter stars used almost all its trump cards, but it still couldn't kill Bai Fu. Although it didn't have no reaction at all like the first time it hit Bai Fu, but judging from its current posture, it would have to let Bai Fu let go and stand there, and let it beat it continuously for a minute or two before it could beat Bai Fu to death. Obviously, Bai Fu would not give it this opportunity. Moreover, even if Bai Fu really stood still and let it beat it, the summoned beast would not dare to rush straight up stupidly. While it was beating Bai Fu, the psychic army summoned by Bai Fu was also beating it. The two sides fought each other with all their might. After a minute or two, Bai Fu might not be the first to die, but it might be attacked by the psychic army. When did Bai Fu become so strong? Dimitri and the painter's faces changed at the same time. Before coming to Basin Star, Dimitri had learned from Bai Fu that she had reached the peak of domination, so he had known that Bai Fu was strong, but he still didn't expect that Bai Fu was so strong that she could fight against a super-level summoned beast without showing any signs of defeat. No, this is not a sign of not showing defeat, but a subtle upper hand. Dimitri was shocked. The painter was several times more shocked than Dimitri. She had been secretly observing Bai Fu, and when she learned that Bai Fu was still able to escape from the pursuit of the Apostle Holy City, she concluded that Bai Fu's strength was also at the top of the domination level. In order to ensure that Bai Fu could be killed, she took great pains to get a superclass summoned beast. However, she never dreamed that a superclass summoned beast could not kill Bai Fu. If I could start over again. There's no point in starting over again. The painter gritted her teeth. She was already so steady that she used her super absolute power. Unless she could open her eyes and directly predict Bai Fu's true strength, how could she be so steady? Monsters, these apostles are all monsters. The painter's heart was shaking constantly, and in the shaking, her killing intent became stronger. She couldn't just admit defeat and leave. It was precisely because the situation was out of control that she should try her best to kill Bai Fu here. Otherwise, once Bai Fu really advanced to the super absolute level, it would be even more difficult to kill her. Since Bai Fu is not in danger, we should settle accounts. Just as the painter was about to make a move, Dimitri's cold laugh sounded in his ears. The situation is not good. The painter's face turned pale, and then black, and then black and then pale. Annihilation is a very special ability that can disintegrate the target from the most basic particle level, and annihilate the target. The lethality of this ability is very terrible. When facing an opponent with the ability of rebirth by dripping blood, it can be called the nemesis of the nemesis, but the disadvantage is that it is extremely difficult to control, and the range of action is not large. In short, Dimitri is not very good at large-scale interstellar battles, but if it is a 1v1 duel, even superpowers, who have undergone more divine transformations than him will have a headache, which is one of the reasons why he has a very high status in the Empire. The painter was able to entangle Dmitri just now, not because she was stronger than Dmitri, but mainly because of the endless visions that blinded Dmitri's perception, making Dmitri unable to capture where she really was. This kind of operation is difficult to sustain. Because Dmitri could miss many times, but if he could hit her once, she would be seriously injured. It seems that I can only use that trump card. The painter's eyes struggled for several times. She didn't really want to use that trump card, because it would put a great psychological burden on her, but now she had to do it. The painter threw all the vision cards in her hand in one breath. After weaving a dozen layers of vision cage for Dmitri, a faint white fluorescence suddenly appeared on her body. Bai Fu turned her head sharply. As a psychic painter, she immediately discovered that the psychic energy in the painter's body was not right. After using the high-dimensional bird's-eye view, she saw that a large amount of psychic energy was pouring into the painter's body from the void. Apostle's gift. The painter had a new state on his head. With the addition of this state, her attributes, resistance and other data increased significantly. Bai Fu was not surprised at all that the painter had a secret method to improve his strength, but what made her unbearable was that this method was called Apostle's gift. Bai Fu was full of questions. Didn't you say that apostles shouldn't exist in the world? In the end, you have to borrow the power of the apostles to deal with me, who is not an apostle? The voice was mixed with psychic energy, passing through the storms in the universe, and finally fell into the ears of the painter. As if the time-stop button was pressed, the painter's body suddenly trembled, and then the whole person froze in place. How did Bai Fu know that she borrowed the power of the apostles? Even the apostles themselves could not tell where a piece of psychic energy came from. After all, there would be no name written on the psychic energy. She began to feel a strong sense of uneasiness, but more of it was the heartache after being exposed. Indeed, she dreamed of killing all the apostles and making the psychic energy, which had brought her countless traumas, disappear from the world. But the dilemma was that in order to achieve this goal, she had to use psychic energy and even contact the apostles to make herself stronger with the help of the apostles. Otherwise, she might not be able to achieve this goal even if she practiced until the next life. This contradiction between reality and ideals often made her heart in torment. She had thought more than once that if Mei Li was in her position, she would not have such troubles, because Mei Li was the kind of person who would go on unswervingly after deciding on something, while her character, which was honed in the first half of her life, was not strong enough and was always prone to worrying about gains and losses. Just like this time. Because Bai Fu saw through her, she paused for a long time, so that Dmitri had broken through many layers of the vision cage. The time now was not enough for her to escape from Dmitri after killing Bai Fu. She had to leave. Once she was entangled by Dmitri, even if she didn't die in his hands, she would be surrounded by the imperial reinforcements that came later. The next time we meet, it will be your death. The painter stared at Bai Fu for a long time, and then the whole person turned into a ball of white energy and disappeared into the vision cage. With her departure, the power of the summoned beast was greatly reduced. It was already at a disadvantage in the beating of the psychic army, and it became more and more exhausted. Soon, it was beaten to pieces by the continuous attacks like a raging wave, until it howled and disintegrated into the psychic energy all over the sky. Are you okay? Dmitri hurried over, his face full of embarrassment. Bai Fu shook his head. I'm fine, Lord Annihilation. You should report what happened here to the Empire as soon as possible. Seeing that Bai Fu didn't look dissatisfied, Dmitri couldn't help but sigh. What's going on? If Bai Fu wasn't so strong, he would have been protecting Bai Fu in vain this time. When Dmitri went to the side to report the news, Bai Fu opened the game prompt interface. When she was fighting with the painter just now, she received several prompts in succession, but because of the tight time, she had no time to check them carefully. The first prompt said that she triggered an emergency assassination mission. The second prompt said that she triggered a new main mission: subvert the world. The mission goal was to find out the painter's origin and true camp. The mission reward was 500 million experience and a psychic construction blueprint evolution card. Main mission? Bai Fu raised her eyebrows slightly. She thought of what the painter said before. It seems that the painter is not alone, and there is a huge organization behind her. Which organization could it be? Could the story the painter just told be false? The threat from the Holy City of Apostles and the 10 Saints is imminent, and a mysterious organization has popped up here, which is really a headache. Bai Fu temporarily skipped this one and continued to look at the following tips. The third tip said that she killed a superclass summoned beast and received a reward of 930 million experience. It can only be said that this summoned beast is really useless. The superclass ones only gave more than 900 million experience. The fourth tip is that she completed the emergency assassination mission and obtained 1.5 billion experience points and a skill card Wonderful Moment from the painter. Wonderful Moment, it is an illusion skill, but unlike ordinary illusion skills, it has a strong brainwashing effect, which can directly reverse the target's cognition and make the target unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. Although the lethality is not very good, if it is used in situations where you don't want to cause large-scale chaos, this skill card is still quite powerful. Bai Fu was very satisfied with this reward. However, what satisfied her most about this trip to Basin Star was that she actually got a color quality per card blueprint from the painter. Now she is only one color quality per card blueprint, and a 7.9 racial potential score away from the Super Ultimate level. No matter how slow it is, I should be able to advance to the Super Ultimate level in version 2.3. There is no way to obtain a color quality per card blueprint through quests or transactions. At most, I can prepare a lot of experience to gamble for cards. As long as I invest enough, I can always gamble for a card. Bai Fu happily turned off the game prompt. After waiting for a while, Dimitri came over and said that the Empire had arranged for someone to investigate the painter's background. The two left the battlefield and went to the Empire's home planet first. The Empire did not publicize the painter's assassination of Bai Fu, but the news that Bai Fu could defeat a superclass summoned beast still caused a sensation in a small range. Oh my god, so powerful! After arriving at the Empire's home planet, Bai Fu truly felt how exaggerated her popularity was now. A large number of Imperial people crowded outside the airport, so the Empire had to dispatch a large number of mechanical guards to maintain order to avoid accidents. It's okay that she is popular among ordinary people, but her popularity among superpowered people is also ridiculously high. Dark Lord, don't worry, if the painter disrespects you, she is disrespecting me. If I meet her, I will make her pay the price. Whether it was the super superiors who had received guidance or the super superiors who had not received guidance, they all stood up and made harsh remarks. Bai Fu could see that some of them were just acting. Language can deceive people, but goodwill cannot. But no matter whether they are sincere or not, as long as they stand up and express their opinions, they are building momentum for her, and the benefit of building momentum is, I will get rich again. Bai Fu only stayed in the Empire's home planet for 2 days, but she received a lot of cooperation invitations during these 2 days, and even the investment industry overlord Yongheng Investment, headquartered in Titan Industries, came to her. However, Yongheng Investment was still relatively restrained. They did not discuss cooperation in the employment business, but the authorization of the Cosmic Network character card. As Bai Fu's popularity rises, the sales data of her character card in Cosmic Network is getting better and better. Yongheng Investment hopes to obtain Bai Fu's full authorization to produce various versions of Bai Fu's character cards, such as Dark Lord Bai Fu, Twins Bai Fu, Saint Bai Fu, and so on. With the mentality of if you don't make money, you're a bastard, Bai Fu happily signed a contract with Yongheng Investment. It's a pity that no one wants me to shoot commercials now. Otherwise, with my current popularity, I can make a lot of money just by sending Hei Fu out to shoot commercials. Bai Fu sighed regretfully. Since she couldn't make a lot of money from advertising, she could only make money by selling resources. Speaking of selling resources, she had to continue to exploit the players and let them speed up their exploration. This way, she could enclose the land in advance and take those rare minerals for herself. Then, whether she mined them herself or sold them to the Empire, she could make a lot of money. Otherwise, once the version update arrives, without the hard work of the players, her progress in exploring the dark domain will definitely lag far behind other forces. After signing a bunch of contracts, Bai Fu originally wanted to stay in the Empire's home planet for a few more days, but she received news from Zuyuan Star that a player-led exploration fleet suddenly lost contact, so she gave up the idea of staying in the Empire and planned to go back to take a look. This time Dimitri did not go with her, and the Empire was now in a state of panic because of what the painter said. The painter wanted to overthrow the Empire. Was she alone, or was there a group of people behind her? This question must be clarified as soon as possible. The Empire is likely to clash with the Apostle Holy City next. At this critical moment, if the painter suddenly jumps out to cause trouble, it may cause the Empire to suffer huge losses. According to what the painter said, we found out the painter's true identity. She should be the daughter of the owner of a starship leasing company in the Takri Republic of the Seabuckthorn supercluster. Her full name is Selena Rayleigh Golden Ocean. According to public investigation data, she died in the calling ceremony. But now she is still alive, so there are two possibilities. One is that she lied, she is not Selena at all, the other is that she tampered with the spiritual disaster investigation data. No matter which one is the real reason, what is certain now is that we can't find more information about her. To catch her, we can only wait for her to show up. The members in the meeting room all looked embarrassed. A second level Avenger is not easy to deal with. In terms of the degree of danger, the painter may be more dangerous than the saint. If there is no behemoth of the Apostle Holy City, the 10 saints will go to the Empire with the painter without fear, but now, it can only be said that the Empire is in an awkward position. It is really a troubled time. Chapter 289. Commander, the signal of the exploration fleet disappeared near here. On a Batwing 12 fast spaceship, the data monitoring robot pointed to a yellow light spot on the virtual screen in front of it. Beside it, Anya frowned and said nothing. 9 days ago, an exploration fleet commanded entirely by undead people was carrying out an exploration mission in the Seaweed Head Galaxy, when it suddenly lost contact with the relay signal station. When other nearby exploration ships received the system's emergency notification and rushed to check the situation, the fleet had already disappeared without a trace, and not even a broken piece of metal could be found in the starry sky. This incident immediately attracted the attention of the General Command of the Silent Courtyard of Zuyuan Star. As the commander of the Silent Courtyard, Anya contacted Bai Fu immediately and personally intervened in the investigation. Fortunately, the undead were attacked. After staying on Zuyuan Star for a while, she asked other undead about the whereabouts of the missing undead. The missing undead said that they were attacked. The attackers were very clever. They first controlled their spaceship through network intrusion. Then, the attackers threw out several strange white bubbles. Those bubble cannons could not be broken, and the punches could not disperse them. They crashed into the spaceship and wrapped it up like a balloon. They tried many methods, but they could not break the white bubbles. In other words, they did not even see who attacked them. They did not know where they were now. That's right, they could not see anything under the white bubbles, not even the map. What else could they do? Anya felt that she had to investigate it herself. You can't let the boss do everything, right? The undead said that the strength of the white bubble is only equivalent to a weak natural disaster level. And she is not afraid of death. Anyway, she can be resurrected from the Ark of Heaven. Now, in a sense, she is also an undead. So, Anya came to the Seaweed Head Galaxy. She did not rush in, and first released a large number of detectors centered on the place where the undead disappeared. Then, she deployed an engineering team on a nearby planet, and began to build a psychic transfer station and a micro-transmission array. When facing an unknown enemy, it is never too cautious. After all, she has been in the Starry Sea for more than 10 years, and she is still working in the private armed industry. Anya is not without this professional ability. The investigation lasted for 2 days. 2 days later, Anya did not wait for the report from the detector, but instead received an emergency rescue signal from a newly built mine nearby. Commander, it's bad. We were attacked by more than a dozen spaceships. Large-scale data interference directly caused the ground defense system to collapse. The manpower-controlled coastal defense artillery alone could not resist the enemy's attack. Along with a call for help came the battle scene on the scene. In the sky with blazing flames, more than a dozen spaceships that looked different from any model Anya had seen before were arranged in AV shape, constantly bombarding the ground. These spaceships were exquisitely shaped and obviously carefully designed, with a unique industrial beauty. This is obviously not an interstellar pirate. Pirate ships wouldn't be so fancy. It seems that we have either encountered a dark civilization, or some force wants to imitate the supernova core and deliberately disguise themselves as a dark civilization to trick us. Damn it, no matter what it is, we must fight hard against such an arrogant enemy. Anya was furious. After confirming the location of the battle, she rushed over with the fleet. Boom, boom, fierce explosions echoed in the valley. The impact of the ship's guns tore the originally flat land into one rift after another. In the interweaving artillery fire, some people dodged in a panic, but were eventually blown into pieces by the artillery fire, without even having time to scream. It seems that the battle will be over soon. In the spaceship, a superpower wearing a white helmet and looking like an upright lizard nodded lightly. He turned around and was about to command the spaceship to descend to taste the fruits of victory, when a subordinate hurried over. Captain Baton, it's Governor Roost's call. After hesitating for a moment, the superpower named Baton pressed the answer button on the communicator handed to him by his subordinates. After a beep, an extremely angry roar came from the communicator. Badine, do you know what you are doing? You are committing a crime by rashly attacking other civilizations on your own will without reporting to the Provisional Government Council. You are planning to lead the Leia civilization to complete destruction. Fool, lawless fool. The angry curses made Badon's face look uglier and uglier. Suddenly, he interrupted Ruth with a sneer. Crime? I'm saving our civilization. When we fled from Leia's, we didn't bring much supplies with us. Because of the traitor's tip-off, we lost nearly 90% of the supplies along the way. If the situation continues to deteriorate like this, more and more people will rebel. By then, me, and the last spark of Leia's civilization will all be extinguished. We don't have that much time to develop slowly. If we want to grow stronger as soon as possible, we can only rob people, rob resources, and rob everything that is beneficial to us. If I take over this ice crystal mine today, we won't have to worry about our spaceship lacking repair materials for at least a few years. If we can find a suitable place to stay, we can even build dozens more spaceships. Compared with this huge benefit, the risk of attacking an indigenous civilization is not worth mentioning at all. Ruth, have you not recognized the reality yet? If we want to defeat the invading Apostle Holy City and return to our homeland, we have to be more fierce, more brutal, and more ruthless than them. Don't worry about my business, and you better not get involved, otherwise I will deal with you too. Badon hung up the communicator and threw it directly to his men. Afterwards, he tidied his clothes and arrogantly commanded the spacecraft to land. The defenders in the mine had been defeated, and it was time for him to see how much reserves of the ice crystal or he had just obtained were. Badon walked out of the spaceship and visited the newly acquired mine under the guidance of the prospector. The more he visited, the more excited he became. He underestimated it, totally underestimated it. The reserves of this mine were several times larger than he had imagined, and this mine was newly established and had hardly been mined. Captain Badon, if we can take all these ice crystals away, in a few years, the total number of spaceships under your command will exceed 400. The prospector was so excited that he trembled all over. Badon couldn't help laughing. The total number of spaceships controlled by the Reyes exile government is only more than 2,000. If he alone has 400 spaceships, what is his status in the exile government? Hurry up and pull down the mining equipment for me. Badon's men received the order and started to get busy. When the mining equipment was halfway pulled, the monitoring equipment left in outer space sent a warning message. Captain Badon, a fleet is approaching us quickly. Judging from the paint on the spaceship, they should be in the same group as the group of miners we just eliminated. Oh, Badon was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the enemy's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. But he was not panicked at all. It doesn't matter if they come early or late, just drive them away. He will never hand over this ice crystal mine. What if he can't drive the enemy away? Just kidding. He is not weak. Even if he can't win, he can go find his backer. Although the Leia civilization has now fallen apart, it was once a super civilization that spanned several super galaxy clusters. There are many superpowered people at the master level in the exile government. Coincidentally, his backer is a master who is famous in the Leia civilization. The reason why Badon dared to completely ignore Ruth was mainly because he had a strong backer. What if there was a super superior among the enemies? Badon had really thought about this question, and his evaluation was impossible. The universe is so vast, and it is just to rob an ice crystal mine. How could it happen to be a super superior? Badon didn't think his luck was so bad. After instructing his men to continue to place the mining equipment, Badon led a group of people to drive the spaceship and rushed into outer space with great momentum. As soon as the spaceship broke through the atmosphere, he encountered Anya, who was also coming aggressively. Anya was so angry that she wanted to tear the spaceship to pieces immediately, but she grew up with Baifu and knew one thing from a young age. Even in anger, she should not act impulsively. At least she should find a way to figure out the identity of this group of people first, right? If this group of people were not the attackers, but were deliberately deceived by the attackers, with the purpose of provoking a conflict between them, that would be bad. She didn't want to cause trouble to Baifu for nothing. Anya temporarily suppressed her anger and sent a signal to the other side, asking whether the mine was blown up by them, and whether the missing undead were captured by them. Not long after, the other side replied. The meaning of the translation machine was roughly, "It's me, what do you want?" There were also more than a dozen energy beams coming with it. "Shame on you. Since you want to fight, then fight to the end." Anya waved her hand vigorously, and reported what happened here to Baifu. Hundreds of ships from both sides were entangled in the starry sky. It must be said that Badon was indeed proud of himself. His ships were obviously better than Anya's ships in terms of performance. Even though they were much smaller in number, he still had the upper hand in the battle. On the one hand, this was because the Leia civilization did have a solid foundation. On the other hand, it was because the silent court expanded too fast. In order to meet the ship needs of a large number of players, as soon as possible, the ships purchased were basically durable. The performance was not bad, but it was not good either. However, because of this, Badon had a serious misjudgment of the strength of the Court of Silence. The Court of Silence? The name sounds quite powerful, but in fact, Badon couldn't help laughing. Just a bunch of weaklings. He loosened his muscles and bones, and the sky-class armor he was wearing instantly entered full power mode. He decided to attack personally, and quickly resolve the battle. He didn't want his precious spaceship to be damaged or even scrapped in this battle. Guards, listen to my orders, follow me to fight. Badon swung his right hand, and his cape fluttered, like a knight standing against the light, with a layer of golden light all over his body. The men around him saw him enter the battle state, and all of them showed admiration. Commander Badon was a ruthless man who could still fight his way out of the siege of the Apostle Holy City. Kill, 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 for the Leia civilization. For Commander Badon, hundreds of rays of light flew out from Badon's ship. They wore uniform armor and flew through the starry sky, like a high-speed space missile, and in the blink of an eye they crashed into a spaceship of the Court of Silence. Boom! Under the violent impact, the shield and side armor of the spacecraft were blown into pieces. The psychic summons and mechanical soldiers in the spacecraft didn't understand what was happening, and were smashed to pieces under the impact of the magnetic storm. Today I will let these unsophisticated indigenous civilizations know that even a fallen super civilization is still a super civilization, and they are definitely not something that these ignorant indigenous people can deal with. Badon laughed and walked towards the control room of the spacecraft. He planned to try to make the silent court surrender directly. These spacecrafts are not good enough, but if they can be recruited, they can still strengthen his power. Are you looking for me? Just as Badon was about to shout at the control console, a teasing voice suddenly rang in his ear. He turned his head sharply, and saw no one except his men. It couldn't be an auditory hallucination, it must be. Snap, snap. Before he could even think of anything, Badon was horrified to find that his men fell down in groups, like we'd blown down by the wind, which was weird and terrifying. Get out of here! Badon roared, trying to suppress his anxiety. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark purple scratch appeared in the space in front of him. The scratch was extremely fast, and came straight to him. He reacted immediately, and was still looking at the defense module of the armor on his body, but he still underestimated the power of the dark purple scratch. After the collision with a ding, a large crack appeared on the defense module of the armor. What is that? Badon's face suddenly changed. Anya, who had taken the lead, did not give him a chance to react. She used whatever moves she had, such as mental piercing, illusion confusion, and flying needles. Facing the attack methods of this spiritual school, Badon's armor, which he relied on, had no resistance at all, and he soon fell into a disadvantage. Is this the strength of your so-called super civilization? Anya sneered. She was originally worried that her opponent was hiding murderous intentions, but after confirming that Badon was only a natural disaster level, she no longer had any worries. She has been with Boss Fufu for more than 10 years, and has consumed a lot of resources, and received close guidance from Boss Fufu. Even a novice can be trained, not to mention that her talent is not bad. You can't be from an ordinary indigenous civilization. Who are you? Badon was beaten and became more and more frightened. He couldn't help but ask loudly. Anya stabbed more than a dozen needles in succession, breaking the left arm of Badon's armor, and then connected another needle to remove the arm directly. What indigenous or not, I told you a long time ago that I came from the Silent Garden. Badon had lost his will to fight, and was about to run away, but Anya, who was full of anger, would never give him this opportunity. Want to escape? Take my 10th level mental storm. Badon was so shocked that he could not escape. He could only ask for help from his backers, and admit defeat to Anya to buy time. Don't you think it's ridiculous to think about reconciliation now? If you want to confess, go to the underworld and confess to those people you killed just now. Anya didn't buy into Badon's tricks at all. With the needle of punishment in her hand, she didn't have to worry about not being able to get reliable information from the dead. Badon had no choice but to continue fleeing. Those men who had not fought with him were dumbfounded when they saw his miserable appearance. What was going on? Didn't Commander Badon say to end the battle quickly? Oh wait, being quickly eliminated by the enemy seemed to be considered a quick end to the battle. Stop, stop, stop! After being stabbed by the needle of punishment twice in succession, Badon stopped and stretched out his right hand while shouting. He felt that he was about to lose control of his body. If he wanted to survive, the only way now was to rely on threats. Stop, you idiot! Anya ignored Badon. At the critical moment, another voice suddenly broke into the communicator. Let him go, and I will release your people who were captured before. If he dies, all your people will be buried with him. Anya's expression became strange. Threatening her with a group of undead people? It's up to you. If you want to kill them, you'd better do it now. Badon's backer was stunned. No, why don't you play by the rules? You are in a hurry to trouble Badon. You should value the lives of your people. Why do you suddenly become a cold-blooded butcher? It's fake. This woman must be cheating, Badon's backer sneered. Do you really think I dare not kill them? Kill them early, so I don't have to save them. Hey, why don't you talk? I'm really going to do it. Go ahead, I'm listening. If you don't do it, I do it first. Remember to follow me later. Badon and Badon's backers were going crazy. What kind of lunatic did they encounter? Since threatening others was ineffective, they could only change the way of threatening. Badon's backer sneered. You are very brave. I admire you very much. Release Badon and surrender to me, and I will spare you. I think you should know that as the master, I want to kill you, just a thought. Master? Anya was stunned. Badon's backer said, Do you think I am lying? Anya shook her head. No, I just think you are not as scary as you say. Okay, I'm going to die first. She used the needle of punishment to give Badon another hard blow. Screams exploded in the communication channel, and Badon's backers were furious. Being bullied by the Apostle Holy City was fine, but a natural disaster-level person, who came out of nowhere in the Dark Realm, dared to ignore him. You are looking for death. Okay, I have decided you, your family, your subordinates, and the civilization you are in, I will destroy them all. Are you sure? I'm sure. Badon's patron was suddenly stunned. The voice was not the voice of the woman who had just spoken to her, but a colder and more pleasant voice. Who are you? I'm Anya's sister. I heard you want to kill me. Badon's patron felt uneasy for no reason, and he forced himself to calm down. So what? Wait, I'll be at your door soon. After saying this, Baifu directly cut off the conversation with Badon's patron. Hello? Batan's patron shouted several times in a row, but received no response. His face became uncertain. Coming soon? He wanted to comfort himself that it was just a scary word, but what if it was true? In any case, the spaceship should be moved to another place first. As for Batan, I can only wish him good luck. Batan's patron hurriedly ordered the spaceship to go to other places. After a while, his men came to report. Mr. Garcia, Governor Ruth wants to see you. I don't have time to deal with her now, let her go. Garcia waved his hand impatiently. What else can those weaklings do except drag him down all day long? After finding a new place to stay, he will find a chance to kill them all sooner or later. Chapter 290. The threats failed, the torture was fruitless, and he was threatened in return. Garcia, who was in a bad mood, directly issued an order to execute all the captured players. A few minutes later, the subordinates in charge of the execution came back to report the results, cursing non-stop. These natives are very stubborn. They kept shouting that they would definitely come back to send me off when they were about to die. Garcia nodded slightly. It's interesting. I thought they were just tough talkers, but now it seems that they really have the blood of fearless warriors. If we can find an opportunity to conquer this indigenous civilization, it will be very beneficial to our development. The population managed by the exiled government of Leyes is only over 1 million. In the vast universe, this number can only be described as pitifully small. It is a pipe dream to rely on such a small number of people to defeat the powerful Apostle Holy City and regain the lost land. During the escape process, the Leyes civilization held many discussions on this cruel reality. Everyone wants to restore the country, but how can it be restored? The moderates suggested that the first step is to find other civilizations that have been defeated by the Apostle Holy City and unite to form an anti-Apostle Holy City alliance. The second step is to vigorously develop mechanical technology and psychic technology. These two technologies can effectively solve the problem of insufficient population in a short period of time, and in the long run, they can also help them better deal with the Apostle Holy City. The third step is that after the anti-Apostle Holy City alliance has gained a foothold in the universe, contact other civilizations that have not been attacked by the Apostle Holy City, and form a larger alliance to deal with the Apostle Holy City together. One of the representatives of the moderate faction was Ruth, who was once the head of a state of the Reyes civilization. Although she was not very powerful, she had a very high status in the exiled government. During the discussion, the representatives of the moderate faction also presented a plan, which listed the specific operation methods of the plan, how to deal with problems, and how many years it would take to complete each step of the plan. It was very detailed. With prestige and detailed plans, the moderate faction's suggestions were recognized by most of the participants in the discussion. However, a small number of participants were dissatisfied with the moderates' plan, because it would take hundreds of years, or even longer to implement it. Life expectancy, and the hatred surging in their hearts made many people unable to wait that long. More than 100 years? The flowers are cold, okay. At this time, the Iron Blood Party, led by Garcia and others, stood up. Their suggestion can be explained as follows. The universe is a game called Big Fish Eats Small Fish. The Apostle Holy City can eat the Leia civilization, because the Apostle Holy City is a bigger fish than the Leia civilization. So how to kill the big fish and the big fish eating the small fish? It's very simple. Keep eating smaller fish. When you are bigger than the big fish, the Apostle Holy City, you can naturally kill the Apostle Holy City. It is a daydream to want to defeat the Apostle Holy City that is still eating fish and growing stronger by developing and uniting other small fish. The suggestions of the moderates and the iron-blooded party are fundamentally mutually exclusive. Because of this, it has become a normal situation for the two sides to quarrel with each other during meetings. The reason why they have not split up yet is that the two sides have just escaped from the Leia civilization together not long ago, and secondly, because both sides still have some face at this time, and do not want to be the first person to split. But this balance is about to be broken. Let alone what the moderates think. The people on the Iron Blood Party are becoming more and more domineering, and Garcia is a typical example. Boom boom boom. Just as Garcia was thinking about how to deal with the moderates, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and quarrels beside him. Governor Ruth, Mr. Garcia is not available to see you now. If you force your way in again, we can only take tough measures. Tough measures? If you have the guts, just beat me to death right here. If you don't have the guts, get out of here. Garcia turned around, looking unhappy. Okay, let her come over. Ah, yes. A dozen seconds later, Ruth came over angrily. The first thing she said when she showed up was to ask Garcia where he had locked up the players. Garcia smiled and spread his hands. I'm sorry, you're a step late. I've already executed them all. What? Ruth was shocked. After receiving the news, she rushed here at almost the fastest speed, but she was still a step late. Garcia, you lunatic, once what happened here gets out, which normal civilization will dare to cooperate with us? You are destroying our future. What a bullshit future. The future you imagined should have been torn to pieces long ago. Garcia yelled, to tell you the truth, I didn't want to do it, but the person who called himself the Lord of the Dark Knight asked me to kill these captives. She said so much, if I don't do it, where will my face be? Ruth, if you know what's good for you, leave now. I can forgive your rudeness. Otherwise. Or are you going to kill me? I'm not even afraid of the holy city of apostles, Garcia. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ruth cursed back without any politeness. Garcia raised his right hand in anger, and at the moment when he was about to control gravity to send Ruth to the road, he suppressed his anger. Killing her like this would inevitably cause a huge backlash, which would not be conducive to his seizing the actual control of the exiled government. It would be better to operate a little, such as blaming Ruth's death on the indigenous civilization they met. Heh. Garcia sneered. Catch her and put her in the prison cabin. At the command, a large group of senior soldiers rushed up. They ignored Ruth's shouts and dragged her into the prison cabin. Afterwards, Garcia quickly commanded the fleet to fly to a nearby planet. He ordered people to airdrop the prison cabin containing Ruth, and then ordered his men to fly the spaceship stolen from the players to the ground and wait for his orders. After everything was ready, Garcia contacted other people in the exiled government. Something bad has happened. Ruth was attacked by the indigenous civilization on her way to me. I am rushing to save her now. If you are free, come here too. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Garcia's words shook the entire Reyes exiled government. For a moment, more than 2,000 spaceships scattered across the galaxy all flew towards the coordinates set by Garcia. Garcia looked at the prison cabin on the virtual big screen with pride. He didn't want to take action against Ruth so soon, but Ruth insisted on coming to trouble him, so he couldn't blame him for being cruel. It just so happens that Bataan is in danger, and the death of another Ruth will surely arouse the anger of everyone in the exiled government. He can take this opportunity to complete the two goals of seizing control of the exiled government and attacking the indigenous civilization at one go. Thinking about it, Garcia suddenly thought of Bai Fu's previous words. I'd be at your doorstep soon. Can it really be done? No. He didn't believe it. This must be just something that the Lord of the Dark Knight said to scare him. If the Lord of the Dark Night could really appear in front of him immediately, he would eat himself alive. Go ahead, be quick. Leave Ruth with half a body. Remember, it's the upper body, don't make it the lower body. I want her death to be more visually impactful. Garcia gave the order. He crossed his arms and stared at the virtual screen in front of him with interest. But he waited for several minutes, and the spaceship he sent out still didn't move. Garcia frowned. If he delayed for a while, when the person who received the news came, the risk of being exposed would increase if he tried to do something. Why don't you do it? Unexpectedly, his questioning fell on deaf ears, and did not stir up any waves. Something happened. Garcia immediately shouted. All the spaceships turned their guns around and aimed at the stolen spaceship. At this time, a voice that sounded very familiar came from the communicator in front of him. Did it take you so long to realize something was wrong? It's you? Garcia shouted. Yes, the person he was talking to was the Lord of the Night, who had just scared him. Here she is really here, and she came without him noticing. This strength. Garcia's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, almost jumping out of his chest. He realized that he and Badon were wrong. The indigenous civilization they encountered was very likely to have a much stronger strength than Reyes. In the eyes of this indigenous civilization, perhaps Reyes was the real indigenous civilization. Reconciliation, it should be possible. After all, he was the master. Killing a few S-class superpowers was not a big crime. As for the robbing of the ice crystal mine, that was what Badon did. He acquiesced, but it was not his order after all. Garcia's lips turned pale. His subordinates had not noticed his abnormality at this time. They asked him one by one, Master, are you going to fire now? Fire. No, stop, all for me. Garcia didn't have time to say the word stop at the end. He widened his eyes, and saw that the smoke and dust suddenly rose above the stolen spaceship. The next second, a terrifying white wave surged out of the smoke and dust, rushing towards him at a speed equivalent to the speed of light. Run! Screams were heard everywhere, and along with them came the harsh and annoying warnings from the spacecraft. Energy intensity exceeded the limit. Please drive the spacecraft away from here immediately. Detected. If I could leave, would I not leave? But it's too late. Everyone in the spacecraft, including Garcia, could only watch the white wave drowning them. This is the frenzy of psychic energy. This is the judgment of the end of the world. Shields, armor, battle armor, flesh and blood. Under the impact of the frenzy, everything was melted. Garcia constantly urged the power in his body to form a new energy shield. Between the shattering and reshaping, he felt that his body was about to be torn in half. It was unknown how long it had been. When he felt that he could not hold on any longer, the white frenzy finally disappeared. I survived? Garcia looked around in surprise, but what came into his eyes was an empty space with nothing to be found. Dead. His subordinates, even those with the strength of natural disaster level, died. Everything he had accumulated with great effort was destroyed in the frenzy just now, and only his broken body was left. Garcia was furious all of a sudden, and his anger overwhelmed his fear. Lord of the Dark Night, I will fight you. You should be glad that it is not my real body that appeared here, otherwise the attack of the Void Spirit Frenzy just now would be enough to send you to death. A person who was given the advent by Fu through the Apostle Body talent. The great black Fu suddenly appeared in front of Garcia through the void. As soon as the voice fell, the huge fist hit Garcia's head. Garcia tried his best to resist, but unfortunately, he was already seriously injured. Under the erosion of the dark attribute psychic energy, and the Eye of Sorrow, his body could not recover for a while. Facing the fierce attack of the White Fu's descending version of the Great Black Fu, he was beaten like a gyroscope. Fortunately, he was the master, so he was not killed and persisted until the members of the exiled government who received his message arrived at the scene. But Garcia would rather be beaten to death earlier, because his ugly appearance was seen by others. Fu controlled Dahe Fu to stretch out her right hand, spread her 5 fingers, and pinch Garcia's head like pinching a chicken. Then Dahe Fu turned around, facing the increasing number of spaceships in the starry sky, and said in a cold voice, I plan to kill him. Do you have any objections? If you have any objections, please speak up, and if you don't, just shut up. Even those members of the Iron Blood Party, who had been clamoring so loudly before, did not dare to say a word at this time. Big Black Fu looks like a cute giant doll, but no one really treats her as a doll. How can a doll treat a master as a chicken? The communication channel was silent for 20 seconds. 20 seconds later, a moderate leader stood up, his voice trembling, trying to plead for Garcia. Although Garcia was not on good terms with him, Garcia was still the strongest person in the Reyes exile government. If Garcia died, the Reyes exile government would have a harder time. The conflict with you is all our fault. We attacked your fleet first and occupied your mine later. Bai Fu said, are you sure you want to plead for him? I think you should listen to her before making a decision. Bai Fu pulled Ruth out directly. Although Ruth had been trapped in the prison cabin, how could she, who was able to become the governor, not know what Garcia was planning at the time? As things have developed to this day, leaving Garcia behind will definitely cause much more damage to the Reyes exile government than killing Garcia. On the one hand, Garcia has already had the idea of seizing power. On the other hand, if Garcia is not eliminated, it is likely to anger the Lord of the Night, and the Leia civilization can no longer withstand new turmoil. With this in mind, Ruth told Garcia everything about her capture and Garcia's plan. After hearing her words, the people in the Leia's exile government looked at each other. Some were furious. Some were sweating profusely. But no matter what the reaction was, no one would plead for Garcia anymore. The Lord of the Dark Knight pulled Ruth out and asked her to explain the whole story instead of taking action directly. This was already a great courtesy. If they were still ignorant, the Lord of the Dark Knight might help them save face later. Bang! Big Black Fu crushed Garcia's head with one hand. The game prompt sounded. Bai Fu ignored the prompt and looked around. In fact, when Garcia and Ruth met, she had already controlled Big Black Fu to rush to the vicinity. Garcia reacted quickly and asked the fleet to change its position immediately, but he didn't expect that his spaceship had been invaded by the virtual heart long ago. After determining the location of Garcia's fleet, Bai Fu asked Anya to use a Big Black Fu card, and she controlled the Big Black Fu to kill Garcia through continuous void shuttle. She originally wanted to beat Garcia and Ruth to death. But Garcia and Ruth mentioned a name during their quarrel. The Holy City of Apostles. Bai Fu's mind suddenly became active. She suspected that she had triggered a hidden plot, so she did not act immediately, but hid in the dark and watched for a long time until Garcia realized something was wrong and showed up. After dealing with Garcia, now we should talk about the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu said to everyone in Leia's on the communication channel, you seem to have a contact with the Apostle Holy City? Huh? Everyone in Leia's was shocked. They had never expected that Bai Fu knew about the Apostle Holy City. Ruth asked cautiously, are the Lord of the Dark Knight and the Apostle Holy City in a hostile relationship? Hostile relationship? Bai Fu smiled. The Apostle Holy City once dispatched several super absolutes, a mothership larger than a planet, and millions of spaceships to hunt me down. A mothership bigger than a planet, isn't that a God-class mothership? Several superclass and God-class motherships failed to kill you. A moderate Leia's counselor exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Bai Fu said calmly, perhaps I should reintroduce myself. My name is Bai Fu, nicknamed Lord of the Night, Dark Lord, Lord of the Court of Silence, and strategic partner of the Rebirth Empire of the Universe-class civilization. People of the Leia civilization don't understand other things, but they understand the term Universe-class civilization. A civilization that can be described as cosmic should be at the same level as the Apostle Holy City, right? Ruth became excited. She felt that Bai Fu didn't need to lie to her in this regard, because this lie was too easy to expose. In other words, after crossing the vast dark area, they were lucky enough to accidentally arrive at another area in the Starry Sea with a brilliant civilization. In other words, their plan to unite with other civilizations to deal with the Apostle Holy City may be launched in advance. Ruth suppressed her excitement. It's like this. She talked about the feud between the Leia civilization and the Apostle Holy City. In fact, the process was simple. The Apostle Holy City found the Leia civilization during its external exploration. The Apostle Holy City wanted to force the Leia civilization into its rule and let the Leia's people accept their beliefs, but the Leia's people were unwilling. So the two sides fought. At the beginning, the Apostle Holy City did not fight hard. They did not want to get a Leia's that was beaten and disabled, so they fought while trying to instigate rebellion within the Leia civilization, trying to support a puppet regime. The plan of the Apostle Holy City went smoothly, but a month ago, the Apostle Holy City suddenly changed its strategy. They launched a large-scale attack and forcibly occupied the Leia civilization. During the escape, I overheard a few soldiers from the Apostle Holy City talking. It seemed that because something was lost, a plan failed, so the Supreme God of the Apostle Holy City suddenly issued a general attack order on Leia's. Bai Fu looked a little strange. Lost something? Could this thing refer to the Ark of Heaven? The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible, because the timing was just right. The Apostle Holy City suddenly launched a strong attack, presumably to clear the surrounding area as soon as possible, and then prepare for the war against the three major cosmic civilizations. The Leia's people were the first to bear the brunt and were punched, but even if they didn't get punched now, they would still get punched in 2 years. After all, the Apostle Holy City had already targeted them. Bai Fu nodded and asked, "Where are you going after escaping from the Leia civilization?" Ruth said, "We plan to unite with other civilizations that have been attacked by the Apostle Holy City to deal with the Apostle Holy City." She briefly introduced the plan, and just as she finished speaking, Bai Fu received a task prompt. This task is a branch task under the Dark Domain Exploration task. The task goal is to help the Leia's exile government. The task reward depends on the final development of the Leia civilization. The task difficulty is very high at first glance, and the task reward will definitely not be bad. But Bai Fu's current attention is not on the task reward, but on Ruth's plan itself. Unite all civilizations attacked by the Holy City of Apostles to form an anti-Holy City of Apostles alliance. She suddenly realized that this might be a great opportunity for her to elevate herself to the protagonist of the next few versions of the stars, or even the real poster girl, and to achieve this goal, the first thing she has to do is to become the leader of the anti-Holy City of Apostles alliance. "Hey, everyone in Leia's, you are so lucky to meet me, Bai Fu, the timely rain, thousands of light years away." Anya blinked at the shadow of Bai Fu, who suddenly showed a strange smile beside her. Who is the boss going to trick again? Chapter 291. Although she has the nickname of Saint, when she thinks about it carefully, Bai Fu finds that she hasn't done anything that really fits this title for a long time. Although she doesn't need to use this title to attract the attention of players now, it's better to have one more golden sign than none, right? At least in the enhancement of the version update, one more golden sign has a higher chance of obtaining special enhancement. Now, an opportunity to make her Saint glory as dazzling as the sun is right in front of her, and Bai Fu will naturally not miss it. She adjusted her tone, and said with a heavy tone, "Unite the civilization attacked by the Apostle Holy City? You don't know that the civilization I belong to was spied on by the Apostle Holy City not long ago, and the two sides had some minor conflicts. The reason why I am here now is closely related to the Apostle Holy City's crossing the border." Is this true? The people of Leia's were surprised, but not too surprised, because Bai Fu just said that she had fought with the Apostle Holy City. Bai Fu said, "Ten Saints Association, have you heard of this organization?" Ruth shook her head, and the others pondered over it, but they also had no impression. Bai Fu explained, "The Ten Saints Association is an organization founded by Chao Jue, nicknamed Saint. Many years ago." She told in detail the grievances between the Saint and the three cosmic civilizations, the whole story of the Saint and the Apostle Holy City's collusion, and the Dark Domain exploration plan launched by the Reborn Empire to deal with the Apostle Holy City. This story is very long, but Ruth and others listened with great interest. The confrontation between the three cosmic civilizations, the Cosmic Treasure, and Chao Jue, the Saint and the Apostle Holy City failed in their plan and were beaten twice by the Reborn Empire. No matter which one of these, they yearned for it, and wished they could see it with their own eyes. In the exiled government of the Leia civilization, the contradiction between the moderates and the iron-blooded party is very large, but there is one thing that both sides agree on: they must defeat the Holy City of Apostles and rebuild Leia's. Now that they have encountered a civilization that can thwart the conspiracy of the Holy City of Apostles, how could they not yearn for it? If you are willing, I can take you to the Reborn Empire to have a look. You can get some supplies there. I think the Reborn Empire will be very interested in the information you bring." Bai Fu made an invitation. Ruth did not agree immediately. She turned around and discussed with other representatives of the exiled government. In the end, everyone agreed to go and take a look. If Bai Fu is really a good person, they will definitely not lose out if they go and take a look. If Bai Fu is a fake good person and a real bad person, then do they still have the option of not going? You know, Garcia, the strongest in the exiled government, has been crushed to death. In this way, under the leadership of the great He Fu, the exiled government of the Leia civilization changed its course, and first joined Anya's investigation fleet, and then everyone sailed to Zuyuan Star together. The arrival of an exiled Dark Domain civilization attracted a large number of people from Zuyuan Star. After receiving the news, the people from the Rust Legion of the Reborn Empire also came. After seeing Zuyuan Star surrounded by artificial buildings, the people of the Leia civilization were also excited. There is no doubt that the Reborn Empire that Bai Fu said is not as good as the Apostle Holy City, but it must be stronger than their Leia civilization. The reason is very simple. Although the space fortresses that they passed by when entering Zuyuan Star were not large in size, the technology used in their construction was something that their Leia civilization had spent many years to conquer. Until this moment, The people of Leia's civilization finally felt relieved. Great, it's a true cosmic civilization, we are saved. Bai Fu smiled and said nothing. She took the Leia's people to visit Zuyuan Star. The first stop was Yui City, the administrative center of Zuyuan Star. The reason why she took Ruth and the others to visit Yui City was mainly to leave a good impression on Ruth and the others. Yui City was expanded on the basis of the former Baifu town, and the whole city was full of Baifu elements. In the city center stands a 1,000-meter-high Baifu leading Zuyuanxing statue. Around the statue is a huge circular exhibition hall of Baifu and Silent Garden legend. Little Black Fu and Little Baifu can be seen everywhere on the road maintaining order. Baifu's peripheral products can be seen everywhere in shops and parks. Even if you look up at a tree planted on the roadside, you may see a few Baifu-colored lights hanging on it. The people of Leia's were stunned. Oh my god, the Baifu they met was such a legendary figure. On the way to Zuyuan Star, they had already imagined Baifu to be as powerful as possible, but it was not until they visited the exhibition hall and talked to passers-by through a special translator that they realized that the Baifu they imagined was not even 1/10 of the real Baifu. From the savior of a weak civilization whose technological level was so backward that it could not even fully control the planet it lived on, to the backer relied on by the galaxy-level civilization, to the traitor who influenced the trend of the civil war of the star cluster-level civilization, to the cosmic civilization partner that the commander of the superclass legion of the cosmic civilization was respectful to. Baifu walked over step by step, very firmly, and it took less than 20 years. Inspirational, so damn inspiring. Ruth and the others looked at Baifu as if they were looking at a god. Their admiration for Baifu was like a torrent of water, and besides their admiration, they were also glad that they had met Baifu. If they had met another arrogant Rebirth Empire collaborator instead of Baifu, let alone Garcia, they would have probably become corpses because of being implicated, and how could they have visited Zuyuan Star and had the opportunity to seek the help of the Rebirth Empire to deal with the Apostle Holy City? After shocking the Leia's people, Baifu discussed with the Sword Emperor and the Lord of the Vortex, who were responsible for the defense of the area near Zuyuan Star, and urgently reported what happened here to the Imperial Senate. The discovery of a civilization in the Dark Domain was not a piece of news worthy of the attention of the Imperial Senate, but if this civilization knew the truth about the Holy City of Apostles, it would be different. The Empire immediately held a remote meeting. The participants included the Emperor of the Empire, members of the Senate, most of the trusted dominant and super-level partners, and representatives of the Leia civilization. At the meeting, the Empire inquired in detail about the experience of the Leia civilization and the specific strength of the Apostle Holy City. The Leia civilization and the Apostle Holy City have not been dealing with each other for a long time, almost 20 years at most, but a lot of things have happened in these 20 years. When the Apostle Holy City was raising dogs in the Leia civilization, some ambitious people in the Leia civilization were also trying their best to infiltrate the Apostle Holy City and find out the truth about the Apostle Holy City. This process was not very smooth, but the Leia civilization still got a lot of intelligence. The Holy City of Apostles is a special religious civilization. The entire civilization is formed by the merger of 7 smaller civilizations that believe in the god of psychic power. The 7 civilizations built 7 cathedrals. Although the cathedral is called a church, it is actually a man-made wonder that integrates administrative, military, and religious centers. Its size is larger than that of most gas giant planets. The leader of the cathedral is called a candidate, and the leader of the entire civilization is called a supreme. Each supreme is selected from the 7 candidate, and the vacant candidate position will be replaced by other people in the cathedral. It is worth mentioning that there is a hard requirement to become a candidate for the god, that is, the strength must reach the super. How many supers are there in the Apostle Holy City? Ruth shook her head. The specific situation is unclear, but what is certain is that each cathedral has at least 3 supers, and the number 3 cathedral has the most, and 6 supers have been born in recent years. In addition to these 7 cathedrals, the Tribunal and the True Spirit Hall of the Apostle Holy City also have supers in charge. The strength of the Tribunal and the True Spirit Hall is not weaker than any cathedral. Even though she knew that the Apostle City, the main villain in version 3.0, would not be simple, Baifu was still surprised after hearing what Ruth said. According to Ruth, a rough calculation shows that the Apostle City must have at least 30 super absolutes, and in fact, there may be more than that number. Wow! No wonder the Apostle City is confident that it can fight 3 alone. You should know that the lords and super absolutes of the Reborn Empire are only over 30. During this period of time, she helped the Reborn Empire improve the strength of many top combat forces. For example, Demetrius and Chongshao have now successfully completed 3 divine transformations, but the upgraded Reborn Empire is still not as good as the Apostle City. Only by uniting the 3 cosmic civilizations can they compete with the Holy City of Apostles. But can they unite? Bai Fu didn't know. While she was thinking about this question, the shepherd Heinz asked, "What is the current strength of the strongest person in the Holy City of Apostles?" Bai Fu pricked up her ears. This question was crucial. Ruth said, "I don't know. I just heard from the people in the Holy City of Apostles that the current Supreme God will soon become the Son of Eternity. I don't know what this Son of Eternity is." Almost everyone in the virtual conference room frowned. Son of Eternity? They didn't know what it was either. But the Supreme God Disciple could hold the position of the Supreme God Disciple, so he might have completed 4 or even 5 divine transformations. The most respected elders had a private conversation with the Emperor, and then announced the end of the meeting. During this process, they asked the Lord of the Vortex to escort the representatives of the Leia civilization to the capital planet of the Empire for further confirmation. It was impossible for the Leia's people to say that they were not nervous at this time. Can they get support from the Reborn Empire? Bai Fu specially held a farewell party for them, and brought many players to witness it. She knew very well that the representatives of the Leia civilization would not gain anything from this trip. The Empire would not go to war with the Apostle Holy City immediately, and the Empire would not send troops to support them against the Apostle Holy City. The Empire has never been a warm empire. Of course, in order to express gratitude for the intelligence provided by the Leia's people, the Empire would definitely provide the Leia's people with a place to stay, as well as some funds and resources. However, this is not what the Leia's people expected. The Leia's people will feel disappointed and uneasy in the waiting and evasion, and this is the time for her to appear. The entry point came faster than Bai Fu imagined. After only 1 month, the Leia's people have already left in disappointment. The most intense reaction is the Iron Blood Party, but the moderates are also disappointed. Even if the universe-level civilization is found, the situation does not seem to have improved. It's not that they can't understand, but they can't wait. The longer they delay, the more dangerous the tribesmen, who were captured by the Apostle Holy City, will be. They don't want to continue to waste time on the planet assigned to them by the Empire waiting for an uncertain future, and plan to go to the Supernova War Corps and Titan Industries to have a look. I think you should not waste this time. Your experience in the Supernova Corps and Titan Industries will not be much better than in the Reborn Empire. Bai Fu folded her arms, stood against the wall, and said to Ruth, who was walking from a distance. Ruth was silent for a long time before saying, "We have to try to know if the road is feasible. If it really doesn't work, we plan to continue to implement the previous plan and contact those civilizations that have also been hit by the Apostle Holy City." Bai Fu nodded. "I can help you." Ruth was stunned. "What did you say?" Bai Fu said, "I am saying that I can help you, but I have to make it clear that even I am powerless to persuade the Reborn Empire to send people to help you rescue your people at this time. I also don't have the ability to help you rescue your people right now. However, I can help you contact other civilizations, and provide you with the resources you urgently need. For some dangerous matters, I can also let the undead, who follow me, help you deal with them. With this help, I think the possibility of you rescuing your people will be a little greater." Ruth opened her mouth wide. She wanted to ask Bai Fu why she wanted to help them, and why she wanted to help them to this extent. But she quickly thought of the deeds she saw in the exhibition hall, and the comments about Bai Fu she heard from ordinary people and immortals these days. Is it difficult to understand? No, not at all. Because the human in front of her is called Bai Fu. As a saint, Bai Fu would stand up to help people. Do we need to ask why? Ruth was very moved and quickly told the news to others. At this moment, the millions of people who fled from the Leia civilization all cheered. "Great, it's Bai Fu we are saved. Your reputation in the Leia's Exile Government Camp plus 350. Leia's Exile Government Camp your favorability plus 501 after another," prompt sounded. Bai Fu smiled and nodded. Very good, now she can take the opportunity to lead the anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance that the Leia civilization is trying to establish. In fact, she didn't think that this alliance could really cause much damage to the Apostle Holy City, but this was not important. What was important was that she did this. This is something that will make people feel great once it is done. From the perspective of the players, is an NPC who does great things considered a protagonist? Gathering countless players around in the name of greatness, when all the players gather, for the healthy development of the game, even if she is not great originally, the planner will try to make her as great as possible. Win! A few days later, the 2.2 version that had lasted for quite a long time finally came to an end, and the downtime update of the 2.3 version came, and the version enhancement that Baifu expected also came. Isn't it time for me to get a wave of certification for the trailer of the 2.3 version? Chapter 292. As soon as the downtime update came, Baifu heard a familiar prompt sound. This time, there are many more corrections than the 7th time, mainly the correction of the identity positioning of the NPCs in the Silent Courtyard camp. For example, Ingfu, Black King, and White King, who had no clear positioning before, have all become officially recognized characters with names in the main storyline. As for Baifu's own various corrections, there are even more. First of all, her character strength positioning has been corrected from Nightmare level challenge boss, Edge World, to World level boss, Explored Universe. Then her position in the plot changed from important main plot participant and initiator to one of the main plot protagonists of version 2.3. This is the first time Baifu has encountered such an adjustment. She was officially recognized as the protagonist several times before, but at that time her so-called protagonist was only the protagonist of a certain area or a certain line, and this time she directly became the protagonist of the main line of the version. Although it is only one of them, it can be regarded as a qualitative leap. Is it because I have firmly grasped the exiled government of the Leia civilization? Baifu was happy. If the name is not right, then the words will not flow, and if the words are not flowing, then the things will not be accomplished. Now that her name is right, things will surely flow more smoothly. In addition to the strength positioning and plot positioning, Baifu's functional positioning has also changed. In the past, she was a player mentor of the psychic school, but she was just one of many mentors. The difference between her and other mentors was that she was closer to the players. Starting from version 2.3, she is the only ultimate mentor of the psychic school. From now on, when she stands in front of the player, unless the player turns on the immersive mode, they will see a red Ultimate Mentor Psychic brand above her head, which is as eye-catching as it can be. When Baifu's position changed, the position of Silent Garden in the game was also strengthened. However, compared with these title corrections, Baifu is more concerned about the direct strengthening of herself. This time, the planner gave her 2 corrections. 1. The exclusive talent Lofty Moon was corrected to Lofty Moon Night Moon 2. The psychic attribute opens the way to advancement. The upgraded Sublime Moon Night Moon has a very obvious improvement compared to the original talent. From this moment on, Baifu and Heifu have become Psychic Entanglement. State, Heifu can get all the bonuses of Baifu, and no matter how far the 2 bodies are apart, they can freely exchange positions or summon the other body to their side. This effect can be said to be quite abnormal. Baifu and Heifu can freely exchange positions. Let's not talk about other effects for now. The most direct effect is that Baifu can let Baifu and Heifu take turns to fight the enemy in battle, which is equivalent to giving her a tube of health in disguise. No, there is more than one, because the one who is replaced can still use various means to recover health in another battle with the enemy. If I activate the spiral talent that I unlocked when reading the advanced knowledge, even if my recovery ability is average, my resistance to killing will be much greater than that of most meat shield tanks. Baifu was very excited. The question now is where should she go to collect the advanced knowledge of dark energy to activate Spiral, the Empire, Supernova Core, and Titan Industries have a shallow understanding of dark energy. After thinking about it, she felt that perhaps she should focus on the Apostle Holy City. Dark energy is said to be the other side of psychic energy, which complements psychic energy and forms the basis of the existence of the virtual world. As a cosmic civilization that worships psychic energy, the Holy City of Apostles may have done a deep study of dark energy. Baifu decided to ask the Leias later. She first looked through the detailed description of the path to advance the psychic attribute. This is not a direct enhancement, but a reminder. She received a similar reminder during the 3rd enhancement. At that time, the correction one was: you have come into contact with the psychic attribute. Please collect more psychic knowledge to unlock the psychic attribute, which is very similar to the current one. Does it mean that a psychic superpower needs to master all psychic attributes to complete 5 divine transformations? Baifu thought it was very likely. Divine transformation is a process of moving from imperfection to perfection step by step. How can a psychic prayer master who has only mastered one psychic attribute say that he is perfect enough? By the way, according to this, it seems that she should have mastered all the advanced knowledge of dark energy in advance, otherwise this can't be called perfect. Very good, I almost know what to do in version 2.3. Baifu quickly turned off the enhancement prompt. While version 2.3 had not yet been launched, she planned to build the framework of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance as much as possible. The first step was to find Ruth. At this time, Ruth was shocked by the sudden disappearance of the players. The residents of Zuyuan Star and the Imperial Expeditionary Force had long been accustomed to such things, but it was the first time for the Leia's people to encounter such a thing, and it was hard not to be surprised. Bai Fu roughly explained the situation, and then asked about the information related to dark energy. Ruth said, "Dark energy, I seem to have heard of this. By the way, the main engine used by the Apostle Holy City's Idol-class mothership is called the Dark Energy Engine." Dark energy engines have been made? Bai Fu's eyes lit up. If this dark energy is the dark energy that the Rebirth Empire and others are studying, then the Apostle Holy City must have the advanced dark energy knowledge she wants. Now, Bai Fu is more motivated to get involved in the affairs between the Apostle Holy City and the three major cosmic civilizations. Let's go, without further ado, let's go find the civilizations you mentioned before that were also attacked by the Apostle Holy City. Ah, so soon? Ruth was a little embarrassed by Bai Fu's enthusiasm. She repeatedly said that she couldn't eat and drink for free, and now she had to repay Bai Fu's kindness. What's the matter with repaying or not repaying? Don't say such strange words in the future. Bai Fu pulled Ruth to leave. Ruth said, "I heard from Yulia that you are studying the body of a superclass star beast. I think our Leias may be able to help you in this regard." Bai Fu stopped. Ruth continued, "Our Leia civilization does not have extraordinary talents in combat, but has its own unique insights in biotechnology and other aspects. The Apostle Holy City does not pay much attention to this, so when invading Leias, we did not focus on attacking related researchers. When escaping from Leias, we took the opportunity to rescue many related researchers. Next, contact other civilizations. These researchers can't help you anyway, so why not let them help you with your research? It's a good opportunity to give them something to do. They come to me when they have nothing to do these days, hoping that I can tell you about their situation." Bai Fu agreed immediately. She would be stupid to refuse such a good thing. After arranging for the researchers of Leia's to join Yulia's laboratory and work with researchers hired from the marginal world and all over the Empire, Bai Fu took Ruth and others on the road to find other civilizations that were forced to leave their homes after being beaten by the Holy City of Apostles. This process is destined to be long and tortuous. However, Bai Fu specially got an express spaceship from the Lord of the Oath, so it saved a lot of time on the journey. The main trouble of this journey is that it is difficult to contact each of the civilizations that have been beaten by the Apostle Holy City. The internal situation of the Leia's exile government is already complicated enough, and the internal situation of these civilizations is several times, or even dozens of times more complicated. They have been in exile longer than the Leia's civilization. The longer the exile time, the more suffering they have suffered in the process of exile, and some restless people have restless thoughts, and these restless thoughts are the root cause of unrest. Under the guidance of the Leias, Bai Fu came into contact with two exiled civilizations in just 1 month after the player went offline. The first civilization she came into contact with was called the Vientiane Federation, which was a supernatural civilization. When she rushed to her destination according to the address set by the Vientiane Federation, a civil war broke out in the Vientiane Federation because of the resource allocation issue. Some of the powerful managers of the Vientiane Federation attempted to embezzle resources, which caused strong dissatisfaction among others. The two sides argued endlessly, and finally the dispute turned into a civil war. The situation of the Vientiane Federation was originally better than that of the Leia civilization, but the situation was completely different once the civil war started. The second civilization Bai Fu came into contact with was the Machine Corps civilization, which was a mechanical civilization. The Machine Corps did not have a civil war, but its situation was much worse than that of the Vientiane Federation, because the members of the Machine Corps civilization who were tired of exile had the idea of selling out their compatriots and completely surrendering to the Apostle Holy City. When Bai Fu arrived at the scene, this group of people had already built a long-distance communicator that could contact the Apostle Holy City, while the rest of the Machine Corps civilization still knew nothing. If only the Leias went to contact these civilizations, who knows how much trouble they would cause. But with Bai Fu accompanying them, the situation would be completely different. Force cannot solve all problems, but it can solve a considerable number of problems. For example, using force to solve problems caused by force. As soon as Bai Fu made a move, the group of people in the Vientiane Federation who wanted to embezzle supplies tried their best but were swept into the garbage dump by her with a crushing force. As soon as Bai Fu appeared, the group of people in the Machine Corps civilization who had second thoughts were pulled out and nailed to the pillar of shame, no matter how cunning they were, and they would never be able to turn over. I don't accept it. You are colluding with foreign enemies. Slander, She is slandering me. The group of people knocked down by Baifu shouted loudly when they were pressed to the ground, both afraid and unwilling. They shouldn't have ended up like this. It's all Baifu's fault. Are you going to kill them all? Ruth asked Baifu. Baifu shook her head. It's not good to kill them all. Let's try to reform them and make them turn over a new leaf. Reform? Ruth didn't expect Baifu to say this, but she thought it was indeed what Baifu would say. Baifu was called a saint, so it would be too difficult for her to order all these traitors to be killed. However, how could she change a group of traitors like this? Ruth felt that nothing could be changed in the end. However, she still respected and understood Baifu's choice. If Baifu didn't have such a saintly heart, she wouldn't trust Baifu so much. Thinking of this, Ruth joined other people in the Leia's exiled government to explain the situation to the people of the Vientiane Federation and the Machine Core civilization. Baifu is like this, I hope everyone can understand. The people of the Universal Federation and the Machine Core civilization were stunned. How could this happen? Soon, they had the same idea as Ruth and others. Baifu is indeed a little saintly, but this kind of personality is good. At least Baifu will not stab them in the back. They can completely trust Baifu. Those who were arrested in the Universal Federation and the Machine Core civilization were still cursing Baifu, but when they heard that Baifu was not going to kill them, but to transform them, they were all stunned. They actually still have a chance to survive? Amazing. Maybe they shouldn't have scolded Baifu so harshly. Some smart people were even ready to deliberately cater to her during the transformation process, pretending that they had already been transformed to escape punishment. They had a beautiful thought, but they didn't see that there was something wrong with Baifu's smile. Transformation? I throw all of you into the Heaven's Ark and let you work with the Beast God. The strength of the group of people Baifu caught was mostly between S level and natural disaster level, and the gap between them and her was too big. Even if she killed them all in one go, she wouldn't get much experience. There are no extra mission rewards, and the kill rewards are also very low. If you want to squeeze their value, you could only throw them into the Heaven Ark and let them accompany the Beast God. Although this group of hang people cannot improve the player's strength like the Beast God, they also have their own things to do. The most valuable ones can help the Beast God relieve soul fatigue and increase the Beast God's working time and work efficiency. The second best ones can help produce various machines and small props. The third best ones can chat with the Beast God to help him relieve boredom. Gold can shine, and feces can be used to fertilize the fields. Baifu really made the best use of people in her spiritual labor camp. When they first boarded the spaceship to Ziyuan Star, the group of people who were caught by Baifu were secretly happy in their hearts, laughing at Baifu for being a fool. But after their souls were sent to the Ark of Heaven by Baifu, they finally realized that they had been deceived. Fuck you, Baifu, you. Baifu, the lemon is sour. The Beast God, who had rested for a long time because the players were offline, raised his head and looked at those inmates who still had the energy to scold Baifu, and he smiled. Yo, I don't have to be alone anymore. Newbies, I will love you well. While Baifu was interacting with civilizations one by one, the official website of Stars finally released the official promotional video of version 2.3. Baifu clicked on the video immediately. Hard work pays off. In this trailer, she alone took up more than half of the space. In the new version of the game's official website, her portrait became the background image of the web page, and her Q-version image and the Q-version images of the other two characters in the game became the background images of various buttons on the official website. In the official promotional materials released on various media websites, her character image has also become the focus of the promotion. Baifu, the lighthouse in the dark night now, there is no need to dig out Ji-Pao's brain hole. All players know that Baifu will be the protagonist in the upcoming 2.3 version. No, this is not right? After watching the trailer, Feng Chi-Chuanqing was dumbfounded. In version 2.2, he tried his best to finally join Baifu's mortal enemy Sui Shi, and then in version 2.3, the official suddenly told him that Baifu was the protagonist, and he became the protagonist's enemy. Sigh, now that things have come to this, can he reconcile with Baifu? Chapter 293. Reconciliation? Is this a joke? In the core group of Heizi and Feng Chi-Chuanqing, everyone was in an uproar after seeing the word reconciliation. Which of these Heizi is not a celebrity in the game community? In Chuanqing, the game nickname can be changed through the name change card, and the way to change the appearance of the character is countless, but the number generated when each character is created cannot be changed in any way. Other players will know that they were once senior Heizi and Baifu when they see the familiar number. If they say they want to reconcile with Baifu at this time, even if Baifu will accept them, the players on Bai Fu's side will not accept them. Are you here to be a spy? I twist my head off if you want to reconcile. To avoid being recognized by Fuman players, they can and can only cancel their account and start over. Please. It's almost version 2.3. If they cancel their account and start over at this time, they may have to wait until version 3.1 to be eligible to experience the main content. What the hell is this? No one in the core black group is willing to start over. In the heated discussion, Fengqi Chuanxing stood up again. Isn't that right? Since the direct reconciliation is not feasible and no one wants to restart, why are we still talking about it? It's great that Bai Fu is the protagonist. In Across the Stars, the protagonist doesn't have an invincible aura. The protagonist can get hurt, be marginalized due to the development of the plot, and die suddenly due to accidents. It's up to us, my family. Although Bai Fu had the upper hand at the beginning of version 2.3, we are not powerless to resist, right? Don't forget that we have successfully embraced Sui Shi, the NPC who is suspected to be the future villain. In the trailer of version 2.3, Sui Shi's appearance is not as important as Bai Fu's, but it can be regarded as a key NPC. As long as we assist Sui Shi with all our heart and soul, Sui Shi may surpass Bai Fu. Don't forget that Sui Shi was stronger than Bai Fu at the beginning, but because Sui Shi's plot was later, Bai Fu surpassed him. Don't think I am deliberately saying something comforting. Look, Sui Shi is now a disciple of the supreme god of the Apostle Holy City. What is the Holy City of Apostles? The Holy City of Apostles is a force more powerful than the three cosmic civilizations, and the supreme god is the leader of the Holy City of Apostles. The advantage is actually on us, everyone. Many times, the villains cannot defeat the good guys because of the information gap. When they focus on dealing with XXX, they never expect that XX is the real threat, so they are overturned in the end. But now the situation is different. With us here, the Holy City of Apostles will never ignore the big threat of Bai Fu. Family, we are the most critical link that can ensure the victory of the Apostle Holy City. Come on, just do it. The words of Fengqi Chuanxing made the core members of the group of little black men, who were originally a little uneasy, suddenly excited again. Fenggu is still good at talking. You said, we are little black men, laughed. When we really assist the Apostle Holy City and Sui Shi to defeat Bai Fu, then you will all be liquidated. The little black men were overjoyed, and the Fuman players were even more excited after seeing Bai Fu become the protagonist of the new version. Well, from Zuyuanxing to Zuyuanxing, Fufu has finally become the official protagonist again, and this time she is a very important protagonist. Don't be too awesome. After the new version is launched, those who follow Fufu will definitely have a good time. I tell you, the role we can play in version 2.3 is definitely much greater than that in version 2.2. I say this not because Fufu has become the protagonist, but those who have a good relationship with Fufu can be reused. I don't know if you have seen the level cap updated in the new version? That's right, the level cap of version 2.3 has been raised from level 70 to level 80. Based on past experience, this version update should have raised us to level 75 at most, which would have put us right at the threshold from level A to level S. But this time the official generously raised the level cap to level 80, so that we can experience more game content. I don't think this is simply because the official is kind, and wants us to have fun in version 2.3. I think it's more likely that if the level cap is only raised to level 75, our strength may not be enough to deal with the various events in version 2.3. The official has clearly stated that version 2.3 will be followed directly by version 3.0. I estimate that this version 2.3 will be a version with very intense combat. Players who like combat can look forward to a Digging G posted a very long post in the community, which attracted countless players to watch. Is it really fun? In anticipation, version 2.3 is finally released. A large number of players immediately entered the game, and then Bai Fu used practical actions to tell them that it would be fun. Bai Fu had long felt that it was too time-consuming to find civilizations one by one. Now that the players have returned, she immediately discussed with the Leia's exile government to send multiple fleets to contact the civilizations that have been beaten by the Apostle Holy City. The fleet is led by a representative sent by the Leia's exile government, who leads the players to the expedition. When encountering any problem, let the player attack first. If the player cannot handle it, let her solve the problem by descending on the true spirit summoning object. This not only improves the efficiency of forming the anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance, but also allows those players who do not want to continue exploring to have a good time. Haha, kill, kill, kill. Little bastard, you actually colluded with the space pirates to deal with your own people in private. Take my spear. The swordsman is coming. Under the attack of the players, in less than a month, the number of members of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance increased from 3 to 9. Some of the civilizations that joined later had never seen Bai Fu take action in person, but they still recognized Bai Fu's identity as the initiator of the alliance. The reason is simple, because they have seen the players' fighting methods. What is a ruthless interstellar person? Players are them. Hundreds of thousands of fearless and S-level players rushed over in a huge crowd. The scene was impressive. The players were recognized by these exiled civilizations, and Bai Fu, who could command the players at will, naturally also gained the recognition of these exiled civilizations. Therefore, at the meeting where the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance was officially established, Bai Fu was unexpectedly elected as the leader of the alliance, and her official title was First Speaker of the Civilization Council. This Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance finally has something in place. Bai Fu smiled with relief. At this stage, the alliance, excluding her and her people, has a total of 4 overlords and more than 200 natural disaster level. In terms of individual combat power, it is actually stronger than the Taimu civilization. Of course, if they really fight with the Taimu civilization, they will definitely not be able to defeat it. After all, the Taimu civilization has a huge fleet and a huge amount of resources, while the Civilization Council does not even have a real base camp yet. Bai Fu doesn't care how strong the alliance is. She cares about the benefits that the alliance's formal establishment brings to her. The 9 civilizations in the alliance have their own strengths. Their arrival means that the Silent Court camp no longer lacks disaster-level player professional mentors, and some of the special knowledge and drawings they submitted also give her more ways to exploit players. She is not short of experience now, but once she advances to the super absolute level, she will need a lot of experience to complete the transformation of divinity. Bai Fu opened the task panel while laughing. After the establishment of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance, the related exploration task she triggered was considered to have completed the first stage, and the cumulative task reward pool reached 3 billion experience points, which was a considerable reward. When I build the headquarters of the Civilization Council, I will recruit more civilizations to join the council, and help these civilizations rescue some of the people captured by the Apostle Holy City. The rewards in this reward pool will become higher and higher. I don't know if some rare rewards can be brushed out later. Bai Fu was looking forward to it. The establishment of the Civilization Council caused a lot of discussion among NPCs and players. The attitude of the 3 major cosmic civilizations was to let Bai Fu do it. Several masters banding together could not affect any overall situation. If one day Bai Fu persuaded Qiao Ju to join the council, they would be on guard. Players unanimously believe that this was a landmark event of version 2.3 and the beginning of the main storyline of the new version, but players from different camps had completely different reactions to this matter. For the sake of long-term interests, the players of Supernova and Titan Industries tried their best to suggest to the NPCs of their own factions that they must find a way to get a share of this event. However, all their suggestions were ignored because when asked why they did so, they could not give a reasonable explanation. What's the reason? The reason is that Bai Fu is ABA. These players wanted to say that Bai Fu was the protagonist and must be taken seriously, but as soon as they spoke, they turned into a completely incomprehensible ABA. In desperation, they could only give up persuasion. They were still too weak to speak. The 3 cosmic civilizations now valued them, but this value was only because they were very useful tools. They still had a long way to go to make the 3 cosmic civilizations listen to them. The players in the Apostle Holy City reported the establishment of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance to the Apostle Holy City in order to deal with Bai Fu. What? Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance? I admit that I was amused. Look at the names of the members of this alliance. They were beaten to a pulp by us in their heyday, and now they have become trash among trash. They still dream that they can fight back by banding together. Don't be ridiculous. If the 3 cosmic civilizations band together, it will be a big threat. The people of the Apostle Holy City also ignored the information of Feng Qikun Xing. However, the difference is that they still sent someone to record Bai Fu's movements. Last time, all the servants of the number 7 cathedral were dispatched but failed to catch Bai Fu. The people of the number 7 cathedral are always thinking about revenge and reviving the glory. And even though Bai Fu denied it herself, the Apostle Holy City still believed that Bai Fu was probably in cahoots with Rufus in private. They wanted to take back the secret treasure in the spiritual temple, so they would naturally keep a close eye on Bai Fu. Damn, a bunch of idiots. If we don't deal with Bai Fu now, it will be 100 times more difficult to deal with her after she grows up. Feng Qikun Xing was about to explode. If he wasn't too famous, He would have wanted to be a spy for Baifu to deal with the Apostle Holy City. Alas, the players on Baifu's side are still popular, and important suggestions will be taken seriously. After thinking about it, he finally felt that he had to start with Sui Shi. First, find a way to cultivate Sui Shi, and by the way, increase Sui Shi's favorability, so that when Sui Shi's status in the Apostle Holy City becomes higher, then they will have a say. Soon, Feng Qiqunqing brought a group of players to find Sui Shi. Recently, the Apostle Holy City has been attacking everywhere, mining special resources in the Dark Domain, and attacking every civilization it has found. Sui Shi was arranged by the Supreme God to train in a certain army. If they help, Sui Shi will surely gain more from the training. Knowing that Feng Qiqunqing and others want to help him, Sui Shi is very happy. Knowing that Feng Qiqunqing is helping him to deal with Baifu, Sui Shi is very angry. But on second thought, it is actually a good thing that these undead, who want to deal with Baifu, have found her, so Sui Shi's mood has improved again, and her favorability towards Feng Qiqunqing and others has skyrocketed. Help me well, and when I grow up to the point where I can touch the heels of Apostle Baifu, I will be very gentle when I take you out for target practice. What's going on? Feng Qiqunqing was a little confused. The favorability first increased, then decreased, and finally increased sharply. Isn't this trend wrong? He couldn't figure it out. But just because he couldn't figure it out, he didn't continue to think about it. Anyway, the favorability has increased, so what's there to worry about? Brothers, notify Sui Shi as soon as you find something good. Although we will lose a little at this stage, when Sui Shi becomes stronger, we will be able to reap 100 times the return. Oh yeah! Baifu, the research has yielded results. Just as the little black guys were working hard to carry the sedan chair for Sui Shi, Baifu received news from Yulia. After nearly half a year of waiting, the experimental team finally extracted important ingredients from the body of the beast god, and made more than a dozen bottles of strengthening potions based on them. Okay, this is it. Baifu picked out the bottle with the best efficacy and injected it directly into herself. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Under the effect of the potion, her body actually became ethereal, and only a faint shadow could be seen standing in the room. However, this state did not last long. After more than 10 minutes, her body completely turned into countless invisible particles. Yulia was shocked. Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon of evolution. Baifu comforted her. After an unknown period of time, Baifu condensed into an entity again, and several reminders rang in her ears. You have completed the racial evolution, and your race has changed to Abnormal Night Watcher Baifu. Race change completed, you get attribute correction. Strength plus 219, Agility plus 268, Constitution plus 371, Intelligence plus 164, Spirit plus 421, Inspiration plus 109. You get new racial characteristics bonus. 1. Each time you level up, you will get an extra 1 point of Spirit 2. Every 1 point of Constitution will be converted into plus 20 health points. Every 1 point of Inspiration will be converted into plus 20 psychic energy points. And every 1 point of Spirit will be converted into plus 10 Qi. 3. You get the special talent Super Energy Aggregation. The extent of the race's evolution this time was not large, so Baifu only gained a new talent, but the effect of this talent was very exaggerated. Super Energy Aggregation. There are 3 effects in total, namely life recovery speed plus 1000%, which can make the body split into countless tiny particles to avoid parts. As long as the remaining parts of the body can aggregate super energy, the body can be quickly reshaped. Of course, this requires a lot of energy. The 2 effects that are useful to Baifu are the strong ones, especially the life recovery plus 1000%, which makes her resistance to beating sore. Now, the speed at which the weaker output overlord attacks her blood loss is not necessarily as fast as her blood recovery speed. As for the 3rd effect, since she is a semi-solid life form of energy, this effect overlaps with her innate ability. Baifu quickly opened her attribute panel. After this wave of attribute corrections, her strength has increased a lot. Now the data is health, 1671667/1671667 spiritual energy, 1464382/1464382 chi, 43855/43855 attributes, strength 2859, agility 2858, constitution 4953, intelligence 2034, spirit 3598, inspiration 8489. The huge improvement in physical fitness is due to the enhancement of the Beast God Potion and the training methods she got from the Lord of the Oath. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Oath only had that one training method that was suitable for her. The other training methods were either too demanding or no longer useful. After the racial evolution, Bai Fu's racial potential score was improved, finally rising to 90.9, surpassing the 90 threshold. Next, as long as she mastered a color quality prayer card blueprint, she could be promoted to the superb level. She didn't rush to use her experience to gamble on the card. She decided to go to the Empire first to see how the progress of the Void Converter was before making a decision. It just so happened that the Empire had invited her these days, saying that they had something to discuss with her. What exactly is it? After leaving the laboratory, Bai Fu found Dimitri. Dimitri said, "It's the plan you mentioned when you went to the Virtual Realm Research Institute before. The Empire is considering launching the plan in advance. In addition to this matter, the Empire may also need your guidance ability." Bai Fu nodded. Starting the plan in advance means that the main plot has been advanced again. Let's set off now without further ado. Bai Fu asked Yulia to distribute the extra Beast God potion to Anya, Cixia, Faye, the Lord of the Oath and others, and then she and Dimitri took a spaceship to the Empire. At the junction of the Reborn Empire and Titan Industry, near a cosmic void, the painter, who had restored his original appearance, stood in the cockpit of the small spaceship. His face was uncertain, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, the radar on the spaceship suddenly issued a warning message. An unidentified spaceship was found approaching. Do you want to enter the counterattack mode? Spaceship? Could it be that the people of the Rebirth Empire have caught up? Just as the painter was about to take out the prayer card, a familiar voice sounded in the communicator that was unexpected to her. "Selena, are you interested in cooperating with me?" "Rufus?" The painter was shocked. She had no idea how Rufus found her. Rufus chuckled and said, "Don't underestimate my intelligence network." In order to find the painter, he spent a lot of money to ask Shadow Storm Corona for help. The painter calmed down. "What kind of cooperation do you want to discuss with me?" Rufus's shadow appeared next to the painter. "I know who you want to kill the most now. You know I'm not referring to Bai Fu. If you help me, then I can help you." He made a gesture of wiping his neck. The painter was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. "Your strength is enough." Chapter 294. Hearing the painter give a positive answer, Rufus couldn't help but smile happily. He just told the painter not to underestimate his intelligence network, and he was not pretending. In the years he spent in the fringe world, he not only hid his strength, but also hid his power. The joint attack of the three cosmic civilizations tore his Wanling society apart, but the underground organization he secretly formed has been alive and well. He founded Leander, the famous killer organization in the entire Supernova Core. He founded the famous Industrial Products Comprehensive Manufacturing Group All Metal in the entire Titan industry. He also founded the Aurora, a well-known song and dance troupe, and the investment company 0 Degree in the entire Rebirth Empire. In addition to these large companies and organizations, Rufus indirectly controls dozens of small companies and small forces through various means. The power of these companies and forces combined is even far greater than the Wanling Cultivation Society that he leads in public. Over the years, he has been able to live so freely and get along with all the major forces. The force he secretly controls has made a lot of efforts. The reason why he came to find the painter this time was because the spy he planted in the Rebirth Empire sent him news that the painter and the Rebirth Empire had fallen out, and there was probably an apostle behind the painter. Apostle? Rufus' eyes lit up the first time he received this news. For him, the most important thing now is not to cause trouble for the Supernova Core, the Apostle Holy City, or Bai Fu, but to find a way to completely control the Void Lord Core in his body as soon as possible. As long as he completely controls this, his strength will be further improved. It is hard to say whether he can defeat the Supreme God of the Apostle Holy City, but it is definitely not a problem to teach Bai Fu and the Supernova Core a lesson. At first, Rufus wanted to summon the Apostle through the Pillar of the True Spirit, and then use the Apostle's power to help him control the Void Lord Core. However, at this time, the Rebirth Empire suddenly jumped out and snatched the Pillar of the True Spirit. He had to find a way to snatch the Pillar of the True Spirit back from the Rebirth Empire. But now, he doesn't have to go through so much trouble. There is an apostle behind the painter. As long as he can catch this apostle. What about the Pillar of the True Spirit? It's no longer needed. Isn't it better to have no middlemen to make a profit? After successfully controlling the core of the Void Lord, Rufus' next plan is to go find trouble with Bai Fu. If I can snatch the secret treasure that Bai Fu got from the spiritual temple, I won't have to be afraid of the Apostle Holy City. That's right. After being slandered by the Apostle Holy City, Rufus soon realized that the secret treasure in the spiritual temple was most likely in Bai Fu's hands. But he deliberately didn't explain it to the outside world, but silently took the blame for Bai Fu. This is certainly not because he is kind-hearted, nor because he has any ideas about Bai Fu. He doesn't have time to talk about any bullshit love story. He just wants to become stronger and beat up everything that doesn't obey. Rufus didn't explain because he was afraid that once he explained it clearly, other people would rush to trouble Bai Fu and snatch the secret treasure in the spiritual temple. In this way, it would be 100 times more difficult for him to get the secret treasure. It would be better to let Bai Fu keep the secret treasure first. Although Bai Fu grew very fast, she was just a master. It was much easier to snatch things from a master than from an old man like Demetrius. Retracting his thoughts, Rufus immediately controlled the spaceship to rush to meet the painter. He couldn't wait to beat the apostle behind the painter. The apostle was very strong, but he was not bad after obtaining the core of the Void Lord, and he had the support of the painter. If he couldn't beat him, he could pay a lot of money to ask Corona to help. Corona was a typical money grubber. As long as he was given enough benefits, he would even beat himself. To Rufus's surprise, after communicating with the painter, he learned that the apostle behind the painter seemed to have suffered a very difficult-to-heal injury. God help me. At this moment, Rufus thanked Bai Fu from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Bai Fu, the painter would never suddenly reveal the secret that there was an apostle behind him. The reborn empire bullied him, the supernova core insulted him, and the apostle holy city hunted him down. Only Bai Fu not only did not cause him trouble, but also brought him such important information. Fuman, Rufus decided that when the time came to kill Bai Fu, he would try to use simple and straightforward means, so that Bai Fu could suffer less pain. Reborn Empire, the capital circle shining starry space city cluster. After the spaceship landed, Bai Fu and Dimitri went straight to the Psychic Research Center. In the research center, she met Boilo, a senior official of the Senate, and some psychic prayer masters she had met before at the headquarters of the Virtual Realm Research Association, including Curse Master Olsen. As soon as he saw her, Olsen came over with an apologetic look on his face. If it weren't for me, the painter wouldn't have found the opportunity to attack you. Bai Fu smiled and said, although the process was a bit thrilling, I did get the prayer card blueprint, and you don't need to blame yourself, Curse Master. She comforted the Curse Master for a few words, and then, Boilo said loudly, since everyone is here, let's get straight to the point. The people who were talking just now all shut up, and they all turned their eyes to Boilo. Except for a few people, most of the 30 people present were like Bai Fu, who only knew that the Empire had a special plan, but did not know what the content of this plan was. At this time, under the gaze of everyone, Boilo summoned the virtual image of the Glory Host, and after a series of complex verifications, a huge virtual screen appeared in front of Glory. Virtual Realm Development Plan. Bai Fu? ? After the text disappeared, Guangwei began to explain the details. This plan is based on a special discovery of the Empire. About 50 years ago, when a psychic researcher of the Empire was debugging a dark energy research machine, he found that the data displayed by the machine was not within the normal range no matter how he adjusted it. At first, he thought that there was something wrong with the machine, but after being tested by professionals, he found that the problem was not with the machine, but with the object observed by the machine. There is a constant in the dark energy research equation, and the value of this constant suddenly changed. In response to this amazing discovery, the Empire immediately organized a professional team to investigate and research. Then, through relevant research, the Empire truly captured dark energy for the first time. However, this is not the most important discovery. The most important thing is that the Empire found an independent life form that escaped from the virtual world through the induction of dark energy. The so-called independent life form refers to an individual that survives in the virtual world without relying on the apostles. From this independent life form, the Empire learned a lot of information related to the virtual world. For example, the conflicts between the apostles have surfaced, so that the virtual world is now in a mess. For example, although the apostles in the virtual world are powerful and versatile, they are still somewhat inferior to the perfect transcendent, who has completed 5 divine transformations. For example, the virtual world is actually a secondary space that exists dependent on the main universe. But unlike the main universe that is always expanding, the virtual world space always remains constant, and the space tides generated by the collision of spiritual energy and dark energy cannot affect the stability of the virtual world. Although these discoveries could not deepen the Empire's understanding of dark energy, they gave the Empire a more general understanding of the Void Realm. It turns out that even the strongest apostle is not as invincible as imagined. It turns out that the Void Realm is now in chaos, 100 times more chaotic than the situation in the explored universe. After realizing these things, the top leaders of the Empire gradually came up with some ideas. Perhaps, they can take this opportunity to develop the Void Realm and extradite the power of the Void Realm to allow the Empire to achieve a different ascension. Since the birth of this idea, the Empire has been secretly preparing. They originally planned to start the plan in 2 years. Baifu estimated that it would be the 3.0 version of the game, but now the external threats have forced the Empire to start the plan ahead of time. This is actually very dangerous. After all, the Empire's understanding of the virtual world is still at the theoretical level. Starting the plan ahead of time means that some security measures will not be implemented in time. Therefore, the Empire plans to slow down the implementation of the plan and reduce the scope of development. In this way, even if there are problems, the risk of handling them will be smaller. Guanghui's explanation caused a sensation in the research center. Even Curse Master Olsen, who had a little understanding of the specific content of this plan, couldn't help but show a surprised expression after listening to the full picture of the plan. This is an opportunity. It is an opportunity for the reborn Empire, and it is also an opportunity for them, the Psychic Prayer Masters. If they can gain some special psychic knowledge or psychic props from this development plan, their strength will definitely increase. Baifu was calm, because she was looking through the new tasks that had just been unlocked. You triggered the main task of Reborn Empire towards the Void Realm. Task Introduction. Task Purpose. Complete the first stage of the Void Realm development task arranged by Reborn Empire. Reward, 1.5 billion experience points, contribution points. The first stage of the Void Realm development task is divided into 2 steps. The first step is to increase the frequency of the dark energy seeds distributed by the Empire. The second step is that when the frequency of the dark energy seeds of all participants is increased to a certain level, the dark energy and psychic energy can be used to achieve the hedge effect. Come and open the door to the virtual world. For Baifu, the difficulty of this task does not lie in herself. She can improve the frequency of the dark energy seeds very quickly. The key lies in how much time it takes for others. Let's put the dark energy seeds away first. She still has several tasks to complete, so she is not in a hurry to do this one. After explaining the virtual world development plan clearly, the rest of the time is to do some supplementary work such as identity registration and confidentiality. A few hours later, Baifu, accompanied by Dimitri, left the Psychic Research Center and went to the nearby Void Research Institute for a walk. It has been quite a while since she handed over Rufus's Void Research data to the Empire. During this period, the Empire has spent a lot of energy on perfecting the Void Converter blueprint. Today, the Empire is only one step away from completing the blueprint. Void power is a kind of energy that is not inferior to psychic power, and is much more destructive. If the Void Converter can be put into use, the Empire can develop a large number of Void weapons based on it, and can also further research and manufacture a large number of Void warriors based on it. However, it is said that there is only one hurdle left, but no one can tell how long it will take to overcome this hurdle. It is possible that the researchers at the Institute will have a flash of inspiration tonight, and complete the blueprint. It is possible that the researchers will still make no progress after 10 or 8 years of thinking. There is no other way. It seems that if I want to advance to the super absolute level as soon as possible, I can only gamble on the blueprint. Baifu was somewhat helpless. Even though she has now mastered the complete 6-door psychic cutting-edge knowledge, gambling on the colored prayer card blueprint is still a random event that depends purely on luck. She has accumulated 10 billion experience points recently, but she doesn't know if these experience points are enough for her to gamble out a colored prayer card blueprint. After coming out of the Void Research Institute, Baifu went to the Empire's home planet again. The Empire has found 2 overlords, who have been blocked by their race's potential, and have been unable to advance to the supernatural level, hoping that she can help guide them. For her, this is just a piece of cake, so she didn't refuse, but in order to highlight her hard work and great contributions, when she was guiding the 2 overlords, she showed off her acting skills at the level of a movie queen to everyone present. Sweating profusely, lips pale, eyes distracted, breath unstable, unable to control the spiritual energy in the body for a while. Dimitri's eyelids twitched at this scene. Was the reaction so big? Before, when Baifu instructed Chaojue to complete the divine transformation, it took a long time, but there was no reaction in the body. He thought that Baifu would be easy to instruct these masters. I was careless. Why don't we stop? Dimitri suggested. He was worried that if something happened to Baifu, other Chaojue would not be able to get guidance in the future. Baifu waved her hands and said in a weak voice, "It's okay, it's no big deal, just hold on, and it will pass. The two masters who received her guidance were already grateful to her, and now they are almost treating her as their own parents. Wow, so touching. Half an hour later, Bai Fu wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked the Empire to bring a large number of strengthening potions. She picked out some that were useful for the two masters. These should be enough. If it doesn't work, come to me again. Seeing Bai Fu's great sacrifice, the Empire immediately brought her several ships of supplies to show its sincerity. You're so polite. Although she was being polite, Bai Fu had no intention of refusing. Putting on a show, in exchange for several ships of supplies that can be used to upgrade the sacrifice scepter and a great favor, this deal is worth it, Bai Fu said. If there's nothing else, I go back first? The receptionist of the Empire said, we will notify you when everyone's dark energy seeds have reached the same frequency. Bai Fu nodded and took the spaceship to leave the Empire's home planet. A few days later, somewhere in the dark space near Titan Industries, the painter and Rufus floated in the air, overlooking the ruins below. They were both wounded and exhausted, but their faces were full of excitement. Success! They really teamed up to kill the injured apostle. If there were no one around, the painter and Rufus would have laughed now. I have helped you kill the apostle, and now it's your turn to help me. Rufus smiled and turned his head. The painter said, what do you want me to do for you? Rufus said, it's not difficult. I want to get the crystal ball in the hands of the saint. The painter frowned. Are you not in the same group with the saint? Rufus smiled. Not from now on. This is a real villain who will do anything to get what he wants. The painter despised Rufus in her heart and agreed. At this moment, her communicator suddenly rang. What happened, Bai Fu? What? The painter's face became more serious than ever before. Rufus' heart skipped a beat. After spending these days together, it was the first time he saw the painter show such an expression. What's wrong with Bai Fu? The painter said. A friend in the Rebirth Empire told me that Bai Fu has the ability to guide people to improve their racial potential. Improving racial potential, doesn't that mean Bai Fu can help the master advance to the super absolute level? Rufus reacted immediately. This ability is enough to break the balance of the three cosmic civilizations. No wonder the painter's face suddenly became so ugly. Thinking of this, he realized something. Your friend has a high status in the Rebirth Empire, right? The painter did not comment. Rufus did not continue to say anything. He just raised his vigilance against the painter by more than 10 times. What kind of ability is it to be able to plant spies in the core decision-making circle of the Empire? He knew that there was a certain force behind the painter, and now it seems that the force is much more profound than he imagined. The painter ignored Rufus. She operated on the communicator, and asked someone to pass the news to Titan Industries. She believed that Titan Industries should be very interested in helping her kill Bai Fu. Chapter 295. On the way back to Ziyuan Star, Bai Fu, who had nothing to do, opened the knowledge synthesis interface and began to synthesize prayer card blueprints. As the highest level prayer card blueprints, the synthesis method of colored quality prayer card blueprints is quite special. You must first synthesize the corresponding red prayer card blueprints, and then use this blueprint to merge with various psychic knowledge to see if you can create a lucky spark to synthesize a higher level colored quality prayer card blueprint. This is a very mentally challenging process. After all, there is no guarantee when playing card drawing in the stars. Why? Bai Fu's face was filled with failure. It's ridiculous. Even the lucky bonus is useless. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was still helpless as she watched the experience pour in like water, but nothing good came out. But no matter how helpless she was, she could only continue to increase her investment. The sooner she could combine a colorful prayer card blueprint, the sooner she could advance to the superb level. For others, the step from domination to superb level might not be a big improvement, but for her, this improvement was earth-shaking. Because once she completes the promotion, not to mention the attribute improvement, the number of psychic legions she can control will increase dramatically, the strength of the prayer angel she synthesizes, and the Kabe she summons will increase dramatically, and the strength of the psychic NPCs she enlightens will also increase instantly. These improvements combined will increase her combat power several times. After investing 2 billion experience points in a row, Bai Fu decided to take a break and see where she is now. She clicked on the game map, and to her surprise, the map was covered by a layer of fog. There is a problem. The moment she discovered the problem, she heard several prompts in her ears. You have been disturbed by abnormal mental interference. You have been disturbed by spatial power. You have been disturbed by psychic cognition modification. You have triggered the emergency mission Deep Space Trek. Mission Introduction. Mission Objective. Try every means to escape and return to the normal world from the lost path. Reward: 5 billion experience points, Psychic Construction Blueprint Evolution Card *1, Ultimate Divine Card *1, Lost Path *1. Note: failure to escape is considered mission failure. Another attack? Bai Fu's face suddenly changed. Judging from the rewards of this mission, the attackers this time are no weaker than the Black Tide we encountered last time. Although the basic experience reward is not as much as the Black Tide mission, the 3 rewards behind it cannot be made up by the difference of 3 billion experience. The ultimate card that can copy the skills of superpowers below level 250 is a priceless treasure. Who is it? Apostle Holy City? Supernova Battle Group? Bai Fu looked around. With the naked eye, everything outside the spaceship was normal, and there was no problem. The other people in the spaceship were relaxed, standing or chatting as before, and there was no problem. As for herself, hey, Sublime Moon Night Moon, the ability to summon Hei Fu, or be summoned by Hei Fu, and exchange positions with Hei Fu were all banned. The game prompt was because she and Hei Fu could not sense each other's position now. What kind of trick is this? Bai Fu immediately mobilized the virtual heart to search Lost, but what she found was a bunch of inexplicable things. Even if she added qualifiers to the search, the things she found did not change. Is the network locked, or has my cognition really been modified? Bai Fu immediately called Dimitri, the person in charge of the spacecraft. Did you find anything unusual? Abnormal? Dimitri carefully sensed the surroundings. He did not feel anything unusual, but he believed that Bai Fu would not ask him such a question for no reason, which meant that they were now experiencing an abnormality, and it was an abnormality that he could not detect at all. Dimitri's face instantly became extremely ugly. Did he encounter a stronger Chaojua than him, or a special cosmic treasure? He quickly asked Bai Fu what was wrong. Lost? Dimitri was a little confused. He had never heard of any cosmic treasure with such ability. Seeing that he could not get any information from Dimitri, Bai Fu could only find another way. The good news now is that since her soul has been bound to the Ark of Heaven, and the Ark of Heaven is in the hands of Hei Fu on Zuyuan Star, she is not worried about dying here. And the benefits that the Ark of Heaven brought her were more than that. She was deeply lost and could not contact the outside world using conventional methods. Not only because she and Hei Fu had lost their mutual induction, but also because she could not tell whether the feedback she received was real or modified. Believing such news would most likely lead to tragic losses. But with the help of the power of the Ark of Heaven, she could effectively avoid this situation. Being lost could confuse her senses, but it could not confuse her from getting all kinds of information from the Ark of Heaven. In fact, if she had brought a player with her, things would have been much simpler. But the existence of the group of black people in Fengqi Chuanxing forced her to avoid the player's actions at certain times to avoid leaking the news. Bai Fu immediately contacted Hei Fu through the Ark of Heaven and asked Hei Fu to tell the Rust Legion about the attack on the spacecraft. The people of the Rust Legion quickly reported it to the Imperial Senate. The Empire did not hesitate and immediately organized a rescue team. However, at this time, a very realistic problem was placed in front of the rescue team. Saving people is no problem, but where to save people is a problem. He drew his sword and looked around, feeling confused. Bai Fu looked at Dimitri, and Dimitri looked at Bai Fu again. They didn't know where they were now, because no one knew when and where they got lost, and no one knew whether they stayed where they were, continued along the original route, or had deviated from the course. Bai Fu said, "Let the rescue team search along the normal route. We have only been away from the Empire for half a day. Even if we deviated from the course, we couldn't have deviated too far. It's impossible for these people to act while we were still in the Empire." Dimitri said, "One more thing, this time we are operating in secret. The person who knows exactly when we leave the Empire and return to Zuyuan Star, and sets an ambush on the road can only be someone inside the Empire. Let the Empire arrest him. The traitor may run away later." Bai Fu nodded and asked Hei Fu to pass the 2 pieces of information directly to the Emperor of the Empire. She didn't trust other people very much, but she trusted the Emperor of the Empire. Could it be that the Emperor of the Empire really leaked this information? Why did His Majesty rebel? Children, this is not funny. After delivering the message, Bai Fu said to Dimitri, "The other party probably doesn't plan to take action now. You should pretend that you didn't find anything unusual and try to delay as much time as possible." Delay time? Does Bai Fu have any plans? Dimitri nodded and said, "No problem, I will do my best to protect your safety." He felt that he had a sense of mission. Fight for Bai Fu, for the better future of the Empire. Looking at Dimitri's receding back, Bai Fu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Who will protect whom? If she is in a desperate situation, she will die anyway. She can still be resurrected through the Ark of Heaven, but the others on the spaceship will have a hard time. She should try her best to struggle. Even if she is not greedy for the reward of the emergency mission, she can't just sit there and wait for death if she just wants to teach the ambushing people a lesson. Bai Fu quickly summoned a group of little black Fu and asked them to feed all the materials they got from the Empire to the sacrificial scepter. She originally wanted to transport the materials back to Zuyuan Star first, pick out some useful things from them to upgrade the mobile palace, and then feed the rest to the sacrificial scepter, but now she can't care about so much. After the little black fuss entered the working state, Bai Fu herself also started to combine prayer cards again. Isn't it just for experience? If you want it so much, I drink you to death. Facts have proved that although Bai Fu's luck is not very good, it is definitely not bad. After spending more than 6 billion experience points in total, she finally received the long-awaited prompt sound. The first prompt is: you have obtained a new prayer card blueprint Endless Dark Realm. Color: this card is an advanced card of Dark Vortex, which has multiple effects such as damage, imprisonment, attribute reduction, and physical strength reduction, and the range is huge. The second tip is: you have completed 3 awakening tasks done. Bai Fu clenched her fist. At this moment, what else is there to wait for? It's hard to say whether I can beat those people, but my upgrade speed should be enough to give them nightmares for a while. Bai Fu opened the attribute panel at lightning speed, and then clicked on the upgrade button. Buzz 2 billion experience points fell. It was only a 1-level upgrade, but it was like spring rain falling in the bamboo forest, and sparks falling in the dead leaves. In an instant, Bai Fu felt that all the spiritual energy in her body was boiling. This is a boiling sea. This is the transcendence of life. Awakening successfully. You have unlocked a new profession, Lord of Darkness. Current level LV1, Strength +5, Agility +5, Constitution +7, Intelligence +2, Spirit +2, Inspiration +15, Attribute points +15. You have completed the third awakening. You have broken a new bottleneck on the road of evolution, and have obtained the qualification for life sublimation. Domination level rank bonus talent Domination of Realm removed. You have obtained the super level rank bonus talent Transcendent. You have obtained a new talent Dark Emperor. You have obtained a new talent Lord of Apocalypse. Your talent Faith Blessing advanced to God of the Eternal World. You have comprehended a new skill Supreme and Pure Heart. Your skill Spiritual Blessing advanced to Void Realm God Blessing. Bai Fu first clicked on the description of the newly acquired Transcendent bonus talent. 1. Inspiration +30%. Attributes other than Inspiration +20%. 2. All resistance +50%. 3. Physical damage reduction rate +5%. Mental toughness +50%. Life recovery speed +300%. Psychic energy recovery speed +300%. 4. Psychic energy conversion for every 1 point of inspiration +55. All psychic skill consumption reduced by 30%. Effect +150%. 6. Prayer card effect +200%. The bonus effect will continue to increase with level increase. 7. Domain superb. Compared with the domain of the dominant level, the domain of the super absolute level is not only stronger in effect and range, but also has a new effect, that is, the true spirit summons within the coverage of the domain can automatically merge with the surrounding true spirit summons that are also injured after being injured, temporarily improving some attributes while recovering blood. In fact, Bai Fu originally had a similar ability, but that ability needed to be used actively, which was very energy consuming. Now it has suddenly become an intelligent automatic effect, which is a huge improvement. Dark Emperor and Holy Lord of Apocalypse, these two talents are the talents that will be awakened after the Master of Dark Attribute Psychic and Apocalypse Attribute Psychic is promoted to Super Absolute. The effects of the two talents are similar, both +10% basic psychic upper limit, greatly improving the affinity of the attribute psychic, casting speed, conversion efficiency, etc., +50% basic effect of the attribute psychic skill, and reducing the damage of the attribute psychic skill attack, strengthening the ability of the attribute true spirit summon. These two talents are equivalent to a small domain aura. Although the basic effect bonus of the skill is only 50%, the total 20% basic psychic upper limit bonus makes Bai Fu's endurance reach a new level. Amazing! This increase in psychic energy is almost equivalent to my inspiration increasing by more than 1,700 points. Bai Fu took a breath of cold air. Now her psychic energy limit will exceed 2 million. Faith Blessing the effect has been greatly improved after it has been upgraded to God of the Eternal World. The original effect was that when the energy level of the psychic summons on the field exceeded 5,000, it would bring a certain bonus. Now the upper limit of this bonus has been raised several times, and the calculation method of the bonus has also become 3 different levels of 5,000, 10,000, and 20,000. The maximum can increase 500 inspirations, 300% psychic energy recovery speed, and 200% life recovery speed. As long as Baifu summons the Psychic Legion normally, she can easily get the full bonus. Supreme and Pure Heart. The name of this skill sounds fancy, but the actual effect can be explained in one sentence. After activating the skill, it can greatly improve the ability to resist interference and greatly increase the possibility of seeing the real from the virtual, so as to avoid falling into illusions, mental disturbances, and other debuff effects. There is a kind of pure beauty in your eyes, right? Baifu curled her lips. She activated the skill, looked around, and when she looked outside the spaceship, the scene she saw with her naked eyes was indeed different from before. This is an unfamiliar starry sky. At least she couldn't find a corresponding fragment in her memory. Not bad, a very useful skill. Baifu's eyes fell on the last prompt. Spiritual Blessing. It is a second stage burst skill that uses psychic energy to exchange for temporary attribute enhancement. The advanced virtual realm God Blessing is the same. The difference lies in the description and effect of the two skills. The former is to pray for blessings from the apostles of the virtual realm, while the latter becomes to pray for blessings from the god of psychic energy. The attribute addition ratio has not changed, but a new additional blood recovery ability that consumes psychic energy to restore health points has been added, and the ratio is that every 10 points of psychic energy can restore 1 point of health points. To be honest, the conversion rate is not high, and using Blessing of the Gods in the Void Realm consumes up to 50% of spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, this ability can only be used in emergency situations to avoid being killed instantly by the enemy. But Baifu has Yulia, the magic cat, and once she activates the Void Spirit skill she learned from cutting-edge knowledge, she can also draw spiritual energy from the Summon True Spirit for her own use. This allows her to use this skill as a regular priest's blood recovery skill. Once the cooldown is up, just click it, and you can quickly recover 100,000 to 200,000 health points, and your resistance to killing will be improved again. Fuck awesome! Baifu was overjoyed. She happily opened the life sublimation interface. She only needed this last step to be truly superb. Your life strength and psychic energy fusion have surpassed the critical point of evolution. You have obtained the qualification for life sublimation. You are about to evolve into an exclusive superb race. Please name your exclusive race Yi. Sublimation in progress. Please wait. The boiling psychic energy washed over Baifu's body, and the sublimation progress bar began to slowly climb. This would be a process that would last for dozens of minutes or even longer, but once it started, it would not stop. Even if Baifu was killed, she could still continue to sublimate after she was resurrected. It's done. Baifu breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up and stretched. For her, the sublimation process was a relatively dull process, but for everyone nearby, what they saw was a storm. This is Dimitri, who was in the spaceship, was the first to discover the abnormality. There was no doubt that the energy that burst out just now. It was an extraordinary energy fluctuation. Dimitri did not connect this matter with Baifu. But this is not his fault. If there is anyone to blame, it should be Baifu, who did not play by the rules. Generally speaking, when a master is promoted to the super level, he must find a safe place to avoid being disturbed during the promotion process and causing accidents. Baifu is the only one like him. In Dimitri's opinion, this is the group of people who ambushed them preparing to take action. Not long after, the ambushers also found something unusual. Like Dimitri, they did not associate this fluctuation with Baifu, but thought that this round of fluctuation came from Dimitri. Super-level energy fluctuation? Could it be that Dimitri has already discovered something is wrong? Thunderblade, one of Titan Industries' high-end combat forces, looked at the others beside him with a serious face. Do you want to take action now? Titan Industries' original plan was to wait until the spaceship was lured to a place far away from the Reborn Empire before taking action, but now only half a day has passed, and the potential risks will increase a lot if they take action. Everyone discussed for a few minutes, and finally decided to take action immediately. Since it has been exposed, there is no point in dragging it out. Dimitri has completed 3 divine transformations, and his abilities are very special. Be careful when fighting him. Don't worry, I've known about this for a long time. This old guy hurt me by sneak attacks before. This time I'm going to give him a taste of sneak attacks. I leave the capture of Baifu to you, Gallieni. The Chaojua named Gallieni laughed. She's just a master. Even if she can be comparable to ordinary Chaojua, she can't escape from my palm. The others nodded, believing in what Gallieni said. Titan Industries did not want to kill Bai Fu directly, but planned to capture Bai Fu and put her in a small dark room, and then use her for their own purposes. Go! With a shout, the ambushers sent by Titan Industries turned into streams of light and flew towards the spaceship in the distance. It's time to let Shanghai see the strength of Titan Industries. Chapter 296. The three cosmic civilizations that have explored the universe each have their own characteristics. The Reborn Empire is the oldest civilization, with the most tortuous development history. It has experienced a 30,000-year history of going from planets to galaxies, being suppressed by rebels, and retreating back to the planet, and finally becoming a cosmic civilization. The name of the Reborn Empire comes from this experience. It is precisely because of this experience of rebirth from the ashes that the Reborn Empire attaches great importance to its own traditions. The Supernova Corps is the youngest and most vigorous civilization among them. It originated from a war group organization during the Great Interstellar Development period. In the latter, forged by chaos, it relied on daring to fight, and finally transformed into a huge cosmic civilization. Blood and fire are deeply engraved in the DNA of the Supernova Corps. To this day, the Supernova Corps is still a civilization that advocates bravery and military merit, and has the largest number of masters and transcendents among the three cosmic civilizations. Compared with the other two civilizations, Titan Industry is much more elegant, at least in the eyes of most civilizations in the Starry Sea. Titan Industry was born out of interstellar trade. During the chaotic interstellar development period, some people with lofty ideals established the Titan Industry Alliance to provide services for other civilizations caught in the war. In the end, those civilizations that participated in the war did not get much benefit. Instead, Titan Industry rose up with solid technology and terrifying financial resources, successfully absorbing more and more civilizations to join, until it became a civilization union. Past experiences have made Titan Industry always pay attention to technology and rules. When expanding abroad, Titan Industry also prefers economic control rather than military annexation. Among the three major cosmic civilizations, Titan Industry has the least number of cutting-edge combat forces, but don't underestimate Titan Industry because Titan Industry has the most money, the most cosmic treasures, the most advanced warships, the most abundant weapons that can kill the Overlord or even transcend, and the largest network of relationships. The headquarters of Eternal Investment, the most financially powerful in the explored universe, is located in Titan Industry. Money is not everything, but it is really powerful. After receiving the secret message from the painter's client, Titan Industries quickly dispatched a highly targeted team to capture Bai Fu. For Supermasters, 7 Masters, and 2 Cosmic Treasures, 2 of these 4 Supermasters are only one step away from the third Divine Transformation, and are good at illusion and explosive output. The remaining 2 Supermasters are good at imprisonment and a special auxiliary mechanic, both of whom are good at team battles. Although the 7 Masters may not be very powerful in 1v1 fights, they are all capable of stalking people. The 2 Cosmic Treasures they brought were the Lost House, which combined a lot of confusing means, and the Titan Holy Shield, which could form a powerful shield. Titan Industries was confident that it could quietly kill Dimitri and capture Bai Fu with this combination of punches. In fact, they originally wanted to send more people, but in order to avoid direct conflict with the Empire, they could only capture Bai Fu during the window period when she had just left the Empire's territory and had not yet arrived at Zuyuan Star. This window period is not long, because the Empire built a star gate on the Ulysses Star, which greatly shortened the time for Bai Fu to travel between the Zuyuan Star and the Empire. The tight time made Titan Industry unable to recruit more people, and the people dispatched at the moment were the strongest combat force that could be assembled in a short period of time. But it was enough. The leader of the mechanical martial Saint Lei Mingdao pulled forward from his waist with both hands, and instantly pulled out 2 energy-long swords that were always surrounded by thunder. Z-Law. The lightning cut through the starry sky, penetrated the comprehensive illusion woven by the Lost, and shone into the spaceship that Bai Fu was riding. Here they come. This is Thunder Blade? It's from Titan Industries. Dimitri recognized the identity of the ambushers at the first time, and his already ugly face instantly became even uglier. The cosmic civilization taking action personally is much more terrifying than those secret organizations. The only good news now is that despite being surrounded, Bai Fu can still contact the outside world. When the Empire receives the news, it will definitely negotiate with Titan Industries immediately. If the negotiation goes smoothly, they still have a chance to survive. If the negotiations don't go smoothly, how long they can survive depends on how many people Titan Industries dispatch this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, Dimitri was stunned. He looked and saw 4 old acquaintances. Although his current strength has become much stronger than before, he knows very well that this level of strength is not enough for him to deal with the joint siege of these well-prepared and unethical old dings. In addition to these 4 old dings, Titan Industries also dispatched a number of overlords. Bai Fu is very powerful, and can even fight against the super-level True Spirit Summoned Beast, but the 7 masters of Titan Industries are not vegetarians. If they attack together, it's over. Dimitri was anxious and secretly cursed the undercover who leaked the information countless times. Seeing that the Empire was about to take off, but it was close to crashing because of a traitor, Dimitri, as a pure-blooded Imperial man, was furious. Unfortunately, no matter how much he cursed, it would not change the situation. He could only find Bai Fu as soon as possible and tell her what he had discovered. At this point, he no longer expected to defeat the ambushers or break out of the siege. He just wanted to stay alive and see if there would be any turnaround in the Empire. I will do my best to protect your safety. Dimitri looked at Bai Fu with a serious face. Now he was a bit like a knight protecting a princess. But he misjudged one thing, that is, the fist of the princess in front of him was very big. Bai Fu said, "You should think about how to protect yourself first." Dimitri wanted to say a few more words, but the air-cutting lightning blade swung by the thunder blade had already landed on the shield of the spaceship. Boom! They were on the most advanced small fortress ship in the Empire, and the shield and armor strength of the spaceship were both very hard. But in front of the thunder blade, which was famous for its instantaneous burst, this hardness was a bit insufficient. Pop! The shield of the spaceship was blown into pieces, like glass hit by a heavy hammer. The light blade was a little weaker, but it was still powerful. It hit the side armor of the spaceship again, cutting a visible crack and causing the spaceship to shake violently like a pirate ship. Damn it! After saying something to Bai Fu, Dimitri rushed out of the spaceship immediately. The most urgent task was to delay the 4 super absolutes as much as possible to prevent the spaceship from being blown up by them. Once the spaceship exploded, it would be easier to be entangled. You want to stop us by yourself? It's a fool's dream. Thunderblade sneered. Facing Dimitri, who controlled the annihilation power, he did not dodge or evade at all. He rushed forward directly. Halfway through, a blue shield light ball appeared on his body. Boom! The light ball trembled and broke after being directly hit by the annihilation power, but a new light ball appeared on Thunderblade's body the next second. Dimitri, you are dead today. Thunderblade, together with 2 super absolutes and 4 masters, laughed and killed Dimitri. A group of people fought together, making the space boil and the starry sky tremble. The sound was so loud that it seemed as if the end of the world had come. While the battle was going on outside, the other crew members in the spaceship also became busy. Some were repairing the spaceship. Some were operating the ship's guns. Although the situation was critical, everyone remained generally calm. After all, they were members of the Empire's elite forces. After spreading the news here, Bai Fu did not rush out with Dimitri. The enemy was obviously coming for her. If she rushed into the crowd at this time, she would not only fail to help Dimitri, but would actually do what the enemy wanted. Oh, is she here to get killed? Great, this way she doesn't have to bother catching her. In Bai Fu's opinion, the best strategy at the moment is to run away. If they see her running away, Titan Industries will definitely send someone to chase her, which will reduce the pressure on Dimitri and the people on the spaceship. And since Titan Industries doesn't know her true strength now, she might be able to find a chance to kill them while running away. If we can kill a super absolute, we will have a chance to complete the emergency mission that has just been triggered. Let's not talk about other rewards. The ultimate Ka Bai Fu is really greedy. With this, she can get a super absolute meat shield skill back, and her resistance to killing will increase again. Isn't it wonderful? You guys hold here, I go help Lord Annihilation. Bai Fu took the sacrificial scepter that had just eaten all the resources from Xiao Xiao Hei Fu. The sacrificial scepter is now considered a super absolute weapon, but its effect is far inferior to those complete versions of the universe treasures. The treasure of the universe is not so easy to forge. The moment she held the scepter of sacrifice, Bai Fu directly activated the ability of Space Shuttle and escaped from the spaceship. Then, she found a problem. Although she could see through the illusion in front of her, with the blessing of Supreme and Pure Heart, the interference she suffered was far more than just illusion. Space interference, cognitive interference, mental interference. Oh, there was no mental interference. Under the protection of the Ark of Heaven, mental interference did not work on her. Now the biggest impact on her was still space interference. I can't control where I land after I flash. Bai Fu looked at the map unfolding in front of her, frowning. If she couldn't control where she'd land after she flashed, it meant that she might be unlucky and flash directly into the crowd of Titan Industries. This operation was almost the same as the ADC flashing into the crowd to force a fight. Forget it. If she couldn't flash, she'd just fly. Anyway, she wasn't just trying to run away, as long as she could keep some distance. Bai Fu set a mark on the map and flew towards it to make sure she wouldn't get lost. Not long after she flew out, Titan Industries discovered something unusual. Bai Fu is about to escape. Gallieni, who was in charge of the capture, sneered, "Humph, you want to escape? That depends on whether I agree or not." He stretched out his hand and pointed at the people next to him. The people who were pointed immediately stepped out and followed him to chase Bai Fu. What is Bai Fu doing? Dimitri's face changed when he saw Gallieni and others leave. Titan Industries Auxiliary Mechanic Zero raised his hand to summon countless supermagnetic particles made of strong interaction materials, and flew towards Dimitri from all directions. You still have time to worry about others? You should worry about yourself first. Dimitri was worried, but under the siege of the three super and the lost house, he couldn't get away at all. Not only could he not get away, but he was also suppressed in an extremely small area, and could only deal with the enemy in this area. All this is because the ambush of Titan Industry is highly targeted. Metal Lord Zero is a mechanical life created by Titan Industry. As a mechanical life, it cannot control psychic energy, has no superpowers, and has no mental power, but its attainments in mechanical materials are far beyond the reach of Chongshao and Corona. With this unique skill, Zero transformed into an auxiliary mechanic, relying on mechanical equipment made of various cutting-edge materials to strengthen teammates and ban opponents, and he can be called a troublemaker on the battlefield. Another person who can also be called a troublemaker on the battlefield is the illusionist Xuechuan. Xuechuan's output ability is not as good as Zero, but if she acts together with other superb illusions, her superb illusions can make people sick to death, creating the best output environment for teammates. Now Dimitri feels like he is about to vomit. Damn it, how can we fight this? It's over. If Bai Fu falls into the hands of Titan Industries, the Empire will be in danger. Dimitri became more and more anxious as he fought, and before he knew it, he had several wounds that were difficult to heal. At this time, Thunderblade even had time to ask Gallieni about the situation. Thanks to the spatial coordinate disturbance of the Lost House, Bai Fu has been stopped by us now. After clearing out the psychic legions she released, I will bring her back soon. Gallieni hung up the call with a smile. Then, he commanded the 5 masters who followed him to kill the psychic army in front. The power of the 5 masters plus 1 super absolute can be said to be devastating. Although Bai Fu's psychic army is large in number, they were defeated after the fierce battle, and a wide passage was forcibly cut out. Bai Fu, you can't run away. Gallieni rushed forward, clenched his right hand in the air, and saw a golden light circle engraved with spells suddenly appear beside Bai Fu, and then quickly shrank the circle and tied Bai Fu up. It's done. Gallieni was overjoyed. Although Dimitri discovered the abnormality in advance, in the face of absolute strength, vigilance is useless. He led his men to fly in front of Bai Fu, and after confirming that the person captured was a real person, not a substitute or a real spirit summon, he immediately contacted Lei Mingdao. The person has been captured. How is it going on your side? Captured? Good. Lei Mingdao was overjoyed. We can solve it quickly here. You take your men away first to avoid. Before Lei Mingdao could say anything, Dimitri suddenly interrupted him by yelling in the public channel, Lei Mingdao. Lei Mingdao raised his eyebrows. Dimitri said, do you think you are doing it very secretly? As long as you get rid of me, no one will know that Bai Fu was kidnapped by you. To tell you the truth, the Empire has received the news a long time ago. Lei Mingdao was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. I thought you were going to say something. Dimitri sneered, you don't believe it? He was covered in wounds, but the flames were still burning in his eyes. When he saw the divine light in his eyes, Lei Mingdao's eyebrows twitched slightly, and finally decided to ask the Industrial Committee. It wouldn't delay anything anyway. Dimitri said that the Reborn Empire already knows about our actions. Is that true? The Elder Boilo of the Reborn Empire just contacted the President. The President is now talking to them. You don't have to worry about it. Get Bai Fu's bargaining chip first. What? They actually know? The feedback from the Industrial Committee surprised Lei Mingdao. He felt incredible. They had already completed the blockade, so how did the Reborn Empire know the news? Could it be that there were spies from the Reborn Empire in the core circle of Titan Industry? Lei Mingdao's body trembled slightly. Fortunately, they have captured Bai Fu, otherwise the situation would be very passive. Gallieni has already captured Bai Fu. Since the reborn empire knows the news, should we kill Annihilation as planned? Things have come to this, kill. Okay. Just as Lei Mingdao was about to hang up, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from his communicator. It's a network intrusion. Zero's electronic eyes flashed. Immediately, a teasing voice came from the communicator that was beyond everyone's expectations. Do you really think you have caught me? It was Bai Fu. All the people from Titan Industries present felt something was wrong. They wanted to remind Gallieni, but it was too late. Bai Fu was tied up by Gallieni on purpose, just to trick Gallieni into approaching her. When Gallieni flew in front of her, it was time for her to show Xinghai her true strength. Bang! Gallieni was horrified to see the spell tied to Bai Fu being shattered by the surging spiritual energy, and then a huge black eye rose from behind Bai Fu, and the surging spiritual energy, like the waves, rushed towards him, completely drowning him. He wanted to dodge and fight back, but at this moment, he suddenly fell into an endless darkness, and strange whispers, like chanting scriptures, floated from all directions. Under the invasion of these sounds, he had a splitting headache and even gradually lost control of his body. What the hell is this? Wait. What we should focus on now is not the strange ability that Bai Fu suddenly showed, but the breath. Yes, this breath that seems to tear the space apart, as if to open up a new world in the sea of stars. Superb. Bai Fu has been promoted to superb. A terrified cry came from the communicator. This was the last sentence that Gallieni said. After he finished shouting, the communication was cut off, leaving only a deathly silence for everyone staying in the starry sky to save her. 1 second, 2 seconds. More than 10 seconds later. Thunderblade, Zero, Xuechuan, Dimitri, and the man who was talking to Thunderblade at Titan Industrial Headquarters, all reacted and realized what Gallieni had just shouted. However, it was precisely because of this realization that they fell into a greater and longer silence. But the shock hidden under this silence was comparable to a supernova explosion. Bai Fu? Chaojue? How is it possible? Chapter 297. Except Bai Fu herself, no one expected that things would develop to this point. Although it has been several years since Bai Fu was promoted to the Master, she was able to be promoted from the Master to the Superb again in just a few years. Even if Bai Fu has the ability to guide others to improve their racial potential, this speed is too exaggerated. Doesn't she want to accumulate? Even Dimitri, who learned not long ago that Bai Fu has reached the peak of the Master, is now confused. No. That's not right. He has been with Bai Fu recently. How come he didn't know that Bai Fu had been promoted to the Super Ultimate? Wait, Dimitri suddenly thought of a question. Just before the Titan Industrial people came to kill him, he suddenly felt an energy fluctuation that only Super Ultimates could have. At that time, he thought it was the Titan Industrial people demonstrating, but now it seems that the real situation may not be the case. That energy fluctuation is very likely to be emitted by Bai Fu. In other words, Bai Fu was the Super Ultimate who was promoted not long ago. No. Although he could naturally draw this conclusion, it didn't make sense no matter how he thought about it. Would the movement of advancing to the Super Ultimate be just this small? Would the speed of advancing to the Super Ultimate be so fast? Would anyone casually choose to advance to the Super Ultimate on a spaceship? All of this was completely contrary to Dimitri's daily cognition, so that the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Damn, who can tell him what the situation is? The people at Titan Industries were more anxious than Dimitri. Gallieni's scream and the sudden disconnection of the communicator do not mean that Gallieni has been in trouble. But what if Gallieni is in trouble? Gallieni has completed a divine transformation, and even if Bai Fu is a super absolute, it is likely that she has just been promoted not long ago, but they do not think that Gallieni can definitely defeat the super absolute Bai Fu. Bai Fu is a psychic painter, and her combat power cannot be viewed with the eyes of ordinary super absolutes. Moreover, Bai Fu has a lot of weird abilities all over her body. Many people died because of her weird abilities, because of their disbelief. One Chaoju and several overlords died, and the target Bai Fu escaped. Even if they killed Dimitri here, this loss was unacceptable. I go over there and take a look. You guys trap Annihilation here first, don't let him run away. Illusionist Xuechuan gritted her teeth and finally decided to go over and take a look. She was in a state of confusion now. Bai Fu was Chaoju's sudden discovery that disrupted all their arrangements. If they were not handled properly at this time, it would likely cause extremely serious consequences. Thunderblade and Zero nodded. Annihilation was already injured, and they had the help of the Universe Treasure and the Master, so it was not difficult to trap Annihilation. After reaching a consensus, Xuechuan immediately rushed in the direction where Gallieni had left before. It must be in time. Bai Fu would certainly not give the people of Titan Industries a chance to save Gallieni. She spent so much time to lure Gallieni here, just to quickly cripple one hand of Titan Industries' ambush team. Therefore, the moment Gallieni approached her, she activated the virtual realm god's blessing without saying a word. At the moment when the attribute skyrocketed, she came up and sent Gallieni a torrent of annihilation, rushing Gallieni to the ground. Then, without saying a word, she used a set of more than 10 combo luxury packages such as Eye of Sorrow, Whisper of Vision, Dark Mystery, Darkness Without Boundaries, Dark Force Field, Psychic Storm, Undercurrent, and Painter's Whisper. These skills or prayer cards basically have no direct damage ability, but some of them can give people debuffs that reduce attributes and resistance. Some can restrict people's movement, some can devour people's energy, and some can deprive people of their senses. Super rare colored prayer cards, like Painter's Whisper, can make people feel like they are in a devil's cave and suffer pain directly from the soul level. Constraint, imprisonment, restriction? Although Gallieni, Xuechuan, and Zero have deep attainments in this area, Bai Fu is the real great master, that is, endless darkness has just been combined and has not been made yet. Otherwise, with the effect of this color card, Gallieni may not be able to move at this time, and can only tremble in the endless darkness of the spiritual world. But now the effect of this combo is almost the same. Gallieni, who was hit, struggled hard but could only barely move his limbs. To completely break free from the constraints, with his current state and his complete lack of understanding of Bai Fu's skills, it would take more than a minute. For Bai Fu, 1 minute was enough for her to do many things. She stretched out her right hand, and a scepter that looked like it was made of black thorns, but had an inexplicable sense of luxury, appeared out of thin air in her palm. The scepter of offering sacrifices to the gods, which was raised with the money of the reborn empire, would show its power for the second time today. Rumble. The moment the scepter appeared, the space around it began to twist uncontrollably, as if endless energy descended from another dimension, and after being swallowed, compressed, and transformed by the scepter, it finally gathered at the top of the scepter to form an extremely unstable purple light ball. Oops. The masters who came with Gallieni were horrified. They were still some distance away from Bai Fu, but they could feel that the purple light ball on the top of the scepter had the terrifying power to destroy the world. Bai Fu must be stopped. Once the light ball falls on Gallieni, everything will be over. Care about Gallieni? You should care about yourself. Bai Fu curled her lips. Just a few masters. She was not afraid before she was promoted to the super absolute level, and now she is even more relaxed. Pa! The space was broken. More psychic legions instantly emerged from the cracks. These legions merged together when they rushed out, and finally formed a prayer angel that was twice as big as before. Along with the prayer angel came Kabei, who was greatly strengthened by Bai Fu's rank. The two door gods stood on the left and right, followed by a large number of much smaller true spirit summons, like a city wall. The masters who followed Gallieni tried their best, but still couldn't cross the wall. They could only sigh at Bai Fu across the wall. It's over! It's over! It's over! After a few seconds, the purple light ball broke away from the scepter. Although he couldn't see anything, Gallieni's instinct as a superb person still made him feel the deadly danger. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! At the moment of life and death, he took out all his trump cards and burst out with a terrifying power that he had never erupted before. Bang! Just like that, in the endless whispers, Gallieni finally found himself again. For a short time, he was no longer affected by the painter's whispers. Now he could control his body to break free from the restraints and escape. But it was too late. The moment Gallieni raised his head, his smile froze completely. The skill sacrifice that comes with the sacrifice scepter is a pure psychic skill. Unlike weapons like laser cannons, the attack of the evolved sacrifice has no track. When you see sacrifice, sacrifice has already landed on you. The mind is stronger than the object. Psychic energy descends. The purple light completely enveloped Gallieni. The space collapsed, the stars shattered, and the stardust turned into dust. Ah! At this moment, in the eyes of outsiders, Gallieni's figure was shocked and turned into the color of negative film. That kind of naked white, that kind of oppressive black, that kind of visual impact that goes straight into the depths of one's soul, so terrifying. In the purple light, Gallieni's body began to twist and decompose. After seeing this scene, the masters who came with him felt unprecedented fear. They collectively swallowed their saliva, turned their heads collectively, and locked their eyes with Bai Fu, who was floating in the starry sky with a scepter in her hand, and their movements were as uniform as robots. Around Bai Fu's body, the deep purple energy tore the space into pieces. The constantly reorganized space blocked part of the vision, making Bai Fu look like a strange witch emerging from the abyss. Dark Lord, Lord of the Dark Night. Several lords kept chewing on Bai Fu's nickname. After a while, one of them screamed, "It's impossible to beat a monster like this." He blasted out an energy wave, turned around, and ran away without looking back. When one person's defense is broken, the rest of the people can't stand. Gallieni was beaten by Bai Fu without any chance to fight back. How could they cause any substantial harm to Bai Fu? They are still trying to catch people. It's good enough that they are not caught by Bai Fu. Run. It will be too late if you don't run. Stop them. Bai Fu immediately ordered the prayer angel and Kabe to attack with all their strength. She didn't chase them herself because she knew that it was impossible to kill Gallieni in one shot with the sacrifice scepter that had not yet evolved to its full form. Gallieni's body was completely shattered by the dark psychic energy, but he was not dead after all, and was still struggling. She had to seize this opportunity, and must not give Gallieni a chance to breathe. If you want to catch her, you have to pay the corresponding price. Bai Fu stretched out her empty left hand. Gradually, a soft white light appeared on her left hand. This was the light of the Heaven's Arc. Without the Heaven's Arc, she could not use most of the Heaven's Arc's abilities, such as collecting the opponent's soul into the Heaven's Arc, but she could still simply borrow the Heaven's Arc's ability to bind the soul. Bai Fu was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Gallieni to lose his mind and reveal his flaws. While waiting, Xuechuan, who came to rescue, met the masters who were scared and ran away. "Why are you here? Where is Gallieni?" "He was killed by Bai Fu." "What?" Xuechuan was struck by lightning. Another master hurriedly said, "No, he is not dead. At least Gallieni was still alive when we left. We wanted to save him, but we were blocked by the true spirit summoned by Bai Fu and could not break through, so we had to come back for help." In just a few words, he turned desertion into going back for help. Xuechuan was in no mood to worry about whether what he said was true or false. It was important to rush to save Gallieni. If he went too late, Gallieni might really become a corpse. "Come back with me," Xuechuan shouted, and the fleeing masters had no choice but to go back with her, who made her both a superb and a relative of the president's family, and she had a very high status in Titan industry. A group of people rushed to Bai Fu in a hurry. "Bai Fu, stop it now, or I will have no choice but to kill you." Xuequan's eyes were spitting fire. Seeing that another super absolute had come, and his level was a little higher than Gallieni, reaching the super absolute level of 220, in order to ensure that Gallieni could be completely defeated, Bai Fu had to use the trump card that she had taken from the painter not long ago. "Do you think I was brought up by being scared?" Bai Fu sneered and ignored Xuequan's threat. Xuequan shouted angrily, "It seems that you have not yet recognized the reality. Then I will teach you how to respect your seniors." Just as she was about to take action, Bai Fu had already played the painter's wonderful moment skill card. "Illusionist, right? Then let's see whose illusion is better." Buzz. The moment the skill card was broken, Xuechuan and the masters beside her all looked wise. Although they were both illusionists, the painter was obviously much better than Xuechuan. However, Xuechuan was there in person, and Bai Fu only threw out one of the painter's skills, so Bai Fu didn't expect this trick to trap Xuechuan for long. But it's enough to be able to trap him. The white light of the Arc of Heaven became more and more dazzling. Bai Fu looked at Gallieni calmly, until Gallieni's body was completely shattered by the impact of the purple light ball. Now, she rushed to Gallieni at an incredibly fast speed. The sacrifice staff was raised again. This time, she did not use sacrifice, but the dark burning that accompanied her from Zuyuan Star to the starry sky, and finally returned to Zuyuan Star. With one passive blessing after another, the blazing black flame spewed out from the sacrifice staff, like a siege hammer. 1, 2, 3. After the 3 hits, Gallieni's body was burned into black ash on the spot under the burning flames, and there was no risk of healing. The body was broken, and the powerful super soul appeared. Gallieni finally got rid of Bai Fu's various restraints on him, and finally got a chance to breathe from the attack of the sacrifice. He saw the light again. However, he only saw this moment, because the white light shot out from Bai Fu's left hand in the next second wrapped him, entangled, and blocked him. He couldn't move at all. Only his thoughts were still moving. The whole person fell into a small glass bead. Bai Fu reached out and pulled, and the glass bead flew into her palm. What on earth was going on? Gallieni was dumbfounded. Xuechuan, who had broken free from the shackles of the wonderful moment, was also dumbfounded. Bai Fu, you. I only need to give him a slight pinch now, and there will be no chance of his resurrection. Bai Fu used the scepter to cast a divine shield on herself, And then she put the scepter into the pure land of the dark night, holding the glass bead in her left hand, and looked at Xuechuan with a smile on her face. Elegant, very elegant. Xuechuan wanted to do something. For example, scold Bai Fu, or attack Bai Fu, but when she thought of Gallieni in Bai Fu's hands, she dared not do anything. She felt that she was going crazy. No opponent had ever made her feel so desperate. Even when she was fighting against Annihilation, she would not feel this powerless. Annihilation was very strong, but she could understand it. And Bai Fu, until now she still didn't know how Bai Fu caught Gallieni and controlled her. Who are you? Bai Fu said. Bai Fu, Dark Lord, Lord of the Dark Night, you can call me whatever you want. Is that what I'm asking? Xuechuan didn't dare to act rashly. She immediately told Lei Mingdao and Zero what happened here. Lei Mingdao and Zero almost thought they were under someone else's illusion. What the hell? Not only did Gallieni get into trouble, but he was beaten without any ability to fight back and turned into a soul ball. Your illusion is useless? Bai Fu also knows illusion. Then, if we use the lost house on Bai Fu, can we save Gallieni before she reacts? It's hard to say. The Thunderblade and Zero were messed up in the stellar wind. Then the wounded Dimitri laughed. The situation has reversed. Now it's not you who are trapping me, but I am the one who is holding you back. Let's see who dies first, me or Gallieni. By the way, with Bai Fu's strength, Xuechuan might die too. Shut up. Thunderblade couldn't help but shout. Dimitri said more excitedly, I think the reinforcements sent by the Empire should be on the way now. I just need to try my best to hold on for a while, and then you will come to accompany me to the underworld together. Damn it. Thunderblade was upset, and his eyelids were throbbing. Could he really be scared by this kid Annihilation? He immediately called Zero to continue to besiege Annihilation, and let Xuechuan and Bai Fu continue to confront each other. Annihilation was seriously injured. If they could get rid of Annihilation as soon as possible, then the situation could be reversed again. Want to stall for time with me? I think you might be disappointed. In the current situation, Bai Fu is least afraid of stalling. The longer she stalls, the more powerful she will be. After all, she has not yet completed the sublimation of life, and once the sublimation is completed, her attributes will definitely increase a lot. What do you mean? Xuechuan frowned, feeling something was wrong for no reason. What exactly is wrong? Bai Fu did not answer. She stared at Bai Fu. At a certain moment, she suddenly found that Bai Fu's body was slightly fluctuating. At first, she thought it was the space being corroded by the dark spiritual energy that caused the fluctuations, but after careful observation, she found that the space was normal, and it was Bai Fu herself who was fluctuating. Fluctuations, unstable body energy, abnormalities. Wait! Xuechuan finally realized the problem. You haven't fully advanced to the super-absolute level yet, your body is still in the process of evolution. Under normal circumstances, this should be a cause for celebration. The enemy hasn't fully advanced to the super-absolute level yet, this is a good time to take action. But Xuechuan didn't dare to think so now. She thought that Bai Fu, who had not yet fully advanced to the super-absolute, was so powerful. What was there to fight after she fully advanced? She really had to stand here and confront Bai Fu to see whether Bai Fu would advance to the super-absolute first and come to deal with her, or whether Lei Mingdao and Zero would first deal with Annihilation and support her. Xuechuan was a little panicked. She hurriedly contacted the Industrial Committee and learned that the Reborn Empire had sent 2 rescue fleets from the Zuyuan Star and the Empire's Mother Star. She also learned that the Lord of the Oath, Yuan Yi, and the Lord of the Curse, who received the news, also rushed over. She instantly became more panicked. These people have all received favors from Bai Fu, so it is normal for them to come to rescue. So, we can't stay here any longer. She doesn't want to die yet. Let's go! Xuechuan turned around and ran. If she ran away, the remaining masters would not stay. When they heard that she ran away, Lei Mingdao and others were almost numb. Stop, stop now. The call was fruitless. Xuechuan, Bai Fu. Lei Mingdao almost bit his teeth and looked at Zero in exasperation. How can we play now? Run. Don't blame them. Blame Xuechuan, the idiot, for running away. They came and went in a hurry. Seeing Lei Mingdao and the others slip away, Dimitri did not chase them. He was too seriously injured. If he chased them now, he would probably die. It would be better to wait until he recovered before asking Titan Industries for accountability. Go and meet Bai Fu. He returned to the spaceship. Just as everyone went their separate ways, Rufus suddenly jumped out from somewhere in the starry sky. After fighting for so long, Titan Industries should have succeeded, right? It's time to snatch Baifu from them. After learning that the painter had notified Titan Industries, he had the idea of the mantis catching the cicada while the oriole was behind. He wanted the universe treasure in Baifu's hand. He also wanted Baifu's ability to guide people. Chapter 298. According to Rufus's original plan, he intended to wait until he completely controlled the Void Lord Core and raised his strength to the 4th divine transformation before capturing Baifu. In this way, even if he failed to capture her, he could rely on his superior strength to leave safely without worrying about falling into a trap and losing a body for nothing. But something unexpected happened to the painter, so Titan Industries planned to attack Baifu. How could this be? As one of the 3 major cosmic civilizations, once Baifu was really captured and locked up in a small dark room by them, it would be more than 10 times more difficult for him to attack Baifu's ability and the cosmic treasure on Baifu's body. We can't wait any longer, we must strike hard right away. Rufus thought of 2 plans. The first plan was to kidnap Baifu before Titan Industries did. The second plan was to ambush Titan Industries people halfway after Titan Industries succeeded and kidnapped Baifu. He thought about it for a long time, and finally rejected the first plan. The main reason was that there was not enough time. He had enough confidence to defeat Dimitri. Although he and Dimitri both had 3 divine transformations, he transformed much earlier than Dimitri, and he also had a lot of void abilities. But he can win, but it will definitely take a long time. If the Titan Industrial people suddenly come to kill him, while he is still fighting with Demetrius, then things will be troublesome. Let's rob Titan Industrial. Titan Industrial and Annihilation will fight fiercely, and the consumption will definitely be great. This is his chance. Titan Industrial will never expect that he will suddenly come out. When the time comes, he will snatch Baifu, and then run away immediately. There will be basically no risk. It's all about information gap. Rufus had a good idea. Rufus also executed it well. He happened to be stuck on the way of Titan Industries' retreat. His appearance was so sudden that Thunderblade, Zero, and Xuechuan, who were shirking responsibility, had no reaction at all, and stared at him blankly for 10 seconds. Generally speaking, 10 seconds is enough for a Chaojue to do a lot of things. Not to mention taking away 1 Baifu, even 10 Baifus could be kidnapped. But the only thing Rufus didn't calculate was, where is Baifu? Where is a Baifu as big as me? He used all his skills to search the spaceship inside and out several times, but he could not find any trace of Baifu. Not to mention Baifu, he could not even see a human who looked like Baifu, nor a prop that could hide a person. Rufus, standing in the aisle of the spaceship, vividly performed a good play of drawing a sword and looking around in confusion. After a few seconds of silence, Rufus raised his head, facing the Thunder Blade, and asked seriously, "Where is Baifu?" Lei Mingdao answered subconsciously, "I didn't catch her." Fuck. Rufus's face turned red on the spot, and his hair stood up in anger, making his head pointy. Didn't catch her? During the few seconds of silence just now, he thought of many possibilities. For example, Titan Industries had anticipated this, so after the success, they split into 2 groups. One group came out to attract people's attention, and the other group secretly took Baifu away. For example, Titan Industries developed a special transmission device, which teleported Baifu away the moment it succeeded. For example, he was not experienced enough and did not recognize the small device on the spacecraft that could hide people. In his imagination, Titan Industries was awesome, but the people from Titan Industries suddenly told him that things were not as mysterious as he thought, they just simply didn't catch them. Fuck you, Rufus cursed. Then why did he come here? In an instant, Rufus realized that he had to run away quickly. Similarly, Lei Mingdao and others also realized that the damn Rufus had invaded, and his target was Baifu, so they beat the damn bastard. Go to the lost house. Thunderblade roared. This time, Xuechuan cooperated very well. Before Thunderblade finished shouting, Xuechuan had already sacrificed the lost house. This was the reaction speed caused by anger. As the granddaughter of the chairman of the Industrial Committee, Xuechuan has always been arrogant. As a result, not only was she scared away by Baifu this time, but she was also annoyed by Thunderblade and Zero, the broken robot, for a long time. She was holding back a lot of anger in her heart, and had nowhere to release it. "Oh Rufus, you are here, then I will vent this anger directly on you." Under the blockade of the lost house, Rufus's space shuttle talent lost its positioning ability just like Baifu's. He flashed and happened to flash between Thunderblade and Zero. Damn. Thunderblade and Zero were not polite to Rufus at this time. They immediately called on everyone on the spaceship to attack Rufus together. A big battle broke out. Rufus's strength was really stronger than Dimitri's, so Thunderblade and others could only tie with him with all their means. But that was enough. Lei Mingdao and the others did not expect to kill Rufus directly. As long as they could restrain Rufus and wait for the Titan Industries support personnel to arrive, Rufus would be dead. If they could kill Rufus, their trip would not be completely fruitless. As for the falling out with the Rebirth Empire because of the capture of Baifu, this was not something they should consider now. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame the spy who leaked the information. If he hadn't leaked the information, the Empire and Baifu would not have known about their action this time. If the Empire and Baifu didn't know, even if Baifu suddenly killed Gallieni, they still had a great chance to catch Baifu. At most, they could delay time and call for reinforcements. Rufus was anxious. The people of Titan Industries could delay, but he couldn't. There was no other way. At this point, in order to leave before the reinforcements of Titan Industries arrived, he had to use the spiritual energy points he had just obtained from the Apostle. He intended to use this source point to help him suppress the power of the Void Lord's core. Now that he used it in advance, although it would not be directly consumed, it would definitely have an impact. Rufus was furious, and he wanted to kill people when he was angry. Today, he not only wanted to rush out from here, but also leave a bloody lesson for Titan Industries. Lei Mingdao and the others had never expected that Rufus had such a trump card. When they realized the problem, it was too late to reverse the situation. If Gallieni was here, we would never be so passive. But what's the point of saying this now? Under the stimulation of the source point, the void power in Rufus' body was completely boiling. He could attract extremely terrifying power from the void dimension with just a wave of his hand. With a wave of his hand, the space in his hand was like plasticine and could be manipulated at will. Under the double blow of the void power and space cutting, Xuechuan, the most fragile of the trio, couldn't stand it first. No, if he stayed here, he would definitely die. Xuechuan gritted his teeth and made the same choice as before. You give me the way. Shit. Seeing Xuechuan suddenly disappear, Limingdao and Zero's heads were about to crack. How should they play when they meet such a bad teammate? The three of them couldn't beat the suddenly erupted Rufus together, and now one of the three ran away. There was even less fun. At this moment, Thunderblade and Zero felt that they would most likely die here. But the good news is that between staying here to kill the two of them, and chasing after Xuechuan to kill him alone, Rufus chose the latter. What should we do now? Zero looked at Thunderblade. Cold salad. Can we still save Xuechuan after such a mess? Thunderblade sneered. If the president really wants to break the rules and force accountability, he can just run away and not stay at Titan Industries anymore. Zero asked, then how should we report to the committee later? Thunderblade said, just report truthfully. Can we be blamed for this? Who would have thought that Rufus was actually in cahoots with Baifu? When Baifu got into trouble, he came to rescue her faster than anyone else. Even the Lord of the Oath and Yuan Yi were not as good as him. Damn, it's so unlucky. Zero opened his mechanical mouth. No one could have thought of this. At the beginning, the Apostle Holy City announced that Rufus was Baifu's backer, and they all thought that the Apostle Holy City was talking nonsense, but now... Okay. Let's go! After everyone discussed it, they dragged their wounded bodies and rushed to the nearest planet with interstellar flights. On the other side, Xuechuan escaped. Rufus chased. The chase lasted for more than 10 minutes. In the end, Rufus still failed to catch up with Xuechuan. Although Xuechuan was not very good at fighting, she was really professional at running away. Her illusion skills and a lot of props on her body made Rufus very annoyed. Because he was worried about being stalked by the reinforcements of Titan Industries, Rufus had to give up chasing Xuechuan. Fuck, I'm not done with you, I be back. Rufus cursed and flashed away. Xuechuan didn't dare to show up until he was gone for a long time. Although Rufus failed to kill her, he also injured her severely. She urgently needed to find a safe place to rest for a while. She didn't dare to go to Lei Mingdao to meet up with them for the time being. She could just find a planet with people nearby to hide, and then return to Titan Industries. Xuechuan was about to leave with a depressed look on her face, and then she saw a very familiar spaceship. Wait, isn't that the spaceship that Baifu and Annihilation took? Why? I didn't expect it. I met love around the corner. Baifu smiled. She and Dimitri came here because they suddenly sensed the fluctuations of the super competitive battle. They thought that the reinforcements of the Empire had arrived and had fought with the people of Titan Industries. After discussing, they decided to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, they found Xuechuan, who was alone. Maybe this is fate. Look, this Xuechuan is injured. Why don't we? Bai Fu called Dimitri, and the two rushed up directly. Don't come over here. Xue Chuan was horrified and started running away again in panic. She was stronger than Gallieni, but not much stronger. She had no power to fight back against Dimitri. She could only rely on her illusion and the small props for escape. Unfortunately, in front of Bai Fu's supreme and pure heart, the effect of her illusion skills was greatly reduced. Want to escape? Ha, Kabe, block the way for me. After being surrounded by Bai Fu and Dimitri, and whipped for a long time, Xue Chuan screamed and her body was shattered. Her soul was also locked up by Bai Fu, with the power of the Ark of Heaven, and she became a companion to Gallieni. Bai Fu, I was wrong. Xue Quan, who was trapped in the glass bead, was trembling even with his soul. You know you are wrong, you are just worried that you will die, but don't worry, I won't kill you. Bai Fu smiled and comforted Xue Quan. What a good labor reform target, it would be a waste to kill him directly. Although she could gain a lot of experience by killing him, after careful consideration, Bai Fu felt that she would gain more by not killing Gallieni and Xue Quan. Firstly, she was not ready to go to war with Titan Industries. After all, there were still two big threats outside, the Apostle Holy City and the Painter. Secondly, she wanted more than the experience of killing rewards, but she wanted to get materials, especially materials that could be used to devour the sacrifice staff. The Empire had such materials, and Titan Industries, which was also a cosmic civilization, must have them too. She planned to exchange Gallieni and Snow Spring with Titan Industries in exchange for resources that would allow her to upgrade the sacrifice staff into a cosmic treasure in one go. These are two super excellent ones. Titan Industries won't be reluctant to pay, right? If Titan Industries really doesn't want to pay, then she can only let Gallieni and Xue Chuan accept labor reform that is 10 times more intense than the Beast God. If she doesn't squeeze every last drop out of Gallieni and Xue Chuan, she won't be Bai Fu who can defeat all enemies. At this time, Dimitri suddenly said, this woman is the granddaughter of the chairman of Titan Industries. With her around, the Empire and Titan Industries will have more confidence in the negotiations. Is this true? Bai Fu's eyes lit up, and she immediately felt that her plan of making a move was a success. Heaven's Ark plus Sacrifice Scepter, and then she would work hard to get the Supernatural Garden. With 3 cosmic treasures, she wouldn't have to be afraid even if she faced an opponent of Rufus level alone, right? Bai Fu felt that her future was bright. Dimitri said, I have already arranged a meeting place with the rescue team. Let's go there now without delay. Bai Fu nodded. After fighting for so long, she should go back and check the progress of her life sublimation. After returning to the spaceship, Bai Fu waited for nearly 20 minutes. This time, the progress bar of life sublimation finally rose to 100%. Ding, the game prompt sounded. You have completed the special sublimation and entered a new life realm. Your race has changed to Dark Knight, exclusive race. Race change completed, you get attribute correction. Strength plus 322, Agility plus 341, Constitution plus 517, Intelligence plus 276, Spirit plus 281, Inspiration plus 892. Dark Knight, exclusive race, is a special advanced race of Abnormal Night Watcher, Bai Fu, and will inherit all the characteristics of Abnormal Night Watcher, Bai Fu. Bai Fu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She was afraid that the evolution of the race would eliminate the previous useful talents, such as transformed into night, and super energy aggregation. One of these two is the top running ability, and the other can greatly increase her life recovery ability. It would be a pity if they were gone. In addition to inheriting the previous abilities, the new race also unlocks several new abilities. 1. Each 1 point of physical fitness converts plus 20 health points. Each 1 point of inspiration converts plus 30 psychic energy points. 2. New talent Virtual Realm Adaptability. 3. New talent Pure Baptism. 4. New talent Seed of the Gods. The effects of the 3 new talents are quite abnormal. Virtual Realm Adaptability. Under the cleansing of the Virtual Realm psychic energy, Bai Fu has now completely adapted to the Virtual Realm space, and she can walk freely in the Virtual Realm like an apostle. This is a perfect prerequisite talent for exploring the Virtual Realm. Pure Baptism. After taking a step further on the path of the goddess psychic energy, Bai Fu and psychic energy have become more coordinated. From now on, her efficiency in learning any psychic knowledge, analyzing any psychic creation, and making any psychic creation will increase by 100%. The attribute bonus brought by her psychic knowledge chain has also changed. The bonus ratios of strength, agility, spirit, and intelligence attributes have become the same. Seed of the God. This is a very special talent. It can be used in conjunction with the Nurture God Envoy ability activated in Frontier Knowledge, Divine Theory. It can greatly enhance the ability of the God Envoy specified by the Nurture God Envoy ability. Generally speaking, it can only be used by Psychic Prayer Masters who play the summoning flow. Coincidentally, Baifu also takes into account the summoning flow. Seed of the Gods, the talent can be upgraded. When it bears fruit, the God Envoy can in turn give Baifu attribute bonuses. Good stuff. Baifu's eyes lit up. The only pity is that since she has not completed a single transformation of divinity, she can only designate one God Envoy, Shadow Fu, at this stage. Baifu clicked on her attribute panel. Health, 2252437/2252437 Psychic Energy, 3234819/3234819 Chi, 107775/107775 Attributes, Strength 3524, Agility 3551, Constitution 6129, Intelligence 2622, Spirit 4307, Inspiration 10418. Compared to when she first merged the strengthening potion developed from the Beast God, her attribute panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. Inspiration increased by 1900, HP increased by 34%, and psychic energy increased by 120%. Life sublimation completed, race potential released. This is the real transcendence. Baifu stretched out her right hand. The hand spirit can jump, and space is like a toy in her palm. Now she can defeat Galliani or Xuechuan even without using the Scepter of Sacrifice. The seeds that have been carefully cultivated for many years finally blossomed and borne fruit today. At this moment, Baifu felt that she had grown taller. As she was immersed in boundless joy, Dimitri in the spaceship widened his eyes again. It was another extraordinary energy fluctuation. This time it was stronger than the one that appeared more than an hour ago. Unlike before, he was now absolutely sure that this fluctuation came from Baifu. How long has it been? And she has become stronger again. Dimitri's face was full of shock. When he heard that Baifu killed Galliani, he was shocked and doubted his life. Now he didn't know what to think. Baifu always goes further than people imagine her to be. It can only be said that people are really angry when they compare themselves to others. Dimitri didn't even feel jealous. He silently took out the communicator. No matter what, he would first tell the Senate about the changes he just observed. As Dimitri contacted the Empire Senate, and Lei Mingdao and others joined the Titan industrial reinforcements, a storm caused by Baifu quickly swept across the entire explored universe, even to the Apostle Holy City. Chapter 299. Titan Industries, the rebirth of the Empire, and this time they did nothing. They didn't even get to watch the show, but the people in the Supernova Corps who suddenly received the news all had big question marks on their heads. What the hell? Titan Industries sent people to ambush Baifu, but Baifu first captured Galliani, and then Baifu captured the granddaughter of the current president of Titan Industries? This is even more outrageous than playing a game where 5 people fight one person and one person is killed in return. After all, Titan Industries brought divine equipment to deal with Baifu. The news of Titan Industries ambushing Baifu was already very explosive, but the fact that they failed to capture Baifu and were captured directly made the news more explosive. In a short period of time, even in a remote tavern on a planet in a remote area of the explored universe, many people could be seen discussing related events. Baifu has become the most dazzling star in the starry sky at this moment, and her reputation has soared like a rocket. Does Titan Industries know how to play? They can lose this? I thought Titan Industries had been lying dormant because they wanted to make a big move, but they didn't expect to make a big move. Just tell me if it's a big deal or not. If I were the president of Titan Industries, I would resign immediately after this happened. It's too damn embarrassing. Oh my god, Baifu is exaggerating. The fastest promoted supernatural in history? And she made such a big fuss as soon as she was promoted? Is she a natural news saint? Fortunately, the area where we are active is far away from the edge world. Otherwise, if we encounter such a powerful monster who likes to meddle in other people's business, we should change our careers as soon as possible. Ha! The interstellar pirates sitting in groups of 3 or 5 raised their glasses, laughing, cursing, and arguing. In this world of alcohol and violence, only one person behaved completely differently from the others. It was a person wrapped in a black robe. Although the face could not be seen clearly, it could be seen from the curve of the waist and hips that it was most likely a woman. She had been sitting here for a long time, and no one dared to come up and talk to her. These pirates, who were licking blood on the tip of the knife, were not fools. The powerful aura emanating from this woman clearly told others that she was not easy to provoke, so naturally no one wanted to go up. Death. After the noise lasted for more than 10 minutes, the door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open, and a tiger-headed man walked in and sat down next to the woman. Have you made a decision? The woman nodded. When will the assessment begin? If someone familiar was here, they would immediately recognize that the woman in black robe was the painter Selena, who was wanted by the Reborn Empire a while ago. The tiger-headed man laughed. So anxious? Are you stimulated by the news that Baifu was promoted to the Super Absolute? The painter shook his head. Titan Industries failed to take down Baifu. This really shocked me for a long time. But it was not this that prompted me to make up my mind to join you. Oh! The tiger-headed man raised his eyebrows. It seems that something big happened recently that I didn't know about, and this big thing made you feel very good. Never mind, we are not the kind of organization that likes to explore other people's secrets. Welcome to join us. The tiger-headed man stood up, stretched out his hand to the painter, and made a salute that seemed out of place in the tavern. The painter stretched out his hand and shook his hand. You welcome it a little too early, I haven't passed the assessment yet. The tiger-headed man laughed heartily. With your current strength, it's only a matter of time. The painter nodded. Without the restraint of the apostle, although she lost a trump card, she could use her power more recklessly. As the tiger-headed man thought, she now had full confidence that she could pass the assessment of the organization where the tiger-headed man was and become its official member. This was a very mysterious and powerful organization. She first came into contact with this organization more than 20 years ago. At that time, she was mixed in a revolutionary army active in the no man's land between the Reborn Empire and the Supernova Corps, and had not yet joined the Virtual Realm Research Society. She worked hard to make the revolutionary army stronger, hoping that it would eventually grow into a towering tree and sweep the 3 cosmic civilizations that were old but not dead into the garbage dump. In fact, she knew that it would be difficult to achieve results by doing so. After all, it was no longer the era of interstellar exploration where the grassroots could dominate. It was more difficult for a revolutionary army to rise under the surveillance of the 3 cosmic civilizations than to climb to the sky. But she had to find something to do. Sitting at home and crying from night to dawn, and from dawn to night would not kill the 3 cosmic civilizations. Just when she was worrying about the revolutionary army, an unknown person in the revolutionary army suddenly found her, and said that she had become an observer. Yes, that person was the tiger-headed man in front of him. After learning about the strength and goals of the mysterious organization through the tiger-headed man, the painter reached a cooperative relationship with the tiger-headed man. At that time, she did not formally join the organization, firstly because her strength was not enough at that time, and secondly because she still had concerns about the organization at that time. However, after experiencing so many years of ups and downs, all concerns are no longer concerns. After getting rid of the burden of being an apostle, the painter now has only one thought in his mind. I want the 3 cosmic civilizations to die. After calming down, the painter asked, Is the undercover you planted in the upper echelons of the Reborn Empire okay? The tiger-headed man smiled and said, He has evacuated safely. Although his identity has been exposed, it is impossible for the Empire to find us through him in a short time. The painter breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This way she felt relieved. The painter and the tiger-headed man who reached a new consensus left the tavern. Although their departure attracted the attention of many people, it did not cause any waves on this remote planet. Everyone's attention was now more attracted by the conflict between Baifu, the Reborn Empire and Titan Industries. Everyone was speculating on how this farce would end. If the Reborn Empire and Titan Industries fought, it would be troublesome. The Reborn Empire originally wanted to directly mobilize the Legion to threaten Titan Industries, but in the process of dispatching the army, the members of the Senate, and the Emperor suddenly received the news that Baifu was safe and sound, but Titan Industries suffered a big loss. What the hell, Boilo, a senior official of the Senate, immediately contacted the president of Titan Industries and laughed at him. The president of Titan Industries was so angry that his head was smoking, but his granddaughter was in Baifu's hands, so he didn't dare to say anything directly for the time being, but immediately convened a network meeting of the top executives of Titan Industries. What should we do now? The decision to attack the spacecraft and capture Baifu was made by the top executives not long ago. How to deal with the current situation naturally needs to be discussed in another meeting. Everyone at the meeting had a dark complexion, as if they had just been rubbed on the bottom of a pot. Not long ago, they were still imagining a bright future in which they would rely on Baifu's guidance to increase their strength. As a result, they turned around and received news that Baifu was not captured, and the people they sent out were beaten to a pulp. It was hard for them not to be angry. What made them even angrier was that they soon learned the specific process of the battle from Lei Ming's knife. Wow. It turned out that although they misjudged Bai Fu's strength, the situation was not so bad. All the faults were on Xuechuan, who fled twice, the traitor who emerged from the inside, and Rufus, who suddenly appeared to help Bai Fu. Damn you, Xuechuan, can you just die? Look at what you have done. You messed things up, and in the end you were caught by Bai Fu. Titan Industry will inevitably become more passive in the negotiations with the Rebirth Empire. Although Xuechuan is the granddaughter of the president, no one gave her face during the meeting. This is pure trash. The Industrial Committee of Titan Industry is not a one-man show by the president. Each member of the Industrial Committee is a representative sent by a large franchise force within Titan Industry. Although the forces they represent are not as good as the president's family, they are not much worse, which gives them enough confidence to confront the president. Facing the accusations from everyone, the president had no words to say. He never dreamed that Xuechuan would be so bad. At this time, he could only lower his posture as much as possible and give up some interests to calm the anger of other committee members. As for Lei Ming, Dao, and Zero, although they failed in their mission, no one blamed them at this time. What if they scolded them away? Let Xuechuan and Rufus take all the blame for secretly leaking information to the traitor of the Reborn Empire. I have arranged people to investigate the identity of the traitor. I believe that there will be news soon. President Drano tapped the mechanical throne. Let's talk about Bai Fu and Rufus first. What is their relationship and what is their purpose? Everyone in the meeting room looked at each other. Rufus came to save Bai Fu first from billions of light years away. To be honest, when they received this information, they all thought they were hallucinating. But it really happened. Xuechuan was captured alive by Bai Fu. This is irrefutable evidence. No matter how much Bai Fu and Rufus deny it, it is useless. A committee member said, Bai Fu and Rufus are in the same group, and Rufus was in the same group with the Apostle Holy City. Is it possible that Bai Fu is a spy sent by the Apostle Holy City? Another committee member laughed. What are you kidding? If Bai Fu is really a spy of the Apostle Holy City, then is she crazy for helping the Lord and Chao Ju of the Reborn Empire to improve their strength? Or do you think she is fooling the Reborn Empire, but the people of the Reborn Empire can't see the problem? It makes sense. Since they are not from the Apostle Holy City, it means that Rufus cooperated with the saint and actually wanted to sneak into the Apostle Holy City to gather intelligence. He almost succeeded, but for some reason not long ago, his identity was suddenly exposed, so that the Apostle Holy City issued a notice to the public saying that Rufus and Bai Fu were in the same group. This inference was recognized by most people in the conference room. Because this inference has no flaws at first glance, and it perfectly connects everything that has happened so far. Why did Rufus suddenly become stronger than Annihilation after he became stronger? Rufus got Bai Fu's guidance. Why were the hiding places of the saints found by the Rebirth Empire one after another? Rufus leaked it. Rufus, this bastard, is really good at hiding. What is the movie Emperor? This is the best actor. The members of Titan Industries were all filled with resentment. After all, they were the victims. So they certainly couldn't praise Rufus for his acting skills at this time. First, dispatch troops to strengthen the defense of the border to prevent the Empire from suddenly launching an attack under the guise of negotiation. As for Bai Fu and Rufus, contact the Supernova Corps and see what they think. The emergency meeting of Titan Industries ended here, and all the participants still had dark faces when they left. It can be predicted that Titan Industries will not be peaceful in the future. This unrest was first reflected in the Eternal Investment, the largest consortium in the explored universe, which is headquartered in Titan Industries. After receiving the news, Jose, the actual controller of Eternal Investment, immediately called the investment representative from the Edge world and scolded him. Eternal Investment is known as the first consortium in the Star Sea and the Emperor in the investment world. However, during the process from Bai Fu's emergence to her relationship with the Rebirth Empire, it never had direct contact with Bai Fu. It only signed a few licensing contracts with Bai Fu through its Universe Network game. Is this fucking reasonable? Look at the Origin Consortium and multidimensional capital in the distance. Because of its investment in Bai Fu, the Origin Consortium now relies on Bai Fu's reputation to travel freely in the Edge world, and has become the first local consortium in the Edge world. Because of its investment in Bai Fu, multidimensional capital now relies on its relationship with Bai Fu to contract nearly half of the logistics supply orders for the Rebirth Empire's Dark Domain exploration plan, and its wealth is growing rapidly. If Bai Fu can become a transcendent, who has undergone 3 or even 4 divine transformations in the future, multidimensional capital will inevitably become the enemy of Eternal Investment. After angrily cursing for a long time, she pointed at the investment representative in front of him. Pack up your things and get out of here. You are fired from today. The scolded investment representative felt wronged. It's not that he didn't consider investing in Baifu. He noticed Baifu when Baifu was promoted to natural disaster, but Baifu grew too fast. When he was still investigating, Baifu had already grown to the point where he entered the vision of the reborn empire. At this stage, Yonghing Investment needs to consider more things if it wants to invest in Baifu again. But he dared not refute Jose, a big boss known as a tyrant, so he could only pack up and go through the resignation procedures. As for where to go after leaving, he decided to go to Baifu. Baifu set up a Baifu fund, which was specifically used to invest in undead and geniuses. He felt that he should be able to shine there. Not long after the emergency meeting on Titan Industries ended, the Supernova Corps received a contact from Titan Industries. Titan Industries said that Baifu could help the Overlord improve the potential of the race, and wanted to invite the Supernova Corps to put pressure on the Empire together to help itself avoid direct conflict with the Empire, and by the way, let the Empire share Baifu's abilities. Are you going to agree to Titan Industries? I think it will be beneficial for us to agree to cooperate with them. The assistant turned his head and looked at Chief Fitz, who was standing not far away. Fitz stroked his long goatee and narrowed his eyes slightly. We can indeed get a lot of benefits by cooperating with Titan Industries, but I have a plan that can give more benefits. The assistant was confused. What plan? Fitz said. Reject Titan Industries and cooperate with the reborn empire. The assistant of the regiment widened his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the Supernova Regiment and Baifu had a grudge, and this grudge was no less than that of Titan Industries. Fitz said, Who do you think is our biggest enemy now? The assistant of the regiment thought for a while, and said, The Holy City of Apostles. At this point, he suddenly realized. Chief, you mean that we are allying with the Rebirth Empire under the pretext of dealing with the Holy City of Apostles? If so, with Baifu's saintly character, she will definitely not care about our past offenses. For the sake of the overall situation, she will most likely guide our masters and supernaturals. Great. Cooperation with the Reborn Empire is indeed more profitable than cooperation with Titan Industries. The more the assistant thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Together with Titan Industries, they could put pressure on the Reborn Empire, whose strength had increased a lot recently. If the pressure was successful, it would be fine. If it failed, it would really become a three-way war, and no one would be happy. The situation is much clearer now. Under the joint pressure of the Reborn Empire and the Supernova, unless Titan Industries wanted to be a younger brother of the Apostle Holy City, it could only admit defeat after paying a lot of blood. Obviously, Titan Industries will not be willing to be a younger brother of the Holy City of Apostles. The cosmic civilization has its own pride, and Titan Industries has no knowledge of the Holy City of Apostles. If it just runs to be a younger brother, isn't it afraid of being stabbed in the back and then being eaten up? Fitz smiled and nodded. It seems too insincere to go directly to the Reborn Empire like this. Prepare a generous gift, and send it to Baifu as an apology for our last pursuit of her. The regiment assistant hurriedly responded, I will prepare it right away. Fitz watched him leave, his thoughts drifting towards the future. The attack of the Apostle City is both a threat and an opportunity. If there is no Apostle City as an external enemy, the Empire will grow secretly with the support of Baifu, and sooner or later it will be strong enough to defeat them and Titan Industries alone. Now that the Apostle City has come, although they feel great pressure, if they can survive this crisis, even without Baifu's guidance, they may not have to fear the Empire after the war. Chaos is the ladder of progress. The war blood in Fitz began to boil. After joining the reinforcements of the Reborn Empire and the Lord of the Oath, Yuani, and the Lord of the Curse, Baifu temporarily put her mind at ease. She first counted the mission rewards. After completing the Deep Space Trek mission, she accumulated 5 billion experience points, 1 Psychic Construction Blueprint Evolution card, 1 Ultimate Touch card, and 1 one-time lost equipment skill card. This wave of gains is quite gratifying. Needless to say, the value of the Ultimate Touch card is self-evident. After using up the painter's wonderful moment, another lost equipment skill card came, which can be said to be a very timely supplement. As for the Psychic Construction Blueprint Evolution card, Baifu planned to use it on her combat uniform. However, before using it, she wanted to ask the Curse Master to help her upgrade the current blueprint and then use the Evolution card, so that she could maximize the use of the Evolution card. Just as Baifu was on her way to find the Curse Master, Dimitri suddenly stopped him. The Supernova Corps just contacted us and said they wanted to apologize to you and talk to you about the comprehensive cooperation with the undead. Oh! Baifu raised her eyebrows. She had never expected that the Supernova Corps' apology would come faster than Titan Industries. If they want to talk, then talk to them. Bai Fu was very interested in the comprehensive cooperation with the undead that the Supernova Corps said. Players are her bread and butter, how could she not pay attention to them? Chapter 300. Bai Fu and the representatives of the Supernova Corps held a 1-hour negotiation. This time, the Supernova Corps showed full sincerity. To express their apology for the previous attack, they took out a large amount of supplies as compensation. Among these supplies, there are some very special things, such as the upgrade drawings of the mobile palace, such as the mysterious potion that can help Xixia improve her ability potential, such as the void embers that can help Faye improve her control over the power of the void, such as a complete set of the most advanced research equipment and some research specimens for Yulia, and a mental training device that can help Anya improve her combat ability. After reading the long list sent by the Supernova Corps representative, Bai Fu's eyes became strange. In fact, the other materials sent by the Supernova Corps are more valuable, but why does she feel that the Supernova Corps is more attentive when giving gifts to Anya and others? Okay, you're going the Madam route, right? I accept this gift. Bai Fu was a little speechless. In addition to the apology, the Supernova Corps also proposed many cooperation projects, which are basically centered on dark domain exploration and players. Once the cooperation is reached, the Supernova Corps will follow the example of the Reborn Empire and hand over all the players in their camp who are willing to join the dark domain exploration plan to the management of the Silent Garden. They are also willing to connect the dark domain forward bases developed by Ziyuan Star and the Supernova Corps, allowing people from the Silent Garden to pass freely. Not only that, the ruling areas of the Supernova Corps and its subordinate forces will also be open to the players of the Silent Garden. Players of the Silent Garden only need to apply for an exclusive pass to complete tasks across regions. Bai Fu could see that the Supernova Corps had really put a lot of effort into pleasing her, because these proposals were basically added to the agreement and highlighted during the previous negotiations with the Empire. It's an attractive condition. Bai Fu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. At this stage, players mainly have 6 activity areas. 1. Various bases in the Silent Garden, including Ziyuan Star. 2. Reborn Empire. 3. Supernova Corps. 4. Titan Industries. 5. Various revolutionary armies and rebel camps. 6. Various small civilizations, mainly some individual players, who like to experience the joy of being king or hero in small civilizations. If she agrees to cooperate with the Supernova Corps, she will control most of the players in the 3 areas 1, 2, and 3. The number of these players together is more than 20 million. These are more than 20 million high-level leaks that will continue to grow. How many benefits are waiting for her to dig? I believe that after accepting these players, her mission related to the Supernatural Garden will be completed soon. Bai Fu was excited just thinking about it. In fact, she can get more benefits than these. There is also name. This name refers to both her reputation among the player community and name of the protagonist. 2 of the 3 major cosmic civilizations are willing to give the command of their own camp's players to Bai Fu. Tell me if this is awesome or not. Considering Bai Fu's appearance rate in the 2.3 version trailer, tell me if Bai Fu is the real protagonist of version 2.3. What? You think it doesn't count? Then tell me an NPC who is more glorious than Bai Fu in this version? No. Not at all. All the NPCs that appeared in the 2.3 version trailer are not as good as Bai Fu in the 2.3 version. Bai Fu nodded to the representative of the Supernova Corps, indicating that she initially approved the compensation list and cooperation agreement. The representative of the Supernova Corps breathed a sigh of relief. After passing Bai Fu, the next thing will be easy. After discussing these, the next thing to discuss is more in-depth cooperation. Because this matter involves the alliance between the Supernova Corps and the Reborn Empire, and is also related to Titan Industries, the meeting will be held on a selected day, and consultations will be held after all parties have considered it clearly. Bai Fu disconnected the network connection and turned to look at Dmitri standing not far away. Dmitri frowned at this time, thinking deeply, not knowing what he was thinking. When he found that she was looking at him, he asked, "Have you finished the discussion?" Bai Fu said, "It's finished, and it went well." Dmitri nodded. "It's good that it went well." He is worried now. What the Supernova Corps is planning, he can't be unaware of it since he has stood in this position. It's just that the Supernova Corps is in the right, and the threat of the Apostle Holy City is indeed getting closer and closer, so the Empire has to carefully consider the cooperation proposal of the Supernova Corps. He had communicated with the Senate and the Emperor not long ago. They said that they would most likely cooperate, but they could not let the Supernova Corps lead them by the nose. They should make use of Baifu's good relationship with them to do more, and vigorously promote the development plan of the virtual world during the cooperation. Once the virtual world is successfully developed, the Empire can kick the Supernova Corps out and go alone. But will it go smoothly? Dmitri was unsure. He could only remind Baifu to be careful when discussing cooperation with the Supernova Corps. The Supernova Corps was an ambitious lion. They seemed docile, and apologized sincerely at the moment, just because they did not have overwhelming strength. Although Demetrius did not say it explicitly, Baifu still understood what he meant. In fact, he was reminding her that the Supernova Corps wanted to use her to strengthen their own strength, and then bite back. What a coincidence. That was her idea. Use the Supernova Corps to improve their own strength, and then turn around and give the dishonest Nova Corps a few kicks. Baifu had enough confidence that as long as she didn't give up, she would definitely grow faster than the Supernova Corps. After saying goodbye to Demetrius, Baifu found the Curse Master Olsen. Olsen felt guilty towards Baifu for the painter's attack, so he rushed to save people this time, but he came too late. By the time he arrived, Titan Industries had already been defeated by Baifu, so he did not make up for the guilt in his heart. When he heard that Baifu wanted him to help upgrade the combat uniform blueprint, he agreed without saying a word, and added a large number of psychic spells to the blueprint, making the rating of the combat uniform blueprint directly reach orange quality, which is not backward for the use of the Overlord. Olsen, who plays with curses, is still an honest person. No wonder his daughter is so cute, much cuter than the granddaughter of the president of Titan Industries, Xuechuan. After getting the blueprint, Baifu used the evolution card on the blueprint. After a few seconds, she got a new blueprint. Baifu's Curse Seal combat suit, red, the data of the new combat suit is much better than the one she is wearing now. Not only the strength and agility attribute bonuses are doubled, but the defensibility is theoretically enhanced by more than 7 times. Of course, its role is not just this. A large number of curses make this dress more than just a piece of clothing, but more like a mystical prop. After using psychic energy to bind this dress, Baifu can now turn this dress into psychic energy and take it into her body at any time, realizing the real. One-click dressing and undressing, whether it is taking a bath or doing other things, it is very convenient. If her clothes were torn, she could use her psychic energy to repair them at any time, so that she could always benefit from the various bonuses of the clothes, and she didn't have to worry about the embarrassment of having her clothes torn. As for the appearance of the clothes, she could change them at will. She could change them into thick cloaks, wide skirts, or even bikinis. She didn't have to worry about the clothes being too thin to bear the curse mark and unable to change, because the curse mark was already attached to the psychic energy. Once the binding was completed, the curse mark was not so much engraved on the clothes as it was engraved on her body. Psychic spellcaster is also an interesting profession. Baifu gave a high evaluation of the spell master's strength. She decided to save more resources and give one to Anya, Yulia, Faye, Cixia and others. On that day, Baifu followed the reinforcements of the reborn empire back to Zuyuan Star. The first thing she did when she returned to Zuyuan Star was to throw Gallieni and Xuechuan into the Heaven Ark and let the 2 twin sisters Black King and White King treat them well. When the old resident of the Heaven Ark, the Beast God, saw that there were new people coming, he immediately volunteered to teach Gallieni and Xuechuan the rules. Isn't it a pleasure to have friends coming from afar? Warden Baifu, don't worry, I will make them feel at home. Seeing that the Beast God was so enthusiastic in persecuting his roommate, Baifu was relieved. Before Titan Industries redeemed him, she should be able to get a lot of good things. A master of imprisonment and a master of illusion, the things they produce are definitely high-end and popular in the eyes of players. After arranging the housing problems of Gallieni and Xuechuan, Baifu called Yingfu over. Yingfu was the first true spirit she enlightened and the one that looked most like her before she dyed her hair, so she chose Yingfu as her first divine messenger. Under the combined effects of breeding divine messengers and divine spirit seeds, Yingfu, who was originally only at the calamity level, grew rapidly in strength and reached the master level in a short period of time. At the same time, a connection channel was created between Yingfu and her that was invisible to the naked eye, undetectable by instruments, and only she and Yingfu could perceive. This passage is very mysterious. It is because of the existence of this passage that Yingfu can have such a powerful power. It's like a gift from God. No wonder these 2 abilities are called this way. Baifu rummaged in the pure land of Dark Night, and finally gave Yingfu the Zenith Authority staff that she had eliminated. Yingfu thought she was called here for a new task, but she didn't expect that Baifu gave her 2 great gifts right at the beginning. She immediately knelt on the ground excitedly, hugged Bai Fu's legs, and rubbed them. Sister, you are so kind to me. Okay, stop rubbing, or you be skinned. Bai Fu is very satisfied with the effects of nurturing divine envoys and divine seeds. These two abilities are so powerful even before they are fully unlocked. If they are fully upgraded, won't she be able to control a bunch of superclass divine envoys? By then, she alone will be able to rival a cosmic civilization and fully deserve the title of the god of psychic energy. Awesome. You should get familiar with this power first. I go and entertain the guests from afar. Bai Fu rubbed Ying Fu's head and left the room. Advancing to the super ultimate and defeating the conspiracy of Titan Industries, either event is worth celebrating. With Yuan Yi, the Lord of the Oath, the Lord of the Curse, and a large number of the Lords of the Reborn Empire, the super ultimate arrived. Bai Fu simply held a celebration. Under the pretext of celebrating her advancement to the super ultimate, she exploited the players ruthlessly. At the celebration, everyone couldn't help but sigh at Bai Fu in a black evening dress. Bai Fu is so amazing. Maybe one day, in the future, we can really return to our homeland. The members of the Anti-Apostle Holy City Alliance, who came to watch the ceremony, were all very excited. Everything seemed like a dream. On the other side, Yuan Yi shook his head. It has been less than 5 years since I first met her. I never expected it. He initially showed goodwill to Bai Fu because he suspected that Bai Fu was a seeker. Making friends with a seeker would be good for him to improve his strength and prolong his life. At that time, he thought that even if Bai Fu was a seeker, it would take more than 10 years to advance from the natural disaster level to the superb level. Therefore, this was a long-term investment. However, the development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. In less than 5 years, Bai Fu was promoted from the natural disaster level to the master, and then from the master to the superb level, so fast that he could not react at all. At this time, a big question appeared in Yuan Yi's mind. Is Bai Fu really a seeker? In his impression, even a seeker could not be promoted so quickly. Bai Fu is too special. Yuan Yi was shocked and curious, and he looked forward to seeing the moment when Bai Fu fully blossomed. Beside him, the Lord of the Oath nodded seriously. I really didn't expect it, but... This is better. In this way, she doesn't have to hold back when sparring with Bai Fu. She can better test her limits and climb to a higher peak in martial arts. If there weren't so many people around, she would have wanted to fight Bai Fu right now. Among all the people present, Anya looked the least surprised. Surprised? What's so surprising? This is the boss. I've said that the boss will soon be promoted to the super absolute level. Not to mention the super absolute level. Even the god of psychic energy is no problem. You didn't believe me. Now you're slapped in the face. Anya was very proud. Being ridiculed by her, Cypress was indignant. Don't just brag. I see that you have nothing in your hands. You didn't even prepare a gift for Bai Fu, did you? You don't understand this. I have already prepared the gift. Forget it, I won't tell you. Anya snorted, turned around and ignored Cypress. Could she tell Cypress, a little brat, that she was going to give herself as a gift to the boss? Of course not. After this matter is settled, she will go and package it properly. The NPCs reacted greatly, and the players were no less enthusiastic. Fu was promoted to the super absolute level? Fuck, Fu. Even the Fuman players, who were full of confidence in Bai Fu, were shocked and speechless when they received the news. They have been in the Star Sea for more than a year or two, and they have a very specific concept of dominance and super absoluteness. 3 years of dominance, 5 years of super absoluteness. Is this the gold content of the official certification of the protagonist in version 2.3? Awesome. Now the Silent Court is also super absolute. Ha ha. But this is not right. Isn't Fu the Lord of Yui? Why can she still upgrade so quickly after regaining the strength of the Lord? So should we call Fu the Lord of Yui, or the Super Absolute of Yui? The question of the title has aroused a lot of discussion among players. Because the inference that Bai Fu is the Lord of the Dark Night was originally argued by Digging G, the players who participated in the discussion frantically at Digging G, wanting to see what Digging G had to say. Digging treasure, you seem to have made a mistake after a while. Digging G showed up. What's wrong? How could I, Digging G, be wrong? She posted a new post, listing 2 possibilities. 1. The Lord of the Dark Night is just a nickname. No one stipulates that if there is a Lord in the nickname, this person must be the Lord. She may also be Chao Ju, and the nickname actually means the person who dominates the Dark Night, just like the Sword Emperor in the Reborn Empire. His nickname is the Sword Emperor, but he is not the Emperor of the Reborn Empire. This nickname is just to praise him as the Emperor of Swords. 2. Fu Fu was indeed a master before. As for why she has quickly advanced to the superb level now, it is very simple. Because Fu Fu has experienced the training road from master to powerless, and then to master. Many novels have similar plots, where the protagonist or an important character loses his cultivation, falls into the world of mortals to train his mind, and finally gains some enlightenment and surpasses the past in one fell swoop. As for which one it is, I don't know, but from the perspective of plot planning, I personally prefer the second reason, because the second reason can make Fu Fu's character more full. I speculate that Fu Fu was probably not a saint before. She was probably a character who was full of hatred and bitterness. At that time, she was probably not gentle at all, but as cold as a killer. Then, she experienced betrayal and drifted to Zuyuan Star. On Zuyuan Star, she was seriously injured and saw too much suffering. She faced these sufferings and reviewed her life. Finally, she was moved, and her heart that was wrapped in ice all year round welcomed spring. From that moment on, Fu Fu changed. She had been caught in the rain, and now she wants to hold an umbrella for others. Fu Fu has become the saint we are familiar with today. Why do I speculate like this? Although Fu Fu is very kind to us, and those kind NPCs, she is ruthless when dealing with her enemies, and her swords are deadly. Some people may find this not convincing enough. After all, there is still the saying that she has a heart of a bodhisattva, and uses thunderbolts. Then, I will provide a more powerful evidence. Have you noticed that Fu Fu's skills don't look very decent? This should be the legacy of the past Fu Fu. In fact, I have discovered this problem a long time ago. The reason why I didn't say it was because I was afraid that some players would hate Fu Fu if they knew Fu Fu's past. But I thought about it just now, and I think I still have to say it. The Fu Fu I like is not a painting or a piece of text, but a three-dimensional person. Without the past experience, how can there be the likable Fu Fu now? Without the coldness of the past, how can the precious gentleness of Fu Fu be highlighted now? When seeing this, the players who paid attention to this matter reacted one after another, and it seemed to be true. Oh my god, what Dig G said makes so much sense. Fu Fu, my Fu Fu, let mom hug you. Go away, don't want a male mom. This is a real saint. For a while, a wave of secondary creation swept the player community, and a large number of fan-made masters created secondary works related to Killer Baifu. Someone in the community also analyzed that Hifu is the past Baifu, who was split off when Baifu had an epiphany. One day, Hifu and Baifu will reunite and become the only Fu. Baifu, who opened the community, was stunned after seeing the relevant posts. Ah, it turns out that most of her skills are tricks. Can she still use this method to whitewash them? Baifu couldn't help but sigh. My parents gave me life, and I know me better. Everyone is very happy these days, but many people are not happy. For example, the people of Titan Industries. For example, Rufus who didn't get any benefits. For example, the people of the 10 Saints. Although Rufus and the Apostle Holy City fell out, the Saint, Corona, has been secretly in contact with Rufus. They didn't really want to join the Holy City of Apostles. They just wanted to borrow the power of the Holy City of Apostles. However, after receiving the news that Baifu had advanced to the super absolute level and repelled the ambush of Titan Industries, and Rufus helped Baifu in this battle, the Saint and Corona were stunned. Rufus helped Baifu, so that's it. It turns out that Rufus and Baifu are in the same group. They gradually understood everything. Before, they suspected that there was a traitor around them, and they once suspected the head of State Cade. Now the truth is revealed, the traitor is actually Rufus. Ah, Rufus, you deceived my feelings. The Saint almost fainted from anger. He wanted to contact Rufus and scold him immediately. But at this time, Rufus had already hidden himself with the spiritual energy that had been used once, and was trying his best to fight the residual consciousness in the core of the Void Lord, and did not notice his contact at all. So, the last possibility of resolving the misunderstanding was gone. The furious Saint contacted the Apostle Holy City, and reported everything that happened here. The Reborn Empire and the Supernova Corps may join forces. The Apostle Holy City attached great importance to this news, and immediately held an emergency meeting. Perhaps, it is time to officially contact those civilizations that have explored the universe.